Chapter 641. Kane's Courtyard, Death Canyon. During the year, compared with the chaos in the other three areas in the first half of the courtyard, the east-west line of Death Canyon was relatively more harmonious. Mountain warfare, jungle warfare, ambush warfare, and even tunnel warfare. After several massive bombings at the beginning of the year, the mechanical forest seemed to have gained no advantage over both humans and monsters. Perhaps because they were scared by the petrified magic eye, the mechanical demon god stationed in various steel fortresses and closely guarded them. At the same time, Vok, the actual controller here, played various small-scale special operations with the Jade Song Court. The entire mechanical forest was full of cold gun surveillance, and drones were buzzing around the world. Without some extraordinary perception ability, normal adventurers would avoid this place. The Goblin Kingdom was as lively as ever, and more adventurers gathered here. Although the goblins were still fighting each other, the goblin rebels here had broken with humans after developing a sufficient scale. Goblin King Gu. Goblin General Dadarol. Human adventurers led by Dandelion Demon Hunters, Disaster Annihilation Brigade, and Fire Brigade. The three factions formed a tripartite situation in the Goblin Kingdom. The rebels were determined to push Dadarol to the throne of the Goblin King. While occupying a large area of territory, they fought with the Goblin King and robbed human supplies. Dadarol personally led the army to fight against human goblin summons many times, killed the pseudo-goblin general Zhang Jiao several times, and seized countless human war weapons. The rumor that Dadarol was controlled by humans was self-defeating. The Goblin Kingdom was in war. Walking in the wild, you can pick up some scattered coins and magic stones on the ground from time to time. If the Goblin Kingdom was in a fierce battle, then the situation in the Snow Ranch was tragic. North of the Hot Spring Village, avoiding the Sanshan Pass guarded by a Cerberus on the human side, and the Snow Peaks watched by the Ice Queen Letitia, in the Snow Ranch, the monster strongholds and mineral resource points were all turned into flesh and blood grinding wheels, grinding flesh and bones. Except for some adventurers, who accepted exploration missions, there were almost no adventurers willing to integrate into this crazy land at this stage. The main fighting force of humans here is the undead, and the Snow Ridge Ranch is also the only area in the Death Canyon that has said troops to support it. A large number of undead have entered the Snow Ridge Ranch, and many places in the Snow Ridge Ranch have been seriously eroded by dead air, which basically comes from the undead under Letitia. Because the undead under Muhua are constantly popularizing the corpse engraving, slow-moving tree shepherds are often seen wandering south of the Sanshan Pass. In contrast to the area controlled by Letitia, the greening in the south of the hot spring town is booming, and animal husbandry is gradually rising. Letitia has been jumping up and down for this, and has organized a large army to attack many times, but no matter the air raid or the land invasion, it was blocked by the dragon and Cerberus outside the Sanshan Pass. With the sudden increase in the number of chariots and mechas deployed in the hot spring town recently, the undead losses of human forces have been greatly reduced, and there is a tendency to turn from defense to offense, and gradually established a stronghold outside the defense range of Sanshan Pass that can deal with the siege of monsters. Letitia had to increase the recruitment efforts in the Death Valley, and constantly apply for support from the Bloody Hills. Letitia is tossing in the Death Valley? What about Krepnose? Well, I don't know whether it was intentional or Krepnose really provoked Letitia. Letitia froze Krepnose. Now, the eternal ice coffin that froze Krepnose is hanging on the top of his castle in the Land of Withering. Letitia has taken over the Death Valley, and become the new leader of the Death Valley. Regarding Letitia's behavior, not to mention the acquiescence of Lord Philemon and the secret support of Gamine, Letitia's replacement of Krepnose in the Death Valley did not cause much waves. It has to be said that demons still attach great importance to their origins, just like many people who work hard all their lives are not as good as others who have a good birth. Most demons in the Death Valley have contempt for Krepnose's identity as a monster. Probably knowing that there are some problems with their origins. In the Death Valley, some demon generals who control the gathering places are arranged by Krepnose with monster followers, called followers, but actually supervisors, just like Nahum next to Zambak. It is hard to say what Krepnose supervised, which only increased the resistance of the demons. He was the leader, and the demons in Death Valley could not do anything to him, but when Letitia directly hung him on the top of the city, many demons were really happy to see it. After cleaning up a group of monsters supported by Krepnose, the frequency of Bloody Hills transporting corpses to Death Valley also increased, and most of the demons in Death Valley happily accepted Letitia's rule. Now, although the fights all took place in Snow Ridge Ranch was almost equivalent to dragging Death Valley to fight to the death with Muhua's forces. Perhaps Letitia regarded Death Canyon as her rear base. She defended one side on Monday and Friday, and did not mobilize too much of the original combat power of Death Canyon, but recruited skeletons from Death Canyon. Because of the supply of resources from the Bloody Hills, there were many people in Death Canyon who were good at rubbing skeletons. During this year, the battle with human necromancers was mainly concentrated on the southern line of Death Canyon, and did not have a direct impact on Death Canyon. While various demons derived skeletons for Letitia to mobilize, the resources she intercepted were more than when Krepnos was there, but she did not form a situation of excessive war here, and the atmosphere in Death Canyon was unexpectedly harmonious. On the eastern edge of Death Canyon, Fulong City, this is the city built by Zambak. In order to ensure harmonious coexistence with human adventurers in the future, Zambak also spent some time on the management of this place. Greening, gambling houses, hotels, medicinal fields, blood pools, recruiting succubi to build succubus huts, and equipping the baths with lamia technicians. Well, this place is different from the surrounding undead gathering places. The city is full of hell-style life, but don't think that Zambak has neglected the creation of combat power. After all, that guy was once a favorite in front of the commander, and he was also a cunning Balan demon. He hid his undead army in the crypt outside the city. Because of the support for the war in the south, the surrounding monster gathering places have withdrawn a lot of troops, but he has been crying poor and saying that he wants to create a suitable leisure environment for everyone, but the number of hidden undead is getting bigger and bigger. Today, under the city of Fulong, a large army of undead surrounded the city. Because Letitia replaced Krepnos as the new leader of the Death Valley, several demons with certain strength united together, and also wanted to make a comeback with the help of the new leader. They set their sights on Zambak City, wanting to replace the completely defeated Baron Demon and become the new owner of the city. Poor Zambak, kill the bastard beside you, and we will allow you to share everything here. Under the city, the pale sea of bones was mixed with dark cold light. Among the besieged undead, in a relatively empty field, several demons shouted at Zambak on the top of the city. Poor Zambak, this is the new nickname given to him by the demons who know him. The reason is nothing more than that both of his demon horns were broken, which is basically the same as disfigurement for humans. Zambak is a Barong demon. Although this demon race cannot be said to have any special strength, the Barong demon is also an ancient demon race. For this kind of demon race, unless they deliberately provoke, the demons will despise them and generally will not give them too bad names. Among the group of demons under the city, the one who led the call was also a Barong demon. At this moment, the Barong demon was stroking his horns narcissistically, and the two dragons beside him bowed their heads, and their dry eyes without any emotion were coldly looking at Zambak on the city. Dotted. Niam is a very good subordinate. I have no reason to hurt him. This is Fulong City, Zambak's Fulong City, lead here. Before I don't want to kill you. Zambak, standing on the top of the city, shouted to the leader of the group of demons. Chapter 642. Dotted, in the description of humans, this Barong demon should be regarded as a more authentic grassroots noble. His overall demon life was neither good nor bad. He evolved smoothly, grew smoothly, was smoothly recruited by Krepnos, and smoothly became a general under Krepnos, who probably couldn't even call his name. As both were Barong demons, Dotted always hated Zambak, because Zambak's demon life seemed to be a little better than his. Even after Zambak lost power, and was exiled to this marginal area where he had been staying, Zambak's strength and financial resources seemed to still suppress him a little bit. Originally, Dotted and Zambak were neighbors. Because they were worried that Zambak would be picked up by Krepnos again, there was no conflict between the two Barong demons, who guarded their own places. Even because of Zambak's business direction, Dotted often visited Zambak and experienced various services, and had a good relationship with Zambak. But as Krepnos was hung on the city wall by Letitia, Dotted could no longer tolerate Zambak, whose magic life was always a little better than his, and it seemed that he didn't have to tolerate this friend who had no chance of being picked by the new lord. Dotted gathered a group of grassroots demons who had been with him for a long time, crowdfunded resources, and desperately raised 2 magic dragons, preparing to unify the eastern border of Death Canyon, strive to attract Letitia's attention, and take a group of old brothers to stand out. When everything was ready, he couldn't wait to find Zambak's place. If he didn't confront Zambak, and if he couldn't find some superiority in Zambak, Dotted always felt that his magic life was missing, and playing with magic dragons was not so attractive. Well, Dotted's psychology is a bit twisted, but this is normal among demons. In fact, there are also such people among humans. Because of some inexplicable reasons, they always have deep malice towards some friends in public. They don't even ask for anything in return. They can stab their friends without any utilitarianism. They just want to stab them. There is no normal reason. If you meet such a person, and you happen to regard him as a friend, then save yourself. If you can find any clues of problems, try to speculate the other party with the greatest malice. It is the best choice to cut off relations with him as soon as possible. Subordinate? Zambak, my friend, your horns have been broken by Krepnose. Do you still want to use this bastard to win the favor of Krepnose again? No, listen to me, Krepnose is finished. Follow us, we will definitely get better development under the command of Commander Letitia. Dotted shouted to Zambak. Well, so, Dotted is a psychopath. Although he used Neum as an excuse, he really came to mess with Zambak, and he was also planning to seize Zambak's foundation. But even in this case, he still treated Zambak as a friend, and if Zambak was willing to listen to him, he would not even treat Zambak as a subordinate, but would treat Zambak as a friend. Of course, that was just an attitude. He would not take less than what he should take. Compared to killing Zambak, Dotted would rather keep Zambak by his side, suppress him everywhere, and introduce him to the devil, so as to enjoy the pleasure of being a little bit higher than him. If you meet this kind of guy in your life, you can only say that the goddess of fate is deliberately messing with you. There is no solution except to avoid him. Dotted, you shouldn't have come. Facing Dotted's persuasion, Zambak showed a grim smile. You mean the caves around? Ha ha, Zambak, my friend, do you really think you are hiding well? Dotted laughed and patted the neck of the dragon beside him. The dragon shook its head and showed its fangs to Dotted, seeming to be annoyed, but still spread its wings, raised its head, and let out a hoarse dragon roar towards Zambak. 2 dragons? This is Dotted's confidence. He has been observing Zambak, and has calculated the loss of resources in Zambak's territory. He believes that these 2 dragons are enough to suppress Zambak's private soldiers. No, do you think I don't know your plan? Don't you know you're messing with the dragon? I'm Zambak. Do you like this place? Haha, remember, I made you like this place. Do you know why this place is called Fulong City? My friend, you shouldn't bring the dragon here. Zambak grinned, but his eyes were looking at the back of the undead army outside the city. Obviously, Dotted is a psychopath, and Zambak is not a good thing either. Moreover, it may not be common among humans, but among demons, there are many psychopaths like Dotted. Zambak has been on guard against him for a long time, and has even been calculating against him. Huh? Unexpected by Zambak's reaction, Dotted looked back along Zambak's line of sight. I saw a tall and handsome vampire floating from the back, floating above the undead army. That guy seemed to be in video communication. Mr. Gaunt, I hope you can understand that we are just hired by you. We are mercenaries. We allow you to use us to build momentum, but attacking the maze area must be a task assigned by Bridges. Mu Hua, who transformed into a handsome vampire again, floated across the battlefield. In front of him, on a small projection screen, the current Earl Bridges was about to say something, but he discovered something strange below Mu Hua through the projection screen. Your Majesty, what are you doing? The battlefield of the dead? Gaunt asked in confusion. Oh, wait a minute. Mu Hua said, without hanging up the communication, and raised his eyes to meet Dotted's eyes. Ong! The dragon roared, and Dotted was still wondering if this vampire had some hysteria, and he actually wandered to their battlefield without realizing it. And a few jealous tentacles suddenly stretched out from behind Mu Hua, and entangled the 2 dragons from a distance. Boom! Boom! The dragon struggled, and its feet trampled the ground, but it was dragged into the air by the touch of jealousy before it could get away. It was dragged behind Mu Hua. Heh, these 2 dragons are so pink. Mu Hua laughed softly, and Dotted's pupils shrank. Hey Zambak, is there anything else? I'm leaving. Mu Hua asked Zambak in the air, completely ignoring the sea of bones and demons below. Well, how about you take them away as well? On the wall, Zambak pointed at Dotted, and before he finished speaking, blood splashed around Dotted. Puff, puff, puff. The heads of demons were pierced by the touch of jealousy, including Dotted. Under the gaze of the army of undead, Mu Hua had 2 dragons tied behind him, and a demon with a twitching body hanging in front of him. For a moment, the skeletons, who were known for their madness, stared blankly at Mu Hua in the air. Okay, you guys take care of the rest, give me half of the ashes. It seemed that they didn't notice the weirdness of the environment around them at all, and the twitching corpses were dragged behind Mu Hua by the touch of jealousy. Mu Hua shouted to Zambak, and his attention returned to Gunter on the video call. There are still a large number of undead armies outside Fulong City. The ashes that Mu Hua mentioned referred to the share of the skeletons after refining. Although Zambak must subdue some of the skeletons, it is not a loss for him to give Muhua the same amount of ashes. Of course, it would be better if he didn't give it to Muhua, but who asked Muhua to deal with the demons who commanded the undead? Mr. Gaunt, we hope you can make a decision as soon as possible. The Blood Moon City and the Imperial family will not let us go for too long. If it doesn't work out, Abigail and I will withdraw. Muhua said to Gaunt on the screen after drifting away from the silent battlefield. Looking at the demon corpse hanging behind Muhua, looking at the two dragons with their fangs bared and claws waving, and finally their mouths entangled again. Gaunt was silent for a while, not knowing what to say. This kind of ghost, he really wants. Chapter 643. Among all the original sins, greed's combat power fluctuates greatly. It can be regarded as a summoner in the original sin, and according to the situation of the summoned beast, the specification of the summoner can actually be very high. However, the production process of the summoned beasts is destined to have a great possibility of backlash before they become summoned beasts. It is difficult to complete just to collect some powerful individuals as followers. Therefore, summoning skills are usually regarded as an auxiliary ability. Before they have enough strength, most people will not spend too much time on summoned beasts. Even greed, such as Penelope, uses some less popular creatures to fill the share required by greed. Even if greed is touched, those greedy ghosts, greedy demons, and other beings often do not think about powerful summoned beasts too early, because it is too troublesome and too dangerous. After all, no powerful being will give greed a good face, especially those individuals whose combat power is superior to most of their own kind. They are usually admired and worshipped by their own people, so they must have a rebellious side. Not to mention collecting followers and asking others to be their summoned beasts. Even if greedy runs to them with a smile, they are considered to have a good temper if they don't pull out a knife. As for individuals that are not strong enough, even if they are used as summoned beasts, greedy is more of a convenience. Greedy itself has certain specifications, and ordinary summoned beasts are just miscellaneous soldiers for greedy. Not being able to achieve high or low is the common feature of most greedy. But at the same time, greedy has the least number among many original sins. This is not because greedy is difficult to touch, on the contrary, it may be the easiest to touch among all original sins. Why are there so few? It's because greed is the original sin that accumulates a lot, but often before they have accumulated a lot, they are poked by the existence that dislikes them. Muhua is not greedy, and he is not a real summoner. Although he has many summoned beasts, the summoned beasts with skill levels lack the means to cast spells, and their attributes will not exceed their natural growth limit. Among regular adventurers, Muhua's summoned beasts are also fierce, but in front of superstandard existences, even those dragon and evil dragon summoned beasts are somewhat not good enough. 2 pink and tender dragons were caught in the Death Canyon. The dragons are too thoughtful, cruel and cunning. Even if they are created by the undead, they may backfire on the derivatives. Muhua dragged the 2 dragons, which were probably born not long ago, back to the Abyss Island, turned around and killed them, making them the evolution material of his own headless knight. Although it is a bit cumbersome, it is safe to bring this kind of dragon with you, and it is more assured to cultivate it. The 2 magic dragons evolved from the Fear Riders are not the same as Muhua's magic dragon summons. And compared with the 2 magic dragons that were used as evolution materials, the 2 new magic dragons in Muhua's house even have the fear magic pattern that can be sent and received freely. Bone Spear, White Bone Soul, Death Wave, Death Ray, Hades Wave, and other magic that were mastered before evolution can be used. These 2 guys can actually swing their claws to fly and slash, and can smash the fortress by colliding. Magic combat skills are fine, many combat skills are weird even if the magic dragon can hold back, which adds to its own flaws and is quite redundant. But a dragon with infinite martial arts and lethality, let alone the dragon summoned beast, it seems that the dragon evolved from the Headless Knight is not the same as the dragon directly derived from it. The difficulty and complexity of that evolution are not in vain. Should this style be considered a combat dragon among dragons, after the engraving enhancement was applied, the 2 dragons were reborn as new frost dragons, and they only needed to pay them with 2 Lich Kings carrying the sword of their old father. After the corpse engraving was chiseled, Muhua was able to perform this magic, but the consumption and casting efficiency were completely incomparable to Trisha. However, to bless the 2 dragons, there was no need to go to Trisha specifically. The corpse engraving restrained the death energy spread by the dragon, which greatly reduced the dragon's deterrence ability. However, the restrained death energy is helpful for the cultivation of the undead, and at the level of the dragon, this helpful effect far exceeds those of the middle and low-level skeleton undead. It's hard to judge whether it's good or bad, but Mu Hua doesn't want to take the route of turning everything into paleness. To raise a dragon, the corpse mark is also necessary. The corpse mark can enhance the output of the dragon's breath, which is barely an unexpected surprise. The original gray fog and death on the dragon's body turned into a light blue ice mist mixed with the breath of death. The dry body under the ice mist is more conspicuous. To be honest, the frost dragon is uglier than the normal dragon. Ugly, but it also makes life hate and fear more. The instinct is unwilling to approach, and the extreme hatred leads to fear. Mu Hua also gave them some elemental tears to help them regenerate to super speed regeneration. After having enough elemental resistance, there is no pain and immunity to mental interference. The two dragons with super speed regeneration ability have become two air chariots that cannot be killed or chewed even if they are not yet adults. The two confused dragons slept on the Abyss Island for a few days. After waking up, they were dragged to the Akura courtyard by Mu Hua. Killing monsters to level up is secondary. It is time to let them kill more and swallow more soul-tainted killing blades. Mu Hua spent so much effort to create two dragons. In fact, he did not have to use dragons to fill the combat power. After all, he had dragons and evil dragons at home. The main reason was that Mu Hua had not come into contact with the Wind of Aging. The Wind of Aging not only stuck to his level of summoning undead, but also seemed to be a threshold that the Hell Lord class needed to cross in order to adapt to the Wind of Aging. Outside of nature, the known source of the Wind of Aging is the Metal Dragon, which is the product of the evolution of the dragon again. At present, let alone Mu Hua can't find the Metal Dragon. Even if he knows where there is a Metal Dragon, Mu Hua would rather fight against gods and dragons, and will never provoke that kind of thing that shortens life. Since they dare not trouble the Metal Dragons, they can just raise them by themselves. It is unlikely to kill their own Metal Dragons for smelting, but if they raise Metal Dragons, they can let them go to fight the Metal Dragons. In short, this is a long-term plan. Because the evolution of the dragons cannot be achieved by the Philosopher's Stone alone, they need to go through enough killings and devour enough souls, including absorbing the metals that are stained with the despair of countless lives before death, and finally they may evolve into that evil and mysterious existence. Wanting to give birth to a metal dragon in their own family, the Abyss is a little fresh. I think the dragons created by Mu Hua must be accompanied by his killing sins. Awing! The frost dragon emitting cold mist spread its terrifying bone wings for the first time in the Yukulu courtyard. On the body covered by ice mist, the inscriptions that spread fear glowed with malicious lavender light. There was still some distance from the Akura labyrinth area, but as the dragon roared in the sky, the holy light chant that dispelled fear rose throughout the labyrinth area. Is this the dragon you evolved from the Terror Rider? So fast? And it was also engraved and strengthened? Abigail frowned and observed the dragon in the sky, surprised. It was almost equivalent to tearing the face with the Blood Moon City. After destroying a unit of the Blood Clan, the army brought by Abigail had already withdrawn, which was why Mu Hua and his party could reach the labyrinth area so quickly. Charlotte was expelled from the team because of the witch. Among the current team members, Shauna was giving the Lionheart blessing to Charles, and the other two, who couldn't help but want to let him go. Since the existence of Mu Hua, who threw terror riders around for no reason, appeared in his life, Shauna has studied the blessing of courage and the blessing of Lionheart. At this moment, the threat of the Frost Dragon not only has a magical effect, but also includes the pressure brought by their image and life level. For the perverted trio, who have been strong until now, Shan Shan chose to bless them with the Lionheart blessing, which can trigger a counterattack mentality. I have a terror rider that meets the evolution conditions, but I have always lacked dragon corpses. Here, what my girl has developed can cover the odor of orcs. Do you need it? Mu Hua said calmly, and threw Abigail a bottle of perfume equivalent to the capacity of a large bottle of shampoo. Mu Hua left for about a day, but except for a trip to the Death Canyon, he basically stayed in the Abyss Island. As for the perfume, it was prepared by QA. The orcs are fierce and violent, but after having enough strength, it is not bad to capture some orcs to serve as labor. But the body odor of orcs is generally very strong. There is a group of behemoths in the house that Mu Hua treats as treasures. When they gather together and do some intense exercise, the fragrance spreads 10 miles away. So Kue, who can no longer bear it, put down her research on mecha armor and gave priority to making this perfume. Someone under my command has made something similar. As if the perfume evoked some memories, Abigail did not ask Mu Hua about the dragon again. She threw the perfume back to Mu Hua and smiled knowingly. This thing is not easy to sell. Those who dare not raise orcs don't use it. Those who can raise orcs basically have the ability to make it themselves. How about it? What does Bridges say? Abigail said. It seems that she, like Muhua, once thought of making this perfume as her own product. Bridges will go to the Adventurers Guild to announce the reconnaissance mission about the Angels' live experiments on humans, and they will announce to the public that we have accepted Bridges' long-term employment, and they ask us to keep silent about it. Looking at the floating continent in the maze area, Muhua frowned. Originally, Muhua thought that the so-called 9-layer Kingdom of God was made of suspended stones, and he was excited for a while. Even if he couldn't kill the gods, he wanted to try to dismantle that thing. After understanding it, he realized that it was the effect of the continuous blessing of the divine art, so the excitement turned into disgust. Silence? What's the use? Don't they know about your relationship with Webster? Abigail questioned. Of course they know. Maybe they want to take advantage of the situation to recruit some grassroots personnel in this courtyard? Who cares? Do you need to care? Muhua asked. Bridges announced to the public that he had hired Muhua and Abigail, and his purpose must be to take advantage of the situation. But even if Muhua and Abigail did not publicly refute it, if Webster asked, Muhua would have no reason to act with Bridges. If Webster knew, it was equivalent to the vampires knowing. Bridges was obviously not targeting Webster, the Blood Moon City, or even the Imperial family. As for what Bridges wanted to do, Muhua couldn't be sure. If there was a big problem, Muhua and the others would not admit to accepting any long-term employment. Anyway, it was Bridges' own words from beginning to end, and it should have nothing to do with them. Oh, you don't have to care. Now, what should we do? Abigail pursed her lips and looked towards the direction of the maze. First tease. The two had already discussed many plans. After confirming Abigail's attitude, Muhua just unfolded the summoning array, but saw a large group of angels appearing in the sky in the direction of the maze. There were a large number of angels, 2-winged, 4-winged, 6-winged, and even many 8-winged. Thousands of angels flew out from the direction of the maze. If the angels of Hinaway were a battle group earlier, the angels here could definitely be called a legion. Although they were wearing standard armor, they were not equipped with magic armor. Most of the angels were holding cold weapons. Some of them did not even have weapons, but only had sticks similar to batons on their waists. Summoned beasts? These angels were all summoned beasts. With such a large number, they might also work part-time as guards in the maze area. Among the gods of Akuru, there is also a greedy one. Chapter 644. Of all the original sins, greed is the most annoying one, so no matter it is ghosts or monsters, after being touched by greed, very few can still wander around outside. The root cause is that greed has too bad an impact on the outside world. Greed will automatically absorb the souls of creatures near them, without affecting the health of the living organisms. This may sound a bit contradictory, but greed does not tear the souls of creatures apart. Simply put, when the spiritual attributes of creatures grow, it steals some from the growing part. Touching a little here and stealing a piece there. If you don't pay close attention to your own situation, most creatures won't even notice it. Those stolen souls are not integrated into the attributes of greed, but will form a soul compensation that can be used by greed. That kind of thing can replace the soul of greed when greed makes a summoned beast. That is, greed does not need to split its own soul. That kind of compensation can only be used by the absorber himself, which can almost be said to be completely self-defeating. Especially for cultivators, if there is a greedy person nearby, do you want to stab him? So far, Muhua has never seen a summoned beast that can compete with him, even Penelope at the time. Although she had more summoned beasts than Muhua, the quality was not very good. But now, after the number of Muhua's own summoned beasts increased dramatically, he actually saw a summoned beast that can compete with him in Wukulu. No, for the time being, Muhua still only saw angel summoned beasts everywhere, and their summoner still did not show up. It is estimated that he is a god with greedy power. Otherwise, where can he cut so many souls and make so many angel summoned beasts? Despicable ghosts. The light of the sanctuary will resist all evil. Leave here. This is not a place you should set foot on. The angel army emerged, and a 10-winged angel flew towards Muhua and others first. The angel exuded surging blood, and the blood turned into a giant. 10 white wings formed a pure curtain behind him. The angel shouted in the air. Muhua. Abigail. Moment, Charles, Louis, Jacob. The 2 magic dragons of Muhua's family. These angels exude not the breath of faith, but magic or blood. So many angels, and they are all amphibious combat units with magic combat skills. How to fight? Can't we just have a good fight? Muhua muttered. Ha ha ha, Ha ha! After a moment of surprise, Abigail suddenly laughed with her belly in her hands. Ha ha, boss, fight them! Abigail said to Muhua in a completely teasing tone, laughing so hard that she bent over. Although the atmosphere on the scene was a little bit unharmonious, Muhua's summoned beasts were also very aggressive along the way. Now seeing Muhua being blocked by other people's summoned beasts, Abigail just felt funny for some reason. You better be more like this. Muhua twitched his mouth and said to Abigail. The other party was even more shameless than him. He at least showed up when he released the summoned beast, but the other party didn't even show his face. What should I do? Back off a little? Anyway, they can't keep up. Ignoring the chanting sound in the sky, Abigail finally stopped laughing and asked Muhua. More than 10,000, at least more than 10,000 angel-summoned beasts. The most terrifying thing is that these guys can cast spells, and the masters behind them are really good at holding back. If you say that these angels can't play joint casting, Muhua will definitely not believe it. However, these angels are fierce, but as Abigail said, they are still summoned beasts. They can only move within a certain range near the summoner. The summoner hides in the maze area, and even if these angels come out, they can't run far. Tear open the portal, and let Shauna take Charles, and the other two back to Kane City first. Don't worry about what to do next, there is nothing for them here. If they stay, even Shauna will probably be killed by a soy sauce bottle. The two frost dragons are Muhua's followers, and were also sent back to the Abyss Island. Although they are very durable, they are likely to be sliced among angels of this size. Poor two frost dragons who came to the first show with great momentum, roared out, turned around and went home in shame. Go first, stay away. After sending everyone around him away, Muhua looked at the sky-high magic circle that seemed to be spreading the power of divine punishment, and said to Abigail, Those bastard gods, don't you say magic is an evil force now? Let's go! Abigail shrugged, her tone casual, but the cold light in her eyes was hard to hide. Holy glory! The sky-shaking shout, the two ghosts and gods moved away, and the angels in the sky cheered and celebrated, which made the retreating Muhua and Abigail look even uglier. These guys, are they idiots? Muhua muttered. This really wasn't Muhua's embarrassing complaint. It was really because they were too safe to cheer and celebrate in front of two ghosts with super standard long-range attack capabilities. The things under the gods are all like this. Abigail's face was calm, but Muhua clearly felt that the jealous protection he had applied to her was dispersed, and the surrounding wind blew, and thunderclouds gathered in the sky. Flying Skill Stone *1, Crimson Moon Dark Body Skill Stone *1, Magic Chanter's Blessing Skill Stone *1. Crimson Moon Dark Body Skill Stone, collected. Vermilion Nova Skill Stone *1, Stand Blast Skill Stone *1, Thorn Guardian Skill Stone *1 not collected. Muhua smelted another magic element. Abigail suppressed her anger, while Muhua, while moving away, smelted the magic element he had obtained earlier. Laugh as hard as you can, don't let me get a powerful forbidden spell, otherwise hum. Muhua thought to himself. The two were retreating, but not evacuating. As long as they were far enough away from the maze area, Muhua and Abigail had super long-range attack magic, so they could hurt each other, right? Come on, who's afraid of who? Crystal Barrier Skill Stone *1, Pain Vision Skill Stone *1, Magic Seal Skill Stone *1. Eternal Guardian Skill Stone *1, End of Heaven True Classic Skill Stone *1, Break Present Skill Stone *1. Huh? Muhua exclaimed as he retreated. Eternal Guardian is the ceiling of defensive magic, but End of Heaven True Classic is also extremely domineering. He shook his head at Abigail, who looked at him suspiciously, and finally took the End of Heaven True Classic, which seemed to be self-destructing. If it's really troublesome, I go back and get a staff. Looking back at the distance, the angel army in the sky has become extremely small, Muhua said to Abigail. Staff? Yes, End of Heaven True Classic. Muhua said. This is a very powerful magic, but Muhua estimated that if he crypt on this skill stone, he might faint, so if he crypt on this skill stone, he needs to go back to the Abyss Island to stay at home. That? It won't be effective here, right? It's a bit of a waste. Let's just blast them for a while and see. Abigail pondered. Muhua was silent, nodded after a moment, and continued to smelt the magic energy. Muhua and Abigail were far away from the maze area, and at this time, One Lenga, who was at the top of the Kingdom of God, frowned as he looked at the magic projection. Tall and majestic, with golden hair shawl, One Lenga was also a 12-winged angel, but his angel wings were wider and thicker than those of ordinary angels. In Wanlanga's temple, there were only 3 goddesses accompanying him. Give orders and prepare to deal with the impact of the forbidden spell, Wanlanga said as he looked at the backs of Muhua and Abigail going away. Among the 3 goddesses, Hinaway was also among them. 2 goddesses were angels, and the other one was in human form, but it should not be human, because if it was a human god, the communication between Wanlanga and the high-end human combat power would be closer. So the goddess was basically not a human, and it was unknown what race she was. Can't we take action first? The goddess with a human form frowned. Why don't they fight with Isla's holy angel army? They don't want to waste their time. The people who came to mediate from the vampires and humans should be here soon. There's no need to pay attention to them. Wanlanga waved his hand. Just let them go. That damn blasphemer, Hinaway said hatefully. Do you really believe that he wants the goddess? Can't you see what he wants to do? Wanlanga and Hinaway looked at each other. After a moment, Hinaway snorted coldly and turned his head away. Since you can see it, why don't you send Hall out? He was originally trained to deal with this situation, right? Another angel said. Killing the gods. Wanlanga guessed that Muhua's original purpose was to kill the gods. Although the gods accept the worship of all things, it is not uncommon for those who have reached a certain level of power to want to kill the gods. And Muhua's various behaviors revealed nonsense. Wanlanga would not believe his goddess fetish. This human has many tricks. Hal should be unable to do anything to him. If he is just pushing Hal out to die, this human is not worthy. Wanlanga emphasized the word not worthy. Muhua and Abigail in the distance have stopped moving. The observation of the magic image has been disturbed. Wanlanga can no longer observe the situation of the two. Looking at the magic ring that appeared on Abigail's body in the last picture of the image, it is obvious that Wanlanga's mood is not very good under his calm expression. Chapter 645. It is terrible to anger 2 ghosts, especially when one of them is gluttonous and undisturbed. It rained heavily in the sky, with lightning and thunder. The hot fire element evaporated the rain, the high temperature mist made the air sultry and scorching, and the wind was mixed with wind blades that cut through steel. Everything seemed like a sign of the end of the world. Boom! Boom! The kingdom of God defended against the invasion of the spear of the Star Destroyer. The thunder-patterned scorched prison in the rain curtain traveled out of the kingdom of God and collided and exploded. The fertile plains became barren and muddy. It was pregnant with the crisis of the Jedi and the natural crisis that threatened the life of all things. Muhua and Abigail, including the 10 elemental elves behind them, attacked the maze area of the Akura courtyard with tyrannical magic. But it had long been transformed into the kingdom of gods, and the defense system of the kingdom of God wiped out their attacks. That's right, wiped out. It can't even be said that it brought consumption to the gods, a special defense system, a special way of energy operation. At this time, in the labyrinth area, 5 million believers chanted an ethereal chorus. The faith guided by the hymns blocked the invasion of evil for them. It was just prayer and singing, but at least before they fell, even the forbidden spells could not break through the protection of the kingdom of God. The wind was blowing hard, and the thunderstorm was rumbling. These were not the spells cast by Muhua and his group, but were entirely caused by Abigail's bad mood. White magic consumes relatively more magic power, and generally involves long-range attacks beyond visual range, and the caster often uses elemental magic. Thunder magic is outstanding in instant destruction, and the high-intensity erosion effect of fire magic is significant. But once it was opened, a series of magic such as Plank Spear, Thunder God, and Fire, Nebula Storm, etc. were all held back by Muhua and Abigail, but even the land scraped outside the labyrinth area was filled and repaired by the earth revival spreading in the kingdom of God. 10 elves, who had consumed their magic power, and could no longer hold back their upper-level magic, squatted behind and watched their 2 bosses go crazy. They quickly recovered their own magic power, and were originally on guard against the opponent's magic attack, but the opponent's calmness seemed to be a silent mockery of this side. Fuck. Gritting her teeth and cursing, Abigail stopped casting spells, and the magic ring on her body shattered. The 5 million believers in the maze area are not just for show, they are actually part of the defense system of the kingdom of God. If no special attack methods are used, the opponent's passion is comparable to the 5 million choirs of square dance Andes, and it seems that they can sing until the end of time. Muhua and his men can't do anything to them. Fireball! The falling meteorite burning with black flames crossed the sky and swept towards the protective barrier of the kingdom of God. What did you think of this damn name? Looking at Muhua throwing out that inappropriate magic, Abigail couldn't help but complain. The improper fireball technique, however, was not an attack of dozens or hundreds of meteorites, only 3 or 5 meteorites were thrown at this moment, obviously not Mu Hua's complete purgatory of karma. Bang! A not-so-big meteorite touched the guardian of the kingdom of God, and the place hit by the meteorite, which was only a protective barrier with even ripples under the attack of Planck's spear, actually had violent energy fluctuations. The fire of Gehenna, a kind of material flame that the gods hate the most. The guardian of the kingdom of God, which is condensed by the power of faith, will also consume excessively when touched by this kind of flame, and those consumptions will become the fuel of the hellfire. The tiny but extremely dark explosion point on the golden guardian of the kingdom of God seemed to have become an indelible flaw. Buzz! A sealing array sealed the dark explosion point on the guardian of the kingdom of God. It seems that this part of the kingdom of God does not have the existence of the fire of Gehenna. If the hellfire cannot be absorbed, the only way to deal with it is a very complicated and cumbersome seal, and it also needs to be consumed continuously to maintain the seal from being burned by the hellfire. Boom! Boom! The other falling meteorites were detonated in the air by the attack in the kingdom of God before they touched the guardian of the kingdom of God. The same sealing array sealed the disintegrating black flames. The flames were restrained in the air by the seal, like floating spirit lamps, slowly falling. These balls of hellfire were out of Mu Hua's control, but at the same time, it also proved that the attack of hellfire was taboo. The experimental attack only threw a few fire meteorites, not entirely because of Mu Hua's caution, but mainly because hellfire is a kind of flame that needs to be transformed and accumulated. That thing is not something you can have just by wanting it. Mu Hua's hellfire is limited, and the hellfire he has accumulated is not enough to bring into the complete karma purgatory. Your magic is pretty good, come on, open your mouth, Abigail said to Mu Hua. Huh? Mu Hua questioned, but saw Abigail holding her hands in the air, rubbing and rubbing to rub out a big ball of hellfire. Mu Hua's eyes twitched, from rubbing to holding, from holding to holding, and finally Abigail raised her hands high, holding a huge ball of hellfire, and smashed it on Mu Hua's face with a bang. Except for the 2 fire elemental elves, the other elves moved away from Mu Hua, not to mention Mu Hua, the elves' eyelids were twitching. Abigail was so angry that she started to attack Mu Hua? No, this can probably be understood as a kind of magic replenishment. Abigail had seen Mu Hua's karma purgatory, and the magic was quite effective in breaking the formation. She also knew that Mu Hua should not have much hellfire, so she rubbed out a bunch of hellfire and gave it directly to Mu Hua. Life returns to the ring of reason. A ball of hellfire covered his face, and then Abigail gathered another ring of reason on Mu Hua. Go kill him! Seeing the hellfire being absorbed by Mu Hua, Abigail raised her hand and pointed to the maze area, just like calling her own elf, and said to Mu Hua. His eyes and mouth were twitching, and he was too lazy to argue with Abigail, who was excited. Mu Hua raised his hand and pursed his lips, but stopped hesitantly. Aren't you afraid that they will dig a trap? What if someone over there has mastered the hellfire? Mu Hua said to Abigail. Although the opponent used a sealing spell to deal with the previous hellfire, it cannot guarantee that the opponent is not pretending. Putting himself in his shoes, Mu Hua thought that if it were him, if the enemy did not know his own background and threw hellfire, he would also pretend, and wait for the opponent to throw too much, and then put it in his pocket. Just like Abigail used hellfire to confuse him, although this kind of flame is overbearing, for those who can control it, it can withstand the damage of magic itself, and the remaining hellfire is just a kind of top-quality resource that can be collected as soon as it is seen. If there is, then there is. I can afford to pay. Let them sing. Let them sing as hard as they can. I don't believe that we can't make those believers stupid, Abigail said fiercely. The kingdom of God's protection blessed by 5 million believers is really strong. Moreover, if there is no interference, those believers may not sing forever, but it should not be a problem to maintain the kingdom of God's protection for 3 to 5 days. This is still about continuous maintenance. If no one messes with them in the middle, they will go home to eat, squat in the toilet, and take a nap. You come again, and they will continue to sing hymns for you. However, if the stability of the kingdom of God's protection is broken, the excessive energy intake is not too friendly to those believers who bless it. In that situation, the more devout the faith, the easier it is for the spirit to collapse, and the best result is probably to become an idiot with crooked eyes, crooked mouth, and drooling. Because it is the result of the influence of divine magic, in that case, even God can't save it. Who, since Abigail doesn't feel sorry, Mu Hua won't say more. Soaring high into the sky, the karma purgatory is activated, and the lower-level karma fire is replaced by the fire of Gehenna. Affected by Mu Hua's own attributes, hundreds of more powerful explosive meteorites broke through the air. Hellfire is a flame full of malice towards life. Although everything is its fuel, except for self-cultivation, even if the power of faith is burned, it will not increase. Soul, only by burning the soul can it proliferate. Relying on oneself to transform hellfire is very inefficient, and corpses are a valuable resource for Muhua, which also leads to Muhua's accumulation of hellfire is relatively limited. As for Abigail, look at her heroic style. Regardless of whether it is a monster or something else, it is estimated that she has burned a lot before. Unlike the range and speed of Planck's spear, the meteorite of Karma Purgatory is not actually an ultra-long-range attack. The trajectory and movement method are more inclined to gliding, and there is no real speed. However, under the effect of gliding trajectory and gravity acceleration, the meteorite pushed out of the magic circle gradually increases in speed as it is thrown towards the maze area. The burning meteorite drags a black tail flame and makes a strange whistling sound. With the extension of the gliding trajectory, the impact force of the meteorite is also increasing. The ethereal chorus of him still echoes in the wilderness, and with the group attack of the meteorite, the direction of the peaceful maze finally changes. On the land outside the maze, thick earth and stone walls rose from the ground, and countless angels flew out of the protection range of the kingdom of God. If the strength of magic could not defeat the meteorites, the angels would burst into blood and collide with the meteorites, burning with the flames of hell with their own bodies. Bang! Bang! Boom! Boom! In order to hold back this karma purgatory, Muhua flew very high. Although the trajectory of the falling meteorites was relatively fixed, Muhua's magic was not just a meteorite. Weak angels could not withstand the impact of meteorites. When they were touched by meteorites, even if they were not broken, their bodies would be ignited by the flames. And those meteorites that were deflected by the angels would burst into explosive flames, like a reinforced version of tactical missiles. Because they could attack in a large area at will, the falling meteorites were scattered, and the explosion of each falling meteorite would involve multiple angels. Even if they withstand the explosion and rubble, the flames of Gehenna that spread the sparks will still ignite those angels. Boom! Boom! Countless angels fell, but Muhua and Abigail did not feel happy at all. They are all summoned beasts, and the summoners are guarding their nests. Those things are estimated to be not dead for a while. Boom! Boom! Although many falling meteorites were destroyed, some still hit the guardian of the kingdom of God. And because of the projection angle, many destroyed meteorites exploded, and the falling hellfire still fell on the guardian of the kingdom of God. In the wilderness, the sound of him suddenly dropped, and some noises also appeared in the ethereal voice. However, it seems that the guardian of the kingdom of God is still strong, and the scattered hellfire has not been collected by anyone. The large clusters of hellfire have been sealed, and the burning of stars has even been ignored. Some summoned beasts died on the side of the kingdom of God, which minimized the attack effect of the karma purgatory, and it seemed that there was basically no loss. However, Muhua was also relieved. They should not have mastered the existence of hellfire. Abigail, who was beside Muhua, had excitement in her eyes, and started to rub the fireball again. Open your mouth, Abigail said habitually, holding a large piece of hellfire. Muhua rolled his eyes. If you want to replenish your magic, just replenish it properly. Why are you shouting nonsense? Chapter 646. The strength of hellfire does not lie in its explosion or temperature, but in its continuous burning effect. The defense of the kingdom of God is not simply to resist consumption, it has the effect of erasing attacks, that is, as long as the continuous output can maintain the energy of the kingdom of God's protection to the minimum, even if most forbidden spells are bombarded on it, it will not cause additional energy consumption. But this rule no longer works on hellfire, because hellfire itself will absorb energy from the kingdom of God's protection. In other words, if there is no hellfire, the power of destruction, the wind of aging, the poison of the world, etc., don't go to the lair of the gods if you have nothing to do. Even if there are a few dark sparks, if they are attached to the barrier of the kingdom of God's protection, they will continue to increase the consumption of the kingdom of God's protection like parasites. Since one shot of karma purgatory failed to break the limits of those choirs and failed to destroy their spirits, then come with a few more shots. In fact, it is easier for Muhua's world poison to invade the guardian of the kingdom of God. Just dig a hole with your claws and get in. Fenrir usually steals from the gods in this way. However, Muhua, the world poison, is hiding to surprise the gods here, and there is nothing serious to steal in the kingdom of God in the maze area. Boom! Boom! Another purgatory of karma, another angel sniper, and another spark of fire. The guardian of the kingdom of God is in turmoil, as if it no longer has the calmness it had before. The dark clouds in the sky dissipated, and the sky was clear. There was smoke floating in the air, and the gluttonous ghost god should be in a good mood. Outside the maze area, facing the direction where Muhua and the others were, the plains were burning with eternal flames, black smoke, gray smoke, and burnt smells, drifting everywhere and spreading in all directions. Magic, divine arts, and even the energy bombardment of magic cannons came, and the kingdom of God finally stopped simply defending and ignored the attacks of the two ghosts. Ha! Facing the enemy's attack, Abigail laughed instead of being angry. She didn't need to fight with Muhua. The elves launched a joint spell, and the castle-like magic position rose from the ground. The range was smaller, but the protective power was more concentrated and strong. The mouth of gluttony swallowed the energy bombardment, and the dimensional cracks led away the magic and divine arts. It was somewhat difficult to use this relatively simple long-range attack to hurt the combination of Muhua and Abigail, especially when they had nothing to worry about. Both sides were attacking recklessly. The angels flew away from the kingdom of God, and the angel-summoned beasts were as close to Muhua and his group as possible, venting long-range attacks that harassed more than attacked. Both sides couldn't tell which side was attacking and which side was defending. If they continue to fight like this, Muhua and Abigail will definitely not be able to defeat the group of gods of one linga. However, the two of them are just trying to defeat the other party's kingdom of God's protection, and first destroy the arrogance of those gods, who think they can control everything. After feeding Muhua 4 or 5 hellfires needed for the karma purgatory, Abigail is a little overwhelmed. In addition to the kingdom of God's protection, the hellfires scattered on the plain can be collected and reused. But not to mention the sealed fire piles, because the distance is too far and the scattered range is too large. Even if the fire waves are spread out, it will be difficult to roll them. Abigail plans to get closer to some maze areas and pick up all the hellfires that can be collected. Muhua restored his true body and summoned some stronger summoned beasts to help. The gods need to guard such a large maze area, but Muhua and his men have absolute mobility. The protection of the kingdom of God is unstable, and if they continue to harass like this, it is impossible for them to stay in the kingdom of God forever. The web of fate spread again in the space. In the distant sky, the scattered angel-summoned beasts condensed into a piece of magic circle in the air. The divine light spreading from the floating giant rock of the kingdom of God wiped out the spider silk of fate that spread close to the maze area, and the joint spells of the angel-summoned beasts also left a series of fine dimensional gaps in the void. Muhua was not surprised that the divine magic of the gods could offset the spider silk of fate, and the dimensional gaps created by the angels were also a kind of restraint on the way of moving using the web of fate. It's not that you can't move, but you will get hurt if you accidentally touch those dimensional gaps. Although they are still and will gradually repair, those dimensional gaps are almost equivalent to dimensional slashes. After the body overlaps with them, the end can be imagined. Between the offense and defense of both sides, it seems that only the hellfire on Muhua's side can cause trouble to the other side. The angel-summoned beasts and the guardian of the kingdom of God, although the maze area launched a fierce artillery attack on Muhua and Abigail, in essence, those gods are still likely to be in a state of rest and waiting for the opportunity. Let's go! Holding the staff, hanging a necklace around her neck, and wearing earrings on her ears, Abigail seemed to be really angry. This was the first time Muhua saw her take out the staff equipment. Although she was angry, Abigail was not impulsive and planned to recycle the hellfire, but she was not without hellfire. If she was really angry, she would rush over and paste hellfire on the guardian of the kingdom of God. This time she was just prepared for a protracted war with these gods. Abigail had long been accustomed to keeping some backups for herself to deal with emergencies. Wait! Muhua reached out and grabbed Abigail's wrist, pulling her behind him. Abigail also frowned and looked up at the sky. There was an obvious spatial fluctuation in the sky. Because the reaction of the spatial fluctuation was too obvious, it was possible that the gods had thrown out some high-intensity killing moves. As the spatial fluctuation spread, the sky seemed to have opened a strange big mouth, which was filled with chaotic colors, and a figure slowly walked out of the large dimensional crack. Dimensional teleportation? Muhua was puzzled. It was not an attack magic, and the figure looked familiar. The figure appeared, as if afraid of the person coming, and the angel's attack also stopped. Huh? Abigail looked at the figure, frowning, and the previous wildness on her face was restrained, but she seemed to be much more serious. Amos? The person slowly descended from the sky and floated towards where Muhua and Abigail were. Seeing the person clearly, Muhua spoke unexpectedly. Hey, why are you here? Muhua asked with a smile. Amos, the first laurel shadow that Muhua met in the prison demon cave, because of throwing Death Doom randomly. Mu Hua had a good relationship with him, and because of him, Mu Hua also had some bad friends with Huggins in the Warcraft courtyard. Do you know each other? Seeing Amos nodded to Mu Hua and smiled bitterly, Abigail asked. Yes, we are one of us. Didn't I use Gleeper earlier? He taught me. Mu Hua nodded, but it seemed that Amos paid more attention to Abigail, and Mu Hua frowned slightly. He didn't seem to be as enthusiastic as when he met Mu Hua earlier. Amos was the sixth Laurel under his command. Did something go wrong there? One of our own? Abigail looked a little strange. Mom. Mu Hua guessed why Amos came, but when Amos approached and called out, it was as if Mu Hua was hit by a punch. Huh? What? What did you say? Mom? Mu Hua's stunned expression was even mixed with a little fear. He widened his eyes and asked Amos, and finally looked at Abigail beside him. Well, my son? Abigail seemed a little reluctant, but still gave Mu Hua a confirmed answer. Mu Hua was speechless, looking at Abigail for a while, staring at Amos for a while, and finally uttered a meaningless swear word. Fuck. My best friend is my best brother's mother, my god. This extraordinary circle seems to be a bit extraordinary. What are you doing here? Facing the sudden arrival of Amos, Mu Hua originally wanted to introduce him to Abigail. As a result, the other party shouted Mom, and Mu Hua shrank back and left the exchange scene to the mother and son. Family? Ha, don't make a fuss. This is what we call family. And Abigail seemed to have no love and affection when an old mother saw her son, and even showed obvious impatience, just short of carving a few words on her face. You are a burden. Mu Hua guessed that if Amos hadn't delayed her from hooking up with young men, it was because she disliked Amos for being too old. By the way, it is not certain who is stronger between the crown of the king and the ghosts and gods. Generally speaking, the ghosts and gods give people a more wild feeling. But from a social perspective, the status of the crowned shadows seems to be a little higher than that of ghosts and gods, and Amos is somewhat humble in front of Abigail. But Mu Hua did not find much admiration in Amos's emotions, but, on the contrary, he seemed like an unlucky boy who had been beaten in childhood. Mom, you guys are making too much noise, Amos started, but was interrupted by Abigail. Call me Mother. Abigail frowned. Mother. Amos shrank his neck. Mu Hua seriously doubted whether this was the same handsome middle-aged man he knew at the beginning. Well, how about we talk properly? Seeing the strange atmosphere between the mother and son, Mu Hua finally suppressed the gossip fire in his chest, interrupted a word, and then shrank his neck to make room for the mother and son to communicate. There's a war going on here. Shouldn't we talk about something serious first? Chapter 647. You were not sent by Mephisto? Do you dare to believe in the devil's assignment? I thought you dared. Heh. Across from Amos, who was smiling bitterly, Mu Hua asked and answered Abigail, and finally Abigail rolled her eyes. You asked me to come here, and now you want to drive me away again just because you said it was too much? Is Ashidran your father? Why do you listen to him so much? Abigail rolled her eyes at Mu Hua and used bad words to spray Amos. Abigail is a big shot, Mu Hua is sure. After all, her sons are all big shots. To be honest, this mother-son relationship has a great impact on Mu Hua, which has given him a new understanding of interpersonal relationships in the extraordinary world. Well, I had it before, but I didn't feel it. Now, I was suddenly shocked, as if a new world had opened up. I don't know if Amos will turn hostile if he calls me uncle in the future. In front of Abigail, Amos almost got disciplined by Abigail's mother before he even said a word of official language. As a result, he explained the reason for his coming here in the most plain words. Amos is the mediator sent by Ashidran. Well, it's still Abigail's fault. Abigail originally came to this courtyard not because of Mephisto's deal, but because the Sixth wanted to confront Bridges, and asked Amos to ask his mother if she was interested in going over there. The request of her own son, and there was a victim behind it, which was also the fundamental reason why Abigail was so presumptuous after coming to this courtyard, and went straight to the city to make a big move. The too much mentioned by Amos mainly refers to the volley of forbidden spells that Abigail threw into the city when confronting the vampire army. That's right, the problem is not about dealing with the vampires, but about throwing forbidden spells into the city. Mu Hua and Abigail both wreaked havoc in the city at the beginning, and even though they did wreak havoc on quite a few people, that kind of havoc is not the same as using forbidden spells to blast the people. Even if Mu Hua released the ghouls and Abigail opened the mouth of the glutton, those situations were easily covered up, which was basically equivalent to two countries at war, and one side sent a special operations team to the territory of the other side. Even if the special operations team burned, killed, looted, blew up gas stations, and set gas tanks on fire, etc. on the other side's territory. No matter whether it was evaded or framed, it could always be covered up or whitewashed. But if you throw forbidden spells, it is basically equivalent to throwing nuclear bombs into other people's territory, and throwing them into cities where people are concentrated, which is not easy to wash. The Blood Moon City is also smart. It did not complain to anyone because Mu Hua slaughtered one of their legions, but went to the Imperial family and the Black Witch Academy to report the impact of Mu Hua and Abigail's continued actions. Blood Moon didn't go to a Shadowland, because they knew that the sixth one wouldn't give a shit about them. The Magic Empire and the Black Witch Academy didn't come to Mu Hua and Abigail, because they knew that they wouldn't give a shit about them either. As a result, the Imperial family and Lilith went to a Shadowland. After understanding the whole story, compared to Azazel and Mephisto that Mu Hua had met, our sixth king gave Mu Hua the impression of being a victim. A good guy. Impossible, the king can't be a good guy, and from the fact that he threw the gluttonous ghost into the Yukala courtyard, it can be seen that the guy is not a good guy either. Mu Hua couldn't help but suspect that a Shadowland might be a big victim, right? Hey Amos, what's going on between you and Abigail? She doesn't seem to like you very much? How many brothers and sisters do you have? Don't be angry, I just want to ask, who is your father? In this world, it is not uncommon for a big boss to have some descendants related to his own bloodline. This is the first time that Mu Hua has encountered someone he is familiar with, and calls him mother. A Shadowland set Amos to persuade Abigail to stop, but he did not let Amos pay attention to Mu Hua. And looking at Amos's little appearance in front of Abigail, although he came to mediate, it is hard to say whether a Shadowland is just pretending, or whether he is still holding back evil. This made Mu Hua downgrade him from a big enemy to an enemy. After all, Mu Hua still felt that the other party was not very smart. Look, Abigail contacted a Shadowland and was arguing with him at the moment. Mu Hua clearly heard the word enemy from Abigail's mouth. Sure enough, he and Abigail are still very compatible. After avoiding Abigail, Mu Hua could no longer suppress his gossip, so he pulled Amos aside and started to care about his family background. Amos gritted his teeth, especially when Mu Hua asked him who his father was. The handsome middle-aged man's eyes were wide open, but after a moment, seeing Mu Hua's face full of pure gossip, Amos sighed helplessly. I still want to know who my father is. Amos suppressed his voice in his throat, and said to Mu Hua in a very low and rough voice. Mu Hua's eyes were full of brilliance. At this moment, even if Amos hit him, he would endure it. I don't know how many children my mother had, but except me, they are all dead. He glared at Mu Hua fiercely, and then secretly looked at Abigail, who was arguing with the Shadowland. Seeing Mu Hua's gossipy nature and the relationship between this kid and his mother, if he didn't say it himself, Mu Hua would probably ask Abigail. If Mu Hua asks some questions that will upset Abigail, Amos knows his mother well. He is not sure if Mu Hua will be unlucky, but he will probably be beaten up, because Mu Hua said he was his friend. They all ran away to be kings, and now their descendants are kings. Seeing Mu Hua's surprise, Amos explained. Oh! Whitman Courtyard. Mu Hua nodded. Kings generally do not live long, and cannot live long. A king who lives 100 years will only lead to one result, that is, class solidification and civil strife in the kingdom. However, if Abigail's children died so neatly, maybe there were some changes during the period. Then you are also the only child. Why do I think Abigail seems? Mu Hua was curious. When you live for a few hundred years, and have a lot of descendants that you can't even recognize, it will be like this. Amos rolled his eyes. Mu Hua did not comment, his eyes still staring at Amos with burning eyes. Alas, when I was a child, Abby, my mother had high expectations for me. She even expected me to launch a king election one day, and to ascend to the position of king. Amos sighed. Well, it's understandable that she wants her son to be successful. But you also know what I'm good at, right? And my talent in blood and chi fighting skills is really not good, and I have never been able to touch gluttony. Now she sees that my nose is not a nose, and my eyes are not eyes. Amos complained in a low voice. Well, this time Mu Hua was silent. Amos is good at space magic. Although the attack effect of space magic is also very strong, if you say what space magic is best at, it is undoubtedly running away. It is a bit too much to let your own child who is good at supporting fight for the throne with a guy who is good at hitting the dragon's head. When it comes to blood transformation, Mu Hua and Yamos are a pair of crouching dragons and phoenixes. Both of them want to hold back the blood transformation, but they can't. Space magic is a very complex ability, especially the adaptability of space interference and space positioning. Even if you use skill stones and high training level, you will be ruined if you don't play it well. But Muhua and Yamos are both good at space magic, but they can't keep up with blood transformation. Originally, Muhua still had the advantage of age to comfort himself. At least, he was still young, and should be stronger than Yamos. As a result, after lying on the Abyss Island for decades, with a physique of 6,000 plus, he still couldn't hold back the blood transformation. Now he doesn't care about Yamos anymore. The transformation of blood and chi is the key link to gluttony. Here we have to say that Amos is still young. He hasn't even touched the hair of the elemental elves. What about gluttony, haha? Let alone whether Abigail expects him to become a king. Just for the gluttony, this guy is estimated to be disliked by his old mother for a few years. Alas, you, take care of yourself. Patting Amos on the shoulder, Muhua looked sympathetic. I don't know if Amos is an accidental product of Abigail. This guy has an old mother, who had a child in her old age, and has no self-touching complex. Muhua can only let him wish for good luck, and most he won't let him call uncle in the future. Abigail ended her communication with the chatelaine, and Muhua's gossip heart was also satisfied enough. What do you mean? Muhua asked Abigail, who looked serious but always made him feel a little bit ruffian. Keep going. He didn't persuade me, it's his problem. Kid, you give him some support. Abigail slapped Amos's other shoulder. Amos. Muhua. Give him some support, what? Isn't it because if Muhua and Abigail make any trouble, Amos will take the blame? This isn't good? Muhua twitched his mouth and took his hand away from Amos's shoulder without leaving a trace. Looking at Amos's dead eyes, it was probably not the first time he had experienced this situation. No wonder he was still so good-tempered when he was tricked by the fate of death. It's okay. There is a Shashi tribe in this courtyard. Bridges seems to have instigated them to start a civil war. As long as we don't take the initiative to go to other places outside the kingdom of God, there will be no big problem. At most, we will be scolded by the sixth one in a pretentious manner. If it doesn't work, resign and go home. Abigail said generously. Amos slumped his shoulders and remained silent. He knew that it would be no good to get involved with his mother. Shashi tribe? It's probably a certain ethnic group in this courtyard. It's such a big planet, and it's impossible that there are no ambitious power groups. It's just a civil war. It's estimated that people will die, but it has little to do with Muhua and others. Why not forget it? Anyway, those gods are hiding in the kingdom of God and won't come out. Muhua is more considerate of his brothers. No, this kid came to us. Mephisto seems to have gone to find Unlanga. Abigail shook her head. Huh? Muhua frowned. Mephisto might persuade the gods to come out and kill you. Abigail explained. Fuck really? Muhua jumped up and down, but then he felt that the words were not right. Who knows? Let's wait and see. Abigail didn't seem to know the details. Well, wait and see, Amos, it's up to you. Muhua agreed seriously, clenched his fist, and patted Amos's shoulder again. Amos had a dirty word in his mind, but he didn't know whether to say it. Chapter 648. Mephisto, are you sure you know what you are talking about? In the Supreme Temple, Unlanga frowned as he looked at Mephisto, who came and went in his temple casually. Of course, respected God Unlanga, I paid a lot to help you mediate with humans. As long as you don't create too much crisis in this courtyard, I can guarantee that the human royal power will not target you again. So, it is reasonable for me to charge an extra 10% for our future transactions. Or you can refuse. Mephisto, the third royal power, a demon merchant mixed in the sequence of human royal power, a demon clan that is always chasing Lilith's back. Almost at the same time when Amos found Muhua and Abigail, Mephisto appeared in front of Unlanga. Compared with Amos's mediation, Mephisto seemed to be here to reassure Unlanga. The Bridges incident has ended. Even if it has not been completely concluded, as long as the Akura Pantheon does not get involved, the high-end combat power of mankind will not bother Unlanga again. It is hard to say whether Mephisto has contributed to this matter. In short, he said that he ran around for Unlanga and worked hard to dispel the hostility of the human kingship towards him. At the same time, he also asked Unlanga for benefits. In the future, the price of things that Unlanga bought from him will increase by 10%. Once, I thought that if you were designated as an exclusive merchant, you should protect us from being targeted, at least from being targeted by the kingship. Looking coldly at the seemingly respectful Mephisto, Unlanga said. Of course, you haven't been targeted by the king, right? Mephisto said with a smile. What about the two guys outside? If they don't have the support of the king, would they dare to act so recklessly here? Unlanga questioned. No, respected God. Mephisto shook his head. Although he was very respectful to One Langa, even One Langa probably knew that it was just the professional quality of a demon merchant. If anyone really wants to enjoy the respect of a demon merchant, it's best to confirm how much money he has in his pocket. Although they came to this courtyard because of the human kingship, they targeted Bridges and the Naden group, not you. Mephisto said. What about now? They even slaughtered the Blood Clan's legion. Is the hellfire here something we use to frame them? In the hall, the goddess Hinui said dissatisfiedly. If you take a closer look, you will find out. Mephisto bowed slightly to Hinui, and took 2 steps away, so that he could face Yunlanga and the 3 goddesses in the hall at the same time. Those who could gather in Yunlanga's temple at this time must be either confidants or mistresses. Mephisto did not ignore the 3 goddesses. After you and Bridges parted ways, Abigail basically stopped and no longer acted independently. What happened afterwards should be that the boy named Muhua promised her some benefits to massacre the vampires, including the flame of Gehenna here. Abigail was at most an assistant. Those were all the boy's private actions. Mephisto said. Several gods in the hall frowned and remained silent. Speaking of which, Unlanga didn't pay much attention to Mephisto's so-called transaction price increase. It's not uncommon for demon merchants to seize such opportunities. And Mephisto's value to Unlanga is not just a demon merchant. In this turbulent period, this increase is not unacceptable. You can't control him? Unlanga asked. Can't control? Haha, God, why should you control? It's just a kid who doesn't know the height of the sky and the depth of the earth. Do you still care about your believers? It's a kind of loss of value to have intersections with them, right? Mephisto was stunned for a moment, then smiled and shook his head. He is very strong and still very young. Unlanga retorted. Young ghosts and gods have some talents, but you also said that he is very young. The young eagle must survive the winter before it is worth paying attention to. In the eyes of the king, young ghosts and gods represent more trouble. Mephisto smiled. Then, can I kill them? After a brief silence, Unlanga stared into Mephisto's eyes and asked. Mephisto was stunned for a moment, waved his hands, and paced for a while, and Unlanga frowned. TSK, God, I must remind you that Abigail has her own courtyard that she has developed for many years, and the mediator sent by the 6th kingship is her son. If you want to kill her, well, I don't know how to make this deal, and you need to deal with any follow-up involvement yourself. Mephisto seemed to think about it, and finally shook his head and said, But she attacked us. A goddess said angrily. Aren't you stopping now? Mephisto shrugged. The goddess who was speaking was choked with anger for a moment, and the wings behind her trembled unconsciously. If she continues to help Muhua, it will be fine if she doesn't harm her life, right? What about Muhua? One Langa raised her hand to stop the goddess, who wanted to refute. The misunderstanding has been resolved. Can't it end here? And his personal combat power is also very strong. Mephisto persuaded, but his attitude was somewhat indifferent. His blasphemous behavior has caused bad effects, including the civil war initiated by Bridges among humans, which is also insulting the majesty of the gods in their name. You must know this. One Langa said. I just want to know now, what trouble will there be if I kill him? One Langa asked Mephisto in a questioning tone. If I didn't kill him, would it count if he killed me in return? Well, One Langa frowned. Well, there must be a certain probability in everything. I'm kidding. Mephisto spread his hands. This Muhua has only been rising for a short time. Apart from a few followers, he has no established power. But I think you should also know that his fighting power is indeed not weak. I have collected some detailed information about him. If you can increase my future transactions by another 0.5%. Mephisto put on a mercenary smile on his face. Impossible. Mephisto, if you continue to be greedy, we will not buy supplies from you unless it is necessary in the future. One Langa sternly refused. Okay. For the sake of our many years of cooperation, I apologize. Mephisto bowed, and One Langa's expression eased slightly. If possible, I hope to keep him. Tell me, Mephisto, will you kings care about his life or death? One Langa asked. Do we need to take care of him? Mephisto asked back. Do you want the gods to attack, or send your believers? I must remind you that if too many humans die because of your proactive attack, the responsibility should not be attributed to him. If the Magic Empire asks the king for assistance, I can't do anything. Mephisto said. Humph. We can still afford the cost of repatriating to hell. Hinui snorted coldly. The so-called repatriation to hell is to appear outside the maze area with the main body, and then consume resources to return to hell in a special way. Hearing Hinaway's words, Mephisto's mouth hung a playful smile. Okay, but I must remind you that 1 or 2 people probably can't deal with him, and maybe you will be even more embarrassed. In fact, it is better to buy some more valuable things from me with those resources. Mephisto said. Mephisto, tell me some valuable information. Our cooperation will last for a long time. One Lenga said seriously. Mephisto paced and murmured, as if he was thinking about the pros and cons, or as if he was summarizing his speech. First of all, he has the petrifying eye, and many summoned beasts, including magic dragons, evil dragons, great demons, behemoths, lion scorpions, etc. Aleph probably wants to send those summoned beasts to contain him. In addition, he is proficient in space magic and has several powerful followers. While limiting his range of movement, he also needs someone to be responsible for disrupting the space to prevent him from calling for support from his followers in times of crisis. As for what else, I think you should all know, so I don't need to say more. Are you sure you want to attack him? If you are sure, I think I still need to meet him first, and it would be best if he owes some debts. I am still very interested in his soul, Mephisto said, asking Unlanga with his eyes whether he could leave. You are not going to notify him, are you? Unlanga said coldly. Notify him, and let him leave first? Although I think that would be good for you, but if I say yes, do you believe it? Don't worry, even if he wants to run away, I will even help you delay his departure, Mephisto said with a smile. Unlanga was silent. Indeed, that kind of behavior was not very devilish. As Unlanga agreed, Mephisto stepped out of the temple. When he stepped out of the temple porch, his figure had completely disappeared from the kingdom of God. Chapter 649. Hey, it seems that you two are not going to leave this courtyard. How are you going to thank me? Outside the maze area of the Wukulu courtyard, Mephisto appeared at a distance from Muhua and Abigail, and walked over without paying too much attention to Amos. It seemed that in order to avoid misunderstandings, he greeted Muhua and the others from a distance. So what did you do? Muhua and Abigail did not speak, and Amos frowned and asked. Mephisto's words and deeds are very much like the style of a demon merchant. He either ignores them, or if he contacts them, he will adopt a relatively low-profile style towards most people. But perhaps because Abigail was present, Mephisto did not take Amos, the unruly crowned shadow, seriously. Demon merchants like to follow rules, but compared to the more rule-abiding crowned shadow, Mephisto seems to prefer wild ghosts and gods. Oh, I spent a lot of effort to induce One Lenga, Mephisto said with a smile. Mr. Muhua, One Lenga wants to take your life. He should send some gods to attack you. I came here to remind you to be prepared, Mephisto said. Only me? I don't know where Abigail got the news from before. Muhua was mentally prepared that Mephisto would fool One Lenga, but why did he only want to stab him? What about Abigail? Of course, One Lenga understands human society, and he doesn't want to cause trouble for Abigail. Mephisto smiled. I am easier to bully? Muhua twitched his mouth. To some extent, you can understand it this way. Of course, I don't mean to belittle you. These are One Lenga's own understandings. Since you have the need to kill gods, I don't need to add to this understanding, right? Mephisto explained, as if it was a matter of course. When the social identity reaches a certain level, some battles cannot be avoided just because you want to. Muhua and Abigail have done a lot of blasphemy against the gods in the Wukulu courtyard. If they are not dealt with, the negative impact on those believers will be significant. Of course, if the subsequent situation caused by dealing with the two is more serious than the negative impact of not dealing with them, just like diplomacy between countries, it is just to deal with the cognitive judgment of the people, and some bloody excuses will come. To put it bluntly, if I can deal with you, I will deal with you. If dealing with you is more disadvantageous to me, then I will fool my own people. After all, I have to minimize the harm to myself. Although it is annoying and regrettable that some furniture broke and some poultry died at home, we can't further expand our losses for these things, right? When Wenlenga basically confirmed that Muhua had no backing, it seemed to him that killing Muhua was a cost-effective thing. In this process, Mephisto's intentional or unintentional hints and guidance were inevitable, otherwise, it would be impossible to determine Muhua's background for a while, and if Muhua really left, he would have left. Spend more time to publicize that ghosts and gods are at their wits' end and are intimidated by gods, and then create a few large-scale miracles, etc., which may be able to offset the negative effects brought by the two ghosts and gods. Mephisto, you just said that Wenlenga would send out a few gods? Not caring about being underestimated by Wenlenga, Muhua confirmed Mephisto's words that were deliberately expressed in a relaxed tone. I'm not sure about this. More than 3. I think 1 or 2 gods can't satisfy your appetite, right? Mephisto said with a smile. Should I understand that you think highly of me? Mu Hua frowned. He really wanted to get more corpses of gods, but when Mephisto said this, Mu Hua always felt that it was not right. Of course, believe me, including Unlanga, you have the ability to deal with them. Mephisto pointed out something. By the way, this is the big devil you want. I also provide loan services. Do you want them now? It doesn't matter. Even if you fail to kill the gods this time, you can buy them on credit first and pay 1 more corpse later. When you get the talent of the devil, you will definitely become stronger. Those immature gods will definitely tremble under your claws. As he spoke, Mephisto threw out 2 big devil corpses. There are 2 short horns on the forehead and the top of the head, dragon wings, and a thin body that is slightly taller than humans. The great demon is of a high rank among demons, but their bodies lack some sensory deterrence. At the same time, from a human perspective, the great demon is not ugly, but is closer to the word humanoid than most demons. The bodies of the 2 great demons were thrown out by Mephisto. Mu Hua's eyes condensed, but he did not touch the bodies. The debt of the demon merchant is not so easy to owe. I don't need any loan, and you make me very uneasy. Now I don't even want to conflict with the gods here. Mu Hua stared at Mephisto. From Mephisto's words, Mu Hua couldn't tell for a while whether this guy wanted to cheat Unlanga or him. Oh! Haha, Mu, you should have more confidence in yourself. Even if you can't trust a devil, you can try to trust a king. I don't need to affect my reputation among humans in order to harm you, right? Compared to Unlanga, I am more optimistic about you. Mephisto said with a joking smile. Gods need faith, ghosts need original sin, and demon merchants, that is, demons, need transactions. Demons can get a kind of compensation from successful transactions, which is a mysterious energy between faith and magic. In addition to affecting the evolution of demons, that energy can also play a role in materializing things. Although it can only materialize real things, enough transaction compensation can even create treasures of the level of golden apples out of thin air. The only thing that can barely be regarded as a defect is that those materialized things are probably not worth trading again. So all promising demons become demon merchants. Sufficient transaction compensation can allow demons to own all the treasures in the world. Of course, the premise is that it is enough. From the perspective of fantasy materialization, it is less efficient than the power of faith. It cannot manifest magic and some illusory things in battle, but it can manifest magic stones, magic scrolls, magic equipment, and other things. It is not as convenient as the power of faith, but the things it manifests are more permanent and real than those made by the power of faith. In other words, transaction compensation can negate the things imagined by faith, but the power of faith cannot negate the things manifested by transaction compensation. Neither the power of faith of gods nor the transaction compensation of devils can enter the realm of souls, and it is not easy to generalize which is better. As for Mu Hua's idea, if possible, he would have both. Originally, what attracted Mu Hua to the devils was their adaptability to space. As he learned more about the devils, Mu Hua finally understood that trading compensation was the real strength of the devils. Mephisto brought Mu Hua 2 corpses of big devils, and these 2 big devils were probably his offspring. Because if Mu Hua used the corpses of these 2 big devils as a medium to allow himself to possess the characteristics of big devils, then part of the trading compensation obtained by Mu Hua in the transaction would be allocated to Mephisto. This kind of kickback is unavoidable for non-native foreign devils. Even if he does not use Mephisto's children as a medium, Mu Hua will always use the children of a certain devil as a medium. It's a bit like the mechanism of faith intake. Whoever's child is used, the kickback will be allocated to him, even if it is a devil that has escaped the control of his father, even if it is a devil evolved from a little devil. So the devils also like to have children. They will raise their own children and suppress their offspring in trading. If someone kills their offspring indiscriminately, the devils will be furious. But if necessary, the devils will happily stab their offspring in the kidneys. In essence, their children are like the materials for making apostles. So most of the devil merchants are devils evolved from little devils, because they will not lay eggs randomly, and their number is relatively rare. And escaping from their parents is the most important life and death event for all viviparous devils in their lives. That's right. If Mu Hua used Mephisto's children as a medium for keratin skin and metamorphosis, then Mu Hua would basically become Mephisto's apostle. Although this kind of apostle is purely a kickback type, it must be said that while the devils need to guard against the apostles stabbing their kidneys, they often love the apostles more than their children, because to the devils, the apostles are more valuable than their children. The devil can be said to be a rather contradictory and chaotic cunning group. This is why Mephistopheles was so active in guessing that Muhua wanted to use the devil as a medium. At the same time, this is also the reason why although Muhua is uneasy about the issue of deicide, he also feels that Mephistopheles should not cheat him. Chapter 650. Amos was driven away by Abigail with disdain. Mephisto also ran away. When the hymns in the wilderness were loud and the gate to heaven opened, Mephisto pulled open the dimensional curtain with a strange smile and hid in the chaotic dimensional turbulence in a creepy manner. The gods appeared, the angels left their nests, and the divine kingdom protection in the maze area was transformed into a soft barrier, ground vein defense, long-term protection, and protection from the forgotten world on the magic side. The prayers of believers in the maze area were transformed into the source of the faith blessing of a large number of angels. The area of the maze area is too large. Although the defense range in the direction of the maze is far less comprehensive than the divine kingdom protection, Muhua has no need to bother those believers at this time. Because, for God surrounded by holy light have floated out of the kingdom of God, the scorching sun rises into the sky, the holy sword is unsheathed, and Muhua's attention is all focused on the four gods. For gods, the lineup is really grand. The whole world seems to be shrouded by the golden magic circle, and the sky is brewing the magic of destruction. The golden light is even eroding and fading the faith thread that Muhua laid before. Unlike Muhua's high-intensity magic, the magic system is really shameless. Those magic circles engraved in the void carry a majestic momentum, but more than 90% of the spells are probably equivalent to the strength of low-level magic. But their coverage is too wide, too many, and too dense. This style of magic, whether it is a bunch or one, is really possible to destroy the world. In terms of the slaughter and destruction of low-end species, to be honest, the magic is more efficient and energy-saving than magic. Of course, the baptism of annihilation did not come. This large-scale divine art can destroy the world, but it cannot cause too much negative impact on Muhua. If such a baptism really comes, the violent elemental environment is estimated to enhance the effect of Muhua's spells. The engravings in the void that seem to erode the entire world are more like the stage background built by the gods to set off their own appearance. Under the sky, the order of all things, I condense the wheel of order in the name of God, the water realm, and bless all living beings. Among the four gods, Muhua only knows the water goddess Henaway. The voice of the god is like drizzle falling into the bottom of the pool, gentle and moving. After a set of mysterious words, the world in Muhua's eyes turned into an environment that made him very familiar. The vast ocean domain? Well, if you open it here, it generally doesn't affect the Akura courtyard. It is not unreasonable to say that it blesses all living beings. The gate of the kingdom of God hanging high in the sky behind her was still open, like a plane that cut off the world, and the maze area protected by defensive magic could still be seen inside. However, at this moment, if he didn't tear open the water field in front of him, if he wanted to attack the maze area, it seemed that Muhua could only attack the defensive magic blocking behind the gate of the kingdom of God. This type of dimensional space is really very suitable as a battlefield for superstandard beings. The void contains endless mysteries. I use the key of wisdom to open the door of knowledge and reveal the truth of the world. Except for Henaway, who stared at Muhua fiercely, the remaining three gods were all male, and among them, there were two angels, and there was actually a demon. That's right, a demon. Even if he looked human, Muhua knew that he was a Baru's destruction demon by smelling his scent. Because the lord of the courtyard in the Canaan's courtyard is a demon of destruction, Muhua has studied this kind of demon. As for how to study it, well, just fish it out of the abyss and slice it. It was not Barus who cast the magic again. An angel god seemed to have blocked the space. It was not a simple closure, but a disturbance similar to frequent frequency changes and false information. It seems that these gods don't want Muhua to escape, but after casting this magic, the god retreated to the side of Henaway. Obviously, maintaining this continuous disturbance on the spatial level involves constantly converting variables, and he doesn't have much spare energy to participate in the battle. I am the Lord of all things, and also the servant of all things. I respond to the wishes of all beings, drive the will of the Holy Spirit, and start the war against the devil. Well, this guy is barely an old acquaintance of Muhua and Abigail. The angel-summoned beasts that appear all over the sky have already revealed his identity. It was this guy who used the summoned beast to hit Muhua in the face before. This is the final war, right? Muhua asked Abigail, not quite sure. The other party summoned too many angels. Too quickly, thousands of angels came at will. These angel-summoned beasts are not as standardized as Muhua's system. Conventional summoning magic can't play like this. Well, it should be the final war. This guy is probably a loser. He obviously has the power of greed, but he has to use divine magic to cast the final war. Abigail confirmed. Her eyes seemed to ask Mu Hua why he didn't fight with him to summon beasts. Maybe he is trying to maintain the formation, you say? Can I kill him first? Mu Hua stared at the god, who was summoning beasts wildly. Under his clothes, his muscles twisted and trembled. Fighting with the opponent's summoned beasts? Don't make a fuss. With that size and lineup, sending summoned beasts to fight with him is basically a waste of magic power. Mu Hua wants to give the opponent a heartbreaking blow first. They don't have a formation. With summoned beasts of this size, I'm afraid that guy's magic power is not up to standard. Be careful. Do you need me to help you attract their attention? Abigail frowned. No, I heard that the gods can bless themselves with prophecy. Too many actions are not good. Mu Hua shook his head. Unlike the prophecy of the reborn, the prophecy in the divine art is more like a super-speed calculation, a divine art similar to super-intuition, more controllable, but very unfriendly to people who have difficulty in making choices. That divine art is also a poster girl in the divine art system that shows the omniscience and omnipotence of the gods. The effect of its application in battle varies from person to person, and it is not easy to compare with super-intuition. Thunder is my wrath, storm is my TSK, go to hell. Mu Hua moved his claws, and finally the god who should be the destroyer of demons also began his blessing. However, that guy seemed to be impatient. After just saying the beginning, he raised his hand and threw a golden thunder at Mu Hua. That posture made him look like Zeus. The golden thunder blew the horn of battle, and the angel wings covering the sky, and the sun rushed to where Mu Hua was. Mu Hua even found some senses of the sea of skeletons in these angels. The god who played the final war with divine magic also had his unique strengths. You should be careful, run if you can't. Mu Hua quickly explained to Abigail. You should be careful, they dare not really do anything to me. When Abigail said this, the sound exploded around her. Boom! The waves surged, and the place where Mu Hua was originally standing was stepped on by him to create a sky-high wave, and the ocean was sunken into a huge sea cave. And Mu Hua's words, you dare to believe the devil's words, were no longer audible in the sea tide and sonic boom. Barus demons are born with extremely high thunder talents, but in essence, not all Barus can be called destruction demons. Similar to the flame of Gehenna, when Barus mastered the power of destruction, they could control a kind of purple lightning, which was the embodiment of the so-called power of destruction. The power of destruction has the effect of destroying everything at the particle level, including magic and various energies, and material equipment is like nothing in front of it. In the name of destruction, the transformation is convenient, and in terms of instantaneous destructive power, it is more domineering than hellfire. If you don't have the ability to control the power of destruction, the wisest choice when encountering that kind of lightning is to avoid it. Only Barus, who has mastered the power of destruction, can be regarded as a true destruction demon. Mu Hua had fished out many Barus in the abyss, but he had never seen a demon of destruction. That kind of existence was similar to Fenrir. Everyone would talk about it, but it was still very rare. And the Barus in front of him, who ran to be a god, was also a mediocre one. Mu Hua did not doubt that the golden thunder it threw contained the power of destruction, but the color of that thing was wrong. Even if it had the nature of the power of destruction, it was still a fake catalyzed by divine magic. It didn't matter whether it was a fake or not. Anyway, Mu Hua didn't master the power of destruction, so he had to hide. And that Barus should be very confident in his body. Almost at the same time as he threw the golden thunder, he was surrounded by lightning and rushed towards Mu Hua. Even his forearm showed the performance of demonization, which made the other three angels frown. Despicable human. Your evil deeds will eventually be punished. Barus didn't follow the rhythm, and Henui scolded Mu Hua in annoyance, but before he finished speaking, Mu Hua had already burst out with teleportation-like speed. Violent charge. Every step, the light of moonlight will appear under Mu Hua's feet, and every step of moonlight will burst out with stronger strength and speed under the superposition of combat skills charge. Bang, 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 brute force collision, rushing into the sky, the angel summoned beasts that met Mu Hua along the way were all turned into blood mist. At this moment, Mu Hua's superstandard physique embodied tyranny and arrogance to the fullest. It's complicated to say, but everything happened in a flash. Even when Mu Hua rushed to the god who summoned the angel, the thunder thrown by Barus had not yet touched the ocean surface. Faith protection. Mu Hua came fiercely, and the claws stretched out made the pupils of the angel's spirit shrink. Fortunately, the faith protection was applied in time to help him resist Mu Hua's claws. However, although the invincibility was turned on, the angel spirit was pinched by Mu Hua's magician's hand. The huge force attacked, and the spirit was dragged behind Mu Hua and rushed to the position of Hinawei. Still Yue Hua stepped into the air, still charging sonic boom. Mu Hua's claws reached out to Hinawei again, whose eyes were filled with fear. Fear, yes, fear. Why don't you mention the Bruce demon before? Because when he passed by Mu Hua, he was scratched by Mu Hua's claws. And a divine fire that soared into the sky exploded on him. That divine fire could render the world into dusk. It represented the fall of the gods. The poison of the world. Hinawei stopped his words of condemnation, terrified. From the situation of the God Hall, the fatal word flashed through Hinawei's mind. The subconscious survival warning made the necklace on Hinawei's neck automatically activate the faith protection. Before she could feel relieved, from Hinawei's perspective, Mu Hua's palm suddenly twisted in a direction, and her arm abnormally stretched out another section. But it was a claw that hooked open the throat of Maledive beside her. Huh? For the gods, the damage of cutting the throat is nothing. Even if the head is removed, he can still grow another one. But if the wound is contaminated with the poison of the world. Boom! The pillar of divine fire that soared into the sky ignited again, and the god who disturbed the space turned into a corpse. The corpse was entangled by the tentacles of jealousy, and was stuffed into the storage space by Mu Hua in a blink of an eye. Between the ocean and the blue sky, only 2 pillars of divine fire were left blazing. Yunlanga. Save me! He was also entangled by the touch of jealousy, and felt the huge force of pushing his back. Hinawei called for help. But when she called for help, Mu Hua had ignored everything, took big steps, and ran into the distance like a happy dog, just like under the setting sun. Well, apart from the time when the 4 gods were posing at the beginning, the battle of gods started in less than 5 seconds. Between the sea and the sky, the pillar of divine fire was burning. The ghost god Mu Hua, dragging 2 gods behind him, ran so happily. Sonic booms all the way, no matter if anyone stopped him. Occasionally there would be a snakeskin move or something. Mu Hua seemed to have returned to the tension and passion when he was chased by the goblins. The speed of the variable frequency threw the bodies of the 2 gods behind him out of a swaying texture. Mu Hua was running away. He was waiting for the faith protection of the 2 gods to expire. He also hoped to drag them as far away from the kingdom of God as possible before the 2 gods broke free. If the 2 gods were allowed to run away, he would probably never have the chance to experience the feeling of scratching the gods happily like he did just now. Mu Hua was running, and there seemed to be roars and roars coming from the kingdom of God in the distance. The angel who blocked Mu Hua burst out with a will to die, and then dissipated on the spot under the brutal collision. The sky rained down attacks, light arrows, light bullets, thunder curtains, light rain, and the divine arts of destroying the world were vented in this water world. Boom! In the vast waters, the golden thunder thrown by Bruce broke through the ocean and finally exploded. Chapter 651. A new light of God's fall rose, and the angel-summoned beasts in the sky dissipated with the death of the summoner. I don't know if those angel-summoned beasts have authorized other summoners. If not, Mu Hua, who wasted even the corpse of a god, felt like he was being punished by God. The angel-summoned beast group, called the Holy Glory Corps, disappeared. Outside the water field, through the gate of the kingdom of God, a large number of angels can still be seen flying in the kingdom of God. Most of these angels are equipped with armored weapons, which are obviously not summoned. But at this moment, even if they are blessed with the faith to prevent the petrification magic eye, these fully armed angels are still cramped outside the gate of the kingdom of God, as if they dare not easily step into this vast world. Because, at this moment, Mu Hua is holding the last surviving god in his arms, and the claws on the god's waist and shoulders make the god's body tremble, and the forced smile on his face is extremely stiff. Hinawei, she survived to the end. The faith protection was invalid, but Hinawei did not dare to apply it to herself again. She had no doubt that as she moved, Mu Hua would be able to scratch her skin with his evil claws before the faith protection took effect. Evil claws, Fibber's claws, eternal sleep, poisoning the soul, being scratched by that thing, even resurrection is impossible. Not to mention the existence of usurping the poison of the world. Even Fenrir is very rare in hell. Countless strong men who tried to step into the Lord class were eager to hunt them. Hinawei had never really seen Fenrir so far. She never expected that in the courtyard of the human world, on a human, she would actually see the toxin that made all things tremble. Moo. The seriousness disappeared, and a smile appeared on the corner of his stiff mouth. With a twisted expression, Hinawei wanted to say something to Mu Hua, but was interrupted by Mu Hua raising a finger. Shoo! Hinawei stopped her from speaking. In midair, Mu Hua hugged Hinawei from behind, one arm around her waist, and one hand through her armpit, pinching Hinawei's delicate chin. The two had ambiguous postures. Hinaway still remembered that Muhua seemed to say that he had some goddess fetish. At this moment, she hoped that what Muhua said was true. At least for the sake of the three divine lights, she didn't mind playing with Muhua. The poison of this world is really scary. Stay away from me in the future. Abigail flew to Muhua, ignored Muhua's action of hugging Hinaway, and said to Muhua with lingering fear, "This is controllable." Muhua explained, "You are the one who can control it. Anyway, don't get close to me in the future." Abigail rolled her eyes. She hadn't even finished her breath just now, and Muhua killed two gods like slapping mosquitoes. That really scared Abigail. Killer, an ancient word flashed through Abigail's mind. The poison of the world is more intuitive than petrified magic eyes, hellfire, and even the power of destruction. The existence of a killer is not necessarily strong, but it is disgusting and terrifying. No matter what impression Muhua originally gave people, when he used the poison of the world, the intuitive impression of him by others would inevitably be more inclined to a deadly killer, an assassin. What are you going to do with her? Get rid of her. Or do you not intend to stop? Abigail asked Muhua, and the suggestion that Muhua kill Hinaway caused the other party to shudder and glare. Most people may have various positions on gods, such as sacred, loving, proud, knowledgeable, powerful, etc., and generally tend to be positive and strong. But at the level of Muhua and Abigail, as long as they are not their own people, it doesn't matter whether they are enemies or not. If they can't beat them, they are strong people who master divine arts. If they can beat them, then gods can basically be linked to materials. Even if it is a beautiful goddess, even if it is not used as a medium for casting spells, even if it is sliced and studied, gods are a rare and top-quality research material. I would like to see if Wenlanga will come out, but unfortunately, it seems that he is not going to send gods to save her again. Holding Hinaway, Muhua has been facing the direction of the gate of heaven connected to this space. Just now, killing the gods was too easy. He really wanted to see if anyone would come to save Hinaway, not to mention the gods, even those armed angels, who might have been prepared to assist Hinaway and others in attacking Muhua. At this moment, no one came in. "Let me go, and you can get everything you want," Hinaway said to Muhua, feeling Muhua's breath on her neck. "Oh, I've got what I want. Now, I just want to see if I can get more." Muhua sneered and put his chin on Hinaway's shoulder. Hinaway's heart trembled. Muhua's teeth were as dangerous as his claws. She had seen Muhua rushing to collect the bodies of the gods, so she naturally knew what Muhua meant. Just like returning to the wild nature of the law of the jungle, although the gods are high on the throne, the gods who have embarked on the path of the gods also know that while they have taken some shortcuts, there are more guys who try to get something for nothing and regard them as prey. There was no movement from the kingdom of God. Feeling the slightly increased strength on Muhua's palm, Hinaway's body leaned back as much as possible, almost wanting to merge into Muhua's body. "No, stop! You can't kill me! The god's fall will bring down a curse. If I die, all believers will experience disasters during childbirth," Hinaway said sharply. "Oh, there is such a thing?" Muhua asked Abigail in surprise. "It's hard to say. This thing is very metaphysical. If you believe in this kind of thing, you can't get out of the pit. If you don't believe in this, you have to believe in something else. The curse, she said, can probably be exempted by changing to another god to believe in." Abigail couldn't explain it clearly, and said it in general. "Oh well, I don't have the obligation to care about your believers, right?" Muhua shook his head, still staring at the direction of the kingdom of God's gate, and said to Hinaway casually, "They are all human beings, your kind. Yes, your kind. You are all strong among humans. You have the responsibility to take care of them." Hinaway retorted, "If we were in the human world, we might need to be more careful about our attitude. Unfortunately, this is a Kuru, a world that has been blocked by you. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Take back your water domain." "Well, can you give it to me?" Muhua curled his lips, and said to Hinaway with some impatience. The world changed. Hinaway executed Muhua's request without hesitation. First, she was afraid that Muhua would kill her. Second, she also hoped to get help from the kingdom of God after taking back the domain. "Let me go! As long as you don't kill me, I swear in the name of God that I will give you the water domain. Even if you don't master the dimensional sanctuary, I will give it to you when you can control it," Hinaway said. Hee. Muhua chuckled and said nothing. At this moment, a large group of splendid holy war angels rushed towards Muhua, and an angel with 6 pairs of wings appeared in the sight of Muhua and others under the protection of the holy war angels. Chorus. Seeing the figure of the 12-winged angel, Hinaway's face became even uglier. Muhua. Abigail. It's not Unlanga, but a goddess named Chloris, and this guy is a virtual image. These gods, aren't they just telling Hinaway to let her die? Human strongman, please forgive our offense. The death of gods is a scar on the world. Please let Hinaway go, and let everything end here. The angel god, who appeared, looked at the kidnapped Hinaway, and bowed to Muhua. And? Muhua muttered. Puff! The claws hooked across Hinaway's neck, and golden blood spurted out. Boom! The light of the gods falling was accompanied by the sound of thunder from the direction of the kingdom of God, and Hinaway's body was collected by Muhua. Is everything over? Muhua looked coldly at Chloris, who did not show any surprise, and asked in a deep voice. If possible, we are willing to end the conflict between us. Chloris lowered her eyes, as if humiliated and sad, but she did not show any surprise at Hinaway's death. Chloris knew clearly that Muhua's goal was to kill God. Although there would always be some existences in the world that conflicted with God for various reasons, the human being in front of him was undoubtedly the worst of all the god-killers. Powerful, greedy, cunning, cruel, regardless of good or evil, completely regard the gods as prey, the worst predators. When this kind of existence ignites the divine fire, they are usually the prototype of the god of war in mythology. All living beings regard them as gods who control war and victory, but to the gods, they are just a group of despicable people, feared and hated by the gods. You just wanted to kill me. What if I don't agree? Muhua said in a deep voice. Then fight. Let this world usher in destruction. Before we return to hell, the door of the kingdom of God will always be open to you. Chloris suddenly raised her head, and her eyes seemed to contain infinite hatred. When Muhua wanted to continue to provoke, Chloris's voice became sharp, and there was a sneer on the corner of her mouth, but the situation she said really made Muhua helpless. The Wenlanga Pantheon is indeed afraid of Muhua's world poison, but that is only when they can catch their real bodies. As for now, Chloris said it clearly, you are awesome, we don't want to play anymore, turn the table and go back to hell. Don't agree? Come on, the gate of the kingdom of God is open, come in if you dare. Chloris stared at Muhua's eyes and sneered, his face full of ridicule. Muhua frowned, his face was serious, but he was gritting his teeth and cursing in his heart. Shouldn't the normal process be to promise some benefits to get us out? Alas, why is it like this? Stop it, stop it. Mephisto's voice came from the void. This guy. Is he here to give both sides a way out? By the way, he wouldn't have been waiting for Muhua to kill Hinaway before showing up, right? Chapter 652. The drama of the gods fighting the devil did not last long. To be honest, the earlier battle when Muhua and Abigail attacked the guardian of the kingdom of God might have been more intense. A group of gods blocked the space, and the entity descended, with the power to suppress Muhua with absolute power. As a result, before a minute and a half of the appearance, the gods fell in a variety of ways. Muhua killed the gods, and killed 4 gods in one breath. Wenlanga wanted to fight Muhua to death, but unfortunately, the poison of the world was really insidious, and Muhua's needs were very clear. In the end, the two sides could only shout at each other across the kingdom of God, come here. Wenlanga really regretted it. He clearly remembered that Mephisto had advised him before that he should let Muhua leave quickly, and not let his own gods go out. I remember that Mephisto seemed to have said that Muhua had killed him. Although Mephisto said it was a joke about probability, Wenlanga seriously suspected that Mephisto had known that Muhua had the poison of the world. As a god, Wenlanga also suspected that he was tricked by Mephisto, but Mephisto did advise him not to trouble Muhua, and did say that he might not be able to do anything to Muhua due to insufficient combat power. There was no big fault to be found in Mephisto, and he could not do anything to Mephisto, nor did he dare to do anything to Muhua. Wenlanga had a lot of lawsuits on his mind, but he could only attribute it to the devil's bad taste. When Muhua directly killed half of the Wukra Pantheon, Mephisto came out again in time to mediate the fight between the two sides. Wenlanga's attitude was very clear, either Muhua got out, or he turned the table. Muhua had tasted the sweetness, and he really wanted to pull all his family members over to guard the kingdom of Wenlanga. However, he was stopped by Mephisto, who looked like a good man who wanted to keep things quiet. Not only did Mephisto stop him, but it seemed that the Magic Empire and the Blood Moon City also wanted to protect the Wukra god's system. It seems that Wenlanga was somewhat ambiguous about the issue of turning the table, which was probably because the Magic Empire and the Blood Moon City gave him some favorable promises. The sovereign country, the future local snake, the king, and many forces mixed in the Wukra courtyard, with the occurrence of the god's fall, seemed to stand on the side of Wenlanga all of a sudden, and even Abigail advised Mu Hua to stop while he was ahead. There was a long way to go. Regardless of whether Mu Hua and Abigail were suspected of being used, they got what they wanted. In the end, Mu Hua restrained his murderous intentions and left the name of Holy Demon in Wukala Courtyard. He left Wukala Courtyard with the corpses of 3 gods and 2 great demons, as well as the guarantee that the Blood Moon City would no longer offend him for the life potion. Well, Mu Hua should have been shaped into a notorious demon god in Wukala Courtyard. The reason why he was given the standard of god was basically to take into account the face of Wukala god's system. He guided him as a sacrifice made by the gods for the safety of his disciples. Temporarily expelling the demon god can also stimulate the believers to work hard. But Mu Hua was still thinking about throwing an aqua sect here. Notorious is definitely not okay, but the Wenlanga system is unlikely to help him clear his name. As a result, after negotiation, he was defined as a holy demon who is both good and evil and moody. As for Abigail, she got the shape-shifting technique and keratinized skin from Mu Hua, so she didn't care about the rest. She even felt that she had taken advantage of Mu Hua because she didn't help much in the god-killing. Mu Hua didn't have any idea about this. He didn't ask Abigail to join him in the first place to help him kill the gods. Mu Hua didn't want her to mess up when he was fighting with the gods. For Mu Hua, Abigail didn't come out to mess things up, nor did she fight with him for the corpse of the gods. She had already helped him a lot. Saying goodbye to Wukala Courtyard, Abigail and Mu Hua were just passers-by, well, or bad guests to Wukala Courtyard. As for how to fight, how to compete, how to manage, etc. in Wukala Courtyard in the future, all the affairs here have nothing to do with them. Abyss Island, Ash Barrier. The breaking of the magic egg triggered the disordered magic power. When the Big Devil was used as the medium of keratinized skin, and then used for transformation, it would produce a situation similar to the evolution of the upper demon. The tall, thin, hunched devil that broke out of the egg quickly restored Mu Hua's original appearance. Although all physical signs showed that Mu Hua was still a human, he was already a veritable foreign devil. Because he was reluctant to part with the body of the god Barus, and was also worried that there would be problems with using angels of different genders to perform keratinized skin and transformation respectively, Mu Hua finally exchanged Hinoui's body with Mephisto for 2 big devil bodies. After returning to the Abyss Island, Mu Hua began to retreat with great interest to rectify keratinized skin and transformation. The angel incarnation, or the god incarnation, went smoothly. Although the understanding was a little vague, Mu Hua ignited the divine fire in a predatory way almost at the same time as the incarnation was completed. Unexpectedly gentle, the so-called divine fire is not a real flame, but an energy connection pipeline in the form of flame, which connects 2 strange spaces wrapped outside the soul and the sea of magic, and is also the place where the divine power is engraved. The 2 layers of space are closely connected with the soul and the sea of magic, as if the soul and the sea of magic have expanded into a space that can be infinitely scaled. The 2 layers of space are connected by an illusory golden flame channel, which may be the origin of the so-called divine fire. However, these 2 layers of space did not strengthen Mu Hua's soul and the sea of magic at all. In essence, they should be regarded as 2 energy storage spaces. After the divine fire is ignited, if there are believers who believe in Mu Hua, the souls of those believers will be attached and stored by the side of Mu Hua's soul in a projection way. And the faith generated by those believers will be directly obtained by Mu Hua through those soul projections, and then the power of those faiths will be introduced into the space outside the sea of magic through the golden flame channel for storage. This allows Mu Hua to gain the power of faith and understand the situation of the believers. At the same time, he can also give feedback to the believers through those soul projections. When the power of faith of the believers needs to be fed back, the power of faith stored in the outer space of the magic sea will be transmitted back to the soul space by the divine fire channel, randomly distributed to the virtual soul, and then fed back to the believers. It is very convenient, but it is also very troublesome when there are too many believers. It is possible to select a custodian from the soul projections of those believers. Well, how to say it, group owner? Administrator? Reporting layer by layer. In the end, Mu Hua only needs to pay attention to the soul projections of some authorized managers. That's probably it. With the power of faith, it is easier to perform divine arts. If you are interested, you can learn the standard divine arts. If you don't want to learn, just imagine and consume more faith power. Then, the number of Mu Hua's followers, 0. Ahem. After destroying the bodies of 2 gods, Mu Hua did ignite the divine fire. He can now even absorb the ownerless faith power of the outside world. But there is also a very critical link here, Just like what the Queen Medusa he met in Yonnya Ridge said in his early years, gods, you should at least figure out what kind of god you want to be, right? To put it more easily, we can understand gods as functional departments. If people need to do something, they can go to that department. But if your department doesn't even have a signboard, and someone comes to get a marriage certificate, but you don't have a certificate, a stamp, or a registration form, who would come to you for no reason, that is to say, Muhua must first determine which kind of god he is, and what the divine power is, such as the water, fire, and earth of the elemental gods, such as the blessing of childbirth of Hinawi. Those are all divine power, and the divine power is a bit outrageous in people's imagination. It is actually determined by oneself, and after it is determined, it is also told to believers. As for the effect of divine power? Oh, isn't it the power of faith? In short, this is a bit like the question of which came first, the chicken or the egg. You must first establish a persona, divine power, for yourself, and then record this persona on the divine fire channel, and then use this persona to hook believers. With believers, you have the power of faith. With the power of faith, you can confirm those personas and even expand your own personas, so as to hook more believers. This is why many gods start as elemental gods, because, at the beginning, if there is really no power of faith, can't they still use elemental magic to fool believers or something? Muhua ignited the divine fire, but he hasn't installed the divine power for himself yet. That thing is a bit bloody. Anyway, no matter what divine power he installs for himself, most people around him won't believe it. He wants to save trouble and effort to develop undead believers, but the divine power that is more compatible with the undead will make everything pale. Incompatible? If the compatibility is not compatible, there is no demand. If there is no demand, how can people believe in you? It's not that easy to find a fool. Believers can't just say they believe in you, and they will have the power of faith in you. Otherwise, the Blood Clan and One Langa wouldn't be so rare in Wukulu Courtyard. In this regard, Muhua still needs to think about it carefully, and change the job of the big devil first. Chapter 653. Buzz, buzz. Standing on the top floor of the main building, Ash Barrier, Muhua stretched out his hands, and a blue-blooded wasp was flying on each of his palms. He concentrated and felt that there was no difference between the two newly created blue-blooded wasps. Well, if we put aside the link of denying existence, the power of faith is more widely used than transaction compensation. Muhua muttered to himself as he waved his hand and released the two wasps. One of the two blue-blooded wasps was created normally by the energy of original sin, and the other was created by the power of faith. Neither the power of faith nor the transaction compensation can materialize things involving the soul. Although the blue-blooded wasp looks like life, it is somewhat like an elemental aggregate, and does not involve a real soul. While the power of faith can create blue-blooded wasps, transaction compensation cannot materialize this kind of magical life that tends to be illusory. Ignite the divine fire, and become a foreign devil. Muhua can already touch the power of faith and transaction compensation. Compared to the temporary pitiful amount of faith power that still needs to be absorbed from the outside world, Muhua can continue to receive some transaction compensation that comes to him. As for the source of those strange energies, it should be the transaction volume generated by the industries under Muhua's name. For the two magical energies, Muhua combined his actual situation, and it seemed unnecessary to use magic like the gods in the Akura courtyard to show his identity as a god all day long. It's okay that transaction compensation can't release magic directly. Using the power of faith to release the magic you master is less consuming than using magic of the same effect. Putting aside the pretentiousness, the power of faith can be used as another backup magic, and its increase in combat power seems to be no worse than holding back magic. If they don't hold back their magic, and don't mess around with divine light or holy light, it's hard to tell the identity of the gods just from the outside. This makes Muhua have to suspect that those gods, who use holy light all day, may have poor melee and magic attainments. Otherwise, there is no need to wear the sign of Tang Monk's flesh all day, for fear that demons and ghosts will not touch them. So, only when he uses special means to plunder the divine fire will the gods be named God of War? Muhua guessed that although the gods have different degrees of contempt and rejection of God of War, it is estimated that the number of God of War is more than he originally imagined. However, everyone just regards faith as an auxiliary ability, and usually they will randomly cast holy light and apply skins to themselves. Sir, everyone is almost here. Trisha brought the Pandoras she selected. Do you want to meet them first? The door was knocked twice. Lin pushed open the door of the top floor and asked Muhua. Yes. Let's go. Muhua nodded and said, just in time to see a black dragon flying from the edge of the abyss outside the window. During the trip to the Euclid courtyard, Mu Hua's own situation has also changed a lot. Some developments in his own forces also need to be adjusted. Mu Hua asked Lin to call everyone under his command to the Ash Fortress, and everyone also exchanged information. As for Pandoras, didn't Mu Hua get some witch seeds earlier? These so-called Pandoras are selected by Trisha to be trained to become witches in the future. At the same time, after several changes, they were basically determined to be the future candidates for Mu Hua's mates. As for why it is the future. In the meeting hall where various monster statues are placed, countless white bones are exposed under the amber floor. The round table has been removed, and 30 or 40 girls in white dresses are standing neatly near the throne. Seeing Mu Hua coming, children's voices rang out in the hall, and the girls saluted Mu Hua one after another. Yes, children's voices, a group of little girls around 10 years old. They are the Pandoras selected by Trisha. After the necessary training, they will be granted the witch seed in the future, and embark on the road of witches. Looking at a group of crisp little loli, Mu Hua's eyebrows twitched slightly. They will be trained by Lin and Aoi, and 20 of them will be selected to awaken witches in the future. They are Trisha's direct subordinates, and are also responsible for taking care of Mu Hua's daily life, all kinds of daily life. What a sin, but as long as he doesn't interfere, it seems that it is not unacceptable. Go down first. Mu Hua waved his hand, and asked the two individuals with numbers to take these little loli down. Whether Pandora is a matter for the future. Now they are just a group of 7-year starters, who have taken some elemental tiers. There are strict requirements for human magic adaptability to settle in the Abyss Island. The normal humans placed on the Abyss Island by Mu Hua are mainly water and fire elemental affinity. Generally, they will krypton some elemental tiers and special magic that can affect magic affinity. Regarding the addition of population, the hot spring town of Buluo Chindu is still ahead of the Abyss Island. There is also a large population there. At the same time, it can also be regarded as a level of elimination. The indigenous people that Mu Hua wanted to add to the island had to be screened through layers of hot spring villages, and finally their magical adaptability was improved before they could be introduced to the island. It is no exaggeration to say that anyone who can still jump on the Abyss Island will have great talent if thrown into the outside world. The 7-year starting group stepped down, and Mu Hua walked onto the throne in the hall. He sat on the throne somewhat awkwardly, overlooking the hall. A group of monster followers, his own Terra, the core members of the Dandelion, the leader and deputy leader of the Black Crow, Samantha, Helen, Trisha, the ghost-like old Mori, old Baron, Selma, Caroline, the skeleton gardener, the contractor, and the two headless knights Xingtian number 1 and number 2. These are all people with certain management powers under Mu Hua's command. They came to the meeting hall one after another. Those who knew each other formed small groups, exchanged greetings, and when all the people arrived, led by the demon and Terra, everyone bowed to Mu Hua on the throne. Greetings, sir. In a formal occasion, especially when there are small groups, including Samantha and Tabitha, everyone showed enough respect to Mu Hua. Well, everyone sit down. Mu Hua's face was stiff. He felt that everyone present seemed to be more adapted to the current atmosphere than him. Mu Hua was used to being lazy and lacked a sense of responsibility, so he didn't like to assign others. If it were up to Mu Hua himself, everyone would still be sitting around the round table. There were chairs on both sides of the hall. Tuesday and Friday, who had transformed into human form, stood on the left and right of the throne. Everyone else sat down and looked sideways at Mu Hua on the throne. A few of them were a little reserved, but at least they didn't make it seem like they were worshipping Mu Hua. Myling, is there anything in the outside world that needs attention recently? Everyone sat down, and Mu Hua first asked Myling, who was responsible for intelligence collation and contact with outside forces. We received an invitation to the Princess Galaposo tea party. Since we were not sure when the matter of the Euclid courtyard would be over, we replied that we would let Lady Samantha go in your place. Myling stood up and said, Galaposo is a kingdom founded by the Horde Rat Tennyson. During the early years of the Star Tour War, we heard about the Princess Galaposo tea party. If the princess is married, men will not be invited. The main purpose of the tea party is for women to help the families connect and communicate. If she is unmarried, it is basically to let the noble ladies of the right age to find men suitable for marriage. Galaposo sent a noble war group to the Snow Ridge Ranch, which was also the earliest power among the countries, to establish diplomatic relations with Mu Hua. Because there are no representatives such as the wives of lords and the children of lords in their family, probably to show respect, Myling and her friends discussed and decided to let Samantha, who is related to Mu Hua, go, which is also a way to show respect. Samantha? Isn't the situation in the Goblin Kingdom not tense? Tibesha should go to the princess's tea party. Muhua frowned slightly. Blind dates among nobles. Everyone has a good family background. Even the handsome guys, who are aloof outside, usually act wildly in such occasions. Well, the kind of wildness with grace. Let Samantha go. Don't make a fuss. Even if Muhua doesn't go himself, he prefers Tibesha to go. She is young and it's good for her to be exposed to such occasions. The hunting festival of the Principality of Raymond has also sent an invitation. It is said that the ghost Chibman will also be there. Tibesha will go there. Myling explained. Well? Chibman? He wants to make trouble? Muhua raised his eyebrows. Chibman, Muhua gave him a black pot earlier. It seems that the guy also asked him to meet in the toilet after school. No, after all, the invitation was sent by the Principality of Raymond. Myling shook her head. The Principality of Raymond is Abigail's homeland, and the hunting festival is also a traditional program of the Whitman courtyard. There are many invitations sent to Muhua from all walks of life, most of which will be rejected or ignored. The reason why Myling accepted the invitation from the Principality of Raymond is probably because Muhua has a good relationship with Abigail. Then I won't go. I will talk to Abigail directly. Muhua waved his hand. It's okay to go to other places. There is no need to be so active in communication with the Principality of Raymond. Just find Abigail if you have something to do. Well, the Kingdom of Plan in the Whitman courtyard has applied to the Kane's courtyard for the garrison of the Legion. If it's appropriate, you can also ask about this. Myling added. Oh. Muhua nodded. The Kingdom of Plan was a power directly related to Abigail. This was probably Abigail's instruction, so it should be considered as a kind of assistance. Also, Princess Ingrid has mentioned several times that you need to attend the cocktail party held by the imperial family. Myling continued. Muhua was silent. Why are these guys all socializing at cocktail parties? Not to mention, it seems that when the Empire designated the city of Canes as his territory, the only condition that seemed like a responsibility was to let him attend the cocktail party. It is said that there may be many young girls and wives at the cocktail party who are ready to seduce him. It is a hard requirement for him to be seduced from time to time when he is the Lord of Cane City. How about we talk about my becoming a god first? Looking at the group of guys in the hall, who were mostly absent-minded, Muhua said to Myling a little helplessly. Chapter 654. Baron, you should prepare the drinks and get more high-quality wine. Evan, on the farm. Forget it. On Friday, pick out some troublesome dragons and put them on the table later. Selma, hire some pastry chefs when you have time. Alice, train a group of waitresses who can handle cocktail parties, and hire some young public relations. You, if anyone has any weddings or funerals, hold banquets for me. Kue, make some plans when you have time, and discuss it with Myling later. We will also hold a cocktail party, and send out invitations, so we don't have to run around everywhere. In the meeting hall of the Ash Fortress, regarding external affairs, Myling started with a bunch of banquet invitations, and so on. Since some social activities are unavoidable, it is better not to let others invite them. Muhua thought about calling them directly to Canes to have fun. In the hall. My lord, I think you will receive more social invitations this way. Myling shook her head and smiled. Muhua. Myling's words seemed to be correct. No one is the type to eat and drink for free. If you think it's troublesome to go on an appointment, then the other person probably also thinks it's troublesome. And if the other person goes on your appointment, he will ask you to visit him later. This is simply a vicious cycle. Then set up a public relations department, or, what do you think? Let Nick represent us in those social occasions in the future. Muhua looked at Myling, Alice, and Samantha. As for the others, many of them might be thinking about going to the monster nest there. It's okay for Nick to represent Cane City, but it's probably not appropriate for him to represent you. It's easy to set up a public relations department, but you have to choose a suitable representative yourself, or get married first. Samantha shook her head. As a power, it is definitely not possible not to interact with other powers, just like the gods of Akuru, who can barely be said to dominate a world, but when something really happens, they still have to swallow their anger. Samantha said that it is not wrong to choose someone who can represent him to attend various social occasions, but his own girls are busy, and Muhua has no one to marry for the time being. While thinking, Muhua couldn't help but think about the small group of his war-loving relatives. Cute Boy Monday. Blind and Queen Tuesday. Wednesday, he won't go out without a black dragon vest. Thursday, he eats and drinks in the abyss because the hall is full. Friday, He lacks self-control and occasionally bursts out dragon power. Saturday, who claims to be a spellcaster, picks his teeth with a big claw and is more like a beast than an orc. TSK, not to mention that these guys all have their own tasks, demons, dragons, behemoths, a bunch of murderers and arsonists. Let them play human social activities? I guess there is no hope. Caroline and Selma, a wailing banshee, a faceless man, hee, forget it for now. No, I can't do it, don't look at me. Seeing Muhua's eyes on her, flames burst out from Tina's hair, and she waved her hands repeatedly. Well, although she can warm the bed, she is also a murderer and arsonist, not as good as her sister. Where are the 3 people I asked Shauna to bring back? Muhua shook his head in disappointment, gave up his family, and asked Kue. I'll stay in Buluo Chindu. Let them manage the people you brought back from Wikulu Courtyard for the time being. Kue said. Well, Trisha, you take Louis first. Old Baron, let Jacob go to your tavern as a bartender. Alice, take Charles to familiarize himself with the situation in the human world. Observe for a while, and if it's appropriate, train him well. Charles can handle all kinds of social occasions. Muhua thought that Guy dared to pretend to be a bishop under the eyes of God, and he was a professional in socializing. Although these 3 are all perverts, especially Louis, who is obsessed with necromancy, but don't look at Trisha as a little fresh usually. When it comes to ignoring life, that guy is probably 8 streets worse than Trisha. If these 3 guys are put in Muhua's group, in terms of murder and arson, they are definitely the best little fresh. Muhua is willing to train the 3 people, but he has to see whether their loyalty to him will change after they come into contact with the outside world, otherwise, they will definitely not be able to go to the Abyss Island. Are those 3 people trustworthy? Trisha usually stays with Kue in the hot spring town, and has also seen those 3 guys who obviously have some psychological problems. Whether they are trustworthy or not depends on themselves. Muhua said. Followers? Trisha asked. If Muhua wanted to take them as followers, he would need to guide them when he was with them. No, believers. Muhua shook his head. Although he didn't explain, anyone could see that his face was full of ask me quickly. Great Master, did you really ignite the divine fire? Everyone was silent, and only Monday showed appropriate surprise and excitement. Everyone looked at Monday and rolled their eyes at him. Although everyone was busy in the outside world, they usually went to the Abyss Island when they needed to rest. Muhua had been out for a long time, but from time to time, he would take time to return to the island to smelt monsters. After the matter of the Yukulu Courtyard was over, Muhua came back and messed around with both angels and devils. Everyone already knew what Muhua was doing. The demons didn't like the gods very much. They had no faith and really regarded the power of faith as a kind of auxiliary energy. If Muhua said that he had entered the rank of Hell Lord, these demons would probably be really excited. Besides the demons, whether they were humans, Terra, or ghosts, they were actually a group of young people. The oldest one was the Dean Caroline, and they didn't have much specific concept of gods. It all depends on how Muhua can raise their strength in a short period of time. In everyone's mind, Muhua seems to be more powerful than the gods. Well, I ignited the divine fire. I thought about it, and decided to establish a divine power of evolution and skills. If they become my believers, their loyalty can be observed to a certain extent through their faith. Moreover, in the future, regarding the skill stones and the 100 refined secret stones, I have tried it on the skeleton wizards. The skill stones and the 100 refined secret stones can be given to them through their soul projection. In the future, if necessary, the problems with the skill stones and the 100 refined secret stones can be completely pushed to the power of faith and transaction compensation, and they are all my divine power. Muhua knocked his fingers on the armrest of the throne and said to everyone with some pride, the god of evolution and skills. After some thinking, Muhua drafted such a divine power for himself. As for evolution, he has the Philosopher's Stone. If you believe in him, you can evolve. No bluff. Skills are naturally skill stones and 100 refinement secret stones. If evolution is only for monsters, then skills include human believers. God's blessing to believers is very convenient, which is an unexpected surprise. Even if it is not the power of faith, these can be completed through the soul projection of believers, which can cover up the situation of the burning source furnace and make it easier for Muhua to train his subordinates. The only regret is that this kind of gift cannot generate transaction compensation. Muhua originally expected to get both sides. It seems that the power of faith and transaction compensation are somewhat incompatible. And Charles and the other 2 were born in the Akura courtyard after all. Mu Hua was going to make them believers, and then train them in the way of believers, at most to let them know that he had given them special treatment. Of course, most of the people in the hall at this moment are unlikely to become Mu Hua's believers. After all, except for the behemoth who joined late on Saturday, everyone else basically watched Mu Hua grow up step by step. Lack of mystery. Whether it is a god or not, you say it is, believer? I will try my best. Ikaros, go back and ask Lin Feng to compile a god's doctrine for me, try to be popular, so that the skeleton warriors can understand it. Facing this room of unreliable guys, Mu Hua finally gave up the mentality of showing off in front of them. Gods must have doctrines. The name of theocracy should be straightforward, but the connotation, extension, and boasting are also necessary. They cannot be too straightforward. Professional matters should be left to professionals, and Mu Hua directly handed this set of trickery to the Saint Sun Lin Feng, who has been in office for a long time, and asked him to refer to the doctrines of other sects to do it. Oh, okay. Ikaros nodded. Skeleton warriors? Are you planning to mainly develop undead believers? Caroline floated out and asked. Well, I don't plan to follow the path of the gods. It's too troublesome to develop human believers. I just promote it casually. It's easier to cultivate the undead derived by myself. Mu Hua said. In the end, he still regarded the belief in gods as an auxiliary means, or more of a cover for the rapid growth of his own subordinates. However, since he developed his own undead believers, the undead derivatives would certainly be taken seriously by Mu Hua. After confirming the relationship with Trisha, the girl really treated Mu Hua very attentively, and worked tirelessly to engrave the corpse marks for the skeletons of Mu Hua's undead, which was so heartbreaking. Kuei set up the mechanized army as soon as possible, and equipped the combat-ready drivers of chariots, airships, mechas, etc. On Monday, Friday, and Saturday, increased the intensity of the attack on the Snow Ridge Ranch. Since Letitia is in charge of the Death Canyon, let's shovel her Snow Ridge first, and let her manage the Death Canyon well. I also need more materials for the undead derivatives. When mentioning the undead derivatives, Mu Hua said to the few people in charge of the military of the Snow Ridge Ranch. Yes, master. Several people responded. The battles in the Snow Ridge Ranch were restrained before Monday and Friday, and I didn't really care about taking the behemoths to rob the mine on Saturday. After all, no matter how many places we conquered, there was no one to defend them, and we had to face Letitia's more scattered counterattacks. It was a futile consumption and thankless work. And Mu Hua brought back a lot of arms from the Akura courtyard, so he didn't have to recruit human soldiers. He also collected enough human ghosts in Akuru. As long as the skeletons they were leaning over didn't kill them, and let them control the skeletons to control the arms, the skeletons they were leaning over would learn it quickly. Besha, can Fuhua and Disaster Annihilation take over the affairs of the Goblin Kingdom? The undead courtyard in Roman City, take Dandelion with me to go there? Dandelion should also upgrade the brigade. Mu Hua said to Besha again. Yes. The people who went to the fire talked to me before. Given the situation of adventurers in the Goblin Kingdom, we need to slow down the pace. If we overthrow the Goblin Kingdom too quickly, it is likely to lead to internal fighting among adventurers. Besha's eyes flashed, and she responded. My lord, what about us? Clark was kicked by Athena, and stood up to ask. The Black Crow Knights have passed the test of water and fire element resistance, right? Mu Hua asked. Yes, my lord. I asked them to concentrate on fishing for sirens before, and the tiers of elements you granted have been distributed in place. Clark responded. Well, the resistance to fire element is still a little short, right? It's just right, you can come too. Mu Hua thought for a while, and nodded. If you want to mass-produce skeletons and undead, you must have a lot of ashes and soul fragments. The Death Canyon of Canes is right at the doorstep, so you can go slowly. As for the undead courtyard in Monroe City, Mu Hua never went there again after he killed a dragon there. Now that he needed materials to create the undead, he set his sights on that courtyard again. Chapter 655. Boom! 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 The tracks crushed the grass and trees, the metal trampled the earth, thousands of cannons roared, countless impact points gathered, and scraped out a surging cloud of earth on the ground. The 1st Logistics Armored Division of Chindu, an armored unit composed of tens of thousands of old tanks. The regular positioning of this unit is logistics, transportation, and supply, but because Mu Hua wants to increase the intensity of the attack on Letitia, some of the weapons brought back from the Akura courtyard are indeed old models that are not very presentable. Not only old, but also refurbished. Throw it away, it's a waste, keep it, it's useless. It can be used, but it has problems from time to time, big and small, and it is very difficult to maintain. Anyway, a large amount of ammunition and energy units were obtained from the munitions cemetery, and driving these tanks does not require too much technology, so Koei reorganized such a logistics unit first. As for those more sophisticated armaments, the technology of the skeleton warriors who control them is not enough to be put into actual combat for the time being, but this logistics and transportation unit has won the first place. Because of Mu Hua's participation, the skeleton mages and Dragon Tea soldiers, who were basically stationed on the edge of the abyss when there was no war, also followed the army. The personnel of the armored division are all composed of skeletons and undead, except for a few black armored skeleton generals, who serve as commanders at all levels. The driving of chariots and the control of artillery are basically skeleton warriors. Resources. When it comes to more individual skeleton undead, the derived resources are always a headache for Mu Hua. The group of skeleton mages that Mu Hua had back then are now not only responsible for fighting, but also master the refining of ashes and the generation of undead. Despite this, the violent skeleton warriors are also beyond Mu Hua's ability. Skeleton warriors are just miscellaneous soldiers, and the old tank cannons are indeed useless. But no matter how useless they are, as long as there is enough ammunition and the shells and bullets can be fired, they still have the power they should have. At the same time, the evolution and skill granting of these skeleton warriors have been changed to the way of faith feedback. Their growth will definitely not be as comfortable as the skeleton warriors created by Mu Hua in the past, but their value to Mu Hua is not single. Tanks lead the way, chariots maneuver, and there are a large number of vehicles that are not suitable for assault and advance in the rear, dragging countless position guns to follow. Monsters are running on the ground, and dragons are flying in the sky. Whether it is the Terror Cavalry, the Black Armored Skeleton General, the Hellhound, the Magic Dragon, the Evil Dragon, or the Giant Dragon, they all follow this mechanized force, as if they are guarding or accumulating power. The soldiers left the hot spring village, and their target was the snow-capped mountains in the north, destroying the resistance along the way. Mu Hua personally accompanied them. He was really ready to blow up the northern Snow Ridge, and connect the Snow Ridge Ranch with the Death Canyon. Dandelion and Black Crow are already preparing to go to the Undead Courtyard to obtain resources. Mu Hua intends to put pressure on Letitia before sweeping the Undead Courtyard. Yes, it is pressure. He is not going to capture the Snow Ridge Ranch. Whether he can capture it or not is not the point. Even if he can really plow the Snow Ridge Ranch, he will not be able to occupy much land for the time being. The Bloody Hills itself also needs to be consolidated and strengthened. It is impossible for Letitia to send too many reinforcements there. Put pressure on Letitia, let her pay more attention to the Death Canyon, and let those undead liches and wizards in the Death Canyon work hard, refine more ashes, and evolve more undead. Don't just lie down and expect the burial ground to naturally breed undead. It is too unprogressive. As for occupying Death Canyon, the same thing, it's hard to defend. At the same time, if Death Canyon is really pushed, the supply of bones from Bloody Hills will be cut off. There are many individuals who know how to refine ashes and extract soul fragments, but they don't listen to Mu Hua. Without them, Mu Hua can't melt the ashes of the rotten corpses and broken bones sent by Bloody Hills. There is no way, the life-based thing, who told the burning source furnace to only recognize skeletons and undead. The battle group advances, and the war spreads. In addition to the 1st Armored Division, the entire battle group's ground forces also include a total of nearly 5,000 high-level undead, as well as Mu Hua's various summoned beasts. They will help the Armored Division resist various attacks from monsters, and kill monsters that try to approach the Armored Division. This allows the skeleton warriors of the Armored Division to vent their firepower unscrupulously. The free ammunition is not limited to the base number, which can be regarded as training their logistic supply efficiency. However, there were no corpse demons accompanying the army this time. They were all stationed in the rear to guard the city. The only land cavalry under Mu Hua was the Headless Knight, and none of the Earth Dragon-like war horses followed. To be honest, many people actually have some misunderstandings about the mobility of cavalry and infantry. As far as conventional creatures are concerned, the mobility of cavalry is indeed far superior to that of infantry, but that refers to short-range mobility, just like the war horses ridden by human knights. In fact, trained humans have stronger marching endurance than horses. Strong endurance and fast supply recovery, so in long-distance marches, cavalry often fall behind infantry. That is not an application of tactical formations. In long-distance continuous movement, war horses cannot outrun humans. The distance between the hot spring town and the snowy mountain area is thousands of miles, So the purgatory horses in Mu Hua's army do not have endurance problems. After all, they are also tireless undead species. However, let alone the war horses, Mu Hua's four-legged summoned beasts, in terms of long-distance marches, even without the help of vehicles, can't actually outrun human professional warriors. And mixed in with the armored divisions and the undead, those summoned beasts were taken back to the summoning space by Mu Hua after following the army for a period of time, but they were more or less unable to keep up and could not run. The march of the Steel Torrent was very imposing, but their battles were not exciting, and they bombarded all the way. In fact, since Mu Hua's forces entered the Ice and Snow Ranch, sporadic battles in the Ice and Snow Ranch have never stopped. It was mainly the Hellhounds under Zhou Yi's command. They were scattered in all directions, appearing and disappearing, and had calculations with the monsters under Letitia. From time to time, there were battles and hunts such as ambushes or encounters in various places. The battles of those hellhounds are more like the adventure style of the magic world. The north of the hot spring town is almost equivalent to a wild nature where the strong prey on the weak. The main theme here is the sneak attacks and hunting between species. On the contrary, the armored division at this time, the army set out, and the battle was a war when encountering the enemy. The scene was grand, but also relatively stereotyped. Boom, boom! The strong recoil made the body of the tank shake with full force. When the light tanks in the rear team were turned off, they were often accompanied by the roar of the position artillery. When encountering a group of enemies, the black armored skeleton generals, who were either sitting or climbing on the chariot, jumped off the chariot and erected a heavy tower shield to form a mobile defense wall. The Purgatory warhorse carrying the Headless Knight ran in circles under the trajectory of the artillery fire, dispersing the groups of monsters. The Dragon 2 soldiers, who were small in size but had been trained to be extremely powerful, turned into assassins, shuttled between the cavalry, destroyed the magic defenses of the monsters, and killed the stubborn enemies. Buzzed the beep of extraordinary charging. Scorch. A few dozen energy cannons that were dragged in open fire. After the renovation, these energy cannons still had some irreversible flaws, and there were problems in stability and extreme energy output. The application of energy cannons was fast and stable. Whether it was magic stones, magic cores, or energy units, they could exert powerful destructive power. Compared with live ammunition artillery, the price of energy cannons was usually dozens or hundreds of times higher, and the ammunition of live ammunition artillery was the big deal. However, these energy cannons dragged out by the 1st Armored Division were completely regarded by Mu Hua as consumables that were thrown away after use. They were dragged casually and bombed wantonly. Boom, boom, the energy cannons hit the energy field outside the barrier, and the deafening roar caused a more intense repulsion reaction than real bullets and magic in the energy field. The city was attacked, but the monsters in the city looked at the sky with more fear. In the sky, a giant dragon with a wingspan of more than 100 meters showed its agile posture full of oppression under the protection of a group of dragons. A dozen evil dragons let out a low roar from their throats, and the 2 frost dragons also looked particularly different among the dragons. Hundreds of tall skeletons wearing lich robes exuded strong magic fluctuations. Their magic protected the flying dragons under their seats, and those flying dragons also provided them with excellent aerial maneuvers. Roar! Before the dragon's breath arrived, a black breath gushed out from the armored core on the ground. Hellfire, the breath containing the flames of hell, completely destroyed the stability of the energy field. Bombs rained into the city like rain, and the monsters in the city fled in all directions. In the armored core, hundreds of behemoths raised their hands high and slammed the magic circle in front of their giant claws to the ground. Boom! Boom! The earth shook, the earth and rock surged, and the city walls and buildings seemed to be stuck in a quagmire and were swept into the earth. Earthquakes, cracks, surges, flattening, dust everywhere, calmed down for a long time, and after more than 10 minutes, a monster gathering place with city defense specifications disappeared on the ground. A straight and flat passage, like a deliberately trimmed square, was paved in front of the armored core. Bang! On the broad back of the dragon, Mu Hua held his long-lost jam sweetheart, and shot through the forehead of a winged demon. Caw-caw, he loaded the gun again, and Mu Hua, who had a good feel, aimed the gun at another winged demon. The winged demons flying in the sky basically could not escape the bites of the dragons, and the sniping of the mages on their backs. On the ground, there were still many powerful monsters that escaped the swallowing of the earth. As they fled in all directions, no one paid much attention to them. The chariots accelerated, the terror riders patrolled, the Dragon 2 soldiers and the black armor skeleton generals climbed onto the chariots passing by, or sat on the tank armor, or hung themselves on the chariots, and the army marched north again. When encountering mountains, they cut through them, and when encountering rivers, they built bridges. These words are definitely not enough to describe the offensive organized by Mu Hua this time. The army's route was heading in the direction of the Snow Ridge Ice Palace. The goal of this operation was to dig through the mountains that blocked the Death Canyon outside the Snow Ridge Ranch. At the same time, a relatively flat road leading directly to the north was also needed. The armored troops advanced northward for 20 hours, and basically did not encounter any battles that took too long along the way. The Snow Ridge Mountains in the north finally became clearer. Chapter 656. Damn it! Didn't you say humans wouldn't attack? Ha ha, undead and dragons. Look carefully, there are no humans here. Usually, the benefits are taken by those elites. Why should we fight to the death with them at this time? TSK, that dragon looks really good. If we can kill her, we will be rich. Haha, stop dreaming. Look at those sissy winged demons. Look there. They are torn. TSK, it looks painful. Be careful, the Dragon T soldiers are coming, bastard. Why didn't I realize that those damn behemoths are so fierce before? Countless monsters gathered into an army in the snow sea, ice fields, mountains, dense forests, ice caves, and rock formations. The wind and snow blocked their eyes, the demon tide was boiling, and the fierce monsters rushed to Mu Hua's army, as if they wanted to block them under the snow ridge, or to exhaust their physical strength and supplies under the snow ridge. In the sky, the winged demons groaned, and the clear sky was filled with magic arrays and bloody fighting skills. The flying dragons turned into powerful fighters, assisting the skeleton mages on their backs to fight and entangle with the winged demons in a large space. The breath of the evil dragon drew a line of fire of death on the earth, and the dragon language of the giant dragon engraved the pattern of destruction in the air. The artillery roared on the earth, and the mage position set up an ice crystal defense line on the ice field. The huge Cerberus rushed outside the defense line, stepping on the ground with 4 feet, and every step would trample the enemies under his feet into blood mud. Every time each claw stepped down, a fire star with a range of more than 100 meters would explode under his feet. After more than a day of continuous running, the army led by Mu Hua finally arrived at the edge of the snowy ridge. The number of the monster army is still so exaggerated. There are no monsters below the middle level here. At least more than 30% of the monsters can reach the combat power of high-level monsters. The combat power of these monsters is not weak, and they are generally equipped with sophisticated equipment. However, Mu Hua has multiple superstandard existences to suppress them, with concentrated artillery fire and fierce magic. Rather than saying it is a confrontation, it is more like the monsters are launching a desperate counterattack against this army. The Canaan's courtyard is a world of monsters after all. Compared with the battle here, the war in the Yukulu courtyard is peaceful, and not too much. But it must be said that Mu Hua's attack is fierce, and the counterattack of the monsters is equally fierce. When the monsters are fierce, there is not too much tension and despair of death. Because most of them are projections, through their reactions, Mu Hua also found that even if there will be losses, it is indeed necessary to take the initiative to carry out more large-scale attacks on monsters. Otherwise, they will always be fearless if they are always waiting for them to come. Because if you don't actively chase them and fight them, it will be difficult to make them poor. If they can't be made poor, they will not lack projection sacrifices, and will not be afraid of death. Crack, a large-scale petrification reaction occurred where the snow monsters were concentrated. Crack, the monsters near the snow monsters seemed to have expected it. Their strange laughter was mixed with some ridicules, such as idiots and unlucky people. The monsters nearby were excited, and knocked the petrified snow monsters into a pile of rubble. The monsters were pouring in, and the armored divisions were also advancing. Both sides gradually gave up their positions, and defenses such as barriers, and fought together on the ice field. Ordinary high-level monsters may be able to overturn tanks, but even monsters with a physical strength of 800 or 900 can hardly lift tanks and heavy chariots. The chariots spewing flames crushed into the dense monsters under the protection of the skeletons and undead, and the artillery array in the rear mage position fired at the monsters that were still emerging in the distance. The monsters were killed and injured, and the chariots were also damaged. The position artillery vented artillery fire at the monsters, and the long-range attacks from the monsters also bombarded the mage positions. A large range of absolute isolation expanded in the sky, and the snowfield battlefield was covered by the absolute isolation. The sky attack could not lock on this side, and the sky attack gathered in the distant mountains suddenly extinguished. And within the range of the absolute isolation barrier, some skeleton mages opened the sky attack array on their bodies. Ka! Ka! Mu Hua did not allow the sky attack from the direction of the snow ridge to bombard the side, and the sky attack from the snow ridge also made it impossible for the skeleton mage's sky attack to lock the direction. However, the skeleton mage had no intention of sending his sky strike to the snow ridge. There were enough monsters on the snowfield, and all their sky strike was thrown into the demon tide. Corpses flew everywhere, and the various items dropped by the monsters began to explode all over the ground. After the black and purple bloodstains dissipated, the snowfield was inevitably stained with the reflection of gold coins. Some monsters, who mastered storage space magic, even collected their items in the chaos. Those monsters were also the ones who laughed the most and fought the hardest in the death battle. It seems that no matter whether they are monsters or humans, there are no shortage of clever ghosts. Petrified. Looking at the battlefield from a high place, Mu Hua paid special attention to those monsters who made a fortune. It was a pity that they would often be smashed by other monsters. Some small but scattered defensive barriers rose up in the demon tide, and there were even forgotten guards in them. In these barriers, whether casting spells or using magic scrolls, there were many units that were good at long-range casting. In the chaos, the long-range casting points in the demon tide were set up, and the Dragon 2 soldiers on Mu Hua's side tore open their barriers and drilled into them, making it impossible for those monsters to cast spells stably. The Dragon 2 soldiers under Mu Hua's command were extremely powerful, immune to magic, and had strong bones. They rushed into the pile of spellcasters with dragon tooth blades, which was simply a nightmare for spellcasters. For a while, Mu Hua's group bombardment suppressed the magic on the monster side. Compared with magic and bombardment, more explosion points on the ice field came from the explosion of blood. Perhaps compared with magic, monsters have a stronger innate advantage in blood than humans. The surging blood blew away the wind and snow, and cracked the ice field. However, several of the monster's chi giants dissipated under Mu Hua's petrified magic eyes, which finally caused the monsters to jump up and curse. Beast, Medusa, or something. The most annoying, in the war against the demon tide, chaos is the most common battle situation. Mu Hua didn't feel sorry for this batch of second-hand refurbished armaments. Except for the skeleton warriors who fled for their lives after the overturn, the combat units he brought were generally more resistant to attack. Seeing that the battle entered a tenth stage, the monsters also focused their attack targets on the Headless Knight, the Dragon 2 soldier, the Behemoth, and the skeleton wizard riding the flying dragon. The battle circles on the plain were swaying, but they were faintly formed. At this moment, Mu Hua, Monday, Friday, and the elemental elves including Mu Hua gathered together and cast their eyes on the distant mountains. Baji! Well, Mu Hua called out his own elves in the air, and the earth elemental elf fell again. That guy can't fly. It was pitch black, obviously a space magic, but there was no chaos in the gap between dimensions, and the black hole contained endless darkness. True darkness. A space magic that was not very practical in actual combat was pushed far away by Mu Hua. A black hole, a constantly expanding moving black hole, was pushed to the distant mountains by Mu Hua. Although its moving speed was not slow, for the upper magic that tends to attack, its speed is really not good enough. This magic is very fierce. When Mu Hua smashes this magic to the full level, the diameter of the standard black hole can expand to 100 meters, and as the magic power is increased, the diameter of the black hole can become larger. It will devour everything that touches it, but the spatial fluctuations caused by its casting are very large, and the speed is really not very good. Individuals with slightly higher combat power can easily avoid it. At the same time, its swallowing does not kill the enemy, but throws the enemy into the gap space of nothingness. Now Mu Hua can even ignore this magic. Even if he is swallowed by it, Mu Hua can get out safely from it. His space interference has reached the extreme. He is still a foreign devil. He is an elemental spirit. He can maintain physiological functions in the void. The power of faith and transaction compensation can even allow him to make some spicy strips in the void to chew. After being thrown into the void space, if you want to float, you can float for a while. If you don't want to float anymore, just teleport back. This magic is useless for beings like Mu Hua. It is estimated that the effect will not be too good for gods with the power of faith. A high-level space magic that requires the right timing to bully weaklings. It can't be said that it is not strong. It can't be said that, anyway, it is too cost-effective to use it to bully people. However, this magic is good at destroying houses. For example, Muhua's current target of attack is the immovable snow mountain range in the distance. Silk the black hole contacts the mountain, making a strange sound. The mountain that touches the black hole suddenly disappears from this world. As the black hole moves forward, a round pit with a radius of 100 meters appears silently on the mountain. This magic itself does not have the suction force mentioned in the physical black hole, but when it suddenly moves away a part of this world, it will generate a certain intensity of wind pressure suction, like sucking out the air. Boom! Boom! Even if the earth magic is not used, the part of the mountain that suddenly disappears also destroys the overall structure of the mountain, causing the mountain to shake. The hole on the mountain seems to have become an eye of the wind, stirring the air flow outside. The mountain was solid, and the 100-meter hole did not cause a large-scale landslide. However, as Muhua cast a spell, Friday, who showed his dragon form, also launched a massive attack. Final roar. It was like the dragon's breath, with a nuclear fission effect. Although the power was obviously not as strong as the breath that the Lord of the Courtyard of the Warcraft Courtyard had sprayed on the bloody hill, Friday's final roar was the same style as the dragon Tarina's breath. The final roar rushed into the hole that Muhua had opened on the mountain. Boom! The muffled sound shook the sky, and a hideous crack appeared on the towering mountain in the distance, with mud and rocks flowing and falling peaks and broken rocks. Boom! 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 Following the first muffled sound, the next explosion came from inside the mountain. Ha ha, doomsday lava. The three heads of the three-headed hellhound laughed like an echo. One doomsday lava. Two lava eruptions were thrown into the mountain that had obviously collapsed. Boom, 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 empty, empty, empty. After a stronger earthquake, three lava wells that only appear when a volcano erupts rushed up into the sky in the snowy ridge. Plank spear. Frost storm. Thunder Emperor's wrath. Gathering wind detonation. The four elemental elves attacked one after another, and the elemental effects produced a chain reaction. Especially the last gathering wind triggered the rejection reaction of many elements, fusion detonation, and the scene of landslides and cracks in the snowy ridges was staged. Collapse, not collapse. A section of the towering mountain range in the distance was blasted out with a gap like a gorge, and the other side of the gap was the area of Death Canyon. Earth elemental elves, well, their magic is more suitable for changing the terrain, but this place is still a little far from the mountains, and their magic can't reach there. The towering mountains collapsed, as if the doomsday landscape made the magic tide stagnate, and countless monsters looked at the Snow Ridge Mountains with an unbelievable look. The monsters here are not weak, and they have seen a lot of the world. It is not incomprehensible for them to collapse a mountain. But the location of that gap. The Ice Crystal Palace led by Letitia should be on that gap, right? Damn! Countless monsters screamed and complained. Letitia's big house fell from the mountain. It fell down in one piece. Muhua! From the direction of the Snow Ridge Mountains, a female voice was sharp and shrill, and the roar that could shame the roaring demons and wailing banshees to death was heard from afar. So, in such a world full of magic, why do you build your big house on such a high mountain? Chapter 657. So people often say that pressure makes people grow quickly. Letitia, it seems that you should thank me. The demon tide retreated, and the scattered demons hooked out the curtain of disaster. In this background, Muhua said to Letitia, who flew in front of him. Despicable bastard. How do you want me to thank you? The crystal skin of the Ice Queen turned purple. Obviously, the mood of the demon commander in front of him was not very good. It has been a long time since the demon called me a bastard. Do you want to die so much? Looking at Letitia with ice crystals forming demon wings behind her, Muhua said with a chuckle without much annoyance. You can try. Bastard. Don't let me seize the opportunity, otherwise I will cut your flesh off piece by piece from you. Letitia's beautiful face was twisted, like a vicious dog, with rows of fangs under her thin but sexy lips. For a long time, Letitia had been organizing attacks on the hot spring town. It was rare that Muhua took the initiative to attack her. Originally, Letitia was prepared to wait for Muhua to come to her in the ice palace on the snowy mountain. But this damn bastard human did not attack her well-defended ice palace. Surprisingly, this bastard actually attacked the mountain. Her palace was gone, and it was demolished in a very alternative way. The embarrassed Letitia no longer cared about hiding her backup plan, and directly ignored Muhua's petrified magic eye, holding a broken crystal staff, and appeared in front of Muhua. Yes, in order to form a normal confrontation with Muhua, Letitia gave up her original growth plan. With the help of Philemon, she finally perfected the affinity of the earth element, and ignored Muhua's petrified magic eye. But before she could surprise Mu Hua demolished her house. When the ice crystal palace sank in the collapse of the mountain, her heart was broken before the palace was broken. Don't bully the devil like this. After ordering all nearby monsters to retreat to the Death Canyon, Letitia rushed to Mu Hua with a fierce momentum. She was not sure if she could beat Mu Hua, but let's take a step back. Aren't they just some projection sacrifices? I can afford it. No matter whether she wins or loses, if she doesn't come to fight Mu Hua, she will be upset. If you dare, come down in your true form. Facing Letitia's insults, Mu Hua said with disdain. Mu Hua was a little disappointed that he couldn't petrify Letitia. This year, many demon merchants visited the Canaan's courtyard, and Mu Hua had known that the monsters here were buying up the tears of the earth element. As an ice demon, Letitia was exempted from the petrification magic in just a few years, so she must have bled a lot. Since she failed to petrify, Mu Hua didn't care much about stabbing Letitia, because it was just a projection. You want to see my real body? Are you qualified? Mu Hua was in no mood to poke Letitia, but Letitia was full of fighting spirit. While talking, she pointed her staff at Mu Hua, and a purple lightning arrow shot out from the front of the staff. Lightning arrow, a fairly basic lightning magic, but the deep purple color made Monday and Friday beside Mu Hua move suddenly, away from the trajectory of the lightning arrow, and concentrate on defense. Destruction power? Before the lightning arrow was shot, Mu Hua's intuition gave him a strange feeling. Letitia's staff seemed to store magic containing the power of destruction. Normally, Mu Hua couldn't withstand this kind of magic, but facing the destructive force that shot straight at his heart, Mu Hua didn't dodge. Faith protection. Letitia. Yes, Mu Hua gave himself invincibility. Seeing that Mu Hua obviously relied on his own ability to perform the faith protection, Letitia stiffened her neck and rubbed her eyes subconsciously. Damn it! Letitia cursed. She had an impulse to pout the staff in her hand. This bastard in front of her has become a god. This guy can also be invincible. How can I fight? In other words, Mu Hua has also gathered some believers among his own skeletons and undeads these days, but the power of faith in him can barely cast a faith protection. I have long wanted to experience the feeling of invincibility. It is rare that Letitia darts out high-level energy, so Mu Hua directly cleared his own power of faith. Haha, so I say, you should respect me more, or tell me how you want to die. The lightning bolt hit the faith protection and dissipated as if its existence was denied. Mu Hua said to Letitia with a comfortable face. The touch of jealousy rolled towards Letitia, but Letitia condensed an ice wall in the air to block the attack of the touch of jealousy. Chill spread from Letitia's body, and Mu Hua's body also spread. The two cold airs spread to each other and met between the two sides. It seemed that the cold air with life and the cold air collided with each other, but it could not spread further for a while. You actually ignited the divine fire? Ha, I think the Lord will like this good news. Being despised by Mu Hua, Letitia laughed instead of being angry. Ha, are you kidding me? Does it matter to you whether I have the divine fire or not? Mu Hua showed a contemptuous look to Letitia. They were clearly on a life and death stalemate. If they could kill him, regardless of whether he was a god or not, these demons would have rushed to do it. From another perspective, Mu Hua was actually looking forward to it. If those powerful monsters in the courtyard took the initiative to come to him for the divine fire, he might be happy. Now his social circle is a little stronger than in his early years. If Philemon really ran out to hang around, it might not be as simple as Tarina's pretending to come out and spit out a doomsday roar. Bang! The ice crystal shattered, and Mu Hua instantly smashed the protection in front of Letitia. The mage's hand grabbed Letitia, but she dodged it again. Mu Hua! Don't go too far. We could have lived in peace. But now you have nothing. I will make you never peaceful in the Snow Ridge Ranch. Letitia said bitterly, using her staff to block the touch of jealousy, and the ice wings behind her turned into sharp winged blades to avoid Mu Hua's capture. You never want peace, and I don't need it either. Mu Hua looked coldly, and the silver thread of jealousy floating from Letitia made him sneer. I know you want time to adjust your savings, and I can give it to you. You can't do anything to me by dispatching the undead from the Death Canyon. Give me the resources derived from those undead, and I can give you peace. Following Letitia's words, Mu Hua said in a rebuttal. Oh! Ha ha, ha ha! Slightly unexpected, Letitia's laughter was mixed with madness in an instant. Ha ha ha, you greedy human. You also said that we never want peace. Even if it's just harassment, how could I give you the power to deal with you? Pay tribute? Ha ha ha, don't take it for granted. You don't need peace, and other humans don't need it either? Mu Hua. As long as I'm alive, there will never be peace where you are. You will eventually pay the price for your arrogance. Letitia laughed wildly and shouted. The ice wings behind her shattered, turning into countless ice blades and rolling up a storm, and her figure slowly retreated under the cover of the ice blade storm, as if she was ready to stay away from Mu Hua. Just now, because she was angry, Letitia confronted Mu Hua. After mocking Mu Hua, Letitia gradually calmed down. There was a giant dragon and Cerberus here. It would be bad to fight with Mu Hua. Although it was a projection, it would be best if she could survive. Letitia planned to retreat temporarily. Oh, you want me to have no peace forever? Letitia, you seem to think too highly of yourself. Facing Letitia's mocking smile, Mu Hua waved his left hand. Monday, don't let her go like this. While waving his hand, Mu Hua said to Monday. Roar! Roar! The sturdy Cerberus roared with two heads, and the middle head blew out a strong breath. The storm was blown away by the breath, and Letitia, who was about to leave, flashed a look of surprise on her face. The strength of the Cerberus in front of her seemed to be higher than she judged. In the blink of an eye, Monday's seemingly bulky body had rushed out quickly, and the ferocious face with jagged teeth gradually obscured Letitia's sight. Chapter 658. In order to deal with Mu Hua, Letitia has spent most of her energy on Earth element affinity in recent years. Letitia is also familiar with Monday, but in the past, Monday either commanded a group of hellhounds under his command to steal and rob everywhere, or relied on the racial advantage to act recklessly. To be honest, although Cerberus is tyrannical and strong, he has not been tempered by time. As long as he is careful of his hellfire, Letitia did not take Monday too seriously. But as soon as she fought with Monday, Letitia found that her previous judgment might have been a little wrong. Damn, this is an old dog. The tyrannical power that is absolutely beyond the limit of natural growth, the affinity of water element that is more like an ice demon than her, and the skin that is as tough as armor can regenerate at super speed. Cerberus has 3 heads, so they usually use 3 types of magic, but count them yourself. How many types of magic have you shown? The most damning thing is that this guy is still entangled with a touch of jealousy. Damn, this is definitely an old dog. Cerberus is originally a powerful demon race. To be honest, in terms of the inherent strength of the race, their snow demons are definitely a younger brother in front of Cerberus. If it is a young Cerberus, it's fine. Maybe she will be interested in killing it, and taking it home to make a specimen. But if it is a Cerberus that has perfected its own combat system, let alone his strong physique, even if he has stronger power than him, the Ice Queen must not be entangled by Cerberus. He will die, and he will die miserably. Could it be that this guy is a demon lurking among humans? Could it be that he was the one hiding behind Mu Hua and controlling him all along? After all, this guy is also a jealous demon. Then why don't you come to our side? The Lord will spoil you to the fullest. As soon as she fought with Zhou Yi, Letitia realized that something was wrong, but unfortunately, she was too close to a Cerberus. She was bitten by the sharp teeth stained with hellfire due to a moment of negligence. All defensive magic was a joke, and as an Ice Queen, she was unable to confront Zhou Yi's strong body head-on. Letitia, who didn't want to fight with Mu Hua, was torn to pieces and died on the way to the Death Valley. She had no choice. Her castle was blown up by Mu Hua, and she couldn't get rid of Cerberus. She could only flee to the Death Valley. Since you are so strong, then go to the Bloody Hills. Why are you hanging around in the front half of the courtyard? This is too bullying to the demons. Until Letitia's consciousness fell into darkness, she still suspected Mu Hua was actually a puppet of this Cerberus. After she disappeared, Monday cleaned up Letitia's drops. A dog held her staff at its mouth, and the magician's hand was holding a piece of top-quality suspended stone with a diameter of nearly 100 meters. He shook his snake tail and ran to Mu Hua to ask for credit. Oh, you make me restless? Mu Hua put away the suspended stone that looked like a huge floating rock and checked the staff that looked like ice crystals. The crystal-breaking staff is a pretty good staff. The gains of focus casting, magic strength gain, immunity dispel, etc. are very high. However, Mu Hua has Krypton to the extreme in the magic related to these gains, and the gains on this staff are meaningless to him. This is also the reason why Mu Hua rarely carries a staff. Even if he uses a staff now, at most he will only use a staff that focuses on storing magic. The destructive power that was used on the staff before has also been used up. It is a magic core, which is basically equivalent to the magic stone embedded in the staff. After it is used up, it is estimated that filament will have to be found to fill it. Crack, crack. He picked off several magic cores on the staff and threw them into the burning source furnace, leaving the staff with the creation of 10,000 elements. Well, it's not a waste. The main material of this staff is eternal ice crystal. If there is not enough affinity with water elements, it will be infected with a toxin similar to ice. Although it lacks toughness, it is still stronger than most magic metals. Lack of toughness and difficulty in fusion with other substances are the disadvantages of eternal ice crystal, but the recycled metal that Mu Hua got from prying people's safes earlier can be fused with it. Combining the two, if it is broken, it can be regenerated and repaired. I will think about the shape later, and make a sword of the old father or something like that. It's perfect, no problem. The Ice Crystal Palace was demolished, and Letitia was killed once, so the combat goal was exceeded. The battlefield was closed, and the troops returned to the city. The war in the Snow Ridge Ranch will continue in the future, and Letitia's revenge will be played out in what ways. No matter what human needs are, monsters never want to live and work in peace and contentment, but emotional energy. Killing and chaos can greatly promote the outbreak of emotional energy. Different needs lead to different ways of survival. Humans like to talk about life, enjoyment, feelings, and sentiments, but they don't talk about those who work 10 hours a day and are happy and fulfilled. What kind of behavior is not laughing at poverty? What kind of cheating? What kind of thick black management, etc., is still highly praised? Even the people who were tricked and managed have their admiration. As for the demons, no matter what they say, they just like an environment full of fighting and fighting. So Mu Hua doesn't believe in Letitia's so-called harmonious coexistence. Harmony with a demon leader like Letitia will only happen in one situation, that is, you can meet her more needs. And demons are a bit like women. Their needs tend to increase and change in an unlimited way. Before having the ability to fully occupy the Snow Ridge Ranch, Mu Hua didn't expect to get peace from Letitia. Even if she was really at peace, Mu Hua would find a way to tease her. She got the ruling power of the Death Valley from Krypnos, and compared with the projection sacrifice of her demons, it is more cost-effective to recruit the skeleton undead in the Death Valley. Mu Hua wants those skeleton undead. Since humans have been developing the Canaan's courtyard, Letitia has never thought about occupying the Snow Ridge Ranch permanently. It is only a matter of time before humans take it away. The Bloody Hills is the real nest of monsters. However, Mu Hua drove her away too quickly, so fast that Letitia not only did not get enough benefits from the Snow Ridge Ranch, but even lost money. More importantly, Mu Hua not only demolished her castle, but also petrified many of her subordinates. Letitia's return is inevitable, and the battles here will be handed over to Monday and Friday. Boom, boom! A thunderous sound came from the sky in the distance, and the abnormal energy fluctuations made Mu Hua frown and look far away. In the direction of the mechanical forest, it is estimated that someone over there has started a big move again. Now in the Cain's courtyard, the collision between humans and monsters is definitely not just Mu Hua's. Mu Hua can sense from the scattered energy fluctuations that at least there is an energy shock of the upper magic level. Looking at the direction of the mechanical forest, Tuesday did not contact him, so there should be no big problem. Let Monday and Friday go with the army to pull the armor division back to the hot spring town, and Mu Hua will take 2 magic dragons to patrol the Snow Ridge Ranch. Riding a magic dragon, thousands of miles in an instant, find the gathering place of monsters. If you see a stronger monster, petrify it directly, and take it away if you can, otherwise forget it. This so-called patrol is to cause trouble for monsters, but Mu Hua lost interest after several attacks. The feeling of walking alone in the wilderness and calculating monsters in the early years is hard to relive. He didn't feel excited when he put a jam sweetheart on the magic dragon and sniped the unprepared monsters on the earth. Instead, he felt more like a pervert. "Hello, Helen, is it night on the island now?" Mu Hua asked after dialing Helen's phone. "Well, what's wrong?" Helen replied. "Is Samantha asleep?" Mu Hua asked again. Helen was silent. "Hello? She's asleep, but she's probably not asleep yet. Oh, don't let anyone get close to Samantha's bedroom. Are you coming over later? Get lost." After hanging up the phone, the 2 dragons went their own way. Mu Hua pulled open the dimensional curtain, entered the dimensional gap, and disappeared in the Cain's courtyard. When he came out of the dimensional gap again, he smelled the fragrance, the bedroom was warm, and the beautiful woman who woke up on the bed stared at Mu Hua with a shy look. In front of him was Samantha's bedroom. Oh, Samantha has grown a lot, and she can actually sense the fluctuations in space. Chapter 659. Samantha's ankles are very attractive, Helen's thighs are very plump. Mu Hua likes to carry them on his shoulders and let them swing rhythmically. Mu Hua, who was basically sleepless, tossed around in Shuiyun Castle for most of the night. The next morning, he left the castle quietly, leaving the two beauties sleeping soundly. Shuyunjian has a simple town style, and the buildings are not crowded. There are farms built on the east side of the periphery, and the factory area on the west is also lined with staff dormitories that are more like building communities. There are rarely monsters larger than domestic dogs on the streets here. The towering world tree brings a large area of green to the water transport castle, and the smaller nerve tree is now lush. Eidolon, who flies with his big ears flapping, and the small fruit trees that pull out their roots from time to move themselves are very characteristic of the fairy tale world. Unlike the chariots and heavy artillery parked in the periphery of Buluo Chindu, Shuyunjian has some farming equipment in the farm area in the east, and the only mechanical vehicles that can be seen on the street are basically 3 buses per day. In Shuyunjian, there are still some humans who are timid and generally settle in farms. Their number is very small for the time being. Due to some practical difficulties, Muhua's plan to relocate the indigenous people is not going smoothly. Except for the people of Dandelion and Black Crow, the main residents here are still number individuals, skeletons, and ghosts. Everything in Cane City is basically stable. Muhua did not focus on the development of Cane City, but has begun to gradually shift the focus of development to the hot spring town. Whether it is population, farms, factories, markets, or even the Psychic Academy and Aqua Church, they will gradually concentrate in the courtyard. After all, Cane City is the territory of the human world, and its area is limited. It can only be a rear base. When it comes to development, the vast courtyard is still the first choice. The magic environment of the Abyss Island is not very friendly to ordinary humans. The matter of relocating the natives to the island is directly linked to the tiers of elements that Muhua can produce. Although Muhua has no shortage of tiers of water and fire elements, his original plan to let the natives on the island give birth outside the island was not ideal. I don't know if it is the influence of the environment, or if the mutation caused by the environment overrides heredity. Element affinity has already acquired hereditary characteristics. Through certain experiments, Muhua found that human newborns born on the island generally have the magic adaptability to adapt to the environment of the Abyss Island. But if the newborns are born in the human world, even if they inherit the elemental affinity of their parents, their magic adaptability is still random. This gives Muhua a headache. You know, humans reproduce very quickly, so at first Muhua didn't think it was too difficult to build a human society on the Abyss Island. At most, he would invest a batch of elemental tiers, and after 30 or 50 years, a human society would be formed naturally. But now? This may not sound good. Even if Muhua doesn't lack elemental tiers, there is no reason to keep investing this resource in the old slaves. Let alone his trusted subordinates and descendants. Wouldn't it be nice to use these elemental tiers to strengthen some skeletons and undead? It's not that he is reluctant to invest resources in the indigenous people, but if he needs to keep investing, Muhua will be a little bit unable to accept it. But if you don't keep smashing, you can't always let people abandon their children, right? That will definitely cause big problems. When the group of hellhounds sent by Muhua to collect plant essences continued to bring back good harvests, when the world tree sprouted and flourished, and the courtyard development plan was launched, Muhua was not so anxious to move people to the Abyss Island for a while. As far as the human race is concerned, the Abyss Island is still more suitable as a secret base. And Muhua is also ready to learn from the gods in the Akura courtyard, and do something about the holy land of the kingdom of God. In the courtyard territory, promote Muhua as a god, and believers who are loyal enough will be introduced into the kingdom of God. As for the descendants of those believers, stay in the courtyard territory honestly. If you want to follow your fathers and become the people of God, you must have enough faith first, and then wait for the blessing of the gods. In the future, the people under Muhua's power will still mainly live and reproduce in the courtyard. The Abyss Island will no longer pursue a social environment dominated by humans. It has tried its best, but it can't afford it. Even if Muhua gets more dimensional fragments in the future, even if this place can expand into a vast world like a courtyard, this will probably be a secret courtyard in Muhua's hands to cultivate monster core and trusted subordinates. The Abyss Island is determined, and the courtyard will become the main place where Muhua's forces will be concentrated in the future, and Muhua also needs to make some plans for the composition of his own combat power. To be honest, Muhua's growth is too extraordinary, and his strength is completely disproportionate to his development time. It is basically not feasible to create a force with humans as the main combat core like those royal forces. Moreover, he has the conditions now, and it is indeed necessary to start cultivating the monster core. A large-scale army is different from an individual combat force that is suitable for stealing and robbing. Muhua has the advantage of developing individual combat forces of creatures, but because of the time and other issues involved in the development of the army, even if he uses skeletons, he needs to rely on magic war preparations and develop mechanized troops for the time being. As for magic, every move involves various irreversible consumption, and all aspects of the development of power cannot be without investment. If you move too much, you can't develop it. Letitia may even use him up like pants. While the preparations for various armor divisions are on the agenda, if a large number of human individual combat forces are cultivated, Mu Hua has no foundation for maintaining stability for the time being, but for the sake of high efficiency and energy saving, he does have to make preparations and arrangements for his own future monster army. There is no need to say much about the skeleton undead. Apart from the skeleton warriors, the black armored skeleton generals, and the headless knights, Mu Hua basically will not derive other skeleton undead. As for the magic dragon, it depends on the situation. In fact, Mu Hua has always been entangled in the choice between the magic dragon and the Dragon 2 soldiers. The Hellhound group on Monday took shape initially. If there is no big accident, the number will continue to grow steadily in the future. There is a conflict between the Great Demon group on Tuesday and the Dragon Knights on Friday. If they want to evolve into a large demon, they need a large number of Philosopher's Stones. If they want to evolve into a group of upper dragons, they also need a large number of Philosopher's Stones. In the end, regarding the arrangement of who to give to whom, and who not to give to whom, Mu Hua simply let them arrange their own men to get the monster corpses. At worst, he would not take their kickbacks. All the smelted Philosopher's Stones would be given to them, and they could use them as they saw fit. The Behemoth Corps on Saturday could not gather enough individuals for a while. Mu Hua was still hesitating whether to form a goblin group. He originally wanted the behemoths to train some goblins to make up the number, but those behemoths looked down on goblins in various ways. It was not clear what would happen in the future. When he gets the compulsory contract orb, Mu Hua will keep a few of them as a treasure, and give the rest to See Thursday, so that he can contract monsters. And those monsters, who become See Thursday's followers, if they have summoned beasts that Mu Hua does not have, can only consider themselves unlucky and contribute to Mu Hua's greedy progress. After handing over the summoned beasts, they will be killed by Mu Hua. The remaining monsters will become See Thursday's big ship-borne units. Those who are good at casting spells will specialize in magic, and those who are good at training summoned beasts will train summoned beasts well. It is estimated that this type of monster will share summoned beasts with others, which is the best result. These are the monsters that Mu Hua is more concerned about, and are suitable for formation. Including ghosts and demons, the relatively pure human combat power in Mu Hua's hands is mainly dandelions, and half a black crow. These forces may replace the mechanized forces in Mu Hua's forces in the future. When the biological army with sufficient combat power is formed, the tanks and warships may withdraw from the armed sequence in Mu Hua's forces, and at most they will develop some mecha armored teams. However, for now, those armored combat preparations can still be regarded as the main combat force in Mu Hua's hands. In response to the vast area and large-scale wars, Mu Hua cannot lack these armored weapons for the time being. In the final analysis, it is because the development time is too short and there is a lack of stable foundation, while those armored weapons can quickly form a Legion-level combat force. At present, the development of all aspects is also stable, and Mu Hua's first step is to use enough skeletons and undead to form the personnel of the armored army, which can also be regarded as laying the foundation for his own undead army in the future. TSK, you smell so bad, are you looking for Helen again? Shuyunjian, Dandelion Training Ground, among Taibesha and the others who were allocating supplies for the expedition, Vivian sniffed her nose and questioned Mu Hua, who came here to check on them. Mu Hua felt a little guilty after glancing at Taibesha, who was looking over here, and glared at Vivian with dissatisfaction, which attracted the girl's disgusted eyes. Well, the relationship between Mu Hua and Samantha is still a secret, and even Tyla at home doesn't know about it. And Helen and Samantha use the same perfume. Mu Hua often smells bad, and Helen has become the girl who takes the blame. What makes Helen most upset is that Samantha will pretend to be helpless in front of everyone no matter what happens. Since Mu Hua threw her and Samantha together, she was so passionate when she helped to torment Samantha. Dandelion and Black Crow are about to go on the expedition. They have contacted the garrison of the Undead Courtyard in Luomin City. The ghosts and gods are going out to launch a high-intensity sweep of the Undead Courtyard. The garrison of the Undead Courtyard actively cooperates with the dispatch. It seems that the garrison there is still not having a good time. Chapter 660. Another batch of corpses have been sent from the Abyss fishing point. Where's Vivian? In the training ground, Taibesha looked around and asked Eve. She ran away with your cousin. She should have gone to the orchard. Eve showed Tibesha a mischievous expression. There are many fruit orchards on the Abyss Island, but the only one that is generally regarded as a proprietary name is the Holy Dragon Garden, where the island's golden apple trees and dragon blood shrubs are concentrated. As for Eve's strange expression, well, how to say it, Vivian has always had a good impression of Muhua. After so many years, it would be strange if nothing happened between the two. TSK, that little bitch really knows how to pick the time. Tibesha disdained the sound of TSK, but her tone was quite a bit of a sense of being used to it. The Holy Dragon Garden, facing the Shuiyan waterfall in the distance. In the 10,000 Mu orchard, there are now more than 3,000 domesticated golden apple trees. Because there needs to be enough space between the golden apple trees here tend to be saturated before the new tree shepherd is born. At the same time, because of the special needs of golden apples to bear fruit, it is not cost-effective for Muhua to use the corpses of upper monsters as fertilizers for them at this stage. Muhua usually uses dragon blood to promote the golden apple trees to bear fruit. When he transforms the tree shepherd from time to time, he will consume a lot of dragon blood extracted from dragon beasts. Some golden apple trees have been cultivated sporadically in other parts of the island by tree shepherds, but those golden apple trees basically do not bear fruit. Golden apples are a kind of luxury fruit. Every time a golden apple tree bears fruit, it involves the fall of a strong life. This orchard is also a luxury orchard. There are special dragons on duty to drive away monsters, and there are groups of blue-blooded wasps to kill pests. The evil dragon Lancelot, as the evil dragon with high hopes in the Knights of the Round Table, his task is to guard the holy garden of the dragon. This is really not Muhua fooling him, because he is the next dragon that Muhua is going to evolve after Friday. He is often given skill stones, and he has a more complete tactical system than other evil dragons. Muhua positions him as the successor of Friday to lead the dragon group to guard the capital of Qin. In the future, the holy garden of the dragon will be guarded by Friday. There is more time on the Abyss Island. In order for Friday to return home, Warcraft Courtyard, as soon as possible, it is necessary for Friday to spend more time on training and tempering. After all, some strong abilities cannot be used flexibly by Krypton Gold, and Muhua also wants Friday to try blindly for a while. Lancelot guards the holy garden of the dragon with due diligence. Except for Muhua and Friday, no one gives face. Those who send meat to the blue-blooded wasp can only put the food on the periphery. However, today Lancelot wisely escaped from the dragon holy garden, and wondered if he should turn a blind eye to the human named Vivian, who came to the garden to pick fruits in the future. As the vice-captain of the Knights of the Round Table, what is the most important thing? Of course, it is to be good at observing people's words and expressions. He, Lancelot, is definitely not a fool who can only fight. Under the tree in the forest, there is a hammock woven with branches of a shepherd. Vivian's legs are wrapped around Muhua's waist. When the two are in close contact, Vivian, with messy black hair, hugs Muhua's neck, hangs herself tightly on Muhua, and gasps for breath. Don't. Vivian took the initiative to ask for it, and Muhua naturally cooperated and played happily with her. Originally, Vivian was still a young and tender girl, but after spending decades on the Abyss Island, her mental age is hard to calculate. Vivian is usually a cold necromancer, but if she gets together with Muhua in private and plays, she is definitely an old driver. Asshole, you dare! I castrate you. Vivian bit Muhua's shoulder angrily. Are you sure? Muhua questioned. Well, the conversation between the two is indescribable, but it is also easy to understand. In short, it seems that Vivian wants a child, and Muhua is a bit of a hindrance. Nonsense, you are either provoking the gods or the master of the courtyard. If you die one day, I have to leave something behind. Vivian's cheeks were rosy, and her nose was panting rapidly, as if she was complaining, but also seemed to be worried. What happened? What did Alvis tell you again? It's about the 7th. Muhua stopped, held Vivian's smooth buttocks with both hands, turned over and lay down, letting Vivian lie on him. Vivian is not a gentle girl. If you can barely describe her, she should be considered arrogant, but she usually protects Muhua very much. Even if acquaintances verbally belittle Muhua, they will be rejected and refuted by her. When she said that Muhua was dying, Muhua intuitively felt that she had encountered something. No, don't guess blindly. I want to raise a child, isn't it okay? Sweat dripped down his cheeks. Although both of them have high physiques, playing happily is indeed the best weight loss exercise. Heart rate and breathing are soaring, and sweating is still sweating. So most of the people who are realistically aggressive are spirited young men, and the otakus are generally labeled as fat. The only thing that concerns you is Alvis. If you don't tell me, I ask him. If I beat him a few more times, he will always tell the truth. Mu Hua frowned. Don't bother him if you have nothing to do. It's none of his business. I'm just a little worried. Vivian's passion subsided a little. It wasn't a filming. She didn't need to scream about this kind of thing. Tell me about it, Mu Hua said. It's not easy for outsiders to comment on the grudges between Alvis and Vivian, but in recent years, Alvis has been with Vivian, especially after being fed various pleasures. Although he always talks dirty, anyone can see that he treats Vivian like an old father. Vivian probably has some feelings for him. The two of them are together, arrogant against arrogant, dirty talk against dirty talk. But if Mu Hua really wants to provoke Alvis, Vivian is afraid that the two will really get angry, and she will also be unhappy. I said it, don't move. Mu Hua's expression was serious, but his body was still doing what it should do. The stimulation was in place. Vivian's eyebrows were slightly wrinkled, her waist trembled uncontrollably for a few times, and she said crisply, It's okay, just say that. Your voice is really nice now. Mu Hua smiled. Asshole. Wasn't it almost time just now? Vivian scolded. Who told you to scare me? I have the final say on whether it's fast or not. Asshole. The woods were whispering, bees were buzzing, and the tree herders rooted in the earth ignored the strange noises that broke their peace. Mu Hua worked hard, and Vivian told her concerns in a voice that made Mu Hua's heart itch. The source of everything was actually because of Lin Feng's prophecy of the Black Blood Princess. In Lin Feng's memory before his rebirth, Vivian was also a well-known figure. At that time, it was estimated that she accepted the corpse demon of Alvis. With the special nature of her corpse demon space, and the help of Alvis, she set off a bloody storm in a courtyard within the protection of the king's city. Lin Feng didn't know the specific details, but the final result was that Alvis died, and Vivian had a near-death conflict with the shadow of the crown under the seventh. Because Alvis was a lich with a phylactery, when the dead Alvis was resurrected again, it should have been the work of the seventh, but Alvis went to deal with Vivian at that time. But Alvis turned against him again and joined forces with Vivian to almost kill half of the crowns under the seventh. Because of the bloodline of the seventh, Vivian also left the name of the Black Blood Princess. And in the end, it seemed that the seventh took action, and there was no news about Alvis and Vivian from the outside world. The Reborn also had their own online communication group. In the past 2 years, Vivian has been asking Lin Feng to ask other Reborns, but unfortunately, he still couldn't get a specific answer about her. The information that is not very certain is that it should be the shadow of the king who first troubled Vivian and Alvis, and it is speculated that there may be instructions from the seventh. Considering the current situation, after a discussion between Vivian and Alvis, they found that this was not impossible. It was a consensus that the seventh one was moody, and Alvis clearly understood his desire for control, and Alvis's resistance violated the authority of the seventh one after all. If someone wanted to cause trouble for Alvis a year or 2 ago, Vivian might have applauded. But now, Vivian is somewhat conflicted. Although she still doesn't want Alvis's corpse demon, she doesn't want to see Alvis being humiliated. Recently, Alvis actually took the initiative to say goodbye to Vivian. It was said that the seventh one sent someone to tell him to return to the king's city. It seems that fate will eventually follow the path of prophecy, and Vivian's little head is spinning for some reason. She actually wants to have a child first, and then find an opportunity to go to the capital of kings. This girl even dared to say that it doesn't matter whether the child is Mu Hua's or not. If Mu Hua doesn't give it to her, she will find someone else to make do with it. It took a lot of effort to get Vivian to reveal her thoughts. Prophecy? Those reborn people are all out of tune. However, even if according to what those reborn people said, Vivian and Alvis can kill half of the crown shadows, what if he is included? And the most important thing is that the reputation of the seventh is not very good. Is it trying to force the deputy leader of its own brigade to quit the group? Black Blood Princess. TSK, since you want to have a baby, put everything else aside, give us a few babies first and then talk about other things. Put away your little thoughts. If you have any problems in the future, just tell me directly. I didn't say I won't help you. Don't think about it anymore. Just be your deputy leader. In the undead courtyard, notify Alvis to follow. If he still doesn't want to help, take all his corpses. I will submit a recommendation to the Ghost and God Council later. You can also join the Ghost and God Council. This is a hypocritical girl. She wants Mu Hua to help, but she is worried about causing trouble for Mu Hua. And now Mu Hua's family really has no shortage of ghosts and gods, at least no shortage of jealous ghosts and gods. Vivian also came from ghosts and gods. Even if it is a king, He can't bully the ghosts and gods in the council casually. Or, the Ghost and God Council was originally established to prevent being bullied by the king's power. Get up, don't be lazy, come with me to pick fruits. After a rest, Muhua pinched Vivian's thighs and buttocks and said to Vivian, well, the hellhound sent out to collect plant essences has brought back a batch of stock. Originally, Muhua came to the orchard to get the tree shepherd. Chapter 661. For men, eating, drinking, whoring and gambling are not really a big problem. The so-called domestic violence is also closely related to the men's own behavior patterns. If the divorce rate in a society rises, it is very likely that the key point is not necessarily the problem of money and the cognition of both parties' personalities. Rather, men should not mess around. To put it bluntly, men are not capable of settling things outside, no matter whether they are serious or shady, even if they are just some street fighting. 1 or 2 people living outside are like living eunuchs. Do you think women can live peacefully with you? In modern society, whether men are responsible for supporting the family is actually just that. As for men's responsibilities, the key is to be able to protect their own livelihood, or to be able to fight back when their family members are bullied outside, so that their colleagues and leaders dare not bully them casually. To put it bluntly, the role of men is not to support the family, but to protect the family. In other words, as the saying goes, they should be able to mess around and support the store. This is why many honest men with good conditions are always cheated on. They position themselves as the breadwinners and naturally give up the part of protecting the family. Usually, there will be no good results in family life. It is almost inevitable that their wives and daughters will despise them. And some hungry ruffians never seem to lack women, and they always seem to meet some good women. Why do they say nice things? Emotional value? Oh, don't make a fuss. Only fear can awaken a woman's loyalty. Dependence is the strongest need engraved in women's genes, which is above vanity. Even if Muhua is a branch store, just like all aspects of his power now, he doesn't have to take care of anything, and naturally there are people to help him run the business. But he needs to ensure that those people can operate normally and stably, instead of being exploited and oppressed by others at every turn. And when his own girl encounters problems, he has to stand up when it is time. If she can't stand it and gets beaten, the girl may hug him and be moved. If he doesn't stand up, no matter how fancy the reason is, the girl will inevitably plant a nail of coward in her heart. You think you are law-abiding and reasonable, but the judge has said that women are reasonable. That's why Muhua said that Vivian has a little thought, but there is no need to nitpick about this little thought. If you want to be serious about this kind of thing, don't play with emotions. If you really have physical needs, just spend money to go to whores. Of course, Vivian's affairs are not simply a matter of men and women. As a member of Muhua's faction, and a confidant of Muhua, Muhua's value of existence is to stand up when she encounters problems. Even if the troublemaker may be the king, no matter if it is him or any of his subordinates, we must stand up to him. He is not a politician, and his subordinates cannot hope that he is a politician, so there are not so many dirty weighings and weighing the pros and cons. If necessary, his subordinates will carry out it after the incident. The 7th person, who may come to cause trouble, is still just speculation. We should express our opinions and make preparations. The rest will be left to nature. We will deal with it when it comes. But the sweep of the undead courtyard is imperative. Allocate supplies and adjust troops. Dandelion is a more traditional adventure team. The main combat personnel highlight personal combat power. Everyone maintains their own equipment on weekdays. Preparations are just some emergency potions and magic scrolls, and there is no need for too complicated preparations. The Black Crow Knights are more troublesome, mainly because of the Ghost Legion, and it is more complicated to adjust their corpses and equip them with weapons. Dandelion is like an elite special force, and when the Black Crow is fully mobilized, it is more like a heavy armored legion. As for Muhua, he needs to select the appropriate skeletons to take away according to the specific situation of the Kane's courtyard. The scale of this sweep will not be too small, but the essence is to obtain ashes and soul fragments, so high-intensity large-scale attacks will not be used unless necessary. In this case, in order to improve the efficiency of the sweep, a certain amount of troops is inevitable. When they arrived at the undead courtyard, the head of the courtyard garrison regiment personally came forward to receive Tibesha, and gave them people and firepower support. However, the soldiers of the garrison regiment were easily injured by mistake if they followed them, and the firepower support of the garrison regiment was basically long-range artillery bombardment. After the explosion, bone residues flew all over the sky, which obviously did not meet Muhua's needs. The enthusiasm of the Legion commander was rejected by Tibesha in various ways, but the matter of asking the garrison to help temporarily clear the adventurers in the wild was already done here. The undead went out, and the dead souls in the sky drilled into the bodies of the corpse demons. Thousands of fierce minotaurs gathered in groups of 3 or 5, and the muscle-bearing demons formed 5,000 demon formations. More than 8,000 clawed demons moved their malicious claws. Uniform specifications, standard armor, lying in the Abyss Island for decades, traveling in the killing field and eating a lot of monster souls. All the guardian spirits of the Black Crow Knights evolved into dead souls. The Black Crow guardian spirits are equipped with gap props for storing corpse demons. The Minotaur among them may not be able to cope with a protracted war, but those claw demons can almost stay active in the rhythm of the attack around the clock. Woo woo woo. Outside the city, the attack horn sounded, and thousands of corpse demons scattered out, sweeping away the wandering wild undead like a demon tide. The adventurers in the city who were notified to return to the city had originally complained, but when they saw the scene in front of them, they were all shuddering. The adventurers who came here were all playing undead, and they had seen tens of thousands of corpse demons before, but the specifications and standards were so high that they seemed to have overturned their understanding of corpse demons. The undead courtyard has always been decadent, especially after experiencing a sudden demon tide a few years ago. The skeletons of the undead around the city were more messy than in the early years. In front of the corpse demons' attack, these skeleton warriors were like fragile porcelain. While they were being destroyed, the rushing corpse demons killed into the distance and gradually disappeared from people's sight. The ghosts that host these corpse demons are all human ghosts, and they have always maintained a supply of pleasure. They all maintain normal thinking with reason and autonomy. They are all members of the Black Crow Knights. After understanding the combat targets and confirming the attack orders, they basically don't need to bother to command them under the leadership of the corresponding captains. When fighting independently, they all know what they should do. They are different from the ghosts whose self-consciousness has been wiped out by the necromancers. However, the adventurers in the city don't know these situations. Seeing that the Black Crow directly dispersed a large group of fierce corpse demons like they were having fun, the adventurers began to feel fortunate that they returned to the city early. Is this guy unrestrained? Or is he considered to have no sense of public morality? If he ran into these corpse demons in the wild, if he was chopped or cut, he didn't know if he would have a chance to find their masters to reason. The corpse demons ran away without a trace, and a large-scale summoning array for their followers was deployed outside the city. After the corpse demons, there was the Sea of Bones. However, looking at the skeleton warriors without any special weapons, the adventurers in the city immediately felt that the specifications of Muhua's group had dropped a lot. Although there were many skeleton warriors, how much money would it cost to release skeletons of this level? Fury Blessing. In the Sea of Bones, Tibesha spread the blessing of original sin. Apostle Blessing. The blessing came down, and the low-end skeleton warriors actually exuded gray and black blood. The pale sea of skeleton bones suddenly became ghostly. Most of these skeleton warriors summoned by Muhua have not yet been engraved with the corpse mark. Anyway, the most lacking thing in the undead courtyard is the pollution of death, rage enhancement, and the sudden spread of anger. Huh? Didn't you say it was jealous ghosts? The ghosts and gods who entered Muhua's live broadcast room looked at the skeletons that were scattered and ran away again, and some questioned. Blessing of fury, heresy. Every time I see it, I feel that this thing is simply a foul. What a cute little girl, her name is Vivian, right? Strengthening the skeleton is such a waste, my headless knight is big and strong. Sankura-kwan, don't blame me for not reminding you, Muhua is now plundering the foundation of life all over the world. That's her cousin. If I were you, I would definitely not say dirty words in front of him. Abigail bubbled up, reminding the upstairs not to talk about their own headless knight. Fuck, isn't the application for jealous ghosts and gods? Why is there a rage? Are you blind? Is this just a problem of rage? Count by yourself, how many ghosts and gods are there here? Muhua, together with Abigail and Tao Les, submitted a recommendation for Vivian to join the Ghost Council. Vivian has a clean background and no bad records. The council has no objection to such a new ghost. Although the name is a bit serious, the Ghost and God Council is originally a relatively loose group. On weekdays, everyone has no common interests. As long as they don't always want to become emperors, multiple members can be recommended without complicated procedures. Muhua started a live broadcast to confirm that Vivian is indeed jealous of ghosts and gods and has a certain degree of combat power. As a result, before Vivian showed anything, someone in the live broadcast room reminded the ghosts and gods to take a closer look at the Sea of Bones. Well, It seems that several young people in it had the performance of absorbing emotional energy. The ghosts and gods were stunned for a moment. Have they stayed at home for too long? When did ghosts and gods become so worthless? At the live broadcast site, a large group of skeleton warriors, who were given rage buffs, also shook their hips and ran away. Although these skeleton warriors carried bone knives, they did not sweep around like corpse demons, but picked up corpses everywhere, and piled up the skeletons and undead souls that were previously broken by corpse demons. The sea of bones dispersed, revealing some higher-ranked skeletons. Hundreds of skeleton generals wearing lich robes walked to the piles of bones. Refining arrays were deployed one after another, and skeleton mages began to refine ashes on the spot. Mu Hua seemed to hand over the live camera to others, and he also rode the Purgatory Warhorse to spread the soul fire on the piles of bones. San Som Quan left the live broadcast room. Van Lunding left the live broadcast room. Ho Mingcheng left the live broadcast room. Hazlitt left the live broadcast room. Fast left the live broadcast room. The live broadcast camera in the undead courtyard seemed to verify Abigail's statement. Mu Hua was indeed collecting ashes all over the world, and he didn't even let go of the skeleton warriors on the edge of the city. It's fine that he just threw around alchemy, but he actually brought out hundreds of skeleton mages who are good at bone transformation. In the live broadcast room, a group of jealous ghosts and gods left one after another. Newcomer review? Ha, whoever wants to review can review it. Brothers, I don't want to have anything to do with Mu Hua for the time being. At least before he stops being so crazy about ashes, I don't want to have anything to do with him. Chapter 662. The Grey Forest Sea is located west of the Dead Sea Basin. The wind pressure stirred up by the dragon broke the trees one by one, and the breath of death opened up a road full of death in the dense forest. The eerie white bones stretched out their bone claws from the earth, and countless skeletons of the dead, whose tranquility was broken, drilled out from the ground. In the silent roar, the ghosts escaped, and the skeletons of the dead drew their bone blades. The ghost fire swaying in their eye sockets exuded cold malice. Crack, crack, the branches under their feet made a crisp snapping sound. The coldness came, and the awakened undead found something strange. They didn't know when the forest that belonged to them turned into a frozen land covered by ice. Icicles hung on the trees, and the earth was frozen at this moment. Cold, the undead have no pain, and are not afraid of cold, but staying in this extremely cold low temperature with erosion characteristics amplified by magic for a long time will make their bodies stiff and their bones fragile. Dingling, dingling, the crisp sound of ice crystals colliding. Creatures other than the undead appeared in the forest. No, it can't be considered life in the strict sense. Ice element aggregates. Countless ice element aggregates drilled out from all directions. After a brief confusion, the awakened skeleton undead raised the bone blade and killed the ice element aggregates that appeared inexplicably near them. Killing is their nature. The undead don't need to declare war. They will actively attack all non-undead creatures that appear near them. Heh, do you still remember this place? On the back of the magic dragon, Mu Hua looked at the boundless forest and said to Taibesha beside him. The magic dragon did not fly. It retracted its bone wings like a ground dragon. The dragon's tail swept down obstacles, and its claws tore through trees. It carried Mu Hua, Taibesha, and Vivian. The ice mist on the magic dragon echoed the surrounding cold air and ran rampant in the forest. Well, the forest we didn't dare to set foot in at first, Taibesha said with emotion. The Black Crow Knights led the corps of corpses to the Dead Sea Basin, where the terrain is wide, and the battles are usually head-on. There are many skeleton undead tribes there, but the black armored skeleton general can be regarded as the ceiling there, and there are basically no individuals above the Death Knight level. Including the skeleton warriors that Mu Hua brought into the undead courtyard, they also went there with the Black Crow. In addition to fighting, the skeleton mages will also use those severely damaged corpses to directly refine ashes. The Dandelion team did not go to the Dead Sea Basin. The two agreed to meet at the burial ground north of the Dead Sea Basin. Mu Hua led the Dandelion team to set the target of the sweep at the Grey Forest Sea. The Grey Forest Sea seems calm, but there are countless sleeping skeleton undead buried here. Walking in the forest may wake them up at any time and be attacked by them. Because of the terrain and environment, the Adventurers Guild positioned this place as a more dangerous area than the northern burial ground. When Mu Hua and Taibesha first came to this courtyard, they bypassed this place and went to the Dead Sea Basin. This time, Mu Hua revisited the old place, but he directly broke into this forest. Curse of permafrost. In this ice field created by magic, Mu Hua's consumption of ice element aggregates will be greatly reduced. If permafrost is formed, although this magic itself has no restraining properties, it will bury itself underground. If it is buried a little deeper, even if the skeleton general wants to drill out of the frozen earth, it will take some effort. Within the range of permafrost, the breath of living beings is felt. Although the skeletons and undead will break through the ice one after another, it is difficult to create the kind of horrifying scene where large groups of skeletons and undead suddenly drill out from the ground together. Ice element aggregates are very convenient. You can invest magic power to release a huge ice element aggregate, and then smash it with a punch. It will turn into a group of smaller ice element aggregates. When the survival time is up, you can re-release it. There is no shortage of death in the undead courtyard. With the death breath activated, the Pale Lord has no shortage of magic power here. There is no need to consume the purgatory armament. Mu Hua has cast countless ice element aggregates in this endless forest. There are countless undead hidden in the gray forest sea, but the danger here comes more from the environment. There are no undead of too high rank here before reaching the bone burial ground area. The cold environment weakens the skeleton undead, but it also enhances the ice element aggregates. The ice element aggregates fight with the skeleton undead here. Not to mention the dozen dandelion main battles that have been dispersed. The main attacker on Mu Hua's side is Vivian. Corpse Demon Space. As the Corpse Demon in Vivian's hand becomes more and more perfect, even Mu Hua is jealous of this inherent magic. Within Vivian's sight, sharp swords, spears, and halberds may appear at any time and in any position in the entire space, in all directions and angles. When facing a large group of enemies, the visual effect of countless weapons interspersed between them is terrifying. High efficiency and energy saving, especially after Vivian equipped those corpse demons with sophisticated weapons. The attack and killing efficiency of the corpse demon space is extremely high. There is no need to consider the time problem of ghosts controlling corpse demons, because those corpse demons only stab out weapons and claws in the corpse demon space, and the consumption of ghosts attached to them is almost negligible. Put Vivian on the battlefield, as long as no one attacks her, with enough corpse demons, she is a real meat grinder, and those weird and deadly swords, spears, and halberds can stab until the end of time. Its strength and consumption and quantity is so great that Mu Hua's summoning space can't catch up. And her ability still has a lot of room for improvement. Even if she doesn't get a stronger corpse demon, and equips her with better weapons, the threat of this ability will inevitably rise sharply. There is no need to get other attack magic. The sharp blade can attack, the shield can build defense. This can definitely be regarded as a unique ability. Zheng, 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 Zheng the dragon crawled in the forest, and wherever it passed, all the skeletons fighting with the ice element aggregate were beheaded and broken by the weapons that appeared inexplicably. Looking at Vivian standing on the head of the dragon, Mu Hua's eyelids twitched. The weapons used by her corpse demons are still conventional for the time being, and Mu Hua only gave her 100 dragon tooth forged spears. If her corpse demons are all equipped with dragon tooth blades, thinner claws, and other weapons, Vivian will not be too scary. Dingling, dingling. The ice element aggregates that came to the dragon would move back the corpses of the skeletons. The members of the dandelion team would also go back and forth to dump the harvest in the space props. Most of the main combat members of the dandelion were from the original logistics personnel. In the early years, they hunted ghosts in the Pangaea crater. They were not too familiar with this kind of sweeping and transporting corpses. Although they were all scattered in the forest without a trace, at this moment, Taibesha was in full control of the overall situation. If Vivian's inherent magic specializes in attack and defense, then Taibesha's inherent magic tends to command. It's a bit like a shadow clone, but the clones made by Taibesha are not aggressive, but they can't be killed. Those clones are all illusory. The clones she released synchronized with her senses, and even had a certain degree of self-awareness. If she wanted to pester someone, she would definitely annoy them to death. Without some space isolation, she could spy openly. At this moment, not only did each of the dandelion teams have her clones around them, Barbara, Tina, and Eve had even followed her clones to explore the burial ground. This cousin of mine who once planned to become a war priest, if she gave up swinging the sledgehammer, would definitely be an excellent commander who could easily control multi-line operations. Who the purgatory horse snorted, and the fangs in its cracked mouth were ferocious. Meet the Lord. A headless knight condensed into a physical body in the derivative magic circle was stunned for a moment, and half knelt in front of Mu Hua with the etiquette of a knight. Take this, sign it as soon as possible, and it will be convenient to take you away later. Handing a signed dependent contract to the headless knight, Mu Hua slapped an earth mark on the headless knight. After taking the contract and adapting for a moment, the headless knight rode on the purgatory horse, jumped off the back of the dragon, and killed into the forest. While refining corpses, Mu Hua also spawned undead along the way. The reason why the skeleton warriors followed the Black Crow Knights was because they did not have affinity with water elements. If they entered the permafrost, their bones would become brittle. Marking reinforcement requires the use of original sin energy. If some skeleton warriors were spawned, Mu Hua would not be able to withstand the marking reinforcement on them. So Mu Hua simply got some headless knights first, and really fought to support the war. He tried to get another undead vanguard before entering the burial ground. With his current original sin energy, even if he spawned a headless knight, he probably couldn't get much marking reinforcement, otherwise, he would still have to use the Philosopher's Stone. The headless knights were no longer affected by the permafrost environment, and the purpose of giving them the earth marking was basically to allow them to have fun under the gaze of the petrified magic eye. The cold wind, the fighting, and the ice element aggregates that sneaked into the ice surface turned out the skeletons that could not get out of the ground. The corpses were collected and thrown into the furnace. The ashes and soul fragments were in place. The headless knights, who received the contract scrolls, were thrown into the forest again. Mu Hua's team continued to expand. The members of Dandelion gradually returned and went to the Dead Sea Basin to meet up with the Black Crow under the order of Tibesha, so as to avoid misjudgment and fighting with the headless knights who had just joined the group. The calmness of the great forest sea was broken by the cold wind, the ice field spread, and the iron hooves of the Purgatory war horses burning the fiery trail trampled the broken ice. Chapter 663. The Undead Courtyard in Monroe City is a very representative courtyard. How to say it? To say it is poor is a bit one-sided and unrealistic. To say it is hated by people and dogs is a bit wrong. Can it be barely considered a bleak business? The most obvious specific impact is that compared with the situation in the Kane's Courtyard, there may be some demon generals here, but there are very few leaders here, and the management of demon generals is really not very good. Among those demon generals, a large part may not be the direct subordinates of the Lord of the Courtyard. They projected down for various reasons, and then squatted in the courtyard to eat and wait for death. As time went by, because there were too few humans, even if it was a pity to project sacrifice, they really wanted to die. Because a large area of land in the undead courtyard has the characteristics of a burial ground, many of the undead creatures here are naturally bred. At the same time, it was a bit similar to Mu Hua's earlier attempt to relocate the natives to the Abyss Island. Mu Hua estimated that the Lord of the Courtyard here had also caught other creatures in hell and thrown them into this courtyard, because the proportion of monsters descending from the main body here was also surprisingly high. This was the situation, and this situation was not actually a peculiar one among many courtyards. It was a typical representative, with poor management and poor popularity. It was also fortunate that the creatures here were mainly skeletons and undead. Otherwise, another feature of this type of courtyard was that the monsters in it either repeatedly attacked the human world or had already beaten themselves to pieces. Bang! Broken bones flew everywhere, and a bone wall was shattered by the touch of jealousy. A lich who was controlling a bone dragon was forced by the dragon to be unable to take off. He looked in the direction of Mu Hua, with a bit of bad luck but a calm mood. The dry and emaciated body was no longer able to tell the race of its former life. When Mu Hua's jealous tentacles shattered the thick bone wall it released, the lich immediately contributed continuous jealous energy to Mu Hua. Monster! The lich spoke hoarsely. It was a derogatory word in the mouth of humans, but the lich spoke it with envy and admiration. Then it seems that you are not the leader here? Facing the lich on the back of the bone dragon, Mu Hua frowned. Although the undead in the gray cypress forest sea were of lower grade, if they were the leaders of monsters, they would not have fought much. There was no reason to have such a big emotional fluctuation because of a jealous ghost with unknown background. I came from there. Because I saw a large-scale chaos in the forest sea, I wanted to come here to see if I could get some bargains. The lich raised his hand and pointed to the west. Beyond the gray cypress forest sea, there were mountains. You are a human ghost, jealous? Before Mu Hua could speak, the lich continued to speak. Although he was asking, his tone was a bit nagging. Those damn liars, they said that this place can make me more like a lich, and I can step into the pail faster, and even touch the jealousy. But you see, humans don't like this place at all. There is nothing here. They don't even allow me to go to other areas casually. The lich muttered. Do you want to fight? I can't help but tear you apart, or let me see what jealousy is. But I want you to cause trouble for them. If you can completely disrupt this lifeless gray cypress forest, maybe you can merge it into the dead bone mountains. Looking at Mu Hua, it's better if this lich doesn't speak, but once he speaks, he has the potential to be a chatterbox. Physical fitness 3000 plus, spirit 800 plus, because of the normal magic adaptability of liches. Unless there is a skeleton mage with mutation factors, the intelligence attribute of the undead can be basically ignored. The lich in front of him is not weak, but he is seriously biased. It is estimated that this guy has been a lich for a short time, and before he was transformed into a lich, he may not be very good at casting spells. According to it, this guy was fooled into this courtyard. He is an idle person outside the Lord's power. Because of the regional division, he was thrown into the mountain area west of the Grey Cypress Forest. There are many liches in the mountains over there, and their popularity is not much less than that of the Grey Cypress Forest. This is an amateur lich player whose main attack methods are melee and constructing undead, and he seems to have some antisocial tendencies in this courtyard. This guy reminds me of the two headless knights I met at the beginning. Looking at the lich who can't distinguish the strength of the enemy and ourselves, but has a bit of the crazy state of the old lich, Muhua said to Vivian. The two headless knights are not as talkative as it is. Its bone dragon is good, but I don't know if it has mastered the interstitial space. Vivian shook her head. When Muhua and Vivian first met, they wandered around the burial ground together, and met two headless knights, who were also idle people. The two headless knights were a little disappointed to stay in this courtyard. I don't know if it's a coincidence. Looking at the half-dead look of the lich in front of him, although he has never seen the master of the courtyard here, Muhua always feels that the master of the courtyard here may be a good insurance seller. This guy's intelligence and spirit are not very good. A melee lich? He should not have mastered the interstitial space. Muhua looked up and down at the lich. Because of the robe covering it, he didn't see any obvious magic props from it. Clang, a series of dense weapons colliding sounds. Because the frequency is too fast, the multiple golden sounds seem to be just one. But just as Muhua finished speaking, Vivian took action directly. And the lich's melee ability was unexpectedly outstanding. Facing the long spears piercing from the space around him, he actually swung a sword to sweep out a gap and avoided Vivian's attack. More than 2,000 physical fitness? Vivian looked at Muhua unexpectedly. 3,000 plus. Muhua replied. While Vivian frowned, more weapons emerged from the void beside the lich, chasing the lich to form a sharp blade channel. The lich's originally upright figure hunched up, but his movements were extremely agile, either blocking or dodging, irregular shifting and moving, and actually approached Muhua's side despite Vivian's attack. It's not to mention that the lich's attire meets the standards of a spellcaster. If you don't check its attributes and suddenly meet it, it's easy to fall into its trap. Its fighting style is not like that of a spellcaster or a ruler at all. It is simply a warrior who is good at dealing with sieges. On! The bone dragon roared harshly, accompanied by the lich's advance, as if it wanted to cooperate with the lich to attack Muhua. Boom! The magic dragon that blocked the bone dragon before fell from the sky and pressed the war beast-like bone dragon to the ground. The lich in front of him was a projection, but the bone dragon was a constructed undead. Even if the lich died and returned to hell, this bone dragon would be left here. This bone dragon can be obtained by using some special means to extract the ghost imprisoned in the bone dragon. If it is not necessary, Muhua does not want to damage this bone dragon. You robbers, liars, you can't get anything from me. The bone dragon was pressed to the ground by the magic dragon, and the lich didn't know who he had led Muhua and the others to. In anger, he threw out a lot of constructed undead. Boom. Boom. There were two bone dragons mixed in a pile of constructed undead. The two bone dragons landed with a bang and blocked Vivian's elusive attack for the lich. Trample, tramp, tramp, tramp. Dozens of headless knights drove the purgatory warhorses and ran from a distance. Alas, I really don't want to bully you. I send you back to hell. These constructed undead are the tickets. The headless knight who ran back found the battle here and condensed his soul's special weapon. Muhua sighed and said, Instant body, flash. The next moment, the lich hiding between the ribs of the bone dragon was pinched on the cheek by a big hand. Huh? The lich was stunned, and a black flame was poured into its mouth. Boom! The blood and energy exploded all over the lich, but looking through the gaps between his fingers at Muhua, who was still pinching his cheek, the lich questioned. Damn, I just came here to see if there was any bargain to be picked up, and when I found something wrong, I was ready to withdraw. But who would have thought that this human in front of me was pretending to be jealous, and in the end, this bastard was not a serious spellcaster. The returning headless knights were not here to fight. They came back to deliver corpses to Muhua, and Muhua didn't want to waste time to kill the lich. The hellfire was poured into the body, and the lich was basically powerless to save the situation. He teleported to avoid the attack of the constructed undead, and Mu Hua carried the lich with fire running through his 7 orifices back to the back of the dragon. The sky was filled with dark golden light, and when the lich dissipated, Mu Hua and Vivian stared at a pile of fallen items, and one of the tags made their eyes light up. Interstitial space, prop style. The previous lich's fighting style was a bit biased, but seeing that it could throw out 3 bone dragons, it should have robbed houses a lot. And if it mastered the magic of interstitial space, stuffed the constructed undead into its own interstitial space, projected death, and its constructed undead would not explode. But if it is just a magic prop, the magic props of interstitial space do not have any soul-binding function, and the constructed undead thrown by it in front of it, including the remaining in the interstitial props, would be a bit embarrassing. The touch of jealousy broke out. Mu Hua and Vivian turned into tentacle monsters together. Mu Hua pressed the big one, Vivian caught the small one, and a group of fangs and claws of constructed undead were held down by the two. These crazy constructed undead may be quite troublesome for other combat professionals, but for the two jealous ghosts, it is basically equivalent to a gift. These constructed undeads cannot be used to refine ashes, so they are of little significance to Mu Hua. He threw the tag to Vivian, and Mu Hua and Taibesha each caught a bone dragon to play with. They all opened up their own interstitial space, and Vivian's corpse, demon space, was essentially an interstitial space that allowed ghosts to survive. Chapter 664. Swords and axes were slamming, hammers were dancing, and broken bones were flying everywhere. The inability to accept enhanced gains was the biggest drawback of the corpse demons, but the Minotaur and the Baron demon who specialized in fighting wildly, the corpse demons refined by them collided with the regular skeleton undead and were still enough to cause a crushing. The Minotaur wrestled with the charging headless knight, the Baron demon fought hard with the black-armored skeleton general, and the Purgatory warhorse, and the skeleton warhorse lost their original mobility under the stumbling of the Baron demon. The gargoyles and dragons in the sky dodged the bone spears and death rays of the skeleton wizards, and the exorcism bullets fired by the skeleton warriors formed a covering attack on the dragon, and even dispersed the fog on the dragon for a while. The Black Crow Knight and the Dandelion main battle burst out with impressive combat power, resisting the breath of the magic dragon, throwing the Hell Demon chain to pull the magic dragon down from low altitude, chiseling the back of the magic dragon, and digging out the dry heart containing the magic stone. In the decades of the Abyss Island, the Black Crow and the Dandelion have grown to the point where they can stand alone. With Mu Hua's sweep of the undead courtyard, the Dead Sea Basin was completely messed up in less than a week. The Terror Knight and the Magic Dragon appeared in the Dead Sea Basin one after another, and the original combat power restrictions were lifted. The Adventurers Union also officially notified the Dandelion Demon Hunter group that the Lord's Crusade mission in the undead courtyard of Roman City was launched. The Adventurers Union and the Courtyard Garrison Group will prevent the magic tide of the undead courtyard for a period of 10 years. If the Dandelion cannot complete the crusade against the Lord of the Courtyard within 10 years, or cannot make the Lord of the Courtyard restore the combat power restrictions of each area again, at that time, the Adventurers Guild will apply for royal assistance, and the Dandelion Demon Hunters will serve the royal forces for 30 years. Among them was Mu Hua, the logistics leader of the Dandelion Demon Hunters. It's hard to say whether he was tricked. Although the Dead Sea Basin and the Grey Forest Sea have successively seen the emergence of high-ranking undead, the battles were at most localized chaos, and did not reach the level of warning of the demonic tide. Mu Hua and his team had not even reached the burial ground, and the Lord of the Courtyard had no tendency to go crazy. If this happened in the Kane's Courtyard, it would at most be considered a chaotic period in the first half of the courtyard. As a result, the Adventurers Guild hastily launched the task of conquering the Lord of the Courtyard, which seemed to be a bit like waiting for Dandelion to be incorporated by the king. Given 10 years of joint defense benefits, to put it bluntly, Dandelion does not need to worry about the demonic tide rushing out of the courtyard within 10 years, and the Adventurers Guild and the garrison will help them guard the entrance to the courtyard. As far as defending against the demonic tide is concerned, even if the king is called, it is not counted as an aid condition. But they will not help Dandelion to deal with the Lord of the Courtyard. Originally, this should be considered a benefit, but who doesn't know the character of the undead courtyard? There are not many adventurers here, let alone the various brigades like the Kane's Courtyard. This is basically equivalent to asking the Dandelion family to fight to the death with the Courtyard Master. The Courtyard Master here probably knows the character of his own courtyard. He didn't get excited because of Mu Hua and his friends' troubles, but the Adventurers Guild did this first. With the approval of the Ghost and God Council, Mu Hua protested to the Adventurers Guild in the name of the Ghost and God Council. He came here to collect money. He expected the task of conquering the Courtyard Master, But that should be decided after he made some achievements in the burial ground. Maybe the owner of the courtyard here is still expecting that the invasion of Dandelion can bring his courtyard back to life. There is no reason for the Adventurers Guild to put shackles on Dandelion. As for Muhua's protest, the Adventurers Guild is really reasonable and easy to talk to. How about you withdraw first? If you withdraw from the courtyard, we will also cancel the mission, and everyone will go home. You don't have to hang around in the courtyard of the dead. Does the garrison have any objections? It's okay, don't worry about them. We are our own people, we will help you finish it. Look at what they said. What are you protesting? The Ghost and God Council all turned off the fire. Those who have a good relationship with Muhua let Muhua handle it himself, and if not, go home first. Those who are not familiar with Muhua have the same meaning in their words. Come on, don't we ghosts have any face? Go for it, no fear. We have people, when we need to hire people, just name the price. Muhua, To say that this courtyard of the dead may be a bit useless to others, but for Muhua, who owns the burning source furnace, this is definitely a treasure land for rapid military expansion. But looking at the behavior of the Adventurers Guild, Muhua has no doubt that if Dandelion withdraws now, the Adventurers Guild will definitely restrict people related to him from entering this courtyard in the future. It's not impossible to come secretly, but it's inefficient and embarrassing. Muhua bit his finger and hesitated, while Tibesha and Vivian were passionate, and vowed to let Dandelion be promoted to a brigade with this shot. The entire Dandelion, with more than 10 main combatants and the logistics team, now has less than 200 people in total. He just wanted to lay the foundation for Dandelion to be promoted to a brigade. Brigade? The way these two girls are really wild. But seeing the headless knights he created along the way, and the endless ashes and soul fragments. Gritting his teeth and stamping his feet, 10 years, as long as there are still fallen monsters all over the world in the Abyss Fog Sea, he might be able to make Tibesha and the others into Hell Lords in 10 years. This courtyard of the dead, it's done. The Dandelion Demon Hunter group took on the task of conquering the Lord of the courtyard. Once the news spread, it immediately caused fluctuations in a small range. In the Ghost and God Council, some bastards discussed the recent market price of ghosts and gods' appearance fees whenever they had nothing to do. From time to time, someone would post a live video of wandering around their own military armed base. Alice Effiel received loan inquiries from banks from all walks of life. Several demon merchants had asked her for Muhua's contact information. Bicero, who got the news, stayed by Alice's side and was said to have had a fight with a demon merchant. It would be fine if the Darrow group sent an invitation to the cocktail party, but the Naden group, which had to immigrate due to the trouble caused by Muhua and Abigail, actually sent an arms negotiation project to Alice Field. Derek from the Necromancer Mutual Aid Association contacted Muhua. They seemed not to want to mess around in the Death Canyon, and asked Muhua if Dandelion was recruiting people. They really wanted to shine in the undead courtyard. It was hard to say whether anyone was optimistic about Dandelion, but except for the Necromancer Mutual Aid Association, who wanted to join Dandelion, most of the others were waiting to take money out of Muhua's pocket. After all the trouble, Muhua was quite moved. It was a miracle that humans had not yet become extinct. Hey Mu, I want to discuss something with you. Can those Hydra vines in Kane City be removed? Webster contacted Muhua, and said in a somewhat embarrassed tone. Eternal Ice Coffin. Boom! The boss threw a block of ice into the forest, and a demon dragon that came out of nowhere was frozen by Muhua. Hydra vines? The royal family asked you to tell me? After confirming that the demon dragon could not break the ice, Muhua asked Webster. It was still the Grey Forest Sea, and Muhua was still harvesting undead in the Forest Sea. It was a regular battle. I don't know if this demon dragon accidentally broke into the vicinity, or was just a fool. Nothing happened after freezing it. This eternal ice coffin has a similar effect to the petrified magic eye. If the demon dragon can't come out, it won't die for a while. This guy is a projection, and he can be moved back home as an ice sculpture. It should be considered the royal family. After all, there are many people who have opinions about your Hydra vines. Webster said. What if I don't listen? Muhua frowned. His undead material income is good, but he has a lot of troubles recently. If you don't want to listen, then don't listen. Your Hydra vine is a tree shepherd, right? If it were me, I wouldn't listen either. If the royal family wants me to say, damn, I haven't gotten any benefits yet, they really think highly of me. Webster complained. Okay, I get it. I tell you later that you told me. Is there anything else? I'm busy. I'm hanging up if nothing else. Muhua expressed his understanding. When he first became a ghost god, Mu Hua had a serious lack of security. The Hydra Vine was the defense system he created for the city of Canes, which was a self-destructive deterrent. Now it is not necessary. But since the outside world has not shown much rejection for so long, just treat it as a habit, and there is no reason to take it away casually. The Empire is omnipresent. Just after supporting Webster, it wants to use his relationship with Mu Hua to dismantle the Hydra Vine that is like a time bomb. Wait, when are you free? I'm going to hold a cocktail party, and it's also the royal family's idea. You may have to show up. Otherwise, I'm fine, but the royal family may not look good. Webster, who had already heard the noise from Mu Hua, said quickly. Heh, should we find an opportunity to have a quarrel? The royal family is using you as a raft? Mu Hua laughed. No, it's good to use it as a raft, and if the royal family has any excessive thoughts about you in the future, I can naturally help you to shirk it. Webster said. Okay, I let someone notify you after checking the situation. Mu Hua responded. The imperial royal family has always wanted him to show up in the social circle, which probably involves the royal family's face issue. There is no need to delay it. To be honest, after experiencing the Adventurers Guild, Mu Hua now just wants to concentrate on raising troops, and he really doesn't want to offend anyone. 10 years. I wonder what kind of army he can create in this courtyard of the dead in 10 years. If this army is deployed to the courtyard of Canes, I wonder if those kings will still care about letting Dandelion serve for 30 years. Chapter 665. Every courtyard needs the involvement of the color domain when it is developed to a certain stage. It may be different from people's conventional cognition. The reason why the color domain is needed here is not for reproduction. Rather, the chaos and fighting in the courtyard will inevitably leave a large number of corpses in the wild, even in the courtyard full of projection monsters. As for the source of the corpses, it may be the original monsters deliberately thrown into the courtyard by the owner of the courtyard, it may be the tribes bred by these original monsters, or it may be the body parts of the adventurer team thrown into the wild. Those corpses are like the dirty excrement in the grass of a beautiful park. They are not obvious, but as long as you step on them, you will always step on them. They seem to be everywhere. And the corruption of these corpses, especially the continuous and intensive corruption of the monster corpses, will generate very deadly bacteria. At that time, the color domain protozoa will become the scavengers in nature. That's right, the color domain protozoa. In fact, even in hell, the value of the color domain as a natural scavenger seems to be slightly higher than aphrodisiac and reproduction. 7 years. Since the Canaan Star Patrol Conference, the confrontation between humans and monsters in the Canaan's courtyard has lasted for 7 years. The human offensive is tenacious, and the monsters are far more tenacious than originally expected. Although humans have built many city-level cities in various areas south of the Bloody Hills, even in the Goblin Kingdom area that is considered to be the first to be captured, the Goblin King still repeatedly deploys his elite troops to the courtyard. After death, they come back and gather their troops in the Bloody Hills to march south. They come everywhere, and sometimes even appear in the messy monsters near human cities. The wars in various regions are still going on, and even more chaotic than in the early years. The ritual arrays that were originally ignored by monsters are also frequently explored and dismantled by monsters. Now monsters even organize spies and assassins to infiltrate human cities. The Snow Ridge Ranch almost dragged all the reinforcements sent south by the Death Canyon and the Bloody Hills. The flames of war and death, because there is a tree shepherd deployed by Mu Hua within 100 miles of the human-occupied area here. Looking down from the sky, there is a clear dividing line in the Snow Ridge Ranch, with the scorched and carved earth on one side, and the lush and vibrant green plants on the other. There is no need to say much about the Goblin Kingdom. The Goblin Civil War has led to the separation and reunion between humans and Goblin rebels. With the support of strong financial resources, the repeated birth of elite legions has gradually suppressed the rebels of Datarol. In addition to financial resources, the Hell side also involved the suppression of the rebels. The Goblin rebels obviously increased their reproduction efforts, and more monsters were added to the rebels. And with this kind of rhythm of reproduction, to be honest, there are some situations in the rebel territory that make the Goblin rebels more like villains that humans hate than the Goblin King. The battle in the Death Canyon area has died down, and the Undead Mage Mutual Aid Association has been incorporated by Dandelion. Now they have all gone to the courtyard in Monroe City. And the Death Canyon does not have much spare energy to provide assistance to other areas, because Letitia has been fighting with Mu Hua forces in the Snow Ridge Ranch, and the troops of the Death Canyon have basically been transferred there. The only biggest change, which is also quite surprising, is the Mechanical Forest. Among the 4 regions, No one expected that the mechanical forest would be the first to be crippled. As early as 3 years ago, Bok had demolished everything that could be demolished, and went to the Bloody Hills with his troops. Now the mechanical forest has almost been incorporated into the Goblin Kingdom, and the monsters in it are basically no longer transformed demons. At most, there are some monsters that can carry long guns and short guns. The magic weapons of the monsters have completely moved to the Bloody Hills. The long-term war has made it possible to encounter corpses everywhere in the wild. In order to deal with those corpses, people are even ready to release scavengers into the courtyard. The arrival of a large number of blue-blooded wasps solved this problem. Mu Hua released blue-blooded wasps into the courtyard. Almost all major human gathering places have beehive managers from the city of Canes. And these blue-blooded wasps often fight with some beetles that spread from the Bloody Hills. For 7 years, Mu Hua's forces have been tepid in the Canes courtyard, but some of Mu Hua's personal behavior has been criticized by the outside world and has been heard by many people in the courtyard countries. Because he spread the undead disaster in the courtyard of Luomin City, although he did not exclude witches and necromancers, his independent skeletons only recognized the dandelion group emblem when identifying enemies. It is best to keep a sufficient distance when encountering them in the wild, otherwise they are likely to be attacked by them, which is almost equivalent to Mu Hua's forces monopolizing the undead courtyard. Whenever he appears, he is always accompanied by beautiful women, including stars, noble ladies, and working women. It is rumored that he not only spent a lot of money on beauties from all walks of life for his entertainment, but also used coercion and inducement to help his women compete with other girls for men. The dragon will be served on his table, and the fruit of wisdom is just a fruit he eats daily. He lives a luxurious life, and is arrogant. His companies often suppress their peers. Regarding some condemnation remarks from the outside world, Mu Hua will even arrogantly admit them in public, and he often has contemptuous remarks about those who condemn him. Speaking of which, Mu Hua's reputation among the people in recent years is really not very good, but those who really know him often respond to such situations with a kind of sympathy for watching the fun without minding the big trouble. Is Mu Hua crazy? That's not the case. Where do you think those blue-blooded wasps in the Canes courtyard come from? Who makes him need the emotion of original sin? Seeking death is a common problem of ghosts and gods. Most of the old ghosts and gods in the Ghost God Council have experienced this stage of Mu Hua, but over time, some of their behavior patterns have become natural in the eyes of the outside world. Over the years, Mu Hua has occasionally revealed some actions that make people envious, jealous, and hate him. There are many negative comments about him among the people, but the upper-level forces are not surprised by this. Even those who have a better relationship with him will cooperate with him to perform passionately from time to time. The power of faith is mainly provided by his own skeletons and undead. Blue-blooded wasps, engraving enhancement, oath seal, demon brain, and vermilion magic pattern all require original sin energy. If you don't want to consume the Philosopher's Stone, Mu Hua would have thrown away his image long ago. Not only Mu Hua, but some people under Mu Hua have also had some tendencies to want to be wild in recent years. Well, 5 years have passed since Dandelion entered the undead courtyard. In 5 years, Mu Hua's own strength has been greatly improved. The most notable thing is that, except for the color domain, he has suppressed all the other 6 original sins. Although he occasionally makes some ridiculous situations in some social occasions, he has actually been quite low-key in recent years. In recent years, Mu Hua has devoted himself to the task of rectifying his own military strength, deriving undead, evolving monsters, training mixed-blood demons, allocating resources to strengthen individuals, etc. The transition potion is in place, and the life level has reached the top. Now he is not sure what standard his strength should be considered. However, the power of destruction and the wind of aging are still a fatal threat to him, and he should not be considered to have reached the level of the Lord of Hell. At this moment, the undead courtyard of Roman City. Crossing the burial ground and passing through the source of the Dead Sea, tens of thousands of high-level undead formed the Undead Disaster, and Dandelion's war group finally arrived at the core area of the Demon King's lair in this courtyard. Because the goal is still to collect corpses, 5 years is not enough for Dandelion to conduct a comprehensive sweep of the undead courtyard. Guided by the gathering places with more undead, after being harassed several times by the lord of the courtyard, Mu Hua and his group simply gathered their forces and took the lead in clearing a path to the Demon King's city. But in this area where the Demon King's city is located, Mu Hua and his group did not first encounter the Demon King's army, but were blocked by several crowned shadows. The Crown of the King, the direct battle group of the 7. There is a very intuitive boundary between the monsters from Hell and humans, But this boundary will be blurred in the face of strength. The specific reason is ominous. The Lord of the Courtyard here seems to have an intersection with the seventh, and has established diplomatic relations with the City of the Dead. 5 liches from the King's City want Dandelion to withdraw his troops and promise to guarantee Dandelion's promotion to the brigade. At the same time, as the dimensional door opened in the sky, these liches ordered Alvis, who was following Vivian, in a cold tone to return to the team and accept the due punishment for the negative impact he had brought to the king in the outside world over the years. Chapter 666. It was clearly a torn dimensional crack, but it was carved into a solemn and mysterious door under complex magic. The dragon-carved pillar condensed with white bones ignored the consumption of magic power by the huge door. In the continuously open dimensional crack, it seemed that one could hear the breathing from the ancient times. In the army, Mu Hua looked up at the door-shaped dimensional crack in the sky. To say that the army led by Mu Hua this time was also strong, an undead army composed almost entirely of elemental evil spirits, black-armored skeleton generals and headless knights, 20,000 cavalry, 50,000 heavy infantry, and 7,000 ghosts specializing in elemental magic. They formed a natural disaster that had long exceeded the scope of the sea of undead bones. The black-armored skeleton generals stood with shields and formed a position shelter like the Great Wall. Tens of thousands of purgatory war horses gathered together, and the flames on their hooves could silently spread into a scorching sea of fire. But the dimensional door in the sky is hundreds of meters wide, and the momentum is extremely terrifying. You know, no matter the courtyard key or the courtyard entrance, it is impossible for objects of too large size to enter or exit. And the dimensional crack in front of us is obviously beyond the normal scope. After all, it has not appeared in so many years, but as soon as it appeared, it was shown off by an inexplicable guy. Are you pretending to be cool? I wish you magic power leaks. Mu Hua looked at the 5 liches who opened the door in the sky with a bit of disgust. What's the situation? Is this borrowing Occam's place to cause trouble for Vivian? Beside Mu Hua, Taibesha, who was covered by a set of women's armor outside the simple dress, muttered. Occam, the Lord of the Courtyard of the Dead, has caused trouble for Mu Hua and others several times. But because the skeletons under Mu Hua were too scattered when they swept the courtyard, Mu Hua and his group didn't fight with Occam. Occam killed some of Mu Hua's skeletons, but it didn't cause any damage to Dandelion. It was also because Occam would harass Mu Hua's sweep from time to time, so Mu Hua simply gathered the team and prepared to fight him in his lair first. This place is still 100 kilometers away from Occam's Demon King City, but unexpectedly, a group of subordinates of the 7th rank appeared. The gate of the abyss is open, otherwise I will go over. I guess Trees is coming. Is this your face? Or my face? Beside Vivian, Alvis's stiff cheeks pulled a bitter smile. The gate of the abyss? That thing? Pointing to the door that cracked the sky, Mu Hua was curious. Well, since the gate of the abyss is opened, it is usually to receive Trees' floating monsters. Although you have floating monsters under your command, it is estimated that the white whale of Winelet is stronger, and there are more than 1 floating monsters under his control. Alvis explained. Floating monsters are the type of abyss giant monsters, like Thursday in the early years. And the so-called gate of the abyss in front of him seems to be different from what Mu Hua imagined. It refers to floating monsters, but it should not have much to do with the abyss. Alvis explained carefully, but the expressions of several people around Mu Hua were somewhat strange. Floating monsters are stronger than Thursday? Well, Alvis only saw Thursday in the Canaan's courtyard 5 or 6 years ago. In recent years, Thursday has been staying on the Abyss Island. Moreover, Thursday can no longer set foot in the Abyss. It is said that there are floating monsters stronger than Thursday. Several people shook their heads. It should be unlikely. Alvis looked up at the sky with a serious face, but he didn't notice the expressions of Mu Hua and others. Therese Winelet, the ruler of the undead, but his title is not something like Pale, but the king of Leviathan. It is rumored that he has several huge Leviathans under his command. Whenever Therese travels, there are Leviathans accompanying him. However, according to Alvis, those Leviathans should be some floating monsters that are unlucky enough to escape from the abyss. Alvis is the crowned shadow under Therese. Therese can barely be regarded as his ancestor with Vivian, well, the kind of blood relationship, which is not descriptive. And Therese wants to deprive Alvis of his corpse demon. In the early years, Alvis ran out to find Vivian just to throw the corpse demon to Vivian, who would not be dominated by Therese, and also to anger Therese. Originally, Mu Hua also thought that it would only be the crowned shadow that would come to trouble Alvis, but now it seems that Therese is going to appear in person. At this moment, not only Mu Hua and his companions were paying attention to the situation in the sky, but all the kings in the king city seem to have begun to spy on this place because of Tree's unusual movements. You want to go over? Don't you want to confront your boss? Mu Hua said to Albus, who has become more and more human over the years. I want to confront him, but there are still many of these undead who are not your followers, right? There are too many casualties, and I can't afford to pay, Albus said jokingly, but his eyes were full of solemnity. Look at the situation. I would like to meet the seventh one. If it's appropriate, take your life box. You've enjoyed my pleasure for so many years. You'd better not fall into my hands. Mu Hua grinned, and a shadow appeared outside his body, and his image suddenly changed. The body covered with red magic patterns in the pitch black, magic feet, ghost hands, 2 pairs of spiral devil horns on the head, and devil wings spread out behind. In addition to the devil wings behind him, which are a deep application of the shape-shifting technique, Mu Hua's height has risen to about 4 meters. At this moment, his purgatory armor is like he has completely entered the demonic form. Purgatory armor. Mu Hua's form, the riding armor on Tibesha, including the horns on Vivian's head, and the armor or physical signs of Barbara, Tina, Eve, Clark, Athena and other people. As time goes by, Mu Hua's family is no longer the only one with purgatory armor. Fuck. Although the War King has not seen Trees yet, Azazel, who found that Mu Hua's side is abnormal, crushed the armrest of the throne and burst out with a swear word. In recent years, Mu Hua has not made any big moves. The sweep of the undead courtyard is just like training troops, and almost all of them are the skeletons of his subordinates. Seeing that the people around Mu Hua have more or less some purgatory armor, Azazel, whose physical signs are more like the devil than the devil, suddenly his mentality collapsed. How many years have passed? How many years have passed? How many of those bastards and his family can comprehend the purgatory armor? Look at them. Look at them. So that's to say, what's so difficult about purgatory armor? A bunch of trash. Azazel looked under the throne and glared at everyone in the hall. At the same time, as if crossing time and space, a ray of jealousy from Azazel entered Mu Hua's body. Purgatory armor is very introverted, and it will not produce any special fluctuations when it manifests. The 5 liches in the sky focus more on the dimensional door, and don't care about the changes on Mu Hua's side. However, those who spied on this place noticed the abnormality of Mu Hua and his party. When they saw Mu Hua's appearance, that was no different from demonization, there seemed to be many people among the kings who were gloating. Paying attention to the 7th is just necessary, but it seems interesting to see someone challenge the 7th. And the fact that so many people under Mu Hua have comprehended the purgatory armament also made some people think about it. However, at this moment, Mu Hua was not really unrestrained because of that jealous emotion. They had originally planned to use this crusade against Occam to fully demonstrate their own strength to the outside world. They have been quite peaceful in recent years, and it is precisely because of their peace of mind that some people in the outside world seem to be unwilling to get along with them peacefully. The first to bear the brunt is the Kane's courtyard. Now there are a lot of noises among the adventurers in Kane's courtyard. One by one, they actively marked out their own territory, and there was also a lot of rejection of the patrol guards of the Dragon Brotherhood. Some even wanted to get rid of Datarol, occupy the territory of the Goblin Rebels, and replace the Goblin Rebels as the new force of the Goblin Kingdom. You know, even if the Goblin King is killed and the Goblin Kingdom is seized in the future, Mu Hua is still prepared to support Datarol. After all, its tribe is gradually transforming into the original Goblin tribe, and can reproduce normally. Both labor and corpses can be provided to Mu Hua. So even if he sensed the spying, Mu Hua didn't care much. A courtyard ruled by monsters, Mu Hua originally wanted to use Occam to establish his power, but he didn't expect that a king seemed to emerge in the middle. The king is the king, and there is the matter of Alvis in front of him. Let go and do a job. Even if he can't do it, I think the noise from Kane's will disappear. And it has been many years since Mu Hua entered the courtyard of the dead. If we consider the time spent in the Abyss Island, it has been many years since then. After many years, Mu Hua has a feeling that if the king or something wants to kill him, he may not be defeated. Let him bring the king's shadow with him. Who doesn't have some helpers around? Chapter 667. A group of whales, like a blue whale leading 3 killer whales, swam out of the dimensional gate. The smallest killer whale can reach 100 meters in length. The leading blue whale is more than 300 meters long, and has a fin span of more than 100 meters. Floating in the void, silent, but as if suppressing their temper, the 4 floating monsters seemed to spread whale calls into space, and descended into the courtyard of the dead. Welcome, your majesty. The 5 liches floating in the air knelt in the direction of the whale group. How is the matter going? A cold question came from the sky. The person who spoke should be on the blue whale-shaped floating monster, but because the floating monster was too big, the person who spoke could not be seen at a lower position. Occam is willing to accept immigrants and abide by the laws of the city of the dead. There will be no disputes in areas outside the burial ground. The undead naturally bred in the courtyard are regarded as wild, and those who are capable can subdue them. A lich said. Very good. This place will be under my rule. Your crusade is over. Withdraw? The cold voice sounded again. Although it did not name anyone, it was obviously addressed to Dandelion. Is it the one in your family? Has he always behaved like this? Almost ignored, Muhua asked Alvis in the army. Yes, it's him. You should say less. He is very petty. Alvis said. Ha, this guy will never be able to enter the Ghost and God Council. Muhua sneered. This was the first time Muhua met someone who called himself I. The seventh person, who he had never seen, seemed to be more awesome than the first one. Yes. Alvis, are you enjoying it? Are you Muhua? These undead have grown very well. Withdraw, or I can give you a chance to join my army. Tree's voice sounded, still cold when he mentioned Alvis, but when he talked about Muhua, his tone was more contemptuous. Trees, what are you doing here? This is not a courtyard worth your efforts. Alvis questioned. Heh, aren't they the support you found? Alvis, I just want you to understand that everything you do is in vain. I don't need those little gadgets on you, but you shouldn't try to disrupt the order, and you don't have the ability to disrupt the order. Tree said contemptuously. As Tree spoke, the blue whale in the sky split in the middle line, similar to the floating monster that Muhua saw on the Demon Island. The huge blue whale opened its abstract big mouth. It's hard to say whether it's inside the body or in the mouth. A large number of liches wearing robes and holding staffs appeared. The blue whale seemed to have doubled in size, but its shape had already become an indescribable weirdness. The magic array deployed by the liches covered its body, and at this moment it seemed to have turned into an aerial fortress. The followers summoned magic arrays, some of which rose, and some of which fell. In a blink of an eye, the death energy was like waves, and countless undead emerged from the death energy blowing across the earth. The skeletons of various levels of undead covered the earth. Although there were a large number of skeleton warriors among them, the headless knights summoned by the liches were no less than those on Muhua's side. When the earth was covered by a large number of undead, hundreds of dragons in the sky stretched their necks and roared, and the dragons spread their wings, dropping gray dust like thick fog. Alvis, you should know that I don't like this kind of inferior ceremony. Come to me, I accept your confession. The strong death energy swept over, and while Trees tried to intimidate Muhua and others, he seemed quite dissatisfied with the battle set by the liches. He had been ignoring the dandelions, and didn't even mention Vivian. It seemed that he was here just to train Alvis. That's right, to train. As far as the feeling that Tree's words gave Muhua, he still valued Alvis, but this way of showing that he valued him meant that Alvis was still worth training. Devaluing, suppressing, pitying, and paying attention, Muhua seemed to be just a part of training Alvis. Why do I suddenly feel that Alvis is actually quite similar to this guy? Thinking of Vivian's early years, Muhua said to Vivian. I feel the same way, or let him go. Vivian glanced at Alvis with disdain. She was chased by Alvis back then, and Alvis's style was essentially the same. Hey, I was a lich back then. Alvis protested. You are also a lich now. Tibesha interrupted, and when she looked at Muhua, Muhua nodded, and Tibesha cleared her throat. The Adventurers Guild has long set a deadline for the crusade mission. It's not the deadline yet, and you have no reason to drive us away, Tibesha said loudly. You are not the only one who can take the crusade mission. Now, the problem of this courtyard has been successfully solved, and it is not bad for you. Facing Tibesha's rebuttal, Trees ignored it, and a lich spoke up. I understand your situation. Go back to your canes. You are no longer needed here. Don't focus your energy on meaningless things. This is a kind advice. The dragons flew over the sea of bones, like a battlefield ready to explode, but the silent undead created 1,000 miles of dead silence. In the strange atmosphere, a new army of undead emerged again in the direction of the Demon King city. Several wailing banshees accompanied a strange demon flying far away. The newly emerged army of undead gathered with the undead created by Trees, and formed a subtle opposition with the army of undead on Muhua's side. Hee, human, the premise of our cooperation is that I will not be disturbed in this courtyard. Since they don't want to leave, why don't you leave them? Occam, the lord of the courtyard of the undead courtyard, a Batiba demon. The upper body has a human-like body shape, but below the waist are tentacles, not octopus tentacles like Kraken, but flatter and softer, like the tentacles of jellyfish. Mu Hua was also surprised when he first knew Occam's true identity, because usually Batiba demons have no connection with the undead. This is a demon that is not good at individual attacks, but very good at causing chaos. Batiba demons are born with a racial talent for controlling parasites. Parasites allow them to control parasitic creatures from a physical level. Magic is difficult to detect and remove, but they can parasitize flesh and blood creatures, and the undead species are obviously not included. This is why Mu Hua was surprised by his race at the beginning. I really don't know what this Occam has experienced. He actually embarked on the path of a necromancer, and even created an undead courtyard to be the master of the courtyard. Occam, back off, you are not qualified to interrupt here. Occam came with hostility, and the lich on Tree's side scolded. Batiba demons are not too big, with an upper body of about 3 meters in height, and the tentacles on their lower bodies are only as thick as an ordinary person's wrist. But those tentacles that seemed soft and magical were numerous and long, and could reach 30 or 40 meters when stretched out. When they fluttered in the sky, the Badababa demon looked huge and weird. Heh, lich, you'd better make it clear to me. We are just cooperating. Are you qualified to talk about qualifications in front of me? Flying closer, Occam sneered at the lich who scolded him. Occam was not a small fish. He was the master of the courtyard after all. Obviously, he did not buy into the account of a crowned shadow. After scolding the lich, Occam's dark eyes flashed with cunning, but he lowered his altitude and looked at Mu Hua. Hee, human, it looks like you're in trouble. Actually, I don't like these low-class liches. They're just lackeys of power. How about joining forces with me? I've learned about your human rules. These bastards came to me first to cooperate, and you were oppressed. If you join forces with me to deal with them, you shouldn't be punished by humans, right? Speaking of which, although you've been annoying me for many years, I'd rather cooperate with you. How about, do you need my help to deal with them? Occam laughed wantonly, with a hint of expectation on his seemingly grotesque expression, as if as long as Mu Hua nodded, he would immediately let the wailing banshee nestle beside him scream at the undead on Tree's side. The three parties gathered, and it was obvious that Occam was not afraid of Trees. He was a projection, and even if Trees took over the courtyard, he couldn't really do anything to him. As long as he didn't care about the courtyard, he could barely be considered strong without desire. He even wanted to instigate Mu Hua to fight with Trees. He was not joking. If Mu Hua nodded, he might really help Mu Hua. It seems that Tree's men did not leave a good impression on him. And this courtyard has been bleak for so many years. If Occam said that he didn't care about this courtyard anymore, Mu Hua and Trees would believe it. Occam, are you here to be cute with these wailing banshees? You should know that they are useless. Looking at Occam, who seemed to have suddenly become an outsider, Mu Hua said with disdain. The wailing banshees are scary, but there are too many jealousies here. The floating monsters are naturally close to jealousy, and Trees must have been touched by jealousy. After years of understanding, Occam should also know that there are multiple jealous ghosts squatting around Mu Hua. The signature killer move of the wailing banshee is the banshee wailing, or in other words, the wailing banshee's spellcasting ability is not as good as the elemental evil spirits. They often rely on the banshee wailing to make a living. But there are so many jealousies here, and it is uncertain where all the jealousy protections have been thrown. If the wailing banshees howl, and the jealousy bite is triggered, there is no need for sneak attacks. The jealous tentacles all over the world can tear them apart immediately. Even if Occam also puts jealousy protection on these wailing banshees, the same thing still applies. Banshee's wailing is a range attack. They can provoke too many jealous tentacles. There is no need to sneak attack and bite their souls. Those jealous tentacles can tear them apart from the physical level. Although the demons in this courtyard are quite casual, it is quite abnormal for Trees to wander in front of the king without a demon by his side. It must be said that Mu Hua once petrified Trees' demons. It is precisely because he knows that Mu Hua has many tricks, so Trees' willingness to cooperate with Mu Hua is not nonsense. And these wailing banshees, who obviously seem to have entered the wrong set, were probably just pitiful little ones that Occam, as the master of the courtyard, had no choice but to pull out to make a show. Chapter 668. Regarding the Hell Lord, the key to this class is not strength, but survival ability. In order to meet the survival ability required at that level, the Hell Lord will often touch 1 or 2 original sins. But this does not mean that the strength of the Hell Lord will definitely surpass all the original sin demons. The growth and cultivation directions are different. Some demons, who don't even touch the original sins, may catch the Lord and beat him up. People often link the Courtyard Lord with the Hell Lord. In addition to convenience, it is also to raise the judgment of the Courtyard Lord's strength, so as to prevent some adventurers from rashly running to attack the devil and finally losing their lives. At the same time, human kings will also be related to the class of Hell Lords, and there may be some water here. But one thing is different from the Courtyard Lord. The Courtyard Lord, who has not reached the level of Hell Lord, is generally not as good as those who have reached the Lord level. As for the kings, regardless of whether they have crossed the threshold of the Hell Lord, they should generally belong to the kind of existence that can beat up even the Hell Lord when they are fierce. The 7th king, Trees, should also be quite capable. Whether it is personal combat power or the forces under his command, at least he should be able to suppress the courtyard masters of most courtyards. However, Occam lacks respect for Trees. It is not that he can beat Trees, but that this guy does not care about the courtyard of the dead. After all, Trees can't do anything to him. At most, he can take away the core of the courtyard. If Trees is really angry, even if Trees squats in this courtyard to guard him, the worst that can happen is that he will never come to this courtyard again. So Occam accepted the suggestion from Trees, and let Trees develop the courtyard without handing over the core of the courtyard, and he would abide by the laws and rules of the city of the dead. In short, he would not infringe on humans. This did him no harm, because the undead courtyard was really poor. But he did not submit to Trees. As he said, he and Trees were just cooperating. If he could cooperate with Trees, he could naturally cooperate with other humans. Mu Hua and Trees set up a battle at his doorstep, and he didn't mind being a third party who leaned on both sides. Both sides were not good things for Trees, and he hoped to at least kill one side, or make both sides pay enough. As for whether the two sides will turn against each other and kill him first, come on, I will fight you, I don't care. Hey Mu Hua, don't mess around, those royal bastards are unreasonable. It's okay for you to fight with Wilight, but if you join forces with the demon forces, no matter what the reason, they will never let you go. The three parties are confronting each other. Trees still maintains a high and mighty demeanor. Even if Occam instigates, Trees ignores him, but the breath on the blue whale is surging, and it is estimated that the guy is not in a good mood. On the other hand, Mu Hua received communication requests from Tao Les and Abigail at the same time. The Alan Demon Kingdom has an unclear connection with the 7th. He can guess what Tao Les is going to say. Without paying attention to Tao Les, Mu Hua answered Abigail's call. Are you also observing the situation here? I didn't know that Trees would come to cause trouble. You are well informed. Mu Hua said to Abigail with a hint of complaint. I don't know shit. If I had known, I wouldn't have contacted you at this time to listen to your ridicule. It was Amos who told me that your mental force field is very chaotic, and I can't detect it. Abigail explained. Oh, Tao Les also contacted me just now. What's the situation with that guy? Is he clinging to the thigh of the 7th one? Mu Hua replied. Tao Les and Abigail are usually close to Mu Hua. If they knew in advance that the king was going to trouble him, and didn't say hello to him, then I guess everyone would have been friends. I don't think so. If you want to cling to the thigh, why don't you just become the shadow of the crown? He has been stable for so many years. He is welcome to go to any place. Don't talk about this first. What's going on over there? If it doesn't work, just retreat first and don't waste time. If you are really angry, call some people to go to the city of the dead to have a party together. Going crazy with alcohol can't do anything to us. Abigail said. Abigail only knew that Mu Hua wanted to take over the Demon King's city. Without the help of technological creations, cross-dimensional spying is not that simple. At this moment, this place should be spied on by some big guys, and those spying also interfered with other spying. Abigail really couldn't figure out the specific situation here. It's okay, it's just that the 7th one came to cause trouble, robbed my business, and cooperated with the owner of the courtyard here. However, the owner of the courtyard here also wants to join me in getting rid of the 7th one. Mu Hua explained roughly. What the hell is this? What's wrong with Trees? That broken courtyard has been developed for hundreds of years. He ran there at this time. Isn't this obviously looking for trouble? Abigail said in a bad tone. But don't mess around. We are in the right. Let's apply for arbitration later. Don't get involved with the demons over there. Abigail advised again. You also said that Wang Quan is unreasonable. Can I sue him? Mu Hua retorted. At this time, Tina came to Mu Hua with her hand covering the communicator. The senior management of Alan contacted Tao Les and asked Tao Les to persuade us not to conflict with that person. Tina whispered to Mu Hua. Hee, look, even the Demon Kingdom is on his side. Okay, I go to the council to broadcast live. I'm going to deal with the 7th person. As long as I don't get involved with Occam, it's okay, right? Mu Hua said to Abigail again. You want to do it? Abigail paused. Let's try it, Muhua said. Wait for me, count me in. But, just say you hired me. Abigail's voice suddenly rose a little. This guy is not a quiet person. She also wants to fight with the king, but she also wants Muhua to take the blame. No, Keynes is about to go crazy. I still want to establish my authority. Hang up. After hanging up Abigail's phone, Muhua asked Vivian to start a live broadcast in the communication area of the Ghost Council. As soon as the live broadcast started, more than 30 ghosts and gods appeared in the live broadcast room. I don't know where these guys got the news from. On the huge dragon flew low over the undead army, and its bone wings spread cold mist. The size of the dragon far exceeded that of ordinary dragons, which represented its extremely high growth. Magic dragons are different from evil dragons. The size of magic dragons will continue to grow as their strength increases. Muhua created 2 magic dragons back then, and has been developing evil dragons since then. When he found dragon corpses, he would pull out their teeth and claws, dig out their hearts and lungs, and never continue to create magic dragons. The puppy and the gatekeeper, Syndargosa Sephiron, 2 monsters almost twice the size of ordinary dragons, flew over the skeletons of Muhua. When they hovered over the heads of Muhua and his group, countless teleportation arrays emerged from the skeletons. World Tree. Tree's murmur came from the sky. With the roar of the 2 dragons, the army of undead led by Muhua slowly disappeared in the courtyard of the undead in the flow of the teleportation array. These are the skeletons of Muhua's family. Due to time constraints, some of them have not signed the dependent contract, but they have all obtained the authorization of the World Tree and enter the Abyss Island at this moment. And the teleportation through the World Tree cannot track them, no matter how proficient in space magic. Very good, a wise choice. Leave Albus behind, and I will provide guarantees for the deliberation of Dandelion's brigade. Tree's voice came again. Oh, you humans are all slaves of power. Get out of my yard, like a defeated dog. Come on, wag your tail. Seeing that all the undead under Muhua had run away, Occam said to Muhua with a mocking look. Frowning, the faces of the people around Muhua were filled with anger. The skeleton undead retreated to the Abyss Island, but the people of Dandelion and Black Crow on Muhua's side had not left yet. Muhua's body slowly floated up. Except for some undead mages who joined Dandelion in recent years and climbed on the back of the dragon, all the people on Muhua's side followed Muhua and slowly ascended into the air. Flying. Perhaps flying is quite routine for Occam and Trezor, but seeing that so many people on Muhua's side have mastered flying magic, Trezor's liches were still a little surprised. The imagined sad departure did not happen, but Muhua raised his hand to open a summoning circle, and the scale of the circle suddenly expanded, making Occam's eyes, which were originally full of ridicule, suddenly widen. What the hell? What did Muhua summon? A floating giant rock? Can this thing be a subordinate? A 1,000-foot giant, a pitch-black giant that is even larger than the largest blue whale in the Trezor whale group, with a keratinous epidermis that looks like wood but not wood, like gold but not gold, like a sea rock covered with barnacles, simple but not giving people a bad feeling. The giant suddenly stirred up its seemingly indestructible body, and when it swayed, it stirred up wind holes in the air. Floating monsters? Master, where did you find so many unlucky guys? A muffled thunder-like voice came from the giant. From a distance, the giant's head and face, which was faintly in the shape of a ray, suddenly opened 3 rows of dark pupils, like the sun and the moon. Stepping on the back of the giant, Muhua finally saw Trees, who looked a little tiny on the back of the blue whale. Fuck. Leviathan? When Muhua saw Trees clearly, Trees, who was originally sitting on a throne, suddenly jumped up, no longer calm, with a look of seeing a ghost, and while looking at Muhua, Trees burst out a swear word in a questioning tone. Thursday, call out all your little brothers, the opposite. Well, just treat him as a troublesome hell lord. Muhua looked at Trees, and showed a kind smile to the proud king. As soon as the voice fell, the magic circle rose again. It was still the magic circle for summoning followers, but regardless of the number, it seemed that some of them were a little expanded, right? No one else mentioned it, but Trees had doubts in his heart at this time. Chapter 669. Leviathan? You actually control Leviathan? Do you know? Do you know where the biggest resource gap in the City of the Dead has been in recent years? It's those floating monsters. Trees has always wanted to cultivate those floating monsters into Leviathan, but you saw, Leviathan King? Lying on Thursday's 1,000-foot body that seemed like a floating continent, Albus laughed and slapped Thursday's rock-hard body, looking like he was about to roll on the ground. So I told you a long time ago, Lich, don't take pleasure. Facing each other from a distance, the pressure was no longer there. On the back of the blue whale, which was obviously much smaller than Thursday, Tree's jaws moved, staring at Albus, who was shouting, and spoke hatefully. Black hair, brown eyes, medium build, holding a caracal-like monster in his arms, wearing a crown on his head, and wearing a gorgeous dragon robe on his body. There were some guards around him, but the guards were all standing 10 feet away from him. Trezor is not a lich, but the look he gave Muhua at this moment was not much better than that of a lich. Leviathan, damn it, he actually saw a Leviathan controlled by humans, and it was summoned from the dependent array. The human who could control Leviathan should be him. When he saw Thursday for the first time, Trezor's first thought was to snatch it away. A Leviathan willing to be controlled by humans, of course, he had to try to seduce it. But damn the dependent array, that Leviathan was actually Muhua's dependent. Not to mention that he couldn't snatch it away. Even if he recruited Muhua and let Muhua stay by his side, it was basically no different from slapping him in the face. Who is he? He is the 7th kingship, the king of Leviathan, but he is still raising floating monsters. What do you mean by bringing out a genuine Leviathan? Do you want to fight? Trezor had no manners at all, and his uncontrolled jealousy poured into Muhua without any cost, which made Muhua feel very comfortable. Muhua summoned Thursday. After Muhua's careful training, Thursday could no longer swim in the abyss, because he had completed the evolution of Leviathan. Only floating monsters could live normally in the abyss fog. Speaking of which, Muhua did not Krypton attribute crystals for Thursday. The attribute growth of floating monsters is relatively abnormal. Let's not talk about whether it can be Krypton. The key to the evolution of Leviathan is not in the attribute aspect. Spin the Purgatory armor, improve jealousy, and Krypton some gluttony-related abilities. When the floating monsters comprehend the blood and chi transformation, and can skillfully use the Purgatory armor to build their own external armor, the evolution of the floating monsters to Leviathan will begin. At this moment, Thursday was not alone, because what made trees want to vomit blood was Thursday's followers. 7 floating monsters that were no less big than the blue whale under his command guarded Thursday, and at the same time, hundreds of deformed demons were summoned by this group of strategic monsters. Followers again. Greed and color domain can't fool so many monster followers. Aren't these monsters famous for their twisted psychology? Besides the 4 floating monsters that suffered in the abyss and were later dragged out of the abyss by Thursday, there were thousands of monsters summoned by the Force Contract Orb, and that didn't count the ones that Muhua sought to summon other people's beasts and were killed. As for why there are 7 floating monsters? It's because after Thursday became Leviathan, the 4 floating monsters found a few more victims in need of rescue in the abyss under his command. A more powerful Leviathan than Trezor, with more whales than Trezor. Not to mention Trezor, the liches on the blue whales were dumbfounded when they saw the floating monsters. A creature of the same type as their own boss came? What's going on? The battle of the king's election? While staring at Muhua, Trezor suddenly saw Muhua's kind smile again, and his heart was inexplicably shocked. Yes, it's another family summoning. Muhua waved the family summoning magic circle again, and Monday and Tuesday slowly appeared from the magic circle. Fortunately, a Cerberus and a big demon, both of them looked pretty fierce alone, but with the background of Thursday's Leviathan fleet, they seemed to be more normal. Monday and Tuesday showed up, and Muhua nodded politely to Trees, which made Trees feel confused. Kill him and tear down his demon king's castle for me. Muhua ordered Monday and Tuesday. Yes, I will obey your will. Monday and Tuesday took the order, and looked back at the somewhat stunned lord of the courtyard, Occam. The followers summoned again. Fuck. Occam swore the same way as Trees. Boom, boom, 2 3-headed hellhounds fell to the ground. These 2 were Monday's wives, and one of them was a part-time captain of the plant essence collection team. Gaga hundreds of big demons ignited flames on their bodies to prevent parasites, and the demon wings spread out, looking at Occam floating in the air with a malicious smile. As a chain reaction, the 2 newly appeared Cerberus summoned a large number of followers, and the groups of hellhounds opened their ferocious mouths. Seeing that the situation was not right, Occam turned around and ran away, and the several wailing banshees beside him just wanted to open their mouths, and a dimensional crack that cut through the world had already entangled them in it. Roar, roar, the columnar breath of the hellhounds gathered into a sea of fire, and heat waves that drowned everything. Boom, boom. The big demon spell washed into the sea of bones, like a bomb dropped by a bomber. In the sky, the magic dragons on Trees' side were suspended in the air. The originally violent and ferocious magic dragons were now waiting for the orders of their masters. They were not sure whether to attack the demons chasing the lord of the courtyard. Get out of the way! Tree's eyelids twitched, and when he gave the order, he looked at Mu Hua with a little more anger. Mu Hua did not attack him, but he caused serious provocation to him. On Monday and Tuesday, they led their respective legions to kill the undead under Occam. But not to mention that Occam was the partner that Trees had just agreed to cooperate with. His lich's undead followers were also blocking the way. When the demons rushed, they would inevitably make a path through his undead army. Fuck, the newcomers nowadays are so fierce. Someone screamed in Vivian's live broadcast room. Mu Hua has not been in the Ghost Council for 10 years. For the ghosts and gods in the council, he can really be considered a newcomer. Please give me the Leviathan training strategy. TSK, this is simply stomping on the face of the seventh. Haha, well, these royal bastards have their day. If you can't stand it, come to me. This is really going to happen, but it's a pity that this is not the King's Choice War. You guys should take it easy, and be careful of Trees, who will kill you. People say that guy is petty. Don't be afraid of shit. It's better if this is not the King's Choice War. Mu Hua, pull people in, start a group, form a team and do it together. In a moment, the Hellhound and the big demon killed far away, and the ghosts and gods in Vivian's live broadcast room screamed. Mu Hua! Tell me, who told you to do this? Trees rebuked with anger, and the ghosts and gods in the live broadcast room watched quietly. Well, wait a minute. Seeing that the liches in the floating monster under Tree's seat flew away from the blue whale, spread across the sky, and formed a faint formation, the floating monster closed its big mouth and restored the body of the blue whale. Mu Hua raised his hand to signal Trees not to panic. The number of liches in the blue whale is more than before. They are flying in the sky with gray mist around them. Because the distance between them is large, they look like dead stars hanging in the sky, which is also scary. After all, it is an old-fashioned royal power, and the attributes of these liches are very strong. Although Thursday also has many monsters under his command, these monsters are stuck with their natural growth limit. In recent years, Mu Hua has basically let them fend for themselves and has not cultivated them much. It seems that they may not be able to fight against those liches. Mu Hua needs to give them some assistance. Fortunately, this time it is not a dependent summoning array but elves. So many elves. In a blink of an eye, 30 or 40 elemental elves floated around Mu Hua and his group, and the sweeping elemental riots rushed against the death energy spread by the liches. There was a flash of doubt in Trezor's eyes, and he didn't know whether to say a swear word in his heart. At this moment, Trees seriously suspected which royal power bastards wanted to team up to deal with him. This is an elemental elf. Whose elemental elves has started a group? In the Ghost and God Council, a group of gluttonous ghosts and gods were speechless and stunned. They counted their heads. That's right, everyone was watching the fun. Whose elf did Mu Hua kidnap? Well, the difficulty of a companion elf is still much lower than that of touching gluttony. Just raise the life level, burn an elemental spirit, and then smash the elemental aggregate of the system. Although it may not become gluttony, Mu Hua still made companion elves for some of his subordinates. His family will occasionally organize blind dates for companion elves. Respected Majesty Trees, can you give me Alvis's Lich Life box? Finally, after releasing the elemental elves that started the group, Mu Hua seemed to be satisfied with the lineup of both sides, and finally had a relatively formal communication with Trees. Therese, well, this little bastard doesn't mention Occam anymore, right? Chapter 670. The afterglow of the Doomsday, the undead courtyard of Luomin City ushered in the glory of the Doomsday. The ghost god Mu Hua and the seventh kingship fought in the undead courtyard. The situation was a bit beyond the expectations of the outside world, especially the strength shown by Mu Hua. Originally, it was thought that it would be a battle of the undead at most, but now the sky has exploded, and a large number of combat individuals who are dedicated to casting spells have raised the conflict level infinitely. The garrison retreated to the human world and urgently asked for help. At the same time, they hoped that the two sides would fight more fiercely, and it would be best to blow up the undead courtyard, so that they would not have to take turns to guard this ghost courtyard in the future. The Adventurers Union initiated the emergency mediation procedure, and the major kingship forces expressed that they would cooperate in time. The patrol fleet received the federal transfer order, and 13 reorganized fleets began to converge on the undead courtyard. Mu Hua and Trees have not yet personally participated, but it is better to take precautions before it happens. If you can persuade them, you can persuade them. Even if you can't persuade them, You can't let the conflict between these two things spread beyond the undead courtyard. Courtyard Demon City area. On the ground, skeletons and various summoned beasts were fighting in a mess, and Dragon 2 soldiers and skeleton mages were no longer Mu Hua's exclusive domain. In the sky, liches and monsters shuttled back and forth, various magic shone and competed, and the gathered elves seemed to build a magician camp in the sky. The floating monsters entangled and roared, and the huge force collided, bringing out a muffled sound like a muffled drum. Large chunks of flesh and blood fell off their bodies, and those injuries were strangely recovered under the effect of super speed regeneration. Well, the undead and summoned beasts, liches and monsters, these are relatively easy to say, everyone fought back and forth, but the floating monsters on Tree's side were basically held down and gnawed by the floating monsters on Mu Hua's side. This is when Thursday did not move. Who made Mu Hua's floating monsters so many and strong? The rain of fire and broken rocks from the sky seemed to erase the gap between heaven and earth. Thursday lazily looked at the blue whale that was not even breathing. It was hard to say whether the floating monsters were dull or something else. Anyway, the blue whale under Trees restrained its breath at this moment and was very stable. Whenever his friends screamed and cried because of the bite of the giant beast on the opposite side, the skin on the surface of the blue whale would show some slight fluctuations and tremors. Lifebox. Looking at Trees on the opposite side, Mu Hua spoke again. Do you really want to die so much? Trees said with a grim face. Then try it. Mu Hua grinned. You can try. Trees sneered. Come on. Mu Hua moved his wrist. Heh. Trees sneered. Well, the two of them kept talking, but they didn't do anything. Both of them were paying attention to the battlefield. Mu Hua was paying attention to the battle between his friends and the shadow of the crown. As for Trees, he was quite cold to his subordinates. Mu Hua estimated that he was probably afraid that his floating monsters would be killed by Thursday. Although Mu Hua and Trees were suspected of talking without doing anything, the battle between the two members was really not just a show, and it was not an exaggeration to say that it was a fight to the death. The Lich army on Trees' side was not afraid of death. They had life boxes, and Trees could revive them even if they died. As for the monsters on Mu Hua's side, he couldn't say that he cared too much about them, but while the elemental elves were protecting them, Mu Hua also distributed some divine crystals of resurrection to the elemental elves. Well, Mu Hua from the gods. The floating monsters basically had super speed regeneration. Both sides gave up the magic bombardment, and it was difficult to bite each other to death in a melee. As for Trees, the crown's fighting with Tibesha and her group were more or less ready to curse. There were originally 5 crowns, and 6 more appeared from nowhere, totaling 11 crowns. 9 of the liches were silent and calm, but the remaining 2 living humans never stopped cursing after the fight began. Mu Hua's friends, let alone other abilities, have one thing in common, that is, they are strong and can withstand beatings. Since Mu Hua completed the transition to top life, the golden apples produced by his family have begun to be distributed among his friends. As for attribute crystals, Mu Hua is not so selfless. Almost all the intellectual crystals and spiritual crystals have been krypton by himself, but Mu Hua will still distribute the physical crystals with the highest delivery rate to his subordinates according to the quota. This also caused their friends to have some biased attributes temporarily, but this bias was relative. In other words, their physical strength was absolutely abnormal. Each of them made it hard to tell whether they were warriors or mages, and each of them had super speed regeneration, and the death energy gathered around them was even stronger than that of liches. The 2 living laurels kept switching targets among the liches, trying to find a safe spot, even if it was an old magician who didn't swing a magic-breaking weapon to hit the opponent in the face. They didn't have a life box. Hey Carlisle, do you need a ring that can activate the resurrection spell automatically? Exquisite style, fashionable and trendy. Mephisto, who ran to the battlefield at some point, gathered next to a laurel and asked enthusiastically. Get lost. The staff swung Clark's sword away, and Carlisle had completely ignored the respect for the king in front of him. He originally thought that Clark was a man. In this obviously feminine fighting group, perhaps men would be weaker? As a result, Carlisle felt the heavy force coming from Clark's sword, and rushed back, leaving Clark to another comrade nearby, and rushed straight to Tina, who was wandering outside the battle circle, holding a dagger, as if ready to attack his own people at any time. They didn't expect that there would be a chaotic battle when their boss appeared. They were not well prepared, and there were few people. They didn't get beaten up by the opponent at this time. I don't know if the opponent was worried about angering their own boss. Since 1 or 2 of them are playing melee raids, then find someone who doesn't pretend to be a spellcaster. Feng Shing accelerated, and as he approached Tina, the moonlight flashed under Carlyle's feet. It turned out to be a similar fighting method to Mu Hua. When he stepped on the moonlight and accelerated again, the staff hit Tina like a gun. Snap! The staff head was firmly held in Tina's hand. Hey steward, do you need a resurrection spell? Although you are a lich, the price of this ring is more affordable than your phylactery. Carlyle heard Mephisto's voice faintly in his ear, and cursed him in his heart. Go to his majesty, and his majesty will pay for the resurrection. The lich named steward replied, but the next moment, Tabitha's hammer kept getting bigger in his eyes. Bang! The lich's head was smashed by a hammer. With a slender figure and violent output, Tabitha's fighting method is still unrestrained. However, this lich seems to have the ability of super speed regeneration. The headless body is stirring the sickle, and the soul of bones protects the body. While waving Tabitha away, a skull head full of dried blood vessels has crawled out of the lich's neck. He could no longer care about the fights of others. Seeing the way Steward was injured, Carlyle's heart trembled. He did not have super speed regeneration. With this kind of attack strength, his stand amulet that could prevent some instant death effects would definitely not be effective at all. Bear! Purple flame spurted out from the end of the staff that Tina had grabbed. The flame seemed to be mixed with lightning. The flames were like snakes, flexibly wrapping around Tina's arms and body. Sorry, don't blame me. Carlyle looked at Tina, who was covered in flames and lightning marks, and said coldly, Boom! The flames exploded, the lightning marks spread, a pair of flaming moth wings suddenly opened, and a ghost hand that seemed to be made of flames was placed on Carlyle's head. What did you say? A slightly hoarse voice asked. Fuck. Disaster. Disaster spirit flame demon? Carlyle screamed. Fuck. 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 Those melee bastards pretend to be spellcasters, but this bitch is a spellcaster, but she's holding a dagger and pretending to be a melee fighter. Boom. Carlyle burst out with strong blood, grabbed Tina's demonized arm, and tried to bend it. It didn't move. Oh, don't blame me. The Calamity Flame said something that made Carlyle very familiar but horrified. Fuck. The dark flames burst out from Carlyle's body, and the claws that were tightly bound around his head were stained by the flames and loosened. After escaping from Tina's control, he saw a figure made of flames coming out from behind Tina. Carol couldn't help but curse in his heart again. He felt that he had cursed all the dirty words in his life today. Most Calamity Flame demons are not adapted to Hellfire, because they often awaken the Flame of Life, and when the Flame of Life is awakened, the difficulty of adapting to Hellfire again will increase exponentially. If the Calamity Flame demon has not comprehended the Flame of Life, it will still be restrained by the Hellfire, but when the Calamity Flame demon obtains the Flame of Life also has the ability to transform the Hellfire. In other words, the transformation and absorption between the Hellfire and the Flame of Life are mutual, but because the Flame of Life can create a flame spirit with a life form, the Hellfire without root support will often become the transformed party. A flame spirit with the body of a demon came out from behind Tina, a flame spirit with the body of a claw demon, Tina's former brother. Seeing that the flame spirit took the Hellfire released by Carlyle into its body, Carlyle turned around and ran away. He couldn't beat this Calamity Flame demon, so he needed to change his opponent. Alvis? After all, he is more familiar with him. He has completely changed sides at this moment. He is suppressing the two crowns to compete with magic. If he goes there now, it is really suspected of slacking off. Looking to the left, the leader of the Dandelion team was wearing black armor, and had a power aura on him. He had just hit Steward halfway through his body with a hammer. Looking to the right, the deputy leader of the Dandelion, he was familiar with this person. Because of Alves, all of them had a relatively detailed understanding of Vivian's information. When his eyes met Vivian's, Carlyle knew that something was wrong. He raised his hand, and shot a fireball into the distance. Just as he was about to use the flame incarnation to escape, the space within a radius of hundreds of meters had been blocked by countless sharp blades, and long spears from all directions protruded from the void. Puff, puff, the long spear that destroyed the magic shield stabbed Carlyle's body. The pain came, blood gushed out of the throat. It's okay to poke, but after you poke, you should pull out the gun. Me. Carlyle was poked all over by multiple spears, and it was difficult for him to speak. Mephisto? A shadow flashed, and Mephisto's figure appeared beside Carlyle again. Ring. With relief flashing in his eyes, Carlyle stretched out his palm to Mephisto with difficulty. Ring, right? Mephisto smiled, holding a ring containing the crystal of resurrection in his hand. Grab. Carlyle, who was picked up by the spear, waved his arms, and finally grabbed the ring on Mephisto's hand. "Thank you for your patronage." Mephisto greeted with a smile. "I want 30% of the profit." Vivian's voice floated into Carlyle's ears from afar. "No, no, no, dear. I can give you 10% at most." Mephisto's voice sounded. "Then I kill him, and we go our separate ways." Vivian's voice seemed closer. Okay, 20%. I can only increase his price by 20%. No more. It will affect my credibility." Mephisto seemed helpless. "Fuck." In a trance, Carlyle cursed in his heart, but he held the ring in his hand tighter. Chapter 671. To be honest, the battle between the Shadow of the Crown and the main combat members of Muhua's side did not have a big impact on the outside world. At least compared with those group battles on the ground and in the sky, the faster battle frequency, and the battle that is more inclined to break the magic attack are much quieter than those chaotic battles, with high explosive magic thrown everywhere. Scorch Thursday swept out multiple auroras, sweeping away the dragons that tried to cooperate with the skeleton undead to encircle their own skeleton wizards. The excessive output made these auroras seem like divine punishment from the sky. The thick auroras hooked wide gullies on the ground. When the skeletons flew, Trees only sneered at the corners of his mouth when he saw Muhua's actions. Well, he was not disdainful of Thursday's attack, but disdainful of Muhua, who was impatient, and let Leviathan launch the first attack in order to protect some skeleton undead. Trees was full of resentment about Muhua's ability to control Leviathan. At the beginning of the battle, Muhua ordered all his undead army to withdraw. Although the ranks of those undead were not low, they were relatively ordinary, and had not been specially trained. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were all immature. Those undead could definitely be called a natural disaster of death in an ordinary war, but if they encountered a battle of the same standard, a large number of losses would be inevitable, not to mention that there were a bunch of superstandard beings floating in the sky. It must be said that with sufficient support, they could also play a good role in restraining the superstandard combat power, and even have the ability to kill. But Muhua was reluctant to give up the wealth he had accumulated for the time being. When it came to trees, it was obvious that he was different from Muhua in nature. He didn't care about the loss of his own skeleton undead, the skeleton wizard dragon 2 soldiers, and even the death and injury of those dragons. Hey, your majesty, why let's just forget about it. If you really piss the guy off, he kill a few of your floating monsters, and you have nowhere to cry. Mephisto said to Trees, who had wandered to Trees' side again. He dares. Trees rebuked coldly. Well, Muhua felt distressed that Trees didn't care about him, and Trees was cherished by Muhua, who didn't care much about him. Muhua lamented that Trees was rich, and for Muhua, floating monsters would probably be Trees' eternal pain. Mephisto, you'd better understand that I'm not looking for trouble with him now. He's asking me for the Lich's life box. Still staring at Muhua, seeing that Muhua's 2 powerful dragons rushed into his own dragon group and went crazy, Trees waved out the summoning array while talking, and dozens of dragons that were larger than the puppy and the guard were summoned by Trees. Ha, you actually used a word to cause trouble to him. Mephisto laughed, as if he didn't care about Trees' behavior. Humph. Trees snorted coldly, ignoring Mephisto. Seeing that Muhua's 2 dragons went from crazy to flying away, Trees sneered at Muhua again. So I said it's almost enough. He has giant dragons under his command. I guess there are many dragons under his command. It won't look good if we continue to fight. Mephisto shook his head. A Shadowland? As if confirming some guess, Trees looked at Mephisto fiercely, and called out the 6th place in an inquiring tone. Hey! I didn't say anything. Don't guess blindly. Muhua and a Shadowland have never met. If you want to say that someone is backing him up, you might as well say Azazel. Mephisto raised his hands, waved his hands repeatedly, and refuted. As Mephisto spoke, in the throne hall of the War King territory, Azazel stood up in anger, and around him, 5 or 6 subordinates hugged their legs and waists, dragging Azazel, who seemed to want to go to the scene to talk to Mephisto. Humph, no matter who is backing him, since he has reached out to me, he must pay the price. Teresa's eyes flashed a brief thought, but it was replaced by anger in an instant. He and Muhua had completely different perceptions. Therese didn't seem to think that he was the first to cause trouble for Muhua. Why are you reaching out? Your Lich has been following others for many years. Now he just wants to change his boss. Why don't you return the life box to him? Don't you humans attach great importance to the human rights of Liches? Mephisto complained. I can come and go as I please? Therese said arrogantly. After glancing at the battle in the sky and the Dragon 2 soldiers and skeleton mages mixed in with the summoned beasts on the ground, Trees had a hint of amusement on his lips. Even Trees was somewhat amazed by the great strength of the Dragon 2 soldiers under Mu Hua and the spellcasting ability of the skeleton mages. But the magic circle rose again and golden light flashed. Unlike the undead summoned by the Lich earlier, with Trees' summons, large swathes of fully armed skeleton undead appeared on the ground. The exquisite armor was engraved with complex magic patterns, and the weapons in their hands exuded strong magic fluctuations. Various enhancement magics were stimulated by the armor, and the white-boned souls gathered in the clouds and mist emerged from behind the undead. Elite, these should be the elites under Trees, and, as if to compete with Mu Hua, thousands of elite undead were all Dragon 2 soldiers. Haha, kid, you have raised your Dragon 2 soldiers well, but they are just useless ceremonial guards for me. Trees sneered at Mu Hua. Before the undead came out, the boned souls rose first. Countless white-boned souls poured into the battlefield, like ants looking for food, and the summoned beasts along the way were eaten up. After the boned souls, those fully armed golden-armored Dragon 2 soldiers raised their weapons. Mu Hua's Dragon 2 soldiers are very strong, even stronger than Trees' Dragon 2 soldiers, but not to mention the absolute advantage in numbers, those top-quality equipment can also largely eliminate the power gap between the two sides. Seeing Trees showing off his wealth and suppressing others with his power, Mu Hua's eyelids twitched, and he threw the Furious Blessing, the Apostle Blessing, the Power Enhancement, and even the Holy War Power of the Divine Art series on his own Dragon 2 soldiers. The strength of the first 300 Dragon 2 soldiers under Mu Hua soared to more than 3,000, and the strength of the remaining 700 Dragon 2 soldiers was also pushed to about 2,000. The two sides engaged in battle. Although Trees' Dragon 2 soldiers were thrown everywhere, those who were thrown and overturned got up and were fine. The weapons in their hands manifested various elements. When they were entangled with Mu Hua's Dragon 2 soldiers, more of them held spears and bows, swung chains, and rushed towards the skeleton wizards guarded by the Dragon 2 soldiers. Buzz! The power was engraved on the armor and rose up. The magic-breaking weapons broke the barrier constructed by the skeleton wizard. Trees' so-called guards of honor also activated their own power gains while approaching the skeleton wizard. Let's see how efficient they are in breaking the magic barrier. If these Dragon 2 soldiers get close, even if Mu Hua's skeleton wizard is wearing a magic shield, he will inevitably be dismantled by them. You asked for it. In Trees' sneer, Mu Hua also became fierce. Since it is a war, there will inevitably be casualties. Mu Hua is not intolerant of his own losses, but if his own skeleton wizards are lost because of these Dragon 2 soldiers in front of him, Mu Hua will feel very aggrieved. The dragons of both sides are entangled in the sky, and they are still absolutely overwhelming in number. The two dragons on Mu Hua's side can only flee desperately. Call Friday? Forget it, Mu Hua is still planning to let Friday give a surprise to her fellow dragons in her hometown. A huge glutton's mouth opened on the ground, and the skeletons and undead within a radius of 100 meters were swallowed by the mouth of the glutton, including Trees' golden-armored Dragon 2 soldiers. How dare you! The appearance of the mouth of the glutton made Trees' pupils shrink. It seems that if the inferior honor guard in his mouth suffers losses, he will still feel distressed. Or like Mu Hua, he will feel a little aggrieved that his own Dragon 2 soldiers were swallowed by the mouth of gluttony in the chaos. I kill you! Mu Hua grinned and raised his arms. This was the surprise he had planned to give the monsters in the Kane's courtyard. This guy Trees really knew how to run into the muzzle of the gun. The Final War. The Demonic Tide coming. Chapter 672. Thunder Eagles, Lion Scorpions, Horned Eagles, Doom Vultures, Giant Bats, Flying Snakes, and even ravens and other smaller flying monsters rushed to the body of the dragon and pecked at them. Groups of succubi, Bababa Bad Demons, Blue-Winged Demons, and even big demons joined the attack queue of monsters, and the overwhelming magic launched a high-frequency coverage attack on the Lich War group. From the lowest level goblin to the goblin general, the goblins formed a tribe. From evil wolves to mountain kings and earth bears, whether born alive or bred from eggs, or even insects, dazzling monsters also appeared in groups. The roar of behemoths shook the air, and the evil dragon and the magic dragon, who were incarnated as summoned beasts, breathed together. Among all this, two terrifying existences were extremely conspicuous. The giant dragon with its wings covering the sky roared out a roar that implied the end. The abyss demon, with a stronger body than Goliath, opened his arms, and seemed to bring down the doomsday destruction with a screaming laugh. This is a big joke. Therese was dumbfounded. Even Mephisto was dumbfounded. All those who observed the situation here had the urge to curse because of the magic tide summoned by Mu Hua. What kind of greed is this? Isn't it a bit too much? Compared with the complex connection of other original sins, the way to touch greed is simple and rough. Control 666 kinds of summoned beasts. The magic cores contributed by the monsters in the abyss, the self-sacrifice of Thursday's followers, and Mu Hua will deliberately let the monsters under Thursday, who are not good at casting spells, to train some summoned beasts, and then let them self-sacrifice according to the specific situation. With a huge amount of 100 refining secret stones invested, Mu Hua not only embraced greed, but also gathered an army of summoned beasts with more than 50,000 individuals. This is his final war, which can be said to be just getting started, but makes people want to curse. 50,000 summoned monsters, the final war started, during which many weak ones were trampled to death by their colleagues, but after all, it was a demon tide with dragons and abyss demons. Among them, the proportion of monsters is not small. These summoned beasts, which basically have one or two magic tricks, suddenly broke out with great momentum. A wave of explosions, a wave of charges. It seems that all the remaining beasts in the sky and on the ground are Mu Hua's summoned beasts. The liches who were not dead on trees side all shrank back to the back of the blue whale, looking at the enemies flying all over the sky. There were too many styles, and all the liches were a little staring. After a long moment of shock, Mephisto let out a strange laugh of unknown meaning. The dragon is given by the ultimate magic beast summon, and the abyss demon is given by the ultimate demon summon. Mu Hua's summoning skills do not include orc summons. I don't know whether the concept of orcs is too general, or goblin summons represent orcs. Because most of the upper races are difficult to train into summoned beasts. Summoned beasts are relatively mediocre in battles above a certain level. Mu Hua's dragon group and demon summoned beasts are also quite different. In the sky, there is a giant dragon, 10 evil dragons, 9 demon dragons, and countless flying beasts and winged demons. Although most of them are low-profile models given by the system, the momentum is still quite impressive. On the ground, those monsters known for their strength and flexibility, such as behemoths, violent bears, and horn-knife tigers, are either trampling or pressing, and they suppress trees' honor guard. Even though they couldn't kill the Dragon 2 soldiers for the time being, they were still snatching weapons and stripping off armor, causing trees to directly cast death decay on the battlefield. The death decay that absorbed life spread endlessly, which was completely a vent of anger without distinguishing between enemies and friends. Boom! Well, the lethal effect of death decay was a bit slow, and the delay of doomsday destruction cast by the abyss demon was also a bit high. Before death decay killed anyone here, doomsday destruction exploded over there. The flame explosion born from the abstract distortion, the lava ejected from the surging ground cracks, the flowing lightning seemed to build a piece of lightning pattern scorched hell on the earth. The hurricane was mixed with wind blades, and the rapidly weathered rock spears seemed to imply that the wind field on the wilderness contained the effect of wind erosion. Acid rain fell, cooling the lava, rising poisonous gas, and the earth was in ruins. On the ground, the skeletons and summoned beasts below the high level were almost completely wiped out, and those who escaped the destruction were also in a mess. Therese. Mephisto. Mu Hua. Well, Mu Hua himself was a little dumbfounded. He had never let the abyss demon out to roam, and he had no chance to let it throw doomsday destruction. Mu Hua knew that doomsday destruction was very fierce, but there was really no place to throw it. The abyss demon was actually good at close combat. As for magic, even if it was not a summoned beast, a normal abyss demon basically couldn't even open a magic shield. It is said that the abyss demon is a reverted Goliath. They are born with doomsday destruction, or in other words, this kind of demon has an evil appearance, but its brain is not very good, and usually only has this kind of magic. It is precisely because the abyss demon can only throw doomsday destruction randomly, so it is said that a certain master exterminated this group. Now if you want to see the abyss demon, you can only find the reverted style on Goliath. Seeing that the earth was plowed by Mu Hua's abyss demon again, how far it was affected was hard to measure with the naked eye, and Mephisto laughed strangely again. Fight, you guys continue, I just pass by and take a look. Mephisto, covering his face, flew away from trees, lying on his side in the sky, completely entering a state of watching the fun without minding the trouble. Asshole, are you crazy? Trees yelled at Mu Hua, while Dandelion and Black Crow returned to Mu Hua's back, each with their chests puffed out. In this doomsday scenery, they exchanged killing glances with the laurels and liches behind trees. Final war. Mu Hua. Well, Mu Hua brought out all the summoned beasts that were killed by the Doomsday Destruction, and it seemed that there were still summoned beasts stripping the armor of the Dragon 2 soldiers. Tree's eyelids twitched, and between his palms, a sword with a blade of more than 2 meters long and a rather fierce shape was held in his hand. "Life box?" Mu Hua said to Trees. "Let go of my floating monsters." Trees tightened the sword in his hand, raised his hand to stop his subordinates from following him, floated up, and slowly approached the direction of Mu Hua. Yes, floating monsters. Several floating monsters in Tree's family were caught by Mu Hua's floating monsters. Some people on Mu Hua's side were chopping off the jealous tentacles on those floating monsters. They are very familiar with this job. "I want Aldous' life box." The fate spider silk began to spread in the space. Looking for death. Trees swept the sword, and the effect of the spell cast by the Pluto wave was suspected, but it blew away Mu Hua's expanding fate spider silk. And the evil eggs fell in the sky, and countless corpses fell to the ground. Those corpses once again confronted Mu Hua's summoned beasts on this doomsday land. Ghosts and kingship, both are the style of one-man army, but Trees is simply inhuman. "Are you sure you want to fight me?" Mu Hua clenched his palms, and picked up a long spear, and 60 or 70 various weapons floated behind him. "You asked for it." Trees frowned, but saw more scimitars than Mu Hua appeared around Trees. Countless scimitars swam and gathered, and in a blink of an eye, they formed 9 big mouths with sharp teeth. The fangs were like the dense teeth of a dragon's mouth, and the overall sense was like the mouth of a glutton. The 9 big mouths were drawn by the touch of jealousy and distributed around Trees, as if they wanted to eat everything. Dragon Tooth Blade. Trees' scimitars were basically dragon tooth blades, and this move was still so rich and powerful. To be honest, whether the human kingship can crush the Hell Lord in terms of personal combat power remains to be weighed, but the wealth of the human kingship is much stronger than most Hell Lords, who come to the human world to open courtyards. Compared with the weird and scary moves, the jealous touches holding weapons behind Mu Hua seemed a little weak. How to say it, it's like the comparison between a toothpick and a dragon hunting crossbow. Trees, 8,700, Intelligence 15,000, Spirit 27,000. Mu Hua, 16,000, Intelligence 7,400, Spirit 9,100. The two sides glanced at each other, and both wanted to grin and complain. Mu Hua's physique was enough to beat Trees, but Trees' magician hand could also beat Mu Hua to a loss. After all, he was an old monster who had lived for thousands of years. Trees' spiritual attributes were particularly scary. In essence, Trees was a pure spellcaster. He himself forgot how long he hadn't carried a sword. The reason why Trees carried a sword was not because Trees wanted to be cool, but mainly because Mu Hua's situation also gave Trees a headache. Although Mu Hua's intelligence and spirit are not very good, compared to Trees, Mu Hua's purgatory armor makes Trees feel annoyed. Mu Hua's resistance in all aspects is not bad. The outside world knew in the early years that this guy would put on a vest for himself, keratinized skin and shape-shifting. At present, both sides have opened the magic shield. If they compete with Mu Hua in magic, it will probably last forever. Trees is a little worried that he can't outlast Mu Hua, who is wearing purgatory armor. So, using a knife is more practical. Although he is a spellcaster, his 9 Leviathan teeth that are enough to bite Leviathan alive are enough to make anyone who specializes in close combat retreat. Damn bastard. Trees was about to deal with Mu Hua himself, and suddenly Tuesday's angry curse came from the back. Puff, puff, puff. Several dimensional slashes appeared on the Abyss Demon summoned by Mu Hua. In the blink of an eye, the Abyss Demon turned into a pile of meat, and its ferocious big head was full of surprise and grievance. Puff. The Abyss Demon, which was big and turned into a big meat, was stabbed in the kidney by its own demon and dissipated on the spot. Trees. Mu Hua. The solemn atmosphere stagnated. Mu Hua looked at Tuesday, who was furious and holding Occam in his hand. Obviously, the Abyss Demon's previous doomsday destruction should have affected Tuesday to some extent. Chapter 673. Poor. Mu Hua, who was in conflict with Trees, was so poor that Mephisto covered his face in midair. You said you were going to rob the weapons and armor of the Dragon Teeth soldiers, but the kings here were holding knives, and you were actually dragging the corpse of the dragon. It was really miserable to be your summoned beast. At least, you couldn't save your face. Trees was very arrogant. Perhaps it was because of this arrogance that he didn't want to kill Mu Hua. As a king, he was still somewhat conscious. Mu Hua was a high-end combat force of mankind. He just felt that Mu Hua offended him, and planned to teach Mu Hua a lesson. Of course, his standard for teaching a lesson might be a bit high, and he really didn't mind killing people. As Mu Hua used the immortality of the summoned beast to use the bone-sucking style on him, Tree's anger rose sharply, and he was full of murderous intent. As for Mu Hua actually didn't think about killing Trees. He just wanted to see if he could teach Trees a lesson. After all, he is a king. Although he seems to have made a rather exaggerated formation, he is actually no different from a secret visit or a simple trip. He is not the ruler of a country in the human world. He must be the king who controls multiple worlds. Even if you really want to stab him, you must make enough preparations and contact enough relationships to avoid being like poking a hornet's nest and being messed up afterwards. Trees feels that Mu Hua has offended him, and Mu Hua also feels that Trees has caused trouble for him first. Both are ready to teach each other a lesson. In short, both sides want to fight, and both sides think that they are the victims. Trees went to the meeting alone. But on Mu Hua's side, when Mu Hua floated up from Thursday's back, not to mention that Thursday had a bunch of jealous touches attached to keratin, like a monster claw. Dandelions, black crows, and monsters all floated up with Mu Hua, and a large group of flying summon beasts were ready to act as meat shields and cannon fodder for Mu Hua's people at any time. This is obviously going to fight Trees in a group. Trees' eyes twitched. Mephisto laughed in surprise. Trees' subordinates were indignant. Mu Hua and his group were justified. Well, they are all young people, and it's not shameful to fight a king in a group. At least no one feels ashamed. There are serious differences in the cognition of both sides, and it is definitely not just a victim complex. Mu Hua's friends are not polite, so Tree's friends are naturally unwilling. The two sides were already glaring at each other. Seeing that the people on Mu Hua's side wanted to attack their own boss, the magic circle on the back of the blue whale flickered and the magic was ready to go. Dispel. Mu Hua raised his hand to dispel. Ping, the magic circle on the back of the blue whale shattered and dissipated. Dispel. The other side wanted to cast a spell, and Mu Hua's friends naturally had to fight with them. Mu Hua threw a dispel to that side, and Trees also threw a dispel to Mu Hua. Ping, another wave of magic turbulence, and the magic circle was broken again. However, compared with the two sides, Trees only had one lich left to support the magic circle. On Mu Hua's side, Tabesha, Vivian, Barbara, Eve, Clark, and Athena were either holding death rays in their hands or holding back sky strikes. Tina cast another dispel spell, and the fire spirits in her body were still trying to get out. 7 or 8 elemental elves were hesitating whether to aim their single target attack magic at the lich or at Trees. Trees. As expected, if you are not from the same family, you will not enter the same door. Back then, Mu Hua relied on his own dispelling to fight against two ghosts and gods when he debuted. The outside world knew this very well. Now, this family's coagulation has really been cultivated to the point of perfection. Do you really want to die? It was rare that Tree's arrogance was restrained, and he looked at the people behind Mu Hua with emotion. Maybe it's not that easy to kill us, Mu Hua said calmly. Oh! The provocative words exchanged for Tree's sudden realization. In a look of sudden realization, Tree's mood seemed to be a little worse. Mu Hua, right. It seems that you made a very wrong choice, Trees said coldly. When he spoke, the strange mouths formed by sharp blades beside him suddenly disappeared. The strange mouth let Mu Hua pass in a flash, appeared behind Mu Hua, and bit towards Taibesha and the others who had not retreated yet. Space magic? Although they looked similar, Mu Hua did not feel the characteristics of the glutton's mouth on the sharp-toothed strange mouth, but the movement of these strange mouths made Mu Hua instantly angry. The strange mouths were much smaller than Mu Hua's glutton's mouth, but they were also 30 or 40 wide after being stretched out. The attack range of the 9 strange mouths was quite large. Mu Hua could not figure out whether these strange mouths had space characteristics, or whether Trees had developed the jealous touch into an attack method similar to space magic. Just like the jealous tentacles can also produce the movement effect after activating the jealous bite under normal conditions, it feels like Trees' jealous tentacles should still be the ones that dominate these strange mouths. The development and in-depth application of this kind of ability cannot be achieved even with the 100 refining secret stone, and can only be achieved through one's own analysis or even creation. However, the threshold for Trees' ability is even higher than the difficulty of autonomously controlling the petrified demon eye. The improvement of skills by Balian's secret stone is more like perfecting abilities, increasing the power limit of skills in normal states, reducing ability consumption, etc., but those more bizarre deep applications are not within its effects. The sharp-toothed monster mouth attacked suddenly, but the target of the attack was Taibesha and others. While Mu Hua was shocked and angry, Some powerful summoned beasts nearby were alert. The summoned beasts that had already received instructions from Mu Hua's guards rushed into the attacking monster mouse. Crack, crack, crack. 7 evil dragons were bitten by the monster mouse. It was obviously a sharp blade bite, but the exaggerated bite force was like a stone mill, grinding the bitten part of the evil dragon into blood foam. It was like chewing with suction, biting off a large piece of blood and bone from the evil dragon, but those monster mouse did not let go of the evil dragon. The evil dragon was wailing, and was eaten up by those monster mouse. In the blink of an eye, the 7 evil dragons disappeared. Fortunately, these evil dragons were summoned beasts, otherwise blood would have rained down from the mouths of the monsters. Of the 7 monster mouse, the other 2 were blocked by the 2 open mouths of gluttons. Tina and Barbara, the demon sisters, opened their mouths of gluttony, but the 2 monster mouths flashed and disappeared under the bite of the mouths of gluttony, crossing the limitations of space and returning to Tree's side like a guard. You are looking for death. Seeing Trees killing Taibesha and others, Mu Hua scolded and opened his petrifying magic eyes. The bite of Tree's monster mouth is linked to the power of his jealous touch. Although Taibesha and her group are now strong, their attributes, even their physical attributes, cannot be compared with those of the king. Trees might not necessarily want to take Mu Hua's life, but when he felt it was an eyesore, he didn't care about the life and death of Mu Hua's subordinates at all, or it should be considered a kind of indifference. Ignore, but get rid of it if it's an eyesore. If they are bitten by these monster mouths, the sharp teeth with weapons, and teeth with various effects such as magic breaking and penetration will trap Taibesha and her group, and their fate will not be much better than those dragon-summoned beasts. In shock and anger, Mu Hua also completely released the petrification magic eye. Trees was fine, including the floating monster behind him, which was also exempted from the petrification magic eye, but Tree's subordinates on the back of the floating monster were not so lucky. The petrification phenomenon instantly spread on the back of the floating monster, and Mu Hua raised his hand and threw another force field explosion at the liches that turned into stone sculptures. Hey, I said, when adults fight, children stay away. Mephisto's voice came. As Mephisto spoke, Mu Hua's group of Tabitha and Tree's group of blue whales suddenly disappeared from their original positions and reappeared behind Mephisto. Even Tuesday, who was carrying Occam, was taken away by Mephisto. Thursday was still in the original position, but seemed to be affected by something. Thursday shot an aurora at Mephisto, but was blocked by the defense barrier thrown by Mephisto, who looked unlucky. Holy word. Mephisto can also use divine magic, and he also ignited the divine fire. Fuck. Why didn't you say anything when he took action? Kid? I am also a kid. Mu Hua cursed, but before he finished speaking, his figure had disappeared. Clang. Tree's sword blocked the spear that was stabbing at him from the side, and the huge force made him fly backwards in the air. However, when Mu Hua was surrounded by weapons from behind, a strange mouth blocked the weapons, and the other 8 strange mouths were divided into 3 layers, biting towards Mu Hua from all directions. Get out of here! Mu Hua shouted while brandishing his spear, all within his field of vision. Boom! The blood and chi took shape, and the sky-supporting giant exploded from Mu Hua's body. The giant of the Gongchi had no purgatory weapons on it, but was Mu Hua's original appearance. But the giant was covered with dense magic patterns, which were the kind of patterns that would make ordinary people lose their minds if they looked closely. Trees was also secretly shocked when he saw it. At the same time, a power mark like a magic ring surrounded the giant. Bang! It sounded like a golden sound, but also like a muffled sound. The giant's spear swept across a group of sharp-toothed strange mouths, and those strange mouths were actually swung away by the spear in the giant's hand. Tree's pupil shrank, and a gluttonous mouth bit him again. Damn! This monster boy! Trees cursed. In the void, a bone wall that seemed to be filled with ghosts and wriggling corpses was condensed. The wide bone wall was larger than the open mouth of the glutton. The bone wall was bitten by the mouth of the glutton, but it was not swallowed by the mouth of the glutton. Tree's spiritual attribute was extremely high, which also caused his jealous touch to have considerable absolute power. Mu Hua's basic strength was not enough to compete with Tree's strange mouth, but with a series of bonuses such as rage gain, power mark that directly increased strength, divine blessing, and combat skill enhancement, Mu Hua had the fierce power to smash the strange mouth. I didn't expect Mu Hua to be able to pile up power like this. Tree's strange mouth was almost smashed apart by Mu Hua. Facing the giant statue with rising arrogance on Mu Hua, Tree's eyes showed solemnity for the first time, and the original rude offensive of the strange mouth seemed to be more agile. Hee dear, It's a bit too much to say that you are a child again. That bone wall is the wall of the faceless man. Don't use brute force. Suck it. Suck it with the mouth of the glutton. It smells very good, Mephisto said with a smile in the sky. Mephisto. Seeing Mephisto's on-site command, Trees scolded. Okay, Trees, don't say I didn't remind you. Be careful. This kid's world poison is not easy to deal with, and the surprise attack just now looked a bit like a speed. Mephisto spread his hands to Trees. Mephisto. Okay, this time it was Muhua's turn to scold. Muhua and Trees looked at each other, and there was a tacit intention in their eyes, and they seemed to want to kill Mephisto first. The figure suddenly disappeared and appeared. Clang. Hand-to-hand combat. Bang. Secret technique rushed. Muhua raised his spear diagonally, and Mephisto swung his sword sideways. Despicable. Guishan and Wang Quan scolded each other in unison. Obviously, with a tacit understanding in their eyes, the two did not bother Mephisto, and both slashed the sharp blades in their hands at each other's body. Chapter 674. Crack, crack. Fuck. Crown Shadow, you're so great. Go to hell. Hide? You dare to hide? Kick him in the waist. Son of a bitch, if you hadn't neglected your duties, Nilva City would not have been destroyed. What blessing from the city of the dead. Grit your teeth. Get out of the way. Let me do it. On the back of the floating blue whale, Alvis got out a wooden chair from somewhere, signaled Tibetha and the others to make way, and was about to hit Carlyle with the wooden chair. Stop hitting, everyone stop. Fuck, why are you hitting me alone? Carlyle, who was surrounded and beaten by everyone and lying on his back with his head in his hands, finally managed to push away the fists and feet around him, pointed at the four liches not far away, and shouted angrily to the people around him. Bang! A punch hit Carlyle's eye socket. They are liches, and it doesn't hurt to be hit. Vivian retracted her fist. Coup law. The solid wood chair was smashed to pieces on Carlyle's back, and Alvis looked relieved. Why waste your words on him? Beat him up, Alvis shouted. Crack, crack. A bunch of dandelion and black crow backbones surrounded Carlyle, and hammered and kicked him. Carlyle was angry and hugged his head, and was beaten again on the back of his own floating monster. Well, Muhua and Trees fought fiercely. Perhaps because he was afraid that the situation would develop out of control, Mephisto actually protected their subordinates. It may also be because he didn't want to consume too much fate power. Thursday couldn't be dragged over, and both groups were placed on Trees' floating monster. And Muhua's side, not counting the monsters, had about 100 or 200 people. Trees' side actually had quite a few people, but unfortunately, most of them fell into a petrified state. The boss was fighting to the death, and the enemies met, and they were extremely jealous. Unfortunately, Mephisto did not let them kill each other. Although Mephisto's behavior was a bit weird, he was a king after all, and Tibessa and the others still gave Mephisto face. However, the other side had a bunch of stone statues that could be slaughtered in front of them. If we didn't touch them, this face was given enough, right? And those who were not petrified, what are you looking at? What's wrong with looking at you? Well, there were 4 liches, 1 human, and among the 5 crowns, the living life named Carlyle had 1 more word. As a result, this relatively harmonious gang fight appeared in front of us. Well, it was indeed very harmonious. Everyone just showed some respect and didn't kill. The 4 liches were stared at by 100 or 200 pairs of eyes that could not intervene but had bad intentions. They looked at their colleagues, who had turned into stone statues, and then looked at the group of people who beat Carlyle, and there were still many young people who could fight them to death on their own earlier. Carlyle, help! The 4 liches looked up and looked around. Oh, being young is good, we can play together so quickly. The power stirred the wind cave, and the disordered hurricane swept to all directions of the undead courtyard. The claws of the behemoth and the dragon clan in the void were like guillotines, constantly launching sneak attacks around Trees. The original 9 giant mouths, with strange teeth, were reorganized into dozens of smaller mouths, and the dragon bites turned into more wolf kisses, which also forced Muhua to move frequently. The sonic boom resounded everywhere within a radius of 1,000 miles, and the chaotic space fluctuations never stopped for a moment. The battle between ghosts and gods and the king affected the vast world. The blood and chi were running wild, and the death chi was surging. The violent battle specifications had long exceeded the level that ghosts and gods should have. Muhua and Trees were both panting. Trees' attacks were strange and high frequency. Muhua found it difficult to get close to Trees, and Muhua's speed and strength made it difficult for Trees to effectively attack him. Trees was very strong in both close combat and in controlling the strange mouth. Mu Hua suspected that he also had unlimited martial arts training. The reason for the suspicion was that Mu Hua found that before fighting with him, Trees already had powerful skills. In short, Mu Hua did not have the fighting skills that allowed Trees to hone his martial arts. Trees was a little frustrated in this regard. He was sure that Mu Hua had unlimited martial arts training because Mu Hua was adapting to his various attack modes at an extraordinary speed. Trees felt that he had lost this time. The battle was unrestrained, but unlike the imagined fight between masters, the two of them were almost out of shape at this moment. Cool? Handsome? Proud? Domineering? Stop it, the two of them are almost out of shape, not to mention being in shape. With their bodies bent, arms hanging down, teeth bared, claws hooked, if they could hug each other's necks and bite them at this moment, I guess neither of them would hesitate. With the specifications of the two, close combat is really not cool at all. When they are unrestrained, the battle becomes more primitive and frenzied. Cool and beautiful close combat? Oh, stop it, you want to die, right? Hoo. Face to face each other in the air, the two held blades and claws down, looking at each other, panting. Disperse. Disperse. No one can tell whether it is a tacit casting, a test, or an unyielding attempt. TSK. Shameless. Mu Hua scolded. Shut up. Little bastard. Trees cursed. It was a little difficult to kill the opponent quickly with close combat. The fight was tiring, both of them were tired, and neither of them wanted to run around anymore. Come on. Go big. Don't be afraid if you have the guts. Let's see who can outlast the other. The two of them floated in the air in tacit understanding, and then tacitly threw away their weapons. All things return to the ring of truth. Trees. All things return to the ring of truth. The magic element is in harmony with the earth. Mu Hua. Open the door of chaos, light and rising darkness, the adhesion of magic element. Trees. Open the door of chaos. Mu Hua. Life returns to the ring of reason, the five elements are the five elements, and the reason of life weaves the source of deviation. Trees. Life returns to the ring of reason, the five elements are the five elements, and the reason of life weaves the source of deviation. Mu Hua. How the sky was filled with strong winds, and Thursday, which was originally floating in the distance, moved. It was moving away from Mu Hua and Trees at a speed that was extremely disproportionate to its size. Thursday's minions had all been sent back by it, leaving only the floating monsters whose jealous tentacles had been chopped off by Trees where the floating monsters were originally. At this moment, they were actually chasing after Thursday, and were also trying their best to stay away from Mu Hua and Trees. Hey, Your Highness Mephisto, how about we go further away too? Putting down the fist that was about to hit Carlyle's ribs, Vivian said with a dry cough on the back of the blue whale. Mephisto, these two lunatics, even demons are more harmonious than them. Just looking at the magic rings that the two put on themselves, you can tell that these two guys are going to start using magic. Strictly speaking, among all the magic systems, although the undead magic is seriously polluted, it should be the most harmonious system in terms of destroying external things, and this courtyard is not afraid of the pollution of the undead magic, as this is a disaster area of death pollution. But the two guys in front of him can be regarded as playing the undead magic, and the effect of many undead magics on them will be greatly reduced. No need to think too much, these two guys are definitely not going to show off the undead magic. The Ring of Universal Truth, the Ring of Fate and Reason, the Ring of Arcane, these three magic rings are set on the king. Is this going to play the courtyard collapse? Death Star Aurora? Doomsday Destruction? Fuck. Mephisto cursed. As expected, these two guys started with wide area magic. Mephisto no longer wanted to care about the mess here. Yes, others might still think that the two would show off stronger assault magic against individuals, but Mephisto knew that in order to prevent the other party from running around and avoiding, the two must first show off a wide area magic with destructive properties. It's not to anger the other party, this is just to harass. Boom! Boom! Doomsday exploded. Buzz, Aurora rained down in the rosy clouds. The Wrath of the Thunder Emperor. Trezor. Chaos Corridor. Mu Hua. 0-degree ray. Mu Hua. Mirror reflection. Trees. Despicable. Mu Hua and Trees each bounced back one of the other's magics, and the two of them scolded each other. Gravity Vortex. Karma Purgatory. Demon Annihilation Bomb. Plank Spear. Plank Spear. Plank Spear. Absolute Zero. Eternal Pain. Fuck. The plank spears that were bombarded were mixed with two insidious and alien magics, and the two cursed and avoided them again. Boom! 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 The roar rose, and Mephisto wiped the cold sweat, and threw a dead-end isolation and killing array at the place where Mu Hua and Trees were. As the two cursed in the spells, the assault magic exploded, and the scenery in the barrier gradually turned into a chaotic color under the impact of the violent elements. Bang! 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 From the outside, there were only muffled sounds in the killing array. Crack, crack, cracks appeared in the barrier. Mephisto cursed in his heart. The two bastards created space turbulence in the killing array. In the distance, densely packed mecha warriors seemed to be flying in this direction. The patrol fleet arrived, however, it seemed that they confirmed the movement here, and countless mecha warriors sprayed feathers and disappeared from Mephisto's sight at a faster speed. Mephisto's arm stretched out towards the mecha warriors was frozen in midair. What about the relay? What about the mediation? Damn it, come back to me. These two bastards may not listen to me, and you. You can at least try to force them to die, right? Chapter 675. The Wind of Aging is a very sinister phenomenon. Unlike most black magics that highlight the effect of instant death, it belongs to the sequence of undead magic. The instant death effect of the Wind of Aging is relatively poor, but it will cause the creatures it touches to lose their lifespans, and it is difficult to prevent, and the scope of influence is extremely large. The battle between Mu Hua and Trees was very violent, but both of them held back. It can even be said that if Trees had not attacked Tibesha and the others, the magic battle between the two of them that tore a canyon in the courtyard of the dead might not have happened. Mu Hua basically did not use any combat power. On Monday and Tuesday, he was sent by Mu Hua to deal with the Lord of the Courtyard. On Thursday, he basically did not participate in the war. When he was able to do so, Mu Hua did not kill Trees' floating monsters. Without mentioning Trees' other abilities, just looking at his ability to release the death spell, Mu Hua also confirmed that he could blow the Wind of Aging. The Wind of Aging can disperse life, but it can also breed the undead. Most of the people around Trees are undead, and the Wind of Aging has no negative impact even on liches. But if he really blows the Wind of Aging, even if he can't kill Mu Hua, he can drag Mu Hua to vomit 3 liters of blood. In the case that he can't do anything to Trees, Mu Hua has not been able to condense the time mark. If he doesn't run, he will basically be exhausted to death. The battle between the two sides is simply to break the courtyard, but the battle that can destroy everything is really calm and restrained enough for both. This battle filled Trees hard with bad luck, and he listed Mu Hua as an object that needs to be given enough attention and careful treatment, but he also felt that he was more like a stepping stone for Mu Hua to show his military power to the outside world, and a tool to verify Mu Hua's combat power. Big loss. The loss of his subordinates was of no concern to Trees, but he still felt that he had lost a lot in this fight. I couldn't stab Mu Hua in the back, so angry. The courtyard of the dead, a large rift that almost spanned the burial ground and the Demon King area, was the masterpiece of Mu Hua, Trees, and Mephisto. Well, Mephisto also had a share in it. He didn't fight with Mu Hua and Trees, but in order to prevent the damage caused by the two from spreading disorderly, he threw a lot of absolute isolation. Every grain of sand and dust contained violent and chaotic elements, as if the soil and rocks were abnormally solid after being hammered 1,000 times. Sometimes in the canyon, you can see dimensional gaps that can't dissipate for a long time, and the contradiction between solidity and fragility is blended together. This scar on the earth is difficult to repair even if the tree shepherds come to settle here. In the long years to come, this place is destined to become a desolate place with no grass growing, the kind where even the undead can't get out. Life box. The two sides stopped fighting, and Mu Hua still asked Trees for the lich life box of Alvis. Boy, if what happened here spreads, I will destroy the Canaan's courtyard, and I will never be so casual next time. Trees said hatefully. Although his tone was bad, Trees treated Mu Hua less with the condescending feeling he had earlier. The two of them were in a difficult position in a short period of time, and they stopped not because of mediation. The patrol fleet ran to guard the entrance of the courtyard with the garrison regiment. The only person with some weight on the scene was Mephisto, and Mu Hua and Trees would not listen to him at all. The reason they stopped was that they didn't care about the negative impact of destroying the courtyard. The main reason is that no one can suppress the other for the time being. Mu Hua doesn't want to waste his purgatory arms, and Trees doesn't have the mouth of the glutton. He will feel aggrieved if Mu Hua swallows his magic. It's none of my business. Those who can spread the specific situation here are probably some royal forces, and I can't afford to offend them. Facing Trees' threat, Mu Hua retorted. Trees felt that he had suffered a loss, and couldn't do anything to Mu Hua, but he didn't want today's events to spread. And those who can spy on this side are basically some royal forces, And Mu Hua said that he can't control them. Can't afford to offend them? If you can't afford to offend them, you can offend me. Trees was angry. Aren't we kings? I feel that I am being treated differently. Hey, let's be clear. I have worked hard in this courtyard for 4 or 5 years. When did I ever offend you? It was obviously you who bullied me. Mu Hua shouted. To be honest, Trees didn't really think that he had provoked Mu Hua. He was the king, and if he asked Mu Hua to do something, Mu Hua would just do it. Isn't that natural? However, although Trees was strong, he was not a fool. After a head-on battle with Mu Hua, he confirmed Mu Hua's strength. Obviously, he would not apply the above cognition to Mu Hua. Thinking carefully, it seems that, maybe, it might be that he had trouble with Mu Hua first. Humph. I don't want to hear any bad remarks, otherwise, be careful of your Kane's courtyard. Trees snorted coldly. At least he didn't look angry like a victim. But his attitude was still bad. Don't listen if you don't want to listen. If anyone tells you, you will break his legs. But if you dare to come to Kane's to make trouble, I will call the ghosts and gods of the council to have a picnic in your city of the dead. Mu Hua grinned and said toughly. You dare. Trees. If you dare, I dare. Mu Hua. Ah, I say, you are not tired yet, right? No one should spread the news here. Mephisto said weakly. Farther away, in the live broadcast room where Vivian was still running, a group of ghosts and gods also started to quarrel. I say, should we expel Counselor Mu Hua from his position? I think so, what a weirdo. He's already fighting with Trees, and he still has the nerve to pretend to be new in the council? Look at him, he's dragging someone else's dragon corpse on the battlefield, how ungentlemanly. Ha, these jealous people are panicking, they're panicking. I think you should just be quiet, they just nailed 2 more gluttons over there. Mu Hua is really fierce, let me make it clear. Don't come to me if you want to cause trouble, my old bones can't stand that kind of tossing. Revenge if there's revenge, grievance if there's grievance, let's have a dinner, I'm going to the Black Magic Academy. Black Magic Academy +1. Hall of Valor +1. Daryl Industrial Park +1. Oh my god, the guy upstairs, Daryl Industrial Park should be considered a human industry, right? Calm down, if you keep doing this, our Salted Fish Council will be finished. Salted Fish Council? Salted Fish Council +1. Salted Fish Council +2. The Ghost and God Council became lively, and it was a good thing that Trees didn't know what was going on over there. Otherwise Mu Hua's picnic excuse would not be so strong. Pa! Under Mephisto's persuasion, Trees seemed too lazy to bother with such a young man like Mu Hua, and threw a delicate jewelry box to Mu Hua. This jewelry box is what people often call a lich's life box. But what really affects the lich is the jewelry stored in it, the orb that holds the lich's soul. Albus gave it to you, but remember, you are not welcome in the land of the dead. Throwing the life box to Mu Hua, Trees said threateningly. I don't want to have anything to do with you either. Putting away the life box, Mu Hua said calmly. Involved? Ha, that Vivian, is she my descendant? Trees laughed strangely. Descendant? Ha. Mu Hua sneered. The word descendant coming from this old monster's mouth was somewhat ironic. Boy, did you catch that bat of a demon for the wind of aging? Seeing that Mu Hua didn't buy it, Trees was not surprised and asked instead. Mu Hua's pupil shrank unconsciously. The time mark can exempt the harm of the wind of aging, but that thing requires the understanding of the law of time, which is too fantasy for Mu Hua. It is more practical to directly master the wind of aging and adapt to it. Haha, let me tell you, it does not master the wind of aging, and the reason why it is willing to accept my control is that I promised it to let the wind of aging blow regularly in this courtyard. Boy, do you want to use this courtyard to cultivate the undead? Haha, Mephisto, maybe I should terminate the transaction related to the wind of aging. Maybe you can help him find a better source of goods? Trees showed a playful smile, said hello to Mephisto, turned around and left, and no longer paid attention to Mu Hua. Mu Hua. Chapter 676. You said you just found the remains of a giant metal dragon in this courtyard by chance. Trezor left. In the courtyard of the dead, Mu Hua asked Occam, who was brought to him, with a strange expression. Yes, what else? Occam said, as a matter of course. Then you gave the remains of the giant metal dragon to a magic dragon, and gained the loyalty of that magic dragon. Mu Hua continued to ask. Occam looked at Mu Hua's expression questioningly, and nodded to confirm. The magic dragon tried to use the remains of the giant metal dragon to complete its own transformation, but failed? And the magic dragon, that could blow the wind of aging, encountered an accident in this courtyard a few years ago, and died in the hands of a human adventurer. Muhua's face was difficult to conceal, revealing an expression as if he had lost 100 million. Could it be that you killed Akmelin? Observing Muhua's expression, Occam's eyes also flashed a strange look. It's you killed Akmelin, right? Sloth hates the undead. So what did you do with Akmelin's body? You got nothing? Right. You killed Akmelin, but you didn't know it mastered the wind of aging. Dragon fangs? Dragon claws? Or the evolution material of the headless knight? You want to comprehend the wind of aging? Ha ha ha, stupid human. The originally depressed expression disappeared. Akmelin kept asking questions in an affirmative tone, and finally laughed out loud. Pa! In anger, Muhua punched Akmelin on the head. Ha ha, but Akmelin, who was in pain, was not angry because Muhua admitted to killing Akmelin in disguise. Even when he fell to the ground, he still grinned with gloating. All of Tree's people withdrew from the undead courtyard. Muhua handed Alvis's lich phylactery to Vivian. After that, he didn't care how the two guys, who couldn't be said to be enemies or master and apprentice, would love and hate each other. Well, anyway, the phylactery is in Vivian's hands. Occam was captured by Tuesday. Although it barely entered the Lord class, it relied on the ability of the Badaba demon to release parasites to deceive people in hell, and its personal combat power was unexpectedly weak. Speaking of which, the fact that the undead courtyard would have the wind of aging blowing had long been recorded in the Adventurers Guild. The main reason why Muhua made trouble for Occam was actually because he thought he had mastered the wind of aging. The human world and even the various courtyards attached to the human world do not have an environment for the natural formation of the wind of aging. Among humans, the existence that is known to be able to create the wind of aging is probably the seventh. The wind of aging is hated by living beings, but it can catalyze the birth of skeletons in nature. Muhua wanted to see if he could get a glimpse of the secret of the wind of aging from Occam, so he caught him and almost vomited blood when he asked. In his early years, he killed a dragon in this courtyard. Although he didn't dare to come to this courtyard for many years because of the dragon was his proud start. But now he knows that the wind of aging in this courtyard was blown by the dragon. Damn, the wind of aging, my wind of aging. Muhua tried hard to recall what he got from the dragon. Well, the first batch of dragon claws and dragon teeth he had ever had, his magic breaking blade, his dragon tooth soldiers, and the creation of all qualities. Forget about dragon teeth and claws, but the creation of all elements? Thinking about it this way, it seems it is not a loss. Sloth and hatred of the undead is just a kind of saying, but the undead species cannot be used as a medium for keratin skin and shape shifting. Although the dragon with no teeth and claws was melted without much research, if Muhua really studied it, he probably wouldn't be able to find anything. As for the smelting skills, the rarity of the creation of all elements seems to be no worse than the wind of aging. At least, he knows where to find the wind of aging, but the creation of all elements has no clear source. Recalling the past and the present, Muhua's painful expression gradually returned to normal. Seeing that Muhua's mood had recovered, Occam felt that there was no point in laughing, and gradually his face turned cold again, and he began to hate Muhua for killing his Akmerin. Occam is not weak, but there is a problem with his growth direction. Well, that's not right. Perhaps it should be said that his growth direction is too normal. His growth, cultivation, resource consumption, etc. are almost in a straight line towards the Lord of Hell. Under normal circumstances, the demon life is smooth. He should be considered a lucky and talented young lord. After crossing the threshold of the Lord of Hell, the accumulation of his own strength will be more efficient. Unfortunately, he met Muhua and his group, who were not normal. Metal dragons are also extremely rare in Hell. Occam invested a lot in Akmelin. Although he failed to successfully enter the ranks of metal dragons, the corpse of the metal dragon also gave Akmelin the opportunity that belonged to him. Akmelin made up for many of Occam's shortcomings. As a result, a demon dragon with a promising future was slaughtered when he went out for a walk. Seeing that Muhua was no longer depressed, new and old hatred surged in his heart, and Occam glared at Muhua. Since there is no wind of aging, you are completely useless. Tell me where you hid the courtyard core. Hand over the courtyard core, and I promise not to harass you in the maze area in the future. I have seen some angels squatting in the maze area in a courtyard before. They have become gods. Tell me, where is the courtyard core? Maybe we can get along for a long time. Ignoring Occam's glare, the drifting fire mist burned the tiny spores spreading out of Occam's body, and Muhua said calmly. He is still releasing parasites at this time. This guy is obviously seeking death, but he is a projection. He didn't ask what he should ask, and Muhua couldn't kill him. Ha 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 ha, if you want the courtyard core, go find it yourself. Occam laughed again. The courtyard core is actually a fragment of the world. It is the embodiment of those broken worlds. It's like a kind of certification. The ownership of these broken worlds only recognizes the courtyard core, not people. To gain control of the courtyard, it is not enough to stab the courtyard master, but to obtain the courtyard core, replace those courtyard masters, and recertify the courtyard core. Either put it on your body, or hide it somewhere in the courtyard. Because the courtyard core must be in the courtyard, most of the time, those courtyard masters who return to hell from time to time will hide the courtyard core in the courtyard. No matter where they put the courtyard core, if humans can't find the courtyard core, even if they suppress Occam like Muhua, these courtyard masters can still fight with humans endlessly. And this kind of fight is actually not good for the courtyard master. Under normal circumstances, if they really can't take advantage of humans, they will hand over the courtyard core. After all, even if humans dominate the courtyard, they can also go to the maze area to lie down. If there are more people in the courtyard, and the people who dominate the courtyard are more frivolous, they can get a lot of emotional energy from the courtyard. This is the process of human occupation of the courtyard in most cases. However, there are normal ones, and there are naturally abnormal ones, such as Occam. He is now eager to take a few bites of Muhua. He also wants to tangle with Muhua, and see Muhua in trouble. If he can't get away from Muhua, he will commit suicide and return to hell. He will come back to trouble Muhua again. If he can't beat him, he can harass him. It's not so easy to defend against him in such a large courtyard. Similarly, in such a large courtyard, there are dead trees and rocks in the sky, underground, sea, and mountains. You can dig hard. If you want to find a hidden core of the courtyard, it is obviously not a problem that can be solved in a year or two. No discussion? Muhua calmed down and said patiently. Go to Macmillan to discuss it. Occam laughed strangely. It was an accident. Muhua explained. Heh. Occam sneered. Really, I was so weak back then that it could crush me to death with just a move of its toes. Occam's death was an accident. Muhua said seriously. Heh. Occam's mouth showed contempt. He should have some shame. Occam has only been dead for a few years? He just watched Muhua and the king quarreling. Really no discussion? Occam's reaction made Muhua frown. The other party had crossed the Lord class and was not afraid of death. He really couldn't do anything to the other party. What do you think? I think we will definitely spend a long and happy time together in the future. Occam's expression became more and more evil. Even though Muhua is strong now, many things will become different if the offense and defense are switched. Are you sure there is no discussion? Muhua's face darkened. No discussion. Occam grinned. Muhua was silent, and his mood changed for a moment. Hey how about we discuss it again? Muhua pulled a far-fetched smile, and scratched his head, and spoke again. He was angry, but the core of the courtyard was a big problem. Compared with digging all over the world, Muhua felt that he could put his face aside for the time being. Occam was stunned, and then an indescribable sense of satisfaction came over him. He won. Well, although his house was demolished by Muhua, and although he could be stabbed in the waist at any time, seeing Muhua's character, Occam inexplicably felt that he won. Chapter 677. As the position changes, Muhua finds that the ruler may be the most meaningless existence in the world. Order has always existed, and those rulers are more likely to add some links that are beneficial to themselves in the order. And order will never disappear because of the disappearance of the ruler, because when the ruler disappears, there will naturally be the existence that wants to become the new ruler. The so-called history is written by the victors, and these victors have a very tacit commonality in some aspects without exception. That is, it will definitely be heavily shaped when the ruler is lost or replaced, and endless chaos and cruelty will inevitably occur. Not to mention trying to ascend to the throne of the ruler, even those who are capable or ambitious to take advantage of the power change, are they stupid? The lord of the courtyard of the undead was pushed by humans, and the projection did not disappear, and the maze area did not appear, which means that humans did not obtain the core of the courtyard. And when the lord of the courtyard lost power, the undead courtyard did not fall into the disorderly and chaotic environment as imagined. On the contrary, the more powerful monsters in the courtyard will pay more attention to their subordinates than before, provide more benefits to them, and improve the treatment of their subordinates, even though there are many undead monsters among them. Divide the land and rule, defend the city, and observe and wait for an opportunity to act. These are basically the current situation of the undead courtyard. To be honest, in terms of order in various places, at least at this stage, the order in various places is even more stable than when the Lord of the Courtyard was there. At the same time, in the original Demon King area where Dandelion was stationed, some monster forces sent personnel to meet Dandelion, showing some intention of surrendering, and most of them were liches from the Jigu Mountains. It can't be said that they coexist peacefully, but most of these forces are willing to not invade Dandelion. If you can't find the Courtyard core, then you can continue to look for it. We won't provoke each other. If you need to search on our territory, we will also provide certain cooperation. After finding the Courtyard core, the maze area appeared. In view of our cooperation, we will stay in the maze area in the future. Don't come to dig our nest for no reason. Well, this is probably the request of those monster forces. Everything is basically a verbal agreement. Don't take it too seriously. Moreover, everyone is accumulating strength. What will happen in the future will also depend on the time and circumstances. In the end, it depends on their respective needs. Mu Hua didn't get the Courtyard core. Without the Courtyard core, he really couldn't do anything with Occam. He finally understood why most of the people who came to the human world to open courtyards were Hell Lords. Not only were Hell Lords strong in survival and difficult to imprison, but they also had the ability to commit suicide. When Occam was desperate and didn't care about his own life or death, and couldn't find the core of the courtyard, Mu Hua fell into a strange rhythm of not being able to beat him, scold him, coax him, but not wanting him to die. Tell me, what do you want to hand over the core of the courtyard? As long as the request is not too excessive, I will try my best to satisfy you. Mu Hua said to Occam in the ruins of the Demon King city occupied by dandelions and repaired. Excessive? Ha, human, your statement itself is problematic, because your request is excessive enough. No one was guarding him, but Occam did not make any resistance in front of Mu Hua. He knew that resistance and struggle would not get him any advantage in Mu Hua's hands, and he also knew that Mu Hua did not want to kill him. Because if he was not killed, he could still talk. If he was killed, when he descended again, Mu Hua would not know where he would descend, and he would become a bigger trouble for Mu Hua. You are robbers, you know? Robbers. I am still the master of the courtyard. Handing over the core of the courtyard is equivalent to losing everything here. Excessive? Haha, tell me, what request is excessive? Occam sneered. Almost enough. I also said that you courtyard masters are all scammers. You just want humans to come to your door, but I am stronger than you now, so I became a robber. Mu Hua said disdainfully. The monsters want humans to enter the courtyard. If humans are weak, they are just their playthings. They have no psychological pressure to kill and rob. Humans invade the courtyard and seize land. Monsters are a kind of resource for humans. Humans kill monsters with a clear conscience. In the end, the strong party will inevitably become a robber in a general sense, and the weak party has no right to complain. The courtyard and the human world, monsters and humans, in essence, no one has anything good to say. Heh, what do you want? Kill me? Or, if you want the core of the courtyard, what conditions are you going to offer me? Occam said with a smile, and he turned the tables and let Mu Hua set the conditions. Transaction? Occam, you'd better understand that I can take you down now, and I can also make the maze area never peaceful in the future. Mu Hua frowned. The current stalemate is not good for you. You just treat the courtyard as a resource warehouse, right? Whether it is the Demon King City or the Labyrinth City, it doesn't matter to you. Cooperation is more beneficial to both of us. Mu Hua patiently advised. That's different. No one would like mice to appear in their granary. Besides, you are not the only one. Occam said bitterly. Mu Hua's statement sounds fine at first, but it is actually quite shameless. The Lord of the Courtyard doesn't need to wander around in the courtyard. There is nothing wrong with that. But originally they didn't need to do anything. They just needed to bear the title of the Demon King, and countless emotional energies would come to them. But now, if Mu Hua occupies the courtyard, there is no need to deliberately guide it. No matter whether it is humans or monsters who move into the courtyard, they can know who the emotional energy they produce is more likely to go to. If there is some propaganda and guidance, if Mu Hua and his men are posing everywhere, and all kinds of emotions are generated by them, they will naturally take the initiative to find them. Monsters like to trouble humans, isn't it just for this? Yes, Mu Hua and his men, this is probably the situation that makes Occam more uncomfortable, because Mu Hua's side not only has demons, monsters, undead and other monsters, but also a bunch of ghosts and gods. Damn, original sin emotions are high in goods and emotional energy. So many competitors, the ownerless ones can't draw them if they are slow. Facing Mu Hua's fair and just face, wanting to coexist peacefully, Occam looked disgusted. Compared with predators, like Muhua, monsters actually prefer pure human forces, because those humans will not compete with them for emotional energy. Okay, let's talk about the deal. How about it? Occam was disgusted, and Muhua also pouted. Demons are not easy to fool, not to mention a demon that is hostile and wary of you. The courtyard core is too difficult to find. Compared with the manpower and time required to find it, Occam will even keep harassing it. If Occam can be traded, Muhua can barely accept it. Name a price. How much will you give up the courtyard core? Muhua said to Occam. Oh no, human, you seem to have misunderstood the content of the transaction. Occam smiled smugly, stretched out a finger and shook it. Muhua did not interrupt, waiting for his words. The environment of this courtyard is very bad. Although there is a large area of burial ground, if there is no aging wind, the efficiency of giving birth to skeletons is very unsatisfactory. You humans like to kill, don't you? And I can drive the monsters from hell into this courtyard. What did you say just now? Make the maze area never peaceful? Haha, think about your subordinates, who are eager to grow. Think about your people who are eager for wealth in the future. Believe me, if I don't input monsters into this courtyard, it should be you who will never be peaceful, right? So, don't talk about the core of the courtyard anymore, just like the cooperation I discussed with your king. That still works. Now let's discuss it. I will continue to send monsters to this courtyard. And what price are you willing to pay for it? Occam shook his tentacles and smiled confidently. Muhua's eyelids trembled violently. Not to mention, Occam's words were really nothing wrong. Are you determined to embarrass me? Muhua's face became uglier. If he gets the core of the courtyard, he doesn't need Occam to transport monsters to this courtyard. It's not necessary, but if Occam is willing to do so, there is no harm. But at this moment, Muhua also heard a threat from Occam's words. The lords of the courtyards usually don't put hell creatures that threaten them into their courtyards, because they are also worried that those beings will seek the core of the courtyard, or even their lives. But if Occam doesn't care about this courtyard, just like humans calling for strong external aid, Occam can spend a lot of money to hire some powerful monsters in hell to cause trouble. Muhua is not sure about Occam's specific situation in hell, but before obtaining the core of the courtyard, his ability to cause trouble is really hard to evaluate. What if I destroy this courtyard? Muhua said with a dark face. Ha, then do it. Do you need help? Occam said indifferently. Okay, very good. Muhua gritted his teeth, with hostility in his eyes. Occam frowned, and subconsciously became wary. You may not know, Occam, I am also a devil merchant. Muhua had a grim smile on his face, and then his face strangely switched between devil and human several times. You are bluffing me? Occam was stunned, but his tone was obviously weaker than before. Bluff you? Do I need to call Mephisto to prove it? I should still be his apostle. Muhua sneered. Occam was silent, with a cautious look in his dark pupils. Can I find you? I will find you. Are there still your subordinates in the courtyard? Do you think they are willing to guide me to find your spatial coordinates in hell? Or your nest? Your territory? Maybe I can also contact the first kingship. Well, if the price is right, maybe Mephisto will help. Are you sure you want me to try? Muhua said to Occam with a grim smile. A hesitant look appeared on Occam's face, and Occam stared at Muhua's eyes closely. How about? Let's talk about the transaction. The transaction of the core of the courtyard. After looking at each other for a while, Occam twitched his lips, lowered his posture, and said to Muhua, No, I don't like this kind of transaction now. Where is the core of the courtyard? You tell me, or not. Muhua shook his head, with a smile without any smile on his face. Chapter 678. Demon merchants, demons who travel around the world, have the ability to shuttle between the human world and hell. Just like the Abyss Island has a requirement for the adaptability of magic power for humans not born on the island. If the route is not in hell, if you want to cross the border to reach hell, there are also strict requirements for the life level. Muhua is a foreign demon. When he perfected his life level, he already had the ability to go to hell. However, hell is not a paradise. Just like demons will not easily descend to the human world, Muhua will not go to hell to find discomfort. Occam comes from hell. As a hell lord who can invest manpower and material resources in the courtyard, he must have his own territory in hell. Although Muhua has never been to hell, it is not difficult to get the plane coordinates of hell from the demon merchant, and there are many monsters in this courtyard that descend to the courtyard through the sacrificial array. The sacrificial array of each courtyard is independent, and the array involving the management of the courtyard will certainly be set up within the control range of Occam's territory. Wild monsters in the courtyard will basically not be granted repatriation rights, but through Occam's direct subordinates, the location of the sacrificial array can be located. Hell is infinitely vast, and the location of Hell through plane coordinates is relatively random. It is almost impossible to find Occam's territory in the legendary infinitely wide world through normal means. This is like a safety lock set by the Lord of the Courtyard for his own territory to prevent his territory from being attacked by those guys with bad intentions. But if Occam's direct subordinates, who are still stationed in the courtyard help, Muhua, as a foreign devil, is equivalent to finding the key to the lock. He can run to Hell to poke Occam's lair, and directly find his body. This is why Muhua cares so much about his own world tree. All the beings under his command who are authorized to enter and exit the Abyss Island cross the border through the world tree, and the world tree only has authorization, not a key. Well, in fact, even if the conditions are met, Muhua basically cannot go to Hell to seek excitement. But seeing that he and the kings in his family are fighting to death, Occam is really not sure whether a young human like him will make a mistake in a fit of anger. After all, there is a first king among humans who is dead and miserable, and that guy has been doing this kind of thing. Occam is not afraid of death in the courtyard, and Muhua can't do anything to him, but Occam is really afraid that Muhua will go to Hell to dig out his nest. Both sides are guilty, and the other pretends to be fierce, but in the end, Occam is still scared. Either the courtyard is destroyed, or Muhua goes to Hell to find him, or even after the courtyard is destroyed, Muhua, who is still angry, goes to Hell to find him again. Occam believed that he was a Hell Lord with a promising future. He was young enough to successfully cross the Lord class. However, Muhua, as a human, seemed younger than him. What about his future? Occam confirmed that he did not want to be remembered by this human named Muhua. Occam finally told Muhua the hidden location of the courtyard core. It was buried in a cave somewhere under the Dead Sea. The courtyard core is the embodiment of the courtyard. It is part of the world. Apart from observing with the naked eye, there is no more convenient special means to search for it. Look at the location where Occam hid the courtyard core. If Muhua were to find it by himself, he might not be able to find it in 100 or 80 years. As a condition for explaining the location of the courtyard core, Occam asked Muhua to sign a demon contract, and asked Muhua to guarantee to recertify the courtyard's ownership as soon as the courtyard core was found. Occam looked like he was eager to give the courtyard to Muhua as soon as possible. In essence, if Muhua controlled the courtyard, the plain root of the undead courtyard would be assimilated into the human world. At that time, all the projected monsters in the courtyard would be destroyed as soon as possible, including those subordinates, who could help Muhua lock the location of his territory in Hell. Muhua suddenly found that in addition to the magical transaction compensation, it seemed that being a demon merchant was really a pretty good job. Under Muhua's tough style, Occam, who handed over the courtyard core, received almost no substantial compensation, but Muhua did give him some guarantees. As long as there are certain monsters in the maze area in the future, he will not go to the maze area to find trouble with Occam. Occam did not comment on this. The moment he knew that Muhua was a foreign devil, Occam had already made a secret decision that he would throw the sacrificial array associated with this courtyard far away after returning. Whoever wanted to get in could get in. He wanted to focus on developing his own territory, and would not spend more time on this courtyard. The core of the courtyard was fished out from the vast Dead Sea, a diamond-shaped crystal that was only the length of an ordinary person's forearm. This thing, covered with mud and thrown into the sea, would be extremely difficult to find. No wonder so many courtyards, even those with relatively strong human forces, are still struggling with monsters to the extreme. The Dandelion Demon Hunter group obtained the core of the courtyard at a speed beyond the expectations of the Adventurers Guild. The Brigade Alliance included Dandelion's information, and the Dandelion Demon Hunter group was officially promoted to a brigade. Tibesha informed the Adventurers Guild that the courtyard was about to undergo a dramatic change, and that the Adventurers Guild needed to order the adventurers in the courtyard to evacuate the undead courtyard as soon as possible. Well, with the constraints of the demon contract, Muhua did not want to be thrown into the abyss himself. He would abide by the agreement with Occam and authenticate the core of the courtyard. This represented the complete defeat of the Hell monsters, and this authentication would inevitably lead to the death of all the projected monsters in the courtyard. And this death would also cause those projected monsters to explode their own sacrificial items. It is conceivable that when Muhua controlled this courtyard would be full of treasures. So, in the harvest season, adventurers who were not their own people must be cleared out for a period of time. There were few adventurers who would wander around in the undead courtyard, and there were no formally stationed adventure forces. As long as the seventh one did not jump out again, it would be much easier to clear the adventurers here than in a regular courtyard. As for if someone refuses to leave, and tries to take advantage of the opportunity to get something, it's not a big problem. The Adventurers Guild has already had fixed official wording. Although the projection monster in the courtyard died, this sudden change will also make the remaining physical monsters in the courtyard more violent and crazy. At this stage, the Courtyard Crusade mission is not over. Dandelion still needs to clear and kill the remaining monsters in the courtyard. The almost indiscriminate sweep may make the battle more violent and chaotic than before. Remain in the courtyard and don't leave. Oh, wait until the cross-border teleportation at the entrance of the courtyard is blocked, and you are affected by the battle. Whether you die or get injured, it's up to fate. Under normal circumstances, even if it is a courtyard with multiple adventurer forces stationed, at this stage, the garrison and the Adventurers Guild will send manpower support to restore the courtyard to peace as soon as possible and completely recapture the courtyard. At the same time, it also involves the blockade of the maze area. After all, it is not impossible for some monsters to come out of the maze area to cause trouble and fight desperately. However, no matter what, participating in the war at this stage is a lucrative job. You may see piles of demon gold coins everywhere, and you may pick up treasures in the wilderness. However, Mu Hua just had a fight with the seventh one, and the seventh one gave an old subordinate to Mu Hua. Regardless of the Imperial Garrison Corps or the Adventurers Guild, even the patrol fleet that was squatting on the ground did not say much nonsense, allowing Mu Hua to block the entrance to the courtyard, and Dandelion independently launched the final cleanup of the undead courtyard. The big guys are gone. With the cooperation of a large number of undead, Taibesha led the Dandelion members to rush around the courtyard, indiscriminately attacking and collecting countless financial resources in the empty monster stronghold. Black Crow was transferred back to the Goblin Kingdom area of the Courtyard of Canaans. Although the battle in the Courtyard of the Dead is almost equivalent to a massacre, it is not considered a battle. It would take at least a year or two to roughly pick up the scattered items. After several years of fighting and growing, to be honest, the members of Dandelion have really experienced a lot of killing in these years. Now, the first long-term team mission of the Dandelion Advance Brigade is to make a fortune. Chapter 679. The Monster Courtyard symbolizes killing and wealth. Even the Undead Courtyard, when the projection is gone, is also filled with wealth. The cross-border teleportation array of the Undead Courtyard in Luomin City is blocked indefinitely. Perhaps one day the entrance to this courtyard will disappear and become inoperable. The specific situation depends mainly on Mu Hua's wishes. Some of the behaviors of the Dandelion Brigade have hinted that Mu Hua intends to monopolize this courtyard. The natural environment of this courtyard is not friendly to ordinary creatures, and is not suitable for human migration, so even the Empire did not confront Mu Hua about it. There is actually no essential difference between the courtyard world and the dimensional space. In other words, after controlling the courtyard core of the Undead Courtyard, Mu Hua can try to merge the Undead Courtyard with the Abyss Island. But there is one thing about the courtyard world that the dimensional space does not have, that is, the maze area, which is an area that cannot be erased in the courtyard world. The labyrinth area is connected to hell. If the courtyard of the dead is integrated with the Abyss Island, it is almost equivalent to connecting the Abyss Island with a sacrificial array in hell. The hidden dangers in it are self-evident. Mu Hua did not dare to merge the courtyard of the dead with the Abyss Island. He only let the World Tree connect this courtyard and planned to use it as a private courtyard in the future. Its value is very ordinary. It is estimated that its value will increase after Mu Hua gets the wind of aging. The communication between the courtyard of the dead and the outside world was blocked, and all the courtyard keys that originally connected to this courtyard were abandoned. All the skeletons of the dead under his command, who could refine ashes and soul fragments, were stationed in the courtyard. After that, Mu Hua no longer cared about the situation there. Taibesha is in charge of the cleaning of the Undead Courtyard. Dandelion members, including the logistics team, occasionally touch some spoils of war, and everyone turns a blind eye. Taibesha and her team will also send the undead corpses that the skeleton mages cannot refine to the Abyss Island. All the surrendered Lich Ghosts will be killed. The skeleton undead, who are willing to be loyal but cannot sign a dependent contract, will be transferred to the Kane's Courtyard to participate in the monster war. In fact, most of the skeleton undead who are willing to surrender in the Undead Courtyard are collected by the undead mages who joined Dandelion. For the undead mages, Mu Hua's attitude towards wild undead is very tyrannical and extravagant. He basically doesn't care about conquering wild undead, and he focuses on the undead he derives. In addition to Mu Hua's proficiency in undead derivation it also involves the collection of faith power. The skeleton spirits derived by Mu Hua himself are more likely to believe in him. Even if they have not signed a dependent contract, they are more likely to believe in Mu Hua than those wild spirits. Their value cannot be discussed conventionally on Mu Hua's side. The situation in the undead courtyard developed in an orderly manner. After escaping from that courtyard, Mu Hua returned to Kane City and lived a different daily life. In the morning, he usually went to the Demand Hotel to have a cup of coffee. The meals, flowers, melodious and ethereal music that he conjured up at will violated people's cognition and demonstrated the magic of faith. The Demand Hotel is doing very well now, and there are also many high-level adventurers staying. How to say it, Mu Hua's morning tea activity is probably to let the guests of the Demand Hotel guess his identity as a god, and also help him spread it. While keeping a distance from those adventurers, Demand intentionally or unintentionally leaked his divine power. As for whether anyone came to believe in him, if the faith is in place, he will give them some miracles. Normal human cognition and mentality are relatively fixed. If there is no strong demand, or if it is not trained from childhood, faith cannot be rushed. If it is too deliberate, it is easy to backfire. For the time being, Mu Hua will let it go. In fact, he does not like those superstitious people. Now Mu Hua's faith mainly depends on his own skeletons and undead. In the morning, he goes to the Demand Hotel to show off. In the evening, he occasionally turns into another human young man. He finds some young ladies, who come out to have fun in the city to hang out. It doesn't matter whether they have deep communication or not. It is basically a way to relax and adjust. Mu Hua does not spend much time on these two aspects. If he does not go to the courtyard, he often hangs out in Lucifer's Degenerate nightclub recently. Becerro, prepare more Nashi gems for me, and another batch of wish crystals. If you can get more high-level magic stones, dragon blood, golden apples and other things, please collect more. In the decadent bar area, with the decadent music, Charles and Tina, who were dressed as waiters, followed Mu Hua and chatted with the demon merchant at the same table. No, the environment in hell is not good recently, and it's hard to collect the things you want. Becerro completely lost the enthusiasm he had in the early years of trading. He fiddled with the handle of a draft beer cup, and said to Mu Hua weakly, "Oh, then should I contact other demon merchants, so that Kuei and Alice don't have to look for you when they want to purchase anything in the future?" Mu Hua chuckled. "Don't give me that. It's the most wrong decision I've made in my life to establish friendship with you. I can help you collect some Nashi gems and wish crystals, but magic stones? Dragon blood? Ha, don't even think about golden apples. Plant them yourself." Facing Mu Hua's teasing tone, Becerro slammed the table in anger. What's wrong with Becerro? He won't do business even if there is one? Well, who made Mu Hua a foreign devil now? The transaction between devils will not generate transaction compensation. And Mu Hua will not give him a high price when buying things from Becerro, because Mu Hua buys these things to sell them to the existence of the summoning devil merchant, and also for transaction compensation. In short, Mu Hua will purchase goods from Becerro, and then become a devil merchant himself, and Becerro will not make any profit from Mu Hua. Now, when Becerro sees Mu Hua again, his back is straight, and he is very tough. Fuck. The customer has become a colleague. Which devil merchant can stand this? Bang. Another slender palm slapped in front of Mu Hua again. My lord, this is corruption, my corruption. You should know what kind of business I am in. You can't attack my customers. And in my bar? Lucifer came to Mu Hua and said somewhat angrily. It seems that Becerro is not the only one who has a problem with Mu Hua. Tina was silent. She also felt that some of her boss's actions were not very authentic. Charles was a rebellious man from the Great Gobi Desert. His moral standards were different from those of ordinary people. Now he can be regarded as Mu Hua's deacon and a bishop among Mu Hua's believers. He will also help Mu Hua coordinate matters of faith and blessing. Seeing Lucifer's disrespect to Mu Hua, the gray-haired Charles clenched his fist, seemingly wanting to verify his years of growth on Lucifer. Although it is a nightclub, Fallen is a brokerage business. There are many people who come here to try to risk their lives to seek what they desire. It would be fine if you were a demon merchant, but you always create some divine phenomena here, wearing the vest of a god and doing the business of a demon merchant. This guy is simply bullying people, isn't he? Lucifer said that his shop does not welcome this kind of lord. Hey Lucifer, you don't make any money from trading compensation. I just took on some complicated requests. It can be regarded as helping you expand your business, right? I didn't touch the devil's employment. Facing Lucifer's accusation, Mu Hua retorted. compared with the occasional call in his ears, Fallen has a good reputation. As a demon merchant who has just entered the industry, Mu Hua feels that Fallen is indeed a good place for business. Although they can't touch the transaction compensation, they also want the souls filled with greed and complex emotions. They have always wanted to catalyze more humane fallen angels in the angel pool to expand their business. You are so shameless to say so. Becerro gloated. You shut up. Mu Hua glared at Becerro, who rolled his eyes awkwardly, but did not refute Mu Hua. Although Becerro is now tough in front of Mu Hua, he still has business dealings with many people under Mu Hua, which is the fundamental reason why he will selectively help Mu Hua purchase goods. Okay, Lucifer, I don't know your specific situation. Otherwise, let's open a few more fallen angels in Cain's courtyard together. Mu Hua suggested, seeming to be a little guilty. He is now very mysterious, playing with faith and trading, and hanging up the sign of fallen. His business will definitely be booming. Lord, there are fewer fallen angels like us than you think. To avoid suspicion from humans, we will only open stores in the human world, so... Lucifer shook his head to explain, but before he finished speaking, a main fighter from the Emerald Song Court also came to the bar. Hey, that guy, how are you doing in the mechanical forest recently? Do you need help? Mu Hua had an impression of this person, but he couldn't remember his name, and Mu Hua's enthusiastic greeting also interrupted Lucifer's speech. Lucifer was silent, and it was not difficult to see from the twitching of his cheeks that he should be grinding his teeth. Chapter 680. Demon merchants are a very promising job, seemingly more promising than being gods. Well, ever since Occam, who fears no life or death, gave in a minute, Mu Hua has been thinking about developing this profession. But unlike the Philosopher's Stone, it is more difficult to obtain trading compensation, even less efficient and more troublesome than obtaining the power of faith. After several attempts, Mu Hua found that even if the transactions of demon merchants have strict rules, no matter how fair the transaction is, it seems that it is inevitable to involve some fraud in Mu Hua's cognition. Regarding the business of demon merchants, Mu Hua is still in the practice stage, so he came to grab Lucifer's business, but ignored the whispering call that the devil can hear. As a result, he seems to be disliked again. TSK, what's so great about it? Isn't it just developing customers by yourself? Being scolded by Lucifer and Becerro together, Mu Hua simply listened to the call patiently, and developed his own business nearby. However, when Mu Hua received a strong obsession whisper, when he was eager to see who was calling the devil merchant for his own death, it seemed that something was a bit wrong. The thick and solid bone wall, the deadly environment, and the equally strong magic power should obviously be the effect of the magic circle. On the towering city wall, what caught the eye were the heavy dragon hunting crossbows and magic cannons on the city wall, the magic dragons wandering on the towers of the majestic castle, and the terror riders patrolling various areas in the city. Under his feet was the inner city wall, and the outer periphery was the defensive barrier. Not to mention that the barrier was subjected to space disturbance. The large area outside the barrier also contained space disturbance effects. Mu Hua used space magic to move here. Normally, space magic should not be able to invade such an area containing disruptive spells, but this is the devil's special skill. If someone calls a devil, when the devil responds, it does not need space coordinates, but has a special connection with the person who calls, and moves directly to the side of the caller. Especially if it does not involve plane transmission, it is more convenient and quick. But, where is the client? Mu Hua looked around. This is the Cain's courtyard. Yes, because he is quite familiar with this city area, and his client. Could it be the ice lump hanging on the city tower? A long pole extends out of the city tower, and a bunch of swaying ice lumps are tied to the extension of the long pole. Eternal ice coffin, no problem. There is also a lich sealed inside, which looks familiar, Krepnose. Krepnose, the former leader of the Death Canyon, who was fucked by Letitia. Fuck, Krepnose? Is that you? My friend, you've made a lot of effort to call me here to steal your house? The eternal ice coffin is very cruel. It is not an eternal sleep curse, and it will not completely seal the consciousness of the recipient. The frozen person will wake up intermittently, and between continuous wakefulness and sleep, feel the passage of time, and wait for his own demise. Obviously, it seems that Krepnose was seeking help from the demon merchant when he was awake, and he called Mu Hua. Fuck, this is a bit bloody, right? To be honest, Mu Hua really didn't want to mess with Letitia recently. The income gradually recovered by the undead courtyard can allow him to better deploy the Cain's courtyard. But the castle in front of him was originally Krepnose's nest, and now it is considered the main city of Letitia. Originally, it was difficult for him to invade here, but now he was called by Krepnose, and was called directly into the defense barrier of the inner city. This, if I don't do it, wouldn't it be too disrespectful to the devil? Cough hidden casting, breath of the crack, invisibility, light and shadow synchronization, breath transformation. While coughing, Mu Hua slapped magic on himself, and finally put on a magic shield, and also opened a soundproof barrier. Cough, Lord Commander Crepnose, the demon merchant Mu Hua is happy to serve you. Mu Hua squatted on the long pole, and said to Crepnose, who was wide-eyed in the eternal ice coffin. Well, Crepnose should have opened his eyes when he was frozen, and now that he called Mu Hua, he should be in a conscious stage, and he should be able to hear Mu Hua's voice. However, there seemed to be a trace of disbelief in Crepnose's eyes, but he couldn't speak, and his consciousness couldn't spread beyond the eternal ice coffin. If he could speak at this moment, he would probably be cursing. You don't need to speak. I roughly know what you are thinking. Do you need me to help you escape from here, or to help you get rid of it? Crepnose couldn't speak, so Mu Hua made up his mind. Although I am a newcomer, as a demon merchant, I have to remind you that we generally don't hurt customers, especially before customers attack us. Deliberately hurting customers will be rejected and punished by other demon merchants. You see, I am a newcomer, and I am not well prepared. I didn't expect to encounter this situation when meeting a customer. If I can't lift the eternal ice coffin without hurting you, it should be okay, right? Right, you can't complain about me. Demon merchants are organized. Although the Mythos Chamber of Commerce in Hell usually does not have any restrictions on demon merchants, they pay more attention to breaking the rules and damaging the reputation of demon merchants. If Mu Hua wants to kill a lot with the power of the devil, he only needs to kill all those who should be killed, and other demon merchants will naturally ignore him. But if Mu Hua uses the name of a demon merchant to cause trouble everywhere, the victims, especially the victimized demons, will go to complain, and it is estimated that there will be demon merchants to confront him. This kind of complaint is not troublesome. Just find another demon merchant to complain, and most of those demon merchants will actively report to the Chamber of Commerce, and demon merchants are also very happy to see the situation of death colleagues. Of course, demon merchants are not a group of good men and women. If they do something not very authentic, and can make it up, the Mythos Chamber of Commerce will most likely side with their own people. Here you can refer to the protection of that kind of protection, which may be more shameless than that kind of protection. Now that Mu Hua was called out by Crepnose, he started to make up for it. In the eternal ice coffin, Crepnose's eyes were obviously full of emotions, but he could only listen to Mu Hua's talk. Of course, we are old acquaintances. It is my honor to serve you. Even if I can't rescue you for the time being, I will try my best to find a way. Then, to show my sincerity, before I am called by you again, do you need me to take some revenge on the people who framed you? Right? I know you must want revenge. Don't worry, I will definitely help you do it beautifully. Then you can take a rest first? Remember to find me later. Mu Hua was very attentive to Crepnose in the ice. In Crepnose's dark eyes, the expression changed from confusion to anger, and from anger to panic. Finally, Crepnose stared with terrified eyes, listening to Mu Hua's voice, which seemed to drift towards the nearby magic cannon and dragon hunting crossbow. Well, Mu Hua had set various invisibility and invisibility on himself. Even if he was within the range of the true vision eye, Crepnose would not be able to see Mu Hua if he was a little further away. It's over. The two guards on duty fell silently, and a dragon hunting crossbow near them disappeared. Crepnose was filled with grief and indignation. He was really finished. The fight between him and Letitia was an internal conflict. If he escaped, even if he died and went back to hell when he came to Philemon, no matter how much Philemon protected Letitia, he would have to give him an explanation. But now, he called Mu Hua over. Mu Hua had already started to dismantle the city defense weapons. If Philemon knew about this, he would probably be whipped when he was hung up again. In the ice, Crepnose's field of vision was very limited. Although he could no longer see what Mu Hua was doing, he could not help but think of the scene of magic cannons disappearing from the city wall. I don't know anything. Crepnose muttered in his heart. Gluttony. Gluttony has swallowed the Terror Rider. There were shouts from the city, and Crepnose felt a chill in his heart, but he was surprised to find that the tower where he was hanging was protected by a long-lasting protection. Ha ha, Letitia, get up and pee. Mu Hua laughed wildly. Karma purgatory. Boom. 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 Screaming. Well, the heat bloomed, and it was well protected. Hanging in the shaking ice on the top of the city, Crepnose hypnotized himself and fell into a deep sleep. I don't know anything. Chapter 681. Most demons with a certain strength will not randomly recruit demon merchants. They may have dealt with them before, or through introductions from acquaintances. Even if demons want to find demon merchants, they will often find one they know relatively well. It is a special case for a demon leader like Krepnos to randomly call out to a demon merchant, and it is also a strange thing that a demon merchant responded to him. The collision of the special and the strange, the result. Letitia's new home exploded again. As the commander's base of the Death Canyon, Muhua could not have been unaware of this city. The defense here is perfect. Even if Muhua wanted to attack here, he would have to pay a corresponding price. Who would have thought that he would go out to meet a client and end up being invited to the defense system of the commander's base? What else is there to think about? He stole some armaments and weapons. Facing the castle with perfect defense, Muhua opened fire at full power and directly held back a few full-power inherent magic here. Finally, he petrified several dragons and a terror rider general that he should have seen before. Muhua was running, flying away, and the touch of jealousy behind him dragged 4 dragons and a stone statue of a terror rider. It was not a wise choice to be trapped in the enemy's hinterland alone, and this kind of behavior of running away also made Muhua very excited. There was nothing to say about the 4 dragons. It was unclear whether they were strong or not. The petrified magic, I swept through the group of dragons attacking him, and caught the unlucky ones. Well, it should be more unlucky to fall into Muhua's hands than those who were broken into pieces. The terror rider exploded into a bloody colossus as soon as Muhua was discovered, which was faster than the attack of the dragon. Of course, it was also earlier than the dragon was petrified. Yekis, Muhua heard the monsters in the city shouting the name of the Dullahan, which sounded very familiar. This guy and Muhua were also old acquaintances. In the early years, when Krepnos was still the demon commander of the Death Valley, Muhua went to the city where he was stationed and was scared away by him. The demon followers he sent out at that time also asked Muhua whether he wanted to spend money to hire his cavalry. It seemed that he was dissatisfied with Krepnos back then. Now that he ran to the commander's stronghold to guard, it was probably valued by Letitia. Unfortunately, when they met again, he was petrified by Muhua at the beginning. If nothing unexpected happened, he would probably become a terracotta warrior in the Qin capital. Bastard. Don't run. I fight you. A sharp female voice screamed behind Muhua. Letitia, the dusty Letitia, chased Muhua desperately, and there were 20 or 30 monsters that were not affected by the petrified magic around her. Probably all of them were demon generals. Among them, the first to bear the brunt was a magic-casting horror rider under Yekis' command. It followed Yekis when he was captured. It was probably an old acquaintance. It should have been it who stopped Muhua's salamander by itself. Roars and sonic booms frequently sounded in the sky. The magic from behind did not hit Muhua, but went to the stone statue dragged by Muhua. The dragon statue was too big, which was troublesome to put in the storage space. And dragging these statues, the delay of space transfer magic was also quite high. Muhua escaped happily, and Letitia behind him was furious. 5 magic dragons gathered and came first, passing Letitia and biting towards Muhua. Stepping on the moonlight, Muhua turned in the air to avoid the interception of the dragon, and spread the devil wings on his back, and the flying speed suddenly increased. The frequency of magic attacks from behind was even higher, and it was hard to tell whether Muhua was particular or not. He actually threw all the stone sculptures of monsters in front of him, as if he wanted to use his body to protect those stone sculptures. Looking back, he saw that Letitia and her group had already climbed onto the dragon's back, driving the dragon to chase him relentlessly. Hi, Letitia. Long time no see. After years of adaptation, Muhua had long been accustomed to controlling the demon wings, and with the help of flying magic, Muhua's flying speed was no slower than the dragon. Bastard. I'm going to kill you. Letitia's face was ferocious, and her originally attractive pink lips were grinning into a bloody mouth, with 2 rows of sharp fangs sticking out of her lips like a hyena. Ice crystals broke through the air, and magic barriers were thrown at Muhua without a clue, as if trying to stop Muhua from escaping. You can't kill me, and I'm too lazy to kill you. I say, you should go home and fix the glass. Muhua teased. It should be sponsored by Philemon. Letitia gathered a group of subordinates, who were immune to the petrified magic eye, and they all carried some magic props that could stimulate the power of destruction. If these things hit him, Muhua would not feel good, and it is possible that he would be killed by them. Muhua is not sure about Philemon's strength, but it is not difficult for him to show Letitia in all kinds of ways. Muhua's offensive against the Kane's courtyard has been tepid in recent years. In addition to the consumption of strong attacks, The main reason is Philemon's unreasonable destructive power. Thursday's floating monsters are looking for the Barus demon in the abyss all day long, and their priority is even higher than looking for Fenrir and Phoenix. But Mu Hua is also trying to find the power of destruction. Let alone mastering it. As long as he can be exempted from that ability, Mu Hua dares to try to dig out Philemon's nest. As a result, Mu Hua gathered together a bunch of various thunder skill stones. Go to hell. The black and purple thunder dragon was activated by Letitia's staff. The bright yet deep color made it look more intimidating than an ordinary thunder dragon. TSK, I really feel sorry for your lord. He has helped you rub magic stones over the years. Dodging the pursuit of the thunder dragon, Mu Hua teased, concentrating on flying, trying to use the distance to exhaust the thunder dragon containing the power of destruction. The special magic of the power of destruction cannot be enchanted. If you don't master the power of destruction, any magic scroll or magic props attached to the user will be ordinary thunder. The thunder dragon thrown by Letitia and the magic props under her are essentially inlaid with a magic stone rubbed by Philemon. And rubbing the magic stone is time-consuming and laborious. The complexity of that thing is much higher than that of the magic scroll. Although Philemon has not run out to have fun in recent years, he has helped his subordinates a lot. Coward. Sneak attack, escape, you are worthy of being called a strong man? Seeing that the thunder dragon could not reach Mu Hua, Letitia cursed. Ha! When did I say I'm a strong man? I'm only 30 years old. If you dare to show my true form, I fight you with the power of destruction, Mu Hua said with a smile. However, he should be considered to have been well served by his own girls over the years. He has a healthy mentality, all kinds of vitality, vicissitudes, etc., which are basically linked to the hard life. He has completely ignored his time on the Abyss Island, a typical pretending to be young. Despicable human. Letitia scolded with disgust. Now when Mu Hua says that he is young, no one will believe him, not to mention the hostile demons, even the human side. Many people are sure that Mu Hua has a place for cultivation whose time law is different from that of the human world. Even many people are sure that Mu Hua's confidants are practicing there. Except for not knowing the specific situation of the Abyss Island, it is almost equivalent to confirming that Mu Hua's Abyss Island is abnormal. However, Mu Hua's current strength is there, and his subordinates enter and exit the Abyss Island through the World Tree. What can he do even if he is sure? Mu Hua himself does not give in, and the outside world can only sigh that Mu Hua is lucky. If you ask too much, Mu Hua will turn hostile. It is not worth it to fight with him. You really have the nerve to say that I am despicable. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Chase again? If you chase again, you will reach my territory, Mu Hua reminded, while protecting the stone sculpture in his hand. The dispute in the Snow Ridge Ranch has lasted for several years. It is natural that Mu Hua's forces cannot help but advance to the north. At this moment, Letitia must be really angry. It is obvious that she cannot confront Mu Hua head-on. It is fine to chase him with the help of some magic stones that threaten Mu Hua. She is almost chasing him into Mu Hua's sphere of influence, but she has no intention of turning back. Letitia's ferocity gradually faded, and her face gradually returned to the elegance of the Ice Queen, but the resentment in her eyes could not be eliminated, and she was still unwilling to let Mu Hua leave. You? Letitia wanted to shout something again, but several figures soared into the sky and were quickly approaching Mu Hua. It seemed a bit too late to retreat. Boss, what are you doing now? Hey Letitia? With an obviously teasing tone, Kue, who had run out to play jungle for some reason before, flew to Mu Hua's side. Kue has been managing Buluo Chindu for many years, and has spent most of her time studying magic technology, with the research and development of mecha armor as the main development direction. If she came out to play jungle, it is likely that she was pulled out by her girlfriends to relax. Ah! The Banshee wailed, and before Kue finished speaking, Dean Caroline's Banshee wailed out. Facing the demon general who tended to be undead, Caroline's spiritual attribute was not up to standard. She failed to kill the demon general with one shout, but she killed the vitality of the two demon dragons. Demon dragon? Immune to petrification magic eyes, but was killed by Caroline's shout? It is estimated that these two demon dragons are also a bit biased, or because of some special skills, they were specially trained by Letitia. Kill them! Just after the wailing, Sure had already killed Letitia and her group. With the stability of Kane City, Alice File stayed in the human world because she wanted to run her own industry. Ikaros went to the Euclid courtyard to develop the Aqua sect, and Sure and Myling had already entered the courtyard and became the combat force deployed by Mu Hua in the courtyard. The dragon roar sounded. Thursday and Tuesday also killed the demon dragon carrying Letitia. This place is still a distance away from the coverage of Muhua's forces. The girls gathered together, and Trisha seemed to be commanding a battle of not too large scale on the ground. Roar! Thursday remained in human form, probably angry that the monsters were chasing Muhua, opened his mouth, and a huge magic circle unfolded in front of him, and a roar of the end came out. Blonde battle skirt, and she ignored Muhua's suggestion to call the roar of the end something like curry stick. Tuesday showed the true form of the big demon, and the roar of the end devoured the dragon under Letitia's feet. A demon general who jumped off the back of the dragon was pierced by her on the bone spurs protruding from her elbow, and raised her hand to break the wings of another demon with a thunder whip. The attacks of both were rough and fierce, and the moves of the style were more inclined to assassination. It seemed that complex patterns were engraved in the pupils, and the headless knight, who was chasing fiercely, was also killed by her instantly. Letitia's side was not just passively taking the beating. Seeing the fierce attack from Muhua, the demons there unleashed the destructive power in their magic items. Various lightning magics made everyone dodge. It was estimated that the death of their colleagues stimulated the demons. Anyway, if they died, their magic items would be confiscated. These demons really didn't feel bad about throwing the destructive power. Ah! Letitia screamed. This Ice Queen actually mastered the Banshee Wail. Unfortunately, even if Muhua and his group were not jealous, they all had the jealous protection on their bodies. Fortunately, Letitia seemed to have the jealous protection on her body, otherwise, with this shout, the queen would definitely be ravaged by the tentacle monster. But Caroline at least shouted to kill the dragon. The killing move she was always proud of lost its effect on Muhua's side. Suffer a loss. Suffer a big loss again. Letitia was angry and wanted her subordinates to retreat, but the bitches on Muhua's side didn't want to let them go. Kuwait and Caroline stayed beside Muhua. Thursday was petite, but Letitia knew that her body was actually a dragon. Finally, Letitia fixed her eyes on Sure. Kill her. At least kill one. Letitia was ruthless. As for Tuesday? Letitia didn't want to provoke the big devil instinctively, the instinct from the demon family. Pa! Before she could find trouble with Sure, a big hand pinched Letitia's pretty face first, and Letitia's pupils contracted. Big devil. Muhua didn't know when he became a big devil. Be careful of their destructive power. Don't chase them too hard. Just continue with your work. Muhua instructed, waving his flesh wings, pinching Letitia's head with one hand, and suddenly pushed Letitia away. The palm of his hand felt like ice crystals, and he fell down. Muhua pressed the struggling Letitia into a forest. Boom! The two fell, the trees collapsed, and the ground made a dull sound. Hee hee, Letitia, I have always wanted to ask you, are you a lesbian? Or are you bisexual? Away from Tuesday and his group, with no one around, Muhua pressed Letitia to the ground, dragging the stone sculpture behind him, and the big devil showed a wicked smile. You? What do you want to do? Letitia tore the big devil's arm with her claws, and asked in surprise. Hee hee, how about doing something that Jaimin has always wanted me to do? Lie down, don't move. The big devil's tone became even heavier. Muhua grinned and turned Letitia over, pressing her face down on the ground. Well, the Ice Queen has a great figure, and her skin feels great. Her body is like ice, and she is very clean physiologically. If you don't look at her ferocious faces when she's angry, she looks great. The Ice Queen is a bit too big for a human, and there might be some problems with the size ratio in some things. But the size of the big demon. Letitia looked slender and petite under the big demon. There was no one around, and she was in high spirits. The Ice Queen's angry voice echoed in the mountains and forests. Chapter 682. The conflict in Canaan's courtyard and Snow Ridge Ranch escalated. According to rumors, Muhua used some unknown means to blow up Letitia's castle again, which caused a violent backlash from Letitia. More than 80% of the powerful monsters in Death Canyon, who had formed forces, were all involved in Letitia's sudden sweep of the Snow Ridge Ranch area. The scale of the battle was so large that it could be understood as an invasion that affected several provinces. The wide area forbidden spells in the battlefield area could only cover one or some war groups. Muhua's subordinates were powerful, with many spellcasters, and some of them had mysterious abilities. If the local attacks and defenses were scattered and frequent, it might still cause headaches for Muhua's forces, but originally Muhua's forces were not afraid of large-scale group wars. Even if the battle spread, they would give up some areas and look for elite main forces to annihilate them. But this time, Letitia seemed to have made a great determination. Not only did she mobilize a large number of combat units, but she also distributed a large number of magic stones that could release destructive power to her monster army. Even though most of them were magic stones of lightning arrow specifications, due to the destructive power factor, these low-level magics were fatal threats even to high-level monsters. Under the attack of those purple lightning arrows that could form a covering strike, Mu Hua's side lost the battle and suffered heavy losses. The newly reorganized 3rd Armored Division almost collapsed in the battle with the monsters. A 10,000-man army was destroyed in a group charge by the monsters. Monday and Tuesday were suppressed by magic for the first time in resisting the magic tide. Thursday was seriously injured. 2 evil dragons and hundreds of flying dragons were killed in the battle of his dragon group. It was not until another giant dragon named Lancelot appeared that he took over Thursday's command of the dragon group and stabilized Mu Hua's air combat corps. Letitia launched an invasion against Mu Hua with a desperate attitude, causing Mu Hua's defense line originally consolidated in the Snow Ridge pasture to move back thousands of kilometers. The war launched by Letitia almost pushed Mu Hua's sphere of influence back to the line along the Qingshi River. This time, Letitia's offensive was tough and resolute. Many humans who paid attention to the courtyard war were still frightened and couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Sure enough, the monster's nest should not be bombed randomly. Of course, probably only Mu Hua herself knew that Letitia's actions this time should not be as simple as her castle was bombed again. By the way, the last time he caught Letitia, Mu Hua really didn't kill her, but just left her exhausted and hoarse in the grove. Don't demons care about that? Is it because they poked the wrong place? Letitia came with anger, and the losses she brought to Mu Hua were slightly more than the total losses of Shuling Ranch in recent years. However, when the monster army advanced to the vicinity of the Qingshi River, the magic stones containing the power of destruction on Letitia's side were basically consumed. Among the monsters in the courtyard, there were endless voices clamoring to capture the hot spring town and try to liberate those elite colleagues who were petrified. But it seemed that history was repeating itself. The Qingshi River was like Mu Hua's bottom line. Here, Mu Hua's forces launched a counterattack against Letitia's monster army. The 2nd Assault Armored Division and the 1st Logistics Armored Division were fully deployed on the battlefield. The main battle generals of Shuling Ranch gathered to attack. Mu Hua went to the front line in person, with a fierce team composed of tens of thousands of terror riders, and launched a magic tide-like final war. Without the power of destruction to suppress Mu Hua's side, the Snow Demon clan, who were originally good at casting spells, were completely not on the same level as Mu Hua's side. It was also thanks to Mu Hua that he did not want to cause more serious damage to the Snow Ridge Ranch, that the forbidden art of doomsday destruction did not break out on the battlefield. The baptism of magic disrupted the formations of both sides, and the final war that made Letitia's eyes split open also brought a large number of fearless pioneers to Mu Hua's side. The close combat did not last too long. The iron hooves of the purgatory war horses burning with flames, the mechas spreading energy force fields, including the 4th Mecha Corps that had not yet been formed in Mu Hua's army, launched a crushing counterattack against Letitia's monster corps. The constantly resurrected summoned beasts, the vast number of corpse demons, the ghosts with spell-casting abilities, the dragons ravaging the sky, the wild beasts ravaging the earth, the counterattack of Mu Hua's side is like a restarting of the demon tide. It is better that there are still some high-end human combat forces at the level of generals in Mu Hua's forces, and the composition of those corpse demons and ghosts is not easy to discuss in detail, otherwise Mu Hua's military composition will inevitably be questioned by some humans. The fight between Mu Hua and the 7th in the Court of the Dead was not spread to the outside world. Even though Letitia's side also had demons, they didn't even know about Mu Hua's final war. After a defeat, Letitia found that she seemed to be calculated by Mu Hua again. With the strength shown by Mu Hua at this moment, there was no reason for her to be pushed to the Qingshi River so easily. When the monsters retreated northward in large numbers, Letitia, who was on the battlefield, seemed to have no idea where Mu Hua had dragged her to. There was no one around, and it was a desolate forest. Although he had never seen a female devil, the curvy figure of the Ice Queen was very consistent with Mu Hua's understanding of the term devil figure. Round, full, slender, and perky, these descriptions are displayed in the appropriate places. The slender legs feel great to the touch. The only regret is that the ferocious face after being angry is not in line with human aesthetics. TSK, baring teeth again, lie down. It is still the big devil's posture that can make the Ice Queen show her delicate side. He pinched Letitia's neck. The familiar sense of deja vu came over, and Letitia was turned over by Mu Hua, again, face down, and pressed to the ground. Damn! Bastard! Bastard! Are you sure you are human? Under the big devil, Letitia cursed, and she was deeply questioning Mu Hua's human roots at this moment. The voice is nice. It would be better if you can stop baring teeth. You should learn to manage your expression in the future. Maybe I can make you happier that way. Mu Hua teased. No, you despicable bastard only makes me sick. Letitia struggled and twisted. Oh okay, I must admit that I don't care if you are sick or not, but if you have a pretty face, I should be happier. Mu Hua grinned. His words and actions were quite bad. He didn't want to talk about love with Letitia, a little desire, a little bad taste, but more of it was to find ways to stimulate Letitia. It would be best to make her think about trouble all the time, so that she wouldn't stay at home and grow old. Ever since he saw the increase in the number of demon generals under her command, who were immune to the petrification magic eye, and the magic stones containing the power of destruction, Mu Hua has been thinking about how to tease this female demon, who seemed to be a lesbian. The effect of the trip to the grove earlier was quite good, and Mu Hua also experienced a different kind of passion. Although Mu Hua also suffered losses in this war, he was quite satisfied that he could draw out a bunch of magic stones with power of destruction from the other side. It didn't matter to Mu Hua if those things were missing, but if the monsters had too many, maybe there would be a deliberate plot, and Thursday would not be looking for an excuse to escape from the war, but would really be turned into a giant dragon specimen by Letitia. The Lord of the Courtyard was simply a mobile munitions production line. While stimulating Letitia, Mu Hua was also considering hoarding more power of faith, and trying to go to the Bloody Hills to avoid Philemon lying around all the time. Well, hoarding power of faith, if not more, facing the Lord of Hell, who could chisel out the power of destruction, Mu Hua would also feel a little insecure. Ah! You? A vulgar human. He thought about it, but since he was in the grove, he still had to do what he had to do, and it felt really special to do that with the Ice Queen, and Mu Hua would occasionally think about it. Mu Hua questioned, straightening his back. Letitia's tone was obviously not as excited as last time. Has she adapted? If we want to have fun, who can't we play with? This is not what Mu Hua wants. Vulgar? Haha, I still have an incarnation of Behemoth. How about we try it? Mu Hua grinned. No. Ha, forget it. Whatever you want. Is this your method? Boring tricks. Please me to your heart's content. Ha ha. Letitia resisted, but then seemed to understand something. Her stiff body gradually softened, and her struggling movements stopped. Oh! Let's try it. Turning Letitia over again, the big devil and the Ice Queen faced each other. It's no wonder that Letitia has retracted her ferociousness and restored her elegant appearance. But as the big demon's head turned into a hippopotamus head, Letitia's indifferent expression could no longer be maintained. No! Damn it! Don't turn into this dirty beast! No! Letitia cried out in pain, being pressed down by a long-haired behemoth, and there was a hint of fear in Letitia's voice full of resistance. I don't know if the Ice Queen is like this, or if Letitia is a demon with mysophobia. This guy actually subverted Mu Hua's understanding of demons. Demons are very casual about things like sex. Even female demons pay more attention to strength and life rank than race, beauty, and ugliness. Resistance, resentment, Letitia started to yell again. I don't know if it has anything to do with Behemoth's physiological structure. With some actions of Mu Hua, Letitia actually screamed and cried. Well, although it was a wilderness, Letitia's voice was a bit high. Mu Hua was a little guilty, and covered Letitia's mouth with Behemoth's big hand with huge claws. The strange noise in the forest started again. It seems that Behemoth's stimulation to Letitia is still quite strong. Maybe try to turn into a Minotaur next time. I don't know if Letitia's resistance to Minotaur will be greater than Behemoth. With the strange feeling Letitia brought to his body, Mu Hua thought with malice in his heart. Well, in order to fight against monsters, Mu Hua also fought hard. Chapter 683. Sure enough, it is not very practical to control females with sex, even if it is a demon lesbian with mysophobia. Mu Hua caught Letitia and rode her again and again in a rather insulting way, but Mu Hua's forces fought back and Letitia finally came to her senses. She and Mu Hua are no longer at the same level of power, whether in terms of individual strength or the combat power of her subordinates. If she wants to be angry with Mu Hua again, she needs to rely on external objects and forces. At the border between Snow Ridge Ranch and Death Canyon, the monster forces are deployed tightly and switched from offense to defense. Letitia is lying down, and no one knows what she is doing. Even though her subordinates are worried about the terracotta warriors in the hot spring village, Letitia has resumed the action plan of harassing and sneaking against the human forces in Snow Ridge Ranch on the grounds of recuperation. In the Snow Ridge Ranch area, Mu Hua's hellhound sneaked into the courtyard monster forces and launched sneak attacks frequently. In the end, Letitia seemed to be unwilling to respond to Mu Hua. In war, sometimes the victory or defeat is not simply determined by absolute strength. Letitia has always tended to harass the Snow Ridge Ranch continuously, with the goal of dragging down Mu Hua while minimizing the losses. And Mu Hua also wanted to collude with Letitia to take the initiative to launch a large-scale war, and also tried to drag down Letitia. Not to mention the replenishment of troops, and the various types of projection sacrifices, the situation of fighting for power on the monster side is no less than that on the human side. If Letitia suffers a few more losses, she will not be dragged down, and I am afraid that there will be monsters nagging her in front of Philemon. Offense means strength, but it also means higher consumption. Mu Hua attaches great importance to Letitia's consumption of the magic stone of the power of destruction. But seeing that Letitia is not doing well, Mu Hua is quite disappointed. The crusade against the Court of the Dead was completed, and the war that broke out in the Snow Ridge Ranch was put out by Mu Hua's forces. In the Kane's courtyard, especially in the Goblin Kingdom, some adventurer forces that wanted to jump around settled down again. Some members of the Brotherhood of the Dragon gradually broke away from their original lives and plunged into the world of adventurers. By absorbing some ghosts and human students who graduated from the School of Psychic Studies, the Brotherhood of the Dragon patrolled various places in the area controlled by humans, supervising the implementation of the courtyard regulations approved by the Adventurers Guild. In the early morning of the Abyss Island, all the chickens that would have crowed at a specific time were stewed and eaten by Mu Hua. The warmth in his arms disappeared, and the delicate silk was draped over his body. The change in touch, as well as the light dove dreaming of birds in the house, woke Mu Hua up from his sleep. In the Shuyan Castle, Samantha's bedroom, he saw the sexy and smooth back of a woman. Samantha, who was sitting on the bed, put on her nightgown and rolled to the corner of the bed without knowing when. Helen, who was curled up, closed her eyes and mumbled in her sleep. A nice morning. The Kane's courtyard was temporarily stable. Mu Hua was free and easy in the human world, but when he arrived at the Abyss Island, he still had a lot of tedious things to do. Ah! Pulling Samantha back to the bed by the waist, Mu Hua lay on Samantha's soft chest without thinking, causing Samantha to slap her lightly. Get up, don't wake Helen up, let her sleep a little longer. He was stretching like a lazy waist, and seeing Mu Hua's palm climb up her thighs and buttocks again, as if he wanted to drag her thighs to his waist, Samantha broke free, and said to Mu Hua unhappily, "Yeah." Mu Hua responded with a normal expression. He raised his legs, and put his feet on Helen's belly. He rubbed it. She didn't wake up. It seemed that she had gotten used to Mu Hua being by her side. At the same time, she must have been tossed around a lot last night. Don't forget Webster's cocktail party. Do you want to have breakfast? Pulling Mu Hua aside, Samantha didn't let him continue to harass Helen, who seemed to be sleeping in a bad posture, and pulled the silk quilt to cover Helen's lazy and attractive body, and asked Mu Hua, "Don't prepare it for me." Mu Hua shook his head, and put on his clothes quietly. Webster's cocktail party was held in the Eucalypt courtyard. According to the time on the Abyss Island, there were still many days. Samantha's reminder was probably because she was afraid that he would forget the time to leave the island. Unlike Samantha and her friends' living habits, Mu Hua threw a cleaning spell on himself, so he didn't have to wash or anything like that. When Samantha helped him put his clothes together, Mu Hua kissed Samantha's neck lightly, teleported away, and returned to the Ash Fortress. Well, although it was a secret relationship, it seemed that the two had long been accustomed to various intimate behaviors. Back to the bedroom of the Ash Fortress, Tina was already dressed neatly, accompanied by maids on both sides, sitting by the window drinking tea and flipping through a book. Seeing Mu Hua coming back, Tina stood up and stretched, and her tight clothes showed her charming figure. Sniff, sniff. Walking closer to Mu Hua, Tina sniffed her nose and frowned slightly. "Boss, it seems that I have to tell you a bad news." "Huh?" "Helen may be pregnant," Tina said to Mu Hua. "Huh?" Mu Hua questioned. "Barbara said that, but it's still a short time, and Helen doesn't seem to want to let you know too early." Tina spread her hands. Tibesha and the others also live in Shuyan Castle, and Barbara often meets Helen. Generally speaking, the birth of demons may be somewhat unharmonious. Because the offspring they give birth to are basically demons, Mu Hua, who has touched the original sin, has a chance to suppress Helen's demon bloodline. In other words, because of Mu Hua, Helen may give birth to demons or humans. Especially after Mu Hua perfected his life level, the probability of Helen giving birth to human offspring is higher. Although Mu Hua has the ability to prevent demons from going crazy, it is obvious that Helen wants her demon bloodline to end in her generation. In short, When she can sense whether she is pregnant with a human or a demon, she will keep the human, and if it is a demon, she will deal with it. Tsk frowned and tissed lightly. Mu Hua did not express any opinion on this issue. It's hard to say now, but the main reason why Helen was willing to roll with him in the first place was actually because of the composition of the offspring. Maybe some people value the potential of demons, but a dependent contract alone is enough for most demons to hate this potential. Regardless of Helen, Tina and Barbara, these demon sisters in his family don't like the style of demon offspring, especially Tina, whose brother who turned into a fire spirit killed her parents. Mu Hua is not a person who will jump up and down because of the issue of children. When it comes to his own demon sisters, he also respects their ideas in this regard, but I feel a little weird, and I don't know if my good eldest son will have a chance to be born. Mu Hua felt quite resentful about this. Samantha and Vivian were not good enough. In the end, they let their own son get into the belly of the demon girl. Tell Barbara to be more careful, Mu Hua said to Tina, feeling a little depressed. What do you want? Tina tried. I don't want anything. What's there to think about? When you all have a higher life level, you don't want me to have a child. Just be more careful. Mu Hua was a little irritated. He was a little irritated, but not serious. After all, sowing seeds everywhere was not a problem for him. Maybe those girls, who had played happily outside, also won the bid. It's just that he was a little uncomfortable facing this situation for the first time. In the future, let alone illegitimate children, those who have no name and status, who don't even know who their father is, and those who will be stuffed into the nights will probably have them. As for the offspring, you can say that he is unscrupulous. Anyway, Mu Hua has no self-touching complex. He shook his head, as if to shake off the question. Sure enough, just like Tina said, children and the like were not good news for him. Oh, where are we going now? The edge of the abyss or the nest of greed? Tina didn't like this question very much either. It was just that Mu Hua had a strong aura of Helen, so she reminded Mu Hua and didn't continue to tease Mu Hua with such things. Tina asked. Let's go to the blood collection site first, and then go to the nest of greed, Mu Hua said after calming down. When they walked out of the room, Charles was waiting outside. Tina and Charles followed Mu Hua around. The waiters asked him politely along the way, but they were not too restrained. The three of them left the castle, and Mu Hua had to get busy with some serious things. Chapter 684. Mu Hua! Mu Hua! Let's play together, let's play together. On the lawn of the Ash Fortress, seeing Mu Hua, a group of bear-like creatures jumped towards Mu Hua. The head shaped like a hippopotamus, because of its young age, looks a little cute, childish voice, clumsy body, but very agile. Behemoth, or the cub of Behemoth. Reaching out and grabbing a behemoth cub that pounced on him, Mu Hua kicked the behemoth cub on the buttocks, kicking it more than 10 meters high, and the behemoth cub was kicked away in an arc. I want it too, I want it too. The eyes of a group of bear children, whose size is not small for humans, lit up. Mu Hua rolled his eyes helplessly, and Tina and Charles beside him followed suit, kicking them one by one with a force that was enough to break the tendons and bones of ordinary creatures. Amid the laughter and shouting of a group of naughty children, the three of them were not entangled by the group of behemoth cubs. Mommy, Amy, keep an eye on them. If they cause trouble again, I will tear your bones apart. Mu Hua shouted from a distance to the two ugly and ferocious adult behemoths. The other party shrank their necks, bowed to Mu Hua, watched Mu Hua waved his hand and left, and then waved their claws, and showed their ferocious fangs to a group of behemoth cubs. Some behemoths were raised in the Ash Fortress. Among the first batch of behemoths that Mu Hua collected from the Snow Ridge Ranch, some were unwilling to surrender. Some of them became the material for the keratin skin of Mu Hua's subordinates, and the other part that was not so irritable, but did not want to become Saturday's followers was raised in the Ash Fortress. These behemoth cubs are the offspring of female behemoths. Mommy and Amy are two relatively docile female behemoths, who act as their nannies. In fact, the reproduction capacity of behemoth is not bad. Adult female behemoths can give birth to one litter in 5 to 10 years, and each litter can give birth to 1 to 3 cubs. Originally, Mu Hua was very enthusiastic about cultivating the behemoth army, but it was not until he raised these cubs that Mu Hua understood why, although they are such a strong race, there seems to be no large group of behemoths. Behemoth cubs are not fierce, and are even quite cute. Moreover, behemoths are united internally. Although there is oppression, there is basically no fatal fight. The fundamental reason for the scarcity of behemoth individuals is that these guys have a very long childhood. Just like the behemoth cubs in Mu Hua's home, according to human age. The earliest ones born are 100 or 200 years old, but among them, the largest one has only grown to the size of an ordinary black bear. This is not because of the Abyss Island. Mu Hua has done experiments on both monsters and humans. The Abyss Island does not restrict the healthy growth of creatures. Even though these behemoth cubs were born in a hot spring town, their development rhythm is entirely due to their growth cycle. Behemoths are cute and stupid when they are young, and they are not as fierce as mature behemoths, but their childhood period is actually 300 to 500 years. During this period, although the behemoth cubs have strong physiques, their claws and teeth are fragile, and their strength can only reach the level of mid-level monsters at most. Only after the childhood period, the behemoth cubs will usher in a fusion called blood ring liberation, and then their body shape, temperament, and even physiological structure will change overnight. The long childhood period, coupled with the unruly and difficult to tame mature behemoths, they have the habit of killing the cubs when they encounter strong enemies to snatch their cubs, and there is no shortage of hell that cares about behemoth cubs. Due to various factors, it is difficult for the behemoths to grow, and Mu Hua's plan to create a behemoth legion will obviously take a longer process. A group of behemoth cubs fostered in the Ash Fortress are like naughty children. They have been close to Mu Hua and others since childhood, which can be regarded as preschool education. For some reason, Mu Hua thought of giving each of his cubs a behemoth cub as a playmate in the future, and then curled his lips and shook his head again. After leaving the castle, there is nothing to say about the blood collection field. The two unruly dragons had their teeth and claws pulled out and relied on force feeding and healing for many years to survive. The rest are vampires fished out of the abyss. After years of destruction and damage to their origin, I heard that the two dragons are about to die. Mu Hua came to see if the magic can extend their lives. If it is really troublesome, he will leave them to the Terror Knight as evolution materials. I just don't know if they can still be used after being tossed for so many years. In a relatively remote area on the edge of the abyss, a greedy nest was built, which was strictly forbidden to approach. Now the southernmost area of the Abyss Island is an uninhabited area. Except for the trap area specially designed to deal with difficult monsters like Fenrir, the blood collection site, and the greedy nest are located here. This place is covered by Wednesday's illusion all year round, and is usually guarded by Wednesday. The so-called greedy nest is where the abyss monsters that were marked with the seal of oath by Mu Hua are stored. They can be regarded as Mu Hua's reserve summoned beasts. The large area of empty land surrounded by high walls shows the simple greedy nest. A few closed rooms, like prisons, and the scratches on the ground outline independent square spaces. In each space, there is a monster that sometimes wanders and sometimes lies quietly. These monsters are all in an illusion. The illusion constructed by Wednesday saves a lot of manpower and material resources for guarding these abyss monsters. Hell werewolves. In the greedy nest, you can see a large number of hell werewolves. The vampires fished out of the abyss are basically sent to the blood collection site. Since Mu Hua mastered the seal of oath, Mu Hua no longer slaughtered the werewolves produced in the abyss indiscriminately, but sent them here. Seal of oath. The special ability of the original send greed half a beat slower. The reason why it is called half a beat slower is that it is of great help in the production of summoned beasts, but it can only be obtained after touching greed. The name sounds decent, but the essence of this ability is definitely an evil sequence. Greed can silently add this mark to other creatures, and when those creatures are marked with the seal of oath, if the recipient does not guard against the greed of the seal of oath will gradually erode the recipient. As time goes by, the attitude of the sealee towards the sealer will be subtly changed. If it does not affect the sealee's rationality, the seal of oath will become a substitute for the dependent contract. Well, this replacement does not make the sealee become the sealer's dependent. After all, the seal of oath has no essential effect on the sealee. But it can replace the dependent contract and become a necessary part of the transformation of summoned beasts. In other words, if there is no guard against greed, when the seal of oath is truly perfected, greed can completely force the sealee to become their own summoned beast. Because it does not affect the mind, there are inevitably some disadvantages, such as resentment even if it becomes a summoned beast. However, since they have become summoned beasts, what can they do if they feel resentful? Not to mention being stuffed into the summoning space, greed has countless ways to train the summoned beasts with immortal characteristics in various ways. Even if the summoner asks the summoned beast to fight with others, the summoned beast will still roll up its sleeves. The seal of the oath is a very evil thing, but it is not difficult to make it ineffective. As long as you find a clue in your attitude towards the recipient and resist it, the seal of the oath will be lifted. Under normal circumstances, greedy needs to put on a show to make the seal of the oath effective. At least, he needs to often win the favor of the recipient so that the subtle change in attitude does not seem so abrupt. After all, any creature with a normal brain has no reason not to question those unfounded goodwill and recognition. And it is precisely because of this that people who have a little understanding of greed will keep a distance from them. Even if they become friends, they will always be wary of them. However, when the seal of the oath falls into Muhua's hands, coupled with Wednesday's illusion, the abyss monsters can be said to be excellent recipients of the seal. Losing reason, but not losing mind, their mind is enough to provide nutrients for the seal of the oath to infect the soul. Wednesday occasionally constructs the image of Muhua in their respective illusions, so that they gradually have the impression that Muhua is not threatening. As long as they don't attack Muhua when they see him, slap the seal of the oath, and then brush their faces from time to time, the rest is to wait for the oath to mature. The Hell Werewolves are not a strong demon group, but first of all, their number is large enough, and secondly, Muhua is also optimistic that they are like Behemoth, and they are also a kind of son of the earth who can restore their physical strength by standing on the ground. It is a waste to use your own skeletons to make summon beasts. Look, among the land battle monsters in Muhua's final war, the Hell Werewolves have become the tentative first echelon. Werewolves who are good at close combat, six-armed Naga, Minotaur, big demons with relatively comprehensive abilities, blue-winged demons specializing in long range, and even two Medusas locked in a single room. The biggest disadvantages of the abyss monsters are magic addiction and spell-casting defects. Transforming them into summoned beasts can solve the problem of magic addiction, but spell-casting defects are difficult to avoid, so monsters that tend to be good at spellcasting will basically not be selected into the greedy nest. At this stage, most of the monsters imprisoned in the greedy nest are relatively conventional monsters produced by smelting, but they all have their own strengths in terms of quantity or ability. As mentioned earlier, although there is a bug, Muhua's final war is just a prototype, and he has never given up perfecting this evil but also arrogant ability. The seal of the oath replaced the dependent contract, and the greedy domain replaced the soul compensation. The seal of the oath opened a gap for Muhua's original sin energy. It is precisely because of the lack of original sin energy that Muhua will try to pick some monsters with higher attributes and throw them into the greedy nest. Of course, to transform these monsters into summoned beasts, some necessary materials are needed. A large number of expansions of the final war will inevitably consume a lot of Muhua's financial resources. In general, there are still many monsters of the same type in the greedy nest that have entered the burning source, furnace, or the blood pool. When the strength reaches a certain level, the skill stone and the 100 refining secret stone are no longer so omnipotent. Although Muhua is usually a bit dissolute, he has never given up on improving himself. Compared with the blood collection field, the greedy nest can be said to be an absolute forbidden area on the Abyss Island. The monsters here are still large and full of standard cannon fodder, which occupies the majority of the number. But this may only be temporary. Even with the flaws in spellcasting, there are still some beings in the Abyss who are lethal in nature and fierce in melee combat. As the nest of greed that Muhua values, it breeds the final war. Chapter 685. In terms of the corresponding rank, the attack strength of the claw demon is generally higher than that of the werewolf, but the combat ability of the werewolf is much stronger than that of the claw demon. Just like a large open space surrounded by a wall, it looks simple, but the monsters in the greedy nest are arranged in an orderly manner, like a square formation. As Wednesday grows, the illusion is still the original illusion, but its control over the scope, division, and details of the illusion is becoming more and more perfect. Walking on the passage between the monsters, Muhua will not get involved in the illusion constructed by Wednesday for them. There are also some monsters whose oath seals have dissipated. Although Muhua feels the pain of consuming the original sin energy, he has to reapply the oath seal to them. These monsters fished out from the abyss basically do not have emotions such as arrogance. They are like frightened beasts with a strong sense of attack. This also leads to the fact that the more powerful the monster is, the more aggressive it is to the creatures it sees. This kind of aggression can be seen as resistance, which further leads to the dissipation of the seal of oath. It is also very troublesome to transform these abyss monsters into summoned beasts. However, it is still much easier than attacking normal creatures. More importantly, even if a large number of individuals are harmed, there will be no adverse effects. There is no need to rush the birth of the seal of oath. Every time Muhua enters the Abyss Island, he will basically visit the greedy nest. Unlike a military parade, it is just like visiting an alternative biological laboratory, repairing and patching. Occasionally, when he is impatient, Muhua will kill and smelt some monsters that he doesn't like. Leaving the greedy nest, You can see abyss fishing spots everywhere after walking north for more than 10 or 20 miles. There are many individuals and skeletons squatting here. Now, those who believe in Muhua will get the feedback of the fishing rod, which also leads to some weak skeletons to go fishing here. The undead are paranoid but lack persistence. Their own evolution and strength improvement can be regarded as the few things that can make them persistent. The chance of getting Muhua's blessing by fishing monsters from the abyss is greater, and the skeletons who can squat on the edge of the abyss are actually those who provide Muhua with more faith power. As soon as he arrived at the edge of the abyss, Muhua's shoulders collapsed. He now really hates smelting monsters, even more than brushing the purgatory armor. The dead are collected, and the living are killed and collected again. There are fishing spots and killing fields everywhere. Tree shepherds with egg-shaped fruits hanging between their branches and leaves wander around the edge of the abyss. The 9 scented fruits on their branches can neutralize the smell of blood and corpses very well. Boom! The raging flames rose, and the spreading flames formed a pillar of fire due to the obstruction of the magic barrier. A two-headed hellhound that was besieged by the Black Crow Knights. Under the piercing tops of multiple thick dragon spears, the two-headed hellhound was locked and trapped by dozens of Black Crow Knights, and could not move, but the strong stimulation and oppression still made it spit out violent breath. Abyss-style monsters basically have no spellcasting ability, but when killing them, it is best to use high-intensity fatal attacks to quickly resolve the battle. Otherwise, like muscle reflexes, they are likely to burst out blood and chi, or some of their usual abilities in the face of life and death crisis. Speaking of which, as far as the Abyss style is concerned, high-level hellhounds are also a very good choice for summoned beasts. But not to mention that Monday has developed a group of hellhounds. Whether it is the affinity with the fire element or the flame of Gehenna, these have allowed the Abyss-style hellhounds to temporarily occupy the special seats in the burning source furnace. Crack, crack, crack 3 crisp fractures. The spine of the two-headed hellhound was twisted into 3 sections by the touch of jealousy. The hellhound's head is not easy to twist. Muhua, who is collecting corpses like a landlord, happened to come here, and used the touch of jealousy to help the Black Crows twist the two-headed hellhound. My lord. Clark and Athena, who were guarding the Black Crow Knights, greeted Muhua naturally. The Black Crows are Muhua's direct knights. Their base is in the Ash Fortress. Over the years, they have already gotten along naturally with Muhua. Are you still working on the tiers of the fire element? Waving his hand to signal the other Black Crow Knights to do what they should do, Muhua asked Clark with a strange expression. Well, the knights have all perfected their fire spirit bodies. There are fewer Medusa and Acra. We plan to help the dragons improve their affinity with fire elements first, and then go to the siren fishing spot. Clark explained. At this stage, the Black Crow Knights basically use melee as their main means of attack. In order to highlight their strength advantage and gain faster physical growth, they also tend to trouble those monsters with thick skin and flesh when fishing. These Black Crows that can land on the island have sound minds. They don't need to believe in Muhua like those skeletons, and wait for feedback from gods. When fishing and smelting, Muhua will match them if they can. In addition to the Purgatory Warhorse, they have also signed contracts with some dragons. At this moment, squatting on the Hellhound is mainly to get the tiers of fire element for their dragon riders. Well, it is necessary to keep up with the elemental affinity of those flying dragons. Muhua nodded and said casually. After the flying dragon evolves, it becomes an evil dragon. Except for the black dragon, other evil dragons will inevitably obtain a series of elemental affinity after completing the evolution. However, the flying dragons selected by Muhua for the Black Crow Knights all have the blood of black dragons. Muhua plans to evolve all the dragon riders of the Black Crow Knights into black dragons, and increase their elemental affinity to increase their survivability, which can be regarded as a major difficulty in evolving dragons. After all, Friday is the focus of the development of the dragon group. The flying dragons of the Black Crow Knights are regarded as combat riders by Muhua. Evolving into evil dragons is still expected, but it is basically impossible to ask Muhua to help them evolve into dragons. Whether they can become dragons in the future depends on themselves or their knights. In addition to the two-headed hellhound that was just killed, there is also a pile of corpses of hellhounds that are either dead or in a deep sleep. Those were the recent catches at this fishing spot. Seeing Muhua coming, 2 headless knights, who had just spawned and were still relatively tender, began to slaughter those hellhounds that were not completely dead, gaining some experience and brushing up their own levels. Muhua was going to smelt those corpses, but after taking 2 steps, he couldn't help but stop and look behind Clark and Athena. I say, what's the situation with them? Clark and Athena each dragged a hell chain behind them, and on the 2 hell chains were tied 2 ghosts, who were not sure whether they were awake or not, and occasionally showed a weird smile. Clark and Athena's guardian spirits, Old Maury and Selma. Clark was silent. Athena pursed her lips, and a trace of helplessness flashed in her eyes. That guy Ivan secretly planted some soul-quenching grass, and they got together, and took drugs and got high. Athena pulled the prison demon chain tied to her mother and said, "Muhua. Soul-quenching grass should be considered a relatively high-end magical plant with hallucinogenic effects. It is effective for both living and dead. The reason why it is high-end is that it does not cause any substantial damage to the body after it is effective. Well, it does not cause any damage to the body of the ghost, nor to the living who have reached a certain level of strength. As for those who are not strong enough, it is estimated that, probably, they may enter a state of self-release for a long time. It is said that they are not addicted, but they are used to being high, and some of them will naturally want to be high again. Where are Ivan and the others?" Twitched his lips. "These old guys are still playing so fancy after they died." "Still on the farm. Someone is watching," Athena said. "Muhua has not yet put Ivan and his friends into the Abyss Island. He did not sign a demon contract with them in the early years, and later he was too lazy to do it. They all live normally in Cairn City. Among Muhua's old friends, who turned into ghosts, only Maury, Baron, Selma, and Caroline can go to the island. Take it out." Nodding, Muhua stretched out his hand in front of Athena. Athena was stunned for a moment, then twitched her mouth, and reluctantly took out a bag of hay rolled into a cigarette from her body. "Heh!" Muhua took the hay with a chuckle, and put it in his arms in a blink of an eye. "Well, although Athena usually looks like an orthodox and serious female knight, this is Lorraine, and Athena is also from a serious small town. Who hasn't been wild when they were young? If she didn't steal some of the old guys who were taking drugs, that would be a miracle. When you have time, go learn how to grow the soul-tempering grass from AI11. When we get a place, we can grow some too," Muhua said to Athena, holding the soul-tempering grass. "This thing is much more powerful than smoking. As for taking drugs, Muhua would occasionally play with it, but because of the poison of the world, he is now immune to all poisons. To take this thing, he needs to take the initiative to get into the state." "Oh!" Muhua stole her little secret stash, and Athena responded with a bit of resentment. "I'm at the Esh Fortress tonight, and I find you at night." Clark turned his head, and looked away when Muhua rolled his eyes at Athena. "TSK?" Athena TSK lightly, and while Clark wasn't paying attention, she clenched her fist and raised her middle finger towards Muhua's back, then picked up a fishing rod and ran to the edge of the abyss to fish. The fishing and training time of the Black Crow and Dandelion main fighters on the island is clearly arranged, and their growth is not simply fishing Krypton gold. Looking back at Athena's back, watching Selma, who was dragged behind Athena and still couldn't tell whether she was awake or not, gave him a thumbs up and showed an expression of looking forward to the eldest son. Muhua resisted the urge to give Selma a middle finger. Tonight, it may not be peaceful. Chapter 686. Perhaps bullying the weak and fearing the strong is also a law of survival for organisms. Many people think that the superiors want him to be obedient. In fact, if the threat level is not enough, they only want your money and your life. Whether you obey or not has little impact on them. Only when you reach a certain threat level will they want you to obey. And when you are more threatening, perhaps as long as you occasionally cooperate with others to put on a show, they will think you are a very worthy person to get close to and make friends with. Well, what I am talking about here is not the social level or social class, but the threat level. Or in other words, wealth and power are just appearances, and the threat level can better represent the essence of the level. And for those who are completely non-threatening, don't talk about someone fooling and deceiving you, and want you to be obedient and honest. Just hand over your money and your life at the right time. No one cares whether you obey or not. Nowadays, the Magic Empire only requires Lord Muhua to show up at social occasions occasionally, and whether he can be picked up by domestic noble ladies is basically defined as a matter of chance. Although the girls in Muhua's family don't care much about Muhua's messing around with their best friends, they are still somewhat repulsive to Muhua's promiscuity outside. When Muhua was going to participate in the kind of social activities surrounded by wolves, after discussion, the girls finally chose a genuine female companion to accompany him and be responsible for the guarding role. As for the selection criteria, first of all, they must be relatively pure humans, demons, dragons, and even witch Terra are definitely not allowed. Secondly, they cannot obey Muhua's words, and maids such as Black Crow are also not allowed. The most important thing is that they must be from the island. Those who cannot even enter the Abyss Island are naturally not qualified. And the person who finally became Mu Hua's first wife turned out to be Vivian. What? Samantha? Stop it. In the morning of the Demand Hotel, Odysseus, Nick, and Ingrid came here in formal dresses to meet Mu Hua. They all received an invitation from Webster to go to the Akura courtyard with Mu Hua. If it was a party hosted by someone else, Odysseus and Nick probably wouldn't wear such formal clothes. Now the dresses are neat and tidy, basically to show support for Webster. Everyone greeted each other in the hall. When they saw Vivian coming down from the third floor, most of them showed surprised expressions, and among them, Mu Hua's expression of surprise was the heaviest. Light makeup and mature hairstyle made Vivian look like a different person. Vivian, whose height is not outstanding, showed a tall and charming figure against the background of a purple soft long skirt. Small earrings, a slender necklace, a delicate bracelet, and a lace cape dotted with diamonds half covered her bare shoulders. The diamonds on the cape were not useless diamonds. These ornaments were magical equipment. Upon closer inspection, it seemed that each ornament was filled with the magical power fluctuations of the upper magic. Beautiful, mature, noble, and seemed to have a hint of inviolable majesty. Vivian? Mu Hua muttered in a low voice as he watched Vivian walk down the stairs accompanied by Alvis. For some reason, when he saw her current appearance, Mu Hua subconsciously thought of her as a smoky girl in the past. Does it look good? Vivian came to Mu Hua and took Mu Hua's arm. When she spoke, she showed a provocative smile to our Imperial Princess Ingrid. Ingrid rolled her eyes. She didn't really want Mu Hua. At most, she just wanted a child from Mu Hua and then get rid of the constraints of the royal family. In the early years, she even considered accepting Nick's pursuit, but Nick and Debbie were crazy in all kinds of ways, and Ingrid couldn't accept succubus, so she gave up. In recent years, she and Mu Hua have also been together a few times, but unfortunately, Mu Hua's life level is different from hers, which indirectly affects the chance of pregnancy, and Ingrid has never been able to get what she wants. However, she really didn't consider Mu Hua as a partner. Vivian's provocation was directly ignored by Ingrid. This is a descendant of royal power, and a girl who dares to poke her ancestors' waist. Ingrid doesn't want to mess with her. Well, it looks good. Mu Hua nodded and looked at Vivian. When his eyes swept to the pair of high heels on her feet, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. If it's pretty, look at it more. Don't expect me to do this to you again. Vivian had a natural smile on her face, but her tone was full of impatience. Okay, Mu Hua nodded. This girl is still his Vivian. The high heels on her feet set off her ankles and calves beautifully and sexy, but she probably didn't get used to the shoes. At this moment, the soles of her shoes were vaguely off the ground, and it was obvious that they were half floating. Are all here? Let's go! Patting Vivian's shoulder, Mu Hua's eyes were full of encouragement, and he turned to everyone. Well, if you can, try to go out normally, don't use space transfer. Everyone agreed, Ingrid said. You have to show off this? Mu Hua asked. In his early years, he had been tossing around in the Akura courtyard. With his current attainments in space magic, he could open a space channel, and everyone could step into the courtyard. If the traffic is normal, the entrance of Wikula's courtyard is quite far from Canaan's. According to Ingrid, it is obvious that the Empire wants more people outside to know that he is going out for an appointment. It's up to you. This is just a suggestion. If you really find it troublesome, it doesn't matter. Ingrid replied. Show, why not show? Mu Hua said with a smile. He doesn't find it troublesome, nor does he want to be low-key and show off. If he shows off, he will inevitably have emotional energy, and maybe even faith. Why not show off? If he is not afraid of someone causing trouble for him, he will take Thursday to stroll around the human world every day. Don't cause panic or chaos. Seeing Mu Hua's full cooperation attitude, Ingrid hurriedly added. Just fly high. Mu Hua said he knew and walked out of the hotel. Ahem, try not to call out Leviathan. The Lich coughed dryly, but saw Alvis, who was following Vivian, suddenly spoke. Alvis resigned, fired the 7th, and withdrew from the crown sequence. Now his life box is in Vivian's hands. He stays by Vivian's side all day without any resistance. As a new member of the Dandelion Brigade and the new president of the Necromancer Mutual Aid Association, if he hadn't had to stay by Vivian's side to help her, Alvis would now be the absolute main force in the cleanup of the undead courtyard. Because of the 7th? Alvis's suggestion made Mu Hua frown and look sideways. Well, there is a rumor in the city of the dead. If you release Leviathans indiscriminately in the human world, that person may find bad luck with you. Vivian said with a little disdain. Oh, that guy is so vain. Mu Hua sneered. Including the courtyard, many people actually don't have a clear understanding of Leviathan and floating monsters. Is Trees worried that someone will steal his title of Leviathan King? It's hard to say. There are factors of emotional energy, and he may also want to ignite the divine fire. Alva said. Heh, that guy is really nosy. Wait until I can get out of here, Muhua snorted coldly, but when he walked out of the hotel, he didn't really call out Thursday, but summoned a floating monster in the form of a blue whale. For Muhua's obvious protest and provocation, some people chuckled, some smiled bitterly, and some were thoughtful. Everyone had different attitudes. A group of people climbed onto the back of the floating monster, and the troll set sail. If they didn't encounter two tall buildings, the blue whale flying in the void would maintain a height of 300 to 500 meters above the ground and fly towards the Akura courtyard. Occasionally, it would sing, and the shadows passing by the ground would attract people along the way to watch. On the spacious back of the blue whale, while everyone was chatting and laughing, the witch Melinda, who had reappeared, was squatting on the side, responding to the endless questions from various forces along the way. Chapter 687. The early sun shines on the giant beast. If the giant blue whale floating in the sky does not come with destruction, it would have a sacred color. Speaking of which, Bridges has been quite well behaved in the Ukulu courtyard in recent years. What did Webster do? How did he do it? Never mind how sacred the blue whale crossing the sky gives others. At this moment, Muhua and his group on the back of the blue whale are chatting, playing cards, eating melon seeds, and doing all kinds of things. Isn't there a saying that war is bound to cause damage? What's more, Webster took advantage of the chaos in the courtyard that year and swept Bridges' tax accountants and the like. Not caring about the wrinkles of the dress, sitting cross-legged in a circle, Odysseus took a card from the deck in the middle of the group and answered Muhua's question jokingly. On the way to the entrance of the Ukulu courtyard, Odysseus, Muhua, Charles, Nick, and the Lich Alvis gathered on the back of the floating monster to play cards and chat. Tina, Vivian, Debbie, and Ingrid set up parasol lounge chairs on the floating monster. The four girls drank drinks and laughed from time to time because of some topics. Without Muhua, Vivian seemed to have no barriers with Ingrid. This group of good sisters, who were very different from their usual style, when they were together made Muhua and his group a little nervous. In addition to the two groups of people, Melinda had clearly communicated with the cities she would pass along the way in advance, but the communication requests kept coming. At this moment, she was also together with the four girls, but unlike the four girls, who were leisurely, Melinda sat on the lounge chair with her back to the four girls, answering the communication with resentment, and sometimes she could be seen raising her middle finger to the flying vehicle flying near the blue whale. Accountant? Muhua brought up the topic of Webster's situation while playing cards and chatting. Ah yes, accountant. Unlike the Naden group, Loren is the foundation of Bridges. Even if they are declining, they are still nobles. They cannot leave the Magic Empire, and the Magic Empire will not kill them all. And those accountants have a deeper understanding of Bridges companies, including finance, tax returns, and some companies that may not be visible to the public. They have more or less some information about Bridges. Those information can implicate a lot of black materials about Bridges. Even if those companies have gone bankrupt or been acquired and merged, those materials can become a dagger to cut flesh from Bridges when the Empire wants to make trouble for them. So, after throwing out a few cards, Odysseus stared at Charles while speaking. This new deacon of Muhua is a cheater. Odysseus is on guard against Charles stealing and changing cards. Oh, so now that Webster has the information, if Bridges doesn't want to suffer greater losses, it would be wise to get along with Webster in harmony. The Empire would know this situation, right? Is it an unspoken rule? Muhua said with a smile. The separation of business operations and government power is basically pure nonsense. The louder this is said, the more serious the collusion between officials and businessmen is. People who say this kind of thing are fine, but those who really believe it are the ones with problems in their heads. There is no need to go into details. In short, there must be many illegal situations in the industries under Bridges' name that will make the general public unbalanced. Therefore, the bigger the signboard and the more glorious the name of the company, the less likely it is to be clean. There is no need to dig deep, just peel off the surface. It is hard to say whether it is illegal or not. What you see is definitely some dirty and special care that can make the general public unbalanced. When they violated the law and were punished, it was definitely not because they were discovered, but because they paid the price for some other things. The Empire could not have known that Webster could obtain those materials, but normally, the Magic Empire could not have asked Webster for them. If Webster had not taken the initiative to lift the lid, Even if they had the same information, the Empire could not use it casually. Otherwise, it would basically be equivalent to breaking the rules. It would not be a cut to Bridges, or disregarding Webster's face, but overturning the table where the upper echelons of the Empire sat. Webster can be regarded as stepping on Bridges to get to the top, but when the situation stabilized, the Empire wanted to use Bridges to check and balance Webster, and Webster seemed to have become Bridges' umbrella. The relationship between them has long been unintuitive, and it is no longer clear in one or two sentences. Being able to restrain the strong outside of personal force is a compulsory course for the powerful, and you can also say the word unspoken rules. Boss, you are still far away. Nick said jokingly. Fuck, without me to support you, you can't take a shit class. Mu Hua laughed and cursed, throwing out 2 cards to put pressure on Nick. No sir, what Mr. Nick said is not wrong. In your mind, there should only be compliance and non-compliance, and there should not be the word unwritten rules. You should be the maker of the rules, or at least the tamperer with the ability to tamper with them, Charles said as he played a card. Mu Hua was stunned. Wow, after a careful consideration, Charles's words sounded very awesome. How to say it, the so-called unwritten rules are a joke in the eyes of the superiors. What is unwritten rules? They are originally rules formulated by people for the disadvantaged to make their own people happy. They are common sense and natural to them? Charles, people who speak out their opinions usually die early. Alvis said with a strange smile. As a deacon, I have to remind the master of some things that he has not noticed, even if it will cause the master to be annoyed. Charles did not take it as an offense, and looked at Mu Hua with eyes full of sincerity. That expression, that temperament, just lacked a little holy light on his body, which made Mu Hua want to punch this old liar in the eye socket. Mu, what do you think about the matter of the Samsara Palace? Charles is Mu Hua's deacon, and Alvis always makes himself like Vivian's butler. The two bickered, and Odysseus asked Mu Hua, what do you think? Mu Hua asked back. The Samsara Palace is a group of humans who have signed a sharing contract with monsters. Odysseus, who may become a reincarnated person, is also a member of the organization. In the early years, let alone the Samsara Palace, even Odysseus was a powerful leader in Mu Hua's eyes. But now, there is no one with extraordinary combat power in this group, so it's just that. The Samsara Palace is quite troublesome. Although they are surrendering, they bring the gods they believe in. Originally, they wanted to surrender to the Sixth, but they probably didn't want to develop their doctrines in their own forces, so they were rejected by the Sixth. Mu Hua asked. Odysseus patiently analyzed. Although he also joined the Samsara Palace, he obviously didn't have much sense of belonging to the Samsara Palace, and his position was relatively neutral. However, this time they offer conditions. You have to weigh them yourself. After all, the value of 500 mechanical demon god level mechas is also very considerable. Odysseus said. 500 top-end mechas don't sound like a lot at first, but the power module alone is 500 magic yuan. A reorganized patrol star guard is composed of this number of mechanical demon gods, as the combat commander of each squad. Let's not talk about the strength of the reincarnated people in the Samsara Hall, but it must be said that the Samsara Hall is indeed rich. After 9 reincarnations, some of its veteran members can accumulate considerable wealth bit by bit. Perhaps it is precisely because there are many industries, but there is no deterrent to prevent others from coveting these industries. In fact, the Samsara Hall has been seeking protection from the strong. But the Samsara Hall has the gods they believe in. The god who has never appeared is likely to be a monster, and the gods they believe in addition to helping them find reincarnated people, basically do not provide any other feedback to his believers. This also leads to the fact that the Samsara Hall looks down on the weak forces, and the strong forces will find the Samsara Hall troublesome. In recent years, Mu Hua's forces have emerged. Earlier, Odysseus was summoned by the Samsara Hall to try to contact Mu Hua through him. The Samsara Hall is willing to join Mu Hua, and the 500 mechanical demons are their sincerity, but this sincerity can also be seen as a declaration of their independence. And Mu Hua needs to provide them with shelter, and all the properties under the names of the members of the Samsara Hall will be hung with Mu Hua's signs. At the same time, Mu Hua cannot interfere with their beliefs. The main reason why the Samsara Hall is disliked is because of the useless god they believe in. Although the god is an eyesore to others, the contractors who are afraid of being forgotten in an unknown corner after reincarnation rely on it very much. If I let the Samsara Hall join, can you control the Samsara Hall? Mu Hua asked Odysseus while thinking. I was a low-level member not long ago. What do you want me to use to control those guys, who don't know how many lives they have lived? Odysseus spread his hands to show that he was powerless. What if I can also help them search for the reincarnated body? Can I make them give up their original beliefs? Mu Hua asked again. To search for the reincarnated, even if there is no established technique, it is enough to invest more faith to play miracles such as the holy word prophecy. It's difficult. The high-level officials of the Samsara Hall are all real old demons. They are keen on power and lack a sense of security. They may believe in you, but there is no reason to give up their original beliefs. Odysseus shook his head. The so-called old people become spirits. In fact, this aspect is often directly related to physiological conditions. When people are strong and healthy and eat everything, they are more carefree and think about how to have fun. As for what will they think about when they are burdened with responsibilities, old and ugly, and have backaches? Haha, so old is the prerequisite for becoming a spirit, not age. Then forget it. Mu Hua shook his head in disdain. He didn't want an inexplicable faction of gods to appear in his own power. However, do you think it's time for me to enter Shuyanjian? If my strength improves, maybe I can try to subdue them by force? Odysseus asked tentatively. As soon as he said this, Alvis on the side also pricked up his ears. Chapter 688. It is pure nonsense for Odysseus to suppress the members of the Samsara Palace by force. It is not that Mu Hua lacks force, because it is completely meaningless. Because of reincarnation, some members of the Samsara Palace can accumulate wealth far beyond ordinary people, but not to mention that they may have a contractor who shares everything with them. It is just accumulation after all, and it is a scattered accumulation. Even if their contractors are eliminated early, it is also because of reincarnation after death. Their former industries may be squandered by their descendants, or they may be embezzled and occupied by others, when they don't know what they will be reincarnated into, or where they will be reincarnated. Even if the members of the Samsara Palace take care of each other, the industries they have accumulated are basically scattered, difficult to integrate, and they dare not integrate them casually. After all, if they just reincarnate and their inheritance is taken away by others, they will have nowhere to cry in the next few lives. The Samsara Palace may be considered a strong force in the eyes of ordinary people, but to Mu Hua, except for some industries with stable income, other aspects can only be classified as the standard of a middle-class brigade at best. In short, the Samsara Palace is relatively rich, but their ways of making money are scattered. If you play some kind of military suppression with them, not to mention getting funds from them, they may even make you starve. Mu Hua had discussed this with Alice and Samantha earlier. It's better not to think about it carefully, but after thinking about it carefully, the Samsara Palace can be summarized as not necessarily being able to do good things, but when it comes to trouble, it is good at disrupting its own business. If no one can subdue and control those old and cunning reincarnated people, then it is better to make the same choice as the sixth person, and it is wiser to stay away from the Samsara Palace. Odysseus, are you sure you want to enter Shuyanjian? You know, this is not as simple as a tongue-pulling contract. Mu Hua didn't take the Samsara Palace too seriously, but Odysseus's desire to go to the Abyss Island made him pay more attention. Several people present, including Odysseus, Nick, and Alvis, have not yet entered the Abyss Island. Alvis is a stubborn lich who dares to cause trouble to the king who holds his life box. Mu Hua has given full authority to Vivian to weigh whether to let Alvis enter the Abyss Island, and when to let him enter the island. Now the outside world knows that Mu Hua has a dimensional space that may have abnormalities. The world tree is planted in that space. Mu Hua's subordinates enter and exit that space through the world tree. This is no longer a secret. All those who can go to the Abyss Island use Shuyanjian as a synonym for the Abyss Island in the outside world. Entering the Abyss Island is basically equivalent to completely joining Mu Hua's army. Maybe you can get in touch with Mu Hua's secrets, but at that time, the relationship with Mu Hua will no longer be just friends, colleagues, partners, etc., and you will have to respect Mu Hua as your master. Nick understood what Mu Hua said. He didn't care about the growth of strength. In addition to being better than Demand in reincarnation, Nick and Demand were actually the same kind of people, so he didn't care much about the Abyss Island. Nowadays, Mu Hua's various situations basically told the outside world that he had a golden finger, but he didn't say what it was. In addition to the outside world's speculation, no one dared to explore his secrets. Simply put, it would be better if the monkey didn't steal your house. Why do you still think about what the monkey hid in the house? Isn't that making yourself uncomfortable? Unlike Nick, Odysseus, who is not weak in strength and has a rich family background, has always been very interested in the Abyss Island. I have thought about it a long time ago. As long as you don't have a relationship with Tamara, I don't mind serving you as the master. Facing Mu Hua's inquiry, Odysseus replied seriously. "Tsk, I'm not interested in Tamara. Even if we have sex on Friday." Odysseus had a serious expression, but the topic turned to Tamara again, and Mu Hua rolled his eyes. "I don't care who she has sex with, as long as it's not you." Odysseus was very persistent about this. "Okay, let's not talk about Tamara for now. Are you sure? If it's you, it might not be so easy to get out of Dandelion." Shaking his head, and no longer teasing, Mu Hua was a little serious. "Not easy?" Odysseus tried. "Yeah, I'd die." Mu Hua confirmed. "Hey, so serious. You've made me curious about your Shuyunjian." As the two talked, everyone put down the cards in their hands, and the atmosphere was a little heavy. Nick interjected as if to mediate. "It's quite serious. After all, that place is also my foundation. Just listen to it. Don't talk nonsense outside. In fact, I hope you all go in." Mu Hua explained. "Everyone knows that your foundation is there. Except for yourself, you all rely on the world tree to enter and exit. What does it matter if you say it or not?" Nick was no longer frivolous and nodded seriously, but still muttered softly. The few people fell into silence for a while. Odysseus frowned in thought, and then smiled freely. "You ignited the divine fire. If I die in the future, you don't have to count on the Samsara Hall to find me. You still have the golden apple. The growth of King Daimao and the dragon group in these years is also exaggerated. If Tamara can also evolve into a dragon, I won't leave even if you drive me away." Odysseus smiled. "If you really want to join, the next dragon under my command will definitely be CC, Mu Hua responded. "Hey Tamara, it's Tamara, don't mention that damn CC. "It's settled, sir?" Odysseus protested the damn name Mu Hua gave Tamara. "Just call me Mu Hua, I don't have many friends." Mu Hua laughed. "Ha, if you don't mind, boss," Odysseus said happily, with a relaxed tone, but when he called Mu Hua boss, there was less teasing than before. "Ha, you guys practice well, I will count on you to help me in my old age, and see me to the end." Mu Hua and Odysseus seemed to have reconfirmed their relationship, and Nick laughed on the side. "Have you thought about it too?" Mu Hua frowned. Obviously Nick still preferred to be an ordinary person, who just eats and waits for death, which made Mu Hua feel a little regretful. "Well, I've thought about it." Nick spread his hands. Everyone has their own ambitions. Mu Hua shook his head and smiled bitterly, and didn't say much. Maybe one day when he is strong and rich enough and doesn't care about others coveting him, he will catch Nick and take him to the Abyss Island for vacation. "What about me?" Seeing that Mu Hua seemed to have finalized the matter of letting Odysseus enter the island, Alvis interjected again. "He is different from Odysseus. Since he fired his own kingship, he is at least a legitimate family. Mu Hua's first wife, Vivian, was raised by him. Self-thinking, Vivian has the final say in your affairs. Who made you mess around in your early years?" "I don't care if Vivian doesn't agree." Ignoring Alvis's enthusiasm, Mu Hua said. "Alvis." After passing the slightly serious topic, several people played cards again. Mu Hua was caught hiding cards, which caused others to shout and scold. As the floating monster moved forward, more and more fighter planes gathered around the blue whale. Those fighter planes did not show much defense, and were more like an escort. When they arrived at the entrance of the Euclid courtyard, they sent back the floating monsters. Mu Hua hugged Paji, who was waiting for him at the entrance of the courtyard. A group of people walked through the cross-border magic circle and entered the courtyard in a wait-and-see manner. The floating monster was too big, and it certainly couldn't get into the entrance of the courtyard. Only after Mu Hua entered the courtyard could he summon it out with his followers. The world changed. Although he had received a notice in advance, the dark sky like the eternal night still surprised Mu Hua a little when he entered the Euclid courtyard. The demon Mu Hua descended again. The sun and the moon dimmed, and the sky and the earth were without light. He brought the darkness that engulfed the world. In order to prevent the demon Mu Hua from bringing disaster to people again, the gods offered sacrifices to the demon. The holy war angel Ikaros ignited the divine fire, sacrificed himself, and influenced the demon with sincere love. Okay, it's a bloody plot, but these are the appearance settings arranged by Wu and Lenga for Mu Hua. Mu Hua had reached an agreement with one Lenga in this courtyard earlier. One Lenga prohibited Mu Hua from wandering around here. The Blood Clan seemed to dislike him, a demon god who had manipulated the gods, coming here to influence the people. But who asked Webster to hold a cocktail party in this courtyard? Mu Hua just ran straight here, causing one Lenga to plunge the entire courtyard into darkness, which was considered to be the background for Mu Hua's appearance. One Langa's pantheon influenced the demon god to gain faith, and by the way, helped the newly joined Ikaros to set up a god tablet, which also gave Muhua a reason to appear in this courtyard again in the future without affecting One Langa's pantheon. The dedication and sacrifice of the gods will always inevitably bring the believer's mood, and at the same time, Muhua can also obtain a huge amount of original sin energy. Well, that's right. Although Muhua was influenced, the original sin emotions such as anger, greed, lust, jealousy, etc. were really given to him by the believers of the gods here. Everyone benefits, and Muhua doesn't mind cooperating. Of course, a large number of loyal and kind believers have negative emotions towards Muhua's demon god, but no matter whether they are not careful or something else, there are definitely some non-mainstream people who worship the demon god. Not to mention, when this setting is promoted in the Ukala courtyard, in addition to the more negative original sin emotions, Muhua also harvested a lot of faith power for him as a demon god. As for the current situation, if Muhua doesn't care about Wuanlanga's body, he and Wuanlanga can barely be regarded as a community of interests. Chapter 689. Earth sparks. In the dark world, looking down from a high place, the lights of thousands of houses on the ground make it difficult to distinguish the sky from the earth. The earth is dotted with lights into a dazzling galaxy. This is a landscape that every courtyard controller yearns for. It implies the prosperity of life and represents the richness of the courtyard. The huge and majestic Leviathan hangs high in the night sky, and hundreds of beautiful angels in simple white dresses emit fluorescence all over their bodies. The light gathered by the angels vaguely reflects the figure of Leviathan in the dark night sky. Thursday, after entering the Akura courtyard, Muhua summoned Thursday. This is the territory of Yunlanga. Now we are our own people with Yunlanga. If we put Leviathan here, trees will have nothing to say. Webster's cocktail party was not held in this city, where the courtyard entrance was located. However, if they were in a hurry, Thursday didn't seem to be needed. Calling Thursday out was purely for Muhua to create a look and to enrich his image of the devil. In front of Leviathan, groups of angels flapped their holy wings, and their tiny bodies brought light to the dark night. This was a sacrifice. In order to protect people's peace, these angels would serve the devil with their holy bodies. The people in the Akura courtyard, who were accustomed to faith, were moved by this. At the same time, although Muhua could not eat the color domain energy, these angels who seemed to be about to endure endless destruction also indirectly brought him all kinds of anger and jealousy. Well, ghosts and gods, as long as there is no original sin energy, they are everywhere. Alas, look at these angels. Damn it, the royal family actually expects me to hook up with Muhua. On Thursday's back, Ingrid said to Tina beside her with a lot of complaints. These are all angels created by Ikaros. When you have time, let Muhua take us to see the angel pool. I haven't seen that kind of thing yet. Vivian glanced at Ingrid with a little sympathy. Ingrid only wants a child of Muhua, but the imperial family has high standards and strict requirements for her, hoping that she can win Muhua's admiration. If this guy is not talking without any pain, it can probably only be regarded as the cognitive difference between those who work and those who don't. Look at the more than 100 white-skinned and beautiful long legs in front of you. They are angels, and they can let Muhua play with them and pick them. Look at their appearance. They are almost missing the word slave girl tattooed on their chests. Admiration, there are all these things around. Who do you admire? Show me. Led by Ikaros, a group of angels climbed onto Leviathan's back. Holy light, which was basically only an optical effect, rose from Thursday's body, showing Leviathan's complete and terrifying figure in the dark night. How was the photo shoot? Muhua turned around and asked Odysseus, and Odysseus, who was a part-time photographer, made an okay gesture to Muhua. Let them change their equipment. Ikaros hugged him, and the show was over. We can't let our angels keep wearing the same clothes as those girls, who are about to be sold. Although our angels were all born in the angel pool, Ikaros' blood was used in their birth process. They worship Ikaros as their master, even though the actual controller of the angel pool is Unlanga. In his early years, Muhua stabbed several gods here. Not counting the corpse of the great devil he exchanged with Mephistopheles, Muhua also obtained the corpses of 3 gods. 2 of the corpses allowed Muhua to ignite the divine fire in an alternative way, with a very plundering characteristic. After some research, Muhua threw the extra corpse into the burning source furnace after choosing between smelting and creating a magical life. He wanted to see what the corpse of a god could melt. At the same time, it seemed that even if it was a god, it would not be able to create Terra, which ignited the divine fire, when it was used as the flesh and blood material for creating a magical life. Since it was an angel god, What was created with it was a magical life with angelic roots. The plan to directly make the gods real for the Aqua sect failed, and it would take at least 2 gods to ignite the divine fire through keratin's skin and shape-shifting. Anyway, it had to be tried anyway. In the end, the corpse of the god was thrown into the burning source furnace by Mu Hua. As a result, the divine fire did not come out, but a semi-finished product that needed to be nurtured by faith, the foundation of pride, was given. This also made Mu Hua basically confirm that the so-called god should be the original sin of arrogance, but the original sin energy it involves is quite special, and is distinguished from other original sin energies, and is called the power of faith. The base of arrogance was given to Ikaros, but after absorbing the base of arrogance, Ikaros did not ignite the divine fire, and continued to use the scattered faith absorbed from the outside world to nourish it. It was not until 2 years ago that Ikaros really ignited the divine fire. Although it is troublesome, it is more economical to ignite the divine fire through the base of arrogance. After all, throwing a god into the burning source furnace should be able to get a base of arrogance. But this thing also gave Mu Hua a headache. After all, without igniting the divine fire, you can't touch the power of faith. Without the power of faith, what can you use to nourish the base of arrogance? This is simply a dead cycle. As a result, after going around in circles, except for the angels and those who are reborn, the foundation of arrogance is basically useless to others. If Mu Hua wants to give her family a few more gods, such as gods layers, she still has to do it in pairs. When Ikaros absorbed the foundation of arrogance, she only knew that this thing needed to be nurtured with the power of faith she absorbed, and she herself didn't know what the result would be. There was no change in the human world in a year, so Mu Hua simply called Ikaros, and ran to the kingdom of God of Wuenlanga to express his intention to join. TSK, Wuenlanga's expression at that time was so wonderful. After a relatively friendly negotiation, the conclusion was that Ikaros could stay, and if he provided resources, he would be allowed to borrow the angel pool, but Mu Hua must get out. On the issue of Mu Hua, the Blood Clan even reached a consensus with Yunlanga that the Akura courtyard could have the Aqua sect, but the demon gods could never establish an independent sect, and they had to either be included in the Yunlanga pantheon or the Aqua sect. So, when Mu Hua entered the Yukula courtyard again, there was the scene of the demon being inspired by the gods. Mu Hua, in addition to the brilliant soul, the main thing needed for angel transformation is the power of faith. In the future, the people here should provide me with more power of faith, and I should be able to transform more angels. However, the attributes of these angels at birth are similar to those when I was born. Let's extradite them to the Abyss Island first. A group of weak angels put on the seraph weapons that Mu Hua had stolen from others, and instantly transformed into heroic holy war angels. Padge guided Thursday to float to Webster's residence, and Ikaros said to Mu Hua, "Do you need to accumulate the power of faith?" Mu Hua asked. "It doesn't matter. Wait until you think the number of angels is enough. I originally wanted to take over the goddess of water, but Wuenlanga and the others disagreed and called me the god of war in public." Ikaros shook his head. "Oh, that guy is still so stingy." Mu Hua chuckled. Angels have no reproductive ability. They are provided with blood, brilliant souls, and enough power of faith by their father angels, and are finally born in the angel pool. And these angels are also quite weak in their initial state, just like humans. If they don't rely on external forces, they need a long period of cultivation to have the combat power that meets people's impression of angels. Before they grow up, they usually need a safe environment and live under the protection of their parents. Among the many stages of the birth of angels, in addition to the brilliant soul Mu Hua can provide, Ikaros needs to get the blood and faith power by himself, and the angels born from Ikaros' blood and faith power will also regard Ikaros as a creator-like existence. To put it bluntly, the angel pool is an exclusive item for the angels. Only angels can use it to create angels, and other races cannot use it. Although Mu Hua is the master, in the minds of the angels under Ikaros' status is definitely higher than Mu Hua. With Mu Hua's help, Ikaros and Wuenlanga are not on the same path, and her combat ability does not rely on faith and magic. Wuenlanga even puts her in the sequence of war gods that are criticized by gods. For a long time in the future, it is estimated that all the faith gained by Ikaros will be invested in the angel pool by her. She will build the angel army under Mu Hua, and those angels born because of her will only truly respect her. That angel army will only be Ikaros' angel army. Chapter 690. In the spacious and magnificent mountain castle, the angels cast the holy light to soothe the soul, eliminating the panic brought to the creatures near the castle by the Leviathan hovering in the sky. The night scene with lights, All kinds of men and women who seemed like celebrities gathered here. Mu Hua's arrival caused panic among some church clergy, and Leviathan made some mounts and war horses restless. The angels accompanying the clergy of the Yulenga Church cooperated and cast divine spells to appease them. It seems that the standard of Webster's cocktail party is quite high. This cocktail party is not held for the Ukala courtyard. Most of the people invited here are nobles of the Magic Empire. But the clergy of the Yulenga Church not only participated in it, but the church also sent a dozen arrogant angels here. You know, compared with Mu Hua and Ikaros, Yulenga treats the power of faith more carefully. He will not create angels like Ikaros. These angels who are walking outside have experienced a certain growth, and can barely be regarded as the treasures of Yulenga. In the past, angels could only be seen in this courtyard at the miracle scene of a large celebration. Hi, Mu, Odysseus, you are finally here. In the castle manner, Webster opened his arms enthusiastically to Mu Hua and Odysseus. Is it okay for you to build the castle here? This castle is farther away from the city than Mu Hua imagined. Strictly speaking, it is also a wilderness. Mu Hua asked after giving Webster a virtual hug. Oh, it doesn't matter. I don't live here usually. Most of the time, I don't even stay in this courtyard. Ha, Vivian? You are so beautiful today. Webster smiled and greeted Vivian. Hugging Odysseus, shaking hands with Nick, bowing to Ingrid, and exchanging simple greetings, Webster greeted Mu Hua and his group one by one. Because of Mu Hua's arrival, the angels from the church that were flying over the castle descended from the sky and knelt on one knee to greet Mu Hua and Ikaros from afar, and the angels still flying around the castle were basically the angels that followed Ikaros. The angels of the church knew very well what Mu Hua had done in the Akura courtyard, and some of them might even have participated in the battle with Mu Hua and Abigail. They were all wary of Mu Hua. However, these angels have independent and normal thinking. Now that the hostile relationship between the big guys has been resolved, they don't want to provoke Mu Hua, and the courtesy they should give is in accordance with the highest standards, no doubt. Webster led Mu Hua and his group into the main venue of the banquet. Vivian and Ingrid accompanied Mu Hua. The people around him did not rashly come forward to greet him. Even Elzac and Olivia, who came out with Webster, nodded to Mu Hua from a distance. The music, the dance floor, and the people who greeted and joked were all more upright and rigorous. Compared with the previous gatherings at Webster Manor, this cocktail party was more formal and traditional. Mu Hua brought Webster a gift, 8 or 9 fruits, a basket of wisdom fruit. Although Mu Hua kept talking about golden apples all day long, he seemed to care little about wisdom fruit. But you have to know that this fruit is priceless even in the world of adventurers. This souvenir is considered high standard for any cocktail party. Mu Hua and his group were led to a round table in a more conspicuous place. Webster left Paige to greet everyone, then blended into the crowd with a sincere smile and made necessary greetings with the guests. Oh, I still like the party in Haman City. Looking at Webster going away, Mu Hua smiled at Odysseus. You were the biggest at that time, so of course you could do whatever you wanted. There are some people here that Weber can't easily offend. If it weren't for your weight, I guess I would have to carry a glass of wine and deal with those goblins everywhere now. Patch smiled and pointed to a place where a group of ladies were gathered. Oh, that's Olivia. Is she married to Kevin? Seeing Olivia also chatting with the group of ladies, like a host, Mu Hua was curious. Married, Kevin likes her very much, but I'm really afraid that she will bite Kevin. Patch frowned slightly. Olivia became Webster's daughter-in-law, including Elzac who married and 2 vampires helped to greet the guests, which was also a statement made by Webster to the outside world. Most of the guests present were from the imperial noble families. Some laughed at Webster's marriage with the vampires, some sighed secretly, some empathized, some despised, and some envied. Their attitudes towards the vampires were different. But it must be said that marriage with the vampires was not an option to add points to the family's reputation in the imperial aristocratic system. What are you afraid of? Even if Kevin wanted to be bitten, the vampires would not dare to do so. But what does Webster think? Odysseus said on the side. Kevin did often act like a demon. Padge was worried that Kevin would be transformed into a secondary vampire by Olivia, but secondary vampires were not so easy to transform. Even if Kevin could be devoted to Olivia, Olivia would not dare to transform him. Moreover, it would be fine if they didn't get married, but what's the point of getting married? Admiring your own wife? Have you watched too many dramas? Are you sure you're not kidding? What do you think? What else can that old guy think? He's waiting for me to get married, waiting for me to find him a son-in-law who can offset the negative impact of the blood race. Paget gnashed his teeth. Moo! Odysseus probed. Paget rolled his eyes. His expression seemed to say that Odysseus was asking knowingly. If you want, I don't have any problem. But you know, the marriage law doesn't mean anything to me. Seeing the two people looking at him, Muhua said consciously. Really? Paget was a little surprised. Well, it seems that you don't mind, then I don't have any problem. Muhua spread his hands jokingly. Hey! Give me a little more, I'm still here. Vivian protested on the side. Talking about marriage in front of me, the first wife elected by everyone, don't I have any face? Hee hee, Vivian, you are so beautiful today. Facing Vivian's frown, Paget sat on her lap somewhat disregarding her image, hugged Vivian's neck and laughed. Paget and Vivian knew each other as early as when and the witch awakened. The two women have known each other for many years, and often have intersections. In fact, they have a good relationship. You should have praised me for my beauty when you first met me. Fairy, move your feet off Muhua's legs. Being entangled by Paget, Vivian looked around, lowered her voice, and scolded Paget, who was sitting on her, but rubbed her feet on Muhua's calves. Fuck. Everyone laughed, and Ingrid on the side rolled her eyes and spat. Accepting the order to seduce Muhua was the most wrong decision she made in her life. If Muhua really married Paget, he would barely be considered a member of the Magic Empire. As a princess of the Empire, whether she could hook up with Muhua or not seemed to be of no importance to the Empire. Hi Mu Nick, what are you talking about? As everyone was laughing, Kevin brought Olivia, and Annie took Elzac's arm. The four of them also came to Muhua and his group. Compared to the others, Kevin was more familiar with Muhua and Nick. He greeted Muhua quite casually, while Olivia nodded to the others, as if she was saying hello to them on behalf of Kevin. Wow, damn it, I actually saw pampering in Olivia's eyes. Are you sure Olivia can bite Kevin? Muhua put his head close to Vivian and Paget. If you dare to hit Olivia, I kill you. Vivian also looked at Olivia curiously, but Paget warned Muhua in his ear like a thief. Vivian was stunned, then looked at Olivia, who was mature, gentle, and homely, and seemed to be the type that Muhua liked. Vivian's heart was alarmed. This was not okay. It was too immoral. Yes, kill you. Vivian added. Muhua. Chapter 691. Most people who attended the cocktail party looked at Muhua from a distance. Muhua did not take the initiative to say hello, and people at the cocktail party did not dare to approach Muhua casually. However, some people who knew Odysseus nodded and waved to Odysseus from time to time. After a brief greeting with Kevin and others, Odysseus and Nick also stood up and joined the cocktail party. They were more familiar with this kind of occasion. This kind of cocktail party is not a formal occasion. Except for the host, everyone will not show excessive respect and courtesy to anyone because of their status. That would be out of place. In addition to gathering and chatting, in addition to the attraction between the opposite sex, in essence, the people who came to the appointment were more to make some close friends at the cocktail party. Wealth, power, resources, and exchange of needs, everyone talked about the facts, so the situation of clinging and licking would be more or less rejected here. Muhua no longer sat down to pose. Being watched in a conspicuous place made him feel like a beast being visited in a zoo. Together with Vivian and the others, they moved to a less conspicuous window seat, but the sights that followed them never disappeared. Mu, are you accepting disciples? Kevin asked Muhua as he approached him. The last guy who wanted to become my disciple was a perverted murderer. Muhua teased, and Charles, who was standing behind him, twitched his eyes. He knew without thinking that Muhua was talking about Louis. Hey, I'm serious. Kevin was dissatisfied. And Olivia, who was beside him, saw his casual attitude towards Muhua, and couldn't help but have the idea of knocking him out and dragging him away. She was a little worried that if Muhua knocked her out, it would be a bit difficult to put it all together again. I'm serious too, what's up? What does Webster think? Muhua rolled his eyes at Kevin and asked Patch. When he first met Kevin, he also had a hard time with the issue of apprenticeship, including and who had completed the Witch Awakening. However, Webster did not want them to become adventurers at that time, and had always prohibited them from entering the adventurer field. Alas, I have some ideas. Patch sighed, handed Vivian a glass of wine, and then looked at Kevin and Anne. Perhaps because they saw the hope of the family's revival, and the two of them could not inherit Weber's title, Weber wanted to try to let them develop in the direction of adventurers. Patch said vaguely, but Muhua probably understood the meaning. Originally, Webster guarded his own little piece of land in the human world, and for his children, he did not ask them to have any development, but just to keep their lives and their family business safely. But as Bridges played with his heartbeat and blew up his family, Webster was helped by the royal family. While he was in power in Akuru, he didn't care whether Kevin and still wanted to be stable residents. In short, Webster didn't want to. Kevin and Annie? What about you? Muhwa looked at Kevin and Annie, and then looked at Elzak and Olivia beside them, and asked Padge. I have post-traumatic stress disorder, and I can't handle the battle with monsters. Padge smiled bitterly, and shook her head. Padge's tone was relaxed. There are really quite a few people with post-traumatic stress disorder in this world. It can barely be regarded as an invisible threshold between the residents and adventurers. Although Muhwa often catches monsters and starts a big fight now, the battle between humans and monsters is still very cruel. Especially when you first get involved in hunting monsters, no matter whether you kill monsters or are killed by monsters. Especially when you need to face the death of friends and relatives at the hands of monsters. People with delicate minds are prone to that kind of psychological problems. Demand and Kuna both have post-traumatic stress disorder. Although Nick's performance is not obvious, he may also have it. When hearing Paige talking about it, Muhwa and Vivian were stunned. As expected, we are all wild. There was no emotional comfort. Muhwa and Vivian looked at each other and laughed. Tina and Charles shrugged their shoulders, and Aldous looked like he heard a cold joke, and Tute with a little disgust. Paige rolled her eyes. It is difficult for people who don't have post-traumatic stress disorder to understand, and Muhwa and his friends are obviously not delicate people. However, Paige has nothing to say about their attitude. After all, they are not fearless. These guys have experienced many life and death and crises. Even if Muhwa has been strong since he came to Loren, don't forget that he has also experienced various types of crises in Lanton. Obviously, don't expect to find resonance with Muhwa and the others on this topic. They are definitely the type who can only laugh and despise movies like sentimental tragedies. Elzak, how are you doing recently? I heard that you joined the Elder Council of Blood Moon City. Setsuna hangs out with Trisha in the hot spring town all day, and you don't care? Ignoring the issue of post-traumatic stress disorder, Muhwa greeted Elzak. Jealousy, a psychological disease, can't be cured. If Muhwa really wants to overcome it, he can probably only come up with a pain therapy, such as throwing the patient into the magic tide to make him flutter more. I don't have enough qualifications to join the Elder Council. I'm just responsible for some communication affairs between the Yukula Courtyard and the Blood Moon City. Setsuna is a neutral faction. Even the Elder Council finds it difficult to restrain them. If it's convenient, I have something here that you may be interested in. Elzak said to Muhwa. Well? No, you'd better not say anything. I'm not interested in anything now. Muhwa put his arm around Vivian's slender waist, snatched the wine glass from Vivian's hand, took a sip, and then returned the glass to her. His tone was teasing, but his attitude of not wanting to pick up Elzak's words was clear. Hey guys, is the previous topic over? Elzak wanted to say something, but Kevin interrupted him with dissatisfaction. What else? What do you want to say? Muhwa smiled. Kevin didn't care much about the relationship between Muhwa and Webster in the past. He always treated Muhwa as a peer. Muhwa didn't hate this feeling. Of course, this kind of dislike was influenced by past friendships and various relationships. If a random young man came like this, Muhwa would probably just praise him. Become a disciple, be a disciple, Annie and I both need a guide. Kevin said. Just find the vampires. No matter whether it's adventure or demon hunting, they should be able to arrange it for you, right? They can also gradually familiarize you with the world of adventurers. As for me, don't even mention following me. If you hang out with Tabitha for 2 days, I might even burn incense for you. Muhwa looked at Elzak and Olivia and said to Kevin. Kevin and Annie have always been well protected by Webster. They are definitely novices among novices. The stronger the guide, the better. Muhwa's forces will occasionally fight with monsters. Even if they are sweeping the undead courtyard, the intensity of the Dandelion Brigade's sweep is not something ordinary adventurers can adapt to. If Kevin and Annie run to Muhwa's forces to find a guide, they will probably fall into a trap in a minute. The Blood Clan can't do that, and Weber also needs some external relationships to check and balance the Blood Clan. Take me with you. I have a strong talent, Kevin said carelessly. Is it okay to say that in front of them? Muhwa twitched his lips and looked at Olivia and Elzak again. What's the problem? We deepen our relationship with you, which is also beneficial to their development in the Blood Clan. Kevin put his arm around Olivia's shoulders, and Olivia rolled her eyes at him helplessly. Well, the relationship here is a bit complicated, but it's not too difficult to understand. Muhwa was not interested in it. He glanced at Patty, and just wanted to get rid of Kevin. I don't need you to deepen the relationship. I can just marry Patty, Muhua said. Huh? Patty? You want to marry her? Kevin was surprised. Annie, who had always been well-behaved and silent, widened her eyes, and her eyes flashed back and forth between Patty and Vivian, who was held in Muhua's arms. Well, she didn't look at Muhua, but stared at Paget and Vivian, wondering what she was thinking. Hey Mu, I advise you to think it over carefully, Paget or something. Facing Muhua, who nodded in confirmation, Kevin's surprise subsided, and he showed a look of disgust as if he wanted to die. Just looking at his pouting regret, and the tone of advice, like an experienced person, it is obvious that Kevin should not have anything good to say about his eldest sister. Kevin didn't finish his words, not because this kid subsided, but because he was covered by Olivia's mouth. Under Paget's gritting gaze, Olivia dragged her husband, who was more likely to die young, away at the right time. Chapter 692. Elzak, I came here because of Webster's invitation. I am not interested in your intelligence plan or anything like that, and I don't need any vampire friendship. You'd better leave before I get disgusted with you. Here's a reminder. If you have anything, you can communicate with Webster first and let him talk to me. You were not qualified in the past, and you are not qualified now. Do you understand? Get out of here if you understand. At the Manor cocktail party, amid the melodious music, Muhua lowered his voice, and the last sentence brought a soul tremor. Elzak's body was tense, as if he was on the verge of suffocation, and his consciousness leaned on and in a trance. Charles's timely support did not make Anne and Elzak look abnormal, but some people in the hall seemed to feel something, and looked at Muhua with a little surprise. Annie, take him down to rest. Tina, give her Trisha's contact information. Contact Trisha when you have time. She should be able to teach you some common sense about witches. Muhua said to Anne, glancing at Elzak, who was gradually coming out of his trance. Yes, Lord Muhua. Unlike Kevin, Anne lived in seclusion after the witch awakened, and basically never saw Muhua again. Even though Padge was beside her, and was still a little restrained in front of Muhua. Hee, you can call me Mu like Kevin. Muhua put away his stern face and chuckled. Charles helped Elzak, who was a little dazed, and left with Anne. Kevin was dragged away by his wife, while laughing and joking with Muhua, and after Kevin left, Elzak pestered Muhua again to talk about intelligence cooperation and the like. But he obviously made a mistake. If he hadn't become Webster's son-in-law, maybe Muhua would still listen to him. But since he married, and he was not qualified to discuss anything with Muhua in the place set up by Webster. Paggy, it seems that you are worried about the wrong direction. Kevin will not suffer any loss, but Anne, you should teach her how to get along with Elzak. Anne left, and the atmosphere around Muhua relaxed, but Muhua smiled at Paggy. These are what Weber should teach, and I don't go home very often. But Elzak did it on purpose, right? Paggy looked at the direction where Anne left and frowned. Elzak is not a novice who doesn't understand the ways of the world. Muhua understands the rules, so there is no reason for him not to understand them. He passed Webster and negotiated with Muhua in front of Anne, with a responsible attitude, and perhaps he was also suspected of testing Webster's bottom line. Oh, my soul trembled on purpose. Muhua chuckled and didn't care much. It has nothing to do with the upper and lower levels. Even if it is some trivial matters, such things happen from time to time in ordinary families. The intrigues among family members for family status, the brotherly friendship and brotherly respect are basically fooling idiots. Brothers and sisters will toss around. It is normal for a son-in-law to have such little thoughts. Melinda, you stay here? If Webster asks, just say we are going to the garden. After telling the marginal person Melinda, Muhua and others left the noisy hall. In recent years, taking on the task of supervising ghosts and gods by the night hunters, Melinda has completely turned her work into a retirement mode by Muhua's side. The soft-colored lights were hidden between the lawn and flower beds. The garden outside the ballroom was quiet, but not deserted. Some waiters stood in a conspicuous, but not abrupt corner. Some guests who didn't like noise were walking in the night garden. This kind of cocktail party had no theme. After socializing, most participants would find friends to communicate with on their own. Do you think what Elzak said is true? A group of people walked in the night. Tina, Vivian, and Padge, among the three women, in addition to Muhua, there was also Albus. There was no ambiguous atmosphere. While walking, Vivian asked casually, "He shouldn't dare to fool me about this kind of thing." Ha, the seal of the Hunter clan, Wuenlenga is actually thinking about this kind of thing. Muhua's expression was a little strange. The seal of the Hunter clan is a very interesting high-end divine art. If it corresponds to magic, It should also be classified as a forbidden spell. As Elzak said earlier, Unlenga has a copy of the seal of the hunters in his hand. He has been studying it in the kingdom of God for these years. That thing is the ultimate application of the power of faith. Now Muhua feels that it is more like an arrogant power, but it is much more difficult to complete than other original sin abilities. How to say it? For example, in the legends of the previous life, demons and ghosts are afraid of Buddha statues, and very powerful vampires can scream when burned by the cross, and a bath of holy water can make the devil's soul fly away, etc. And the reason why those statues, crosses, holy water, and the like have those abilities is because there is an evil god behind them who added the seal of the hunters to the concept of those things. In short, the vampires in this world are not afraid of the cross, because this world has all kinds of monsters, and there are all kinds of monsters that are stronger than vampires. Therefore, no god would have the time to create a cross that could frighten and harm vampires. The cross was originally nothing, but if a divine power was used to add a cross-shaped object to the world's rules, the concept of harming vampires would be the concept of the hunters. If we take it for granted, and create a concept with the hunter seal, such as tap water that has been soaked in a certain god's statue can directly kill the devil, then in the future, if a human being carries a water gun, he can probably kill gods and demons all over the world. Once and for all, it is an exaggerated ability, but the above statement is taken for granted, because if you want to create that kind of hunter seal, let alone hell, if you want to run this kind of rule in a certain courtyard, the power of faith required can suffocate the main god. Unlenga really has the leisure to study the thing. These blood races are so weird that they even want to make a backup and study it back? Thinking back to what Elzak said about the blood races demands, Muhua couldn't help but complain. Even if he learned the hunter seal, he would definitely not be able to make the holy water Unlenga that killed the Devil King. But Muhua suspected that Unlenga might want to make garlic that could disgust vampires or secondary vampires to death. Or make some holy water that could kill corpses instantly by sticking it on ordinary iron, or add silver and iron in this courtyard to restrain the Blood Clan, etc. After all, it is likely that they are going after the Blood Clan that robbed this courtyard. For the time being, there is no hunter seal that harms vampires in this world. Maybe there is in some courtyards, at least Muhua has not seen it yet. The consumption of the hunter seal is very exaggerated, to the extent that Muhua has no idea. The hunter seal for a courtyard is definitely less expensive than the hunter seal for the entire world. The hunter seal with less harm and a small range is certainly easier to complete. Now, it's fine if Unlenga goes to learn it, but the Blood Clan wants to study this kind of thing. It's obviously a niche group. Do they really think that their family group is living too smoothly? You should be interested in that divine art, right? Then what are you going to do? Are you going to help the Blood Clan? Paji asked. I am interested, but you really think highly of me. Ha, even if you really want to help analyze it, why should you help the Blood Clan? I might as well go and study with Unlenga. Muhua shook his head. The hunter seal is magical. The tampering of the rules is also permanent, but that thing can't be ignited by lighting the divine fire. Unlenga is still studying the standardization of the art. Moreover, there are no skill stones for divine arts. It is rumored that Muhua is gifted in spell analysis, but his family knows his own business. He has never properly analyzed a magic. At most, he has comprehended the petrified magic eye, which does not have a spell structure. Muhua was considering whether to go to Unlenga to ask what the hunter seal is. Suddenly, there was a sound of applause in the dark, and an old man in church clothes walked out of the dark. Haha, good, a wise choice. Walking towards Muhua, the old man said in a stereotyped voice with a heavy accent. Well? Unlenga. Muhua frowned and looked at the old man suspicious. It's me. I wait for you in the kingdom of God. I think we can discuss the hunter seal. The old man said expressionlessly. Your move is Shenglin? Which noblewoman are you targeting? Teach me this. Muhua was relieved. Compared with the seal of the hunter clan, Muhua thought that this divine art similar to soul occupation should be easier to learn. The old man was silent, and Muhua frowned. This guy was willing to study the seal of the hunter clan with him. He wouldn't be so stingy that he wouldn't even teach Shenglin, right? I don't know Shenglin. This is achieved by directly consuming the power of faith. After a moment of staring at each other, the old man, who was still expressionless, was entangled in his words. Muhua was silent. This guy is a waste of money. You don't even know Shenglin. What's the point of studying the seal of the hunter clan? Well, he seems to have misunderstood Unlenga. It seems that this guy is also a poor student in terms of his professional skills. Divine art does not simply refer to the phenomenon created by the power of faith. but has a standard technique that can maximize the optimization of the skills and abilities of the power of faith. However, the power of faith is also very convenient. If you really can't learn the standard magic, you can still use it to achieve the effect of magic. The only difference is that you don't have to worry about the consumption of the power of faith. It is fundamentally different from the magic system. The magic can be understood as a power system where it doesn't matter if you have a lot of money or are a little stupid. As long as you have enough power of faith, hard work and talent are nothing. Just like a toothless, smelly, pot-bellied bald old man driving a Ferrari with one hand, the girls will still shout that they are versatile, handsome and cool. Chapter 693. The Seal of the Hunters involves the laws of the world. It has the ultimate specifications, but the corresponding specifications are also the ultimate consumption. It is no exaggeration to say that even if you learn the Seal of the Hunters, out of 1,000 gods, maybe 999 have never used this magic. Just like its name, this thing is a conceptual weapon for the tribe, with the ultimate specifications and the ultimate immorality. It seems that the cost-effectiveness is not easy to say. In fact, the ability to pull hatred with max effect is not the embodiment of attack damage in terms of value. In other words, the actual effect of the Seal of the Hunters is attack damage, but the essence of this thing is an ability to assist gods in obtaining the power of faith. It is easy to understand if you just change the angle a little bit. For example, if the blood race is rampant in the Akura courtyard, Wuenlanga will make a holy water that can make ordinary bullets produce the attack effect of origin bullets on the blood race. It is not important to kill the vampires or not. What is important is that people who are afraid of the vampires would want to get some holy water for self-defense. If they want to get holy water, they also need to believe in Wuenlanga. Including crosses, Buddha statues, silverware, talismans, etc., it is basically the same principle. So when Mu Hua mentioned this ability, the first thing he labeled it was not something powerful and mysterious, but the word unethical. If Wuenlanga studied the Seal of the Hunters to bring disaster to the vampires, then this kind of disaster is definitely tossing, not annihilation. After all, if the vampires are all dead, then he will lose everything if he makes a Seal of the Hunters targeting the vampires? No one really thinks that he will work hard for the human race to make something to restrain the vampires, right? Only when there is a threat from the Blood Clan can Wuenlanga continue to gain benefits through the Seal of the Hunter Clan. If the Seal of the Hunter Clan is created against the Blood Clan, and the Blood Clan is too weak, he will even help the Blood Clan. In short, the Seal of the Hunter Clan is definitely a gamble that harms others and benefits oneself, and the immorality index is max. Wuenlanga, do you think that the Seal of the Hunter Clan is to trap vampires? Mu Hua asked as if to confirm. Wuenlanga broke into Webster's cocktail party. In fact, the gods are as good as ghosts in seeking death. He came quietly, and did not make a scene. He just invited Mu Hua to participate in his research project. It seems that Mu Hua's analytical ability is really deeply rooted in people's hearts. Vampires? Do you have a grudge against them? Facing Mu Hua's inquiry, Wuenlanga's tone was quite unexpected. Huh? What grudge do I have with them? Mu Hua retorted. If there is no grudge, why do you want to use the Seal of the Hunter Clan against vampires? Wuenlanga was curious. Damn it, Mu Hua glared, this bastard wants him to take the blame? It's you who want to study the Seal of the Hunters, not me. Oh, vampires are a small minority. Why should I waste the Seal of the Hunters on them? I want to try to target the goblins. It seems that Mu Hua's misunderstanding made Wuenlanga feel inexplicable, Wuenlanga explained. Mu Hua. Well, Mu Hua found that it was hard to say whether it was a misunderstanding or the influence of his previous life's cognition. When he mentioned the Seal of the Hunters, he would subconsciously think of the cross and vampires. That impression was intuitive and profound. And the vampires in this world seemed to lack some selling points. In comparison, the Goblin Clan, who were both weak and jumpy, were indeed more lovable. After a little thought, Mu Hua also reacted. If he wanted to consolidate his own faith, it would be better to go to the goblins, who were in large numbers, than to cause trouble to the weak vampires. The Blood Clan wants to introduce a group of goblins to this courtyard? After sorting out his slightly embarrassed expression, Mu Hua asked Wuenlanga again. Yes, those Blood Clans are more aggressive than bridges. They have marked out some areas where wild monsters gather in the courtyard. Some vampires have also discussed with me, and want me to drive some monsters out of the maze. This is not bad for me, Wuenlanga said. Don't tell me you are going to come up with some dramas, like the training of heroes. Mu Hua twitched his eyes. Why not? Otherwise, why should I cooperate with them? Are you really a human? Why do I feel that you don't know as much about humans as I do? Wuenlanga said in confusion. Probably to save faith. The old man Muanlanga relied on had a stiff expression, and looked more like a lich than Yao's in the night. Muhua. Well, it's not surprising, or rather, this is the normal activity of a regular courtyard. Although not as popular as the strategy group, some courtyards controlled by humans do deliberately create areas where monsters gather. Occasionally, some monsters are created to cause harm, which brings a sense of crisis to the people in the courtyard and prompts some young people to fight against monsters, which can also increase the vitality of the courtyard. Of course, since it is a wild release, it is naturally impossible to release some monsters that are too strong. Low-end monsters and goblins that are easy to feed and worry about have become the first choice most of the time. These things are the reserved programs of the people in the courtyard. Even if the adventurers from the outside are hunting monsters, they focus more on the maze area. Just like there is always a wider world waiting for the brave to explore ahead, when the warriors among the local people of the courtyard overcome all difficulties and defeat the monsters that endanger the rural kingdom, they look up and see that they have just passed the Demon Hunter rating. TSK, that kind of scene is somewhat funny. Similarly, many strong people born in the courtyard have such a dark history that they cannot bear to look back on, and they are very keen to create such a dark history for others. Okay, as long as you are happy, let me make it clear first, I have also come into contact with the analysis of the Hunter Seal before, and I guess it can't provide you with any help. Muhua dug a hole in advance for himself that he might not be able to handle the Hunter Seal. Of course, this is just me showing you my willingness to coexist. Muanlanga didn't care much, but when he changed his tone, his attitude became serious again. Although you have ignited the divine fire, I heard that there are still some troubles under your command. Muanlanga said. Flames? Muhua was puzzled. Huamiao, the war god Huamiao, the war god Huamiao who has mastered keratinized skin and shape-shifting. When mentioning this topic, Muanlanga seemed a little excited. Who told you, Mephisto? Muhua spread his hands. Oh, the war god Huamiao, a guy who could step onto the altar by poking two gods, quite an image. Although keratinized skin and shape-shifting are a bit common in Muhua, it can be seen from the fact that Abigail would think about killing gods for their inheritance crystals that they are difficult to master. It is difficult to learn, and it is even more difficult to improve the practice. The situation in Muhua's family will definitely make all the gods uneasy. This level of information can be understood without Mephisto. Facing Muhua's inquiry, Muanlanga said. So? Muhua raised his eyebrows. Although everyone in the family has spent money on keratin skin, the rate of the shape-shifting skill stone is not high, and most of the friends in the family who have been equipped with shape-shifting have not changed their bodies outside. Muhua estimated that Muanlanga was probably referring to Monday, Tuesday and Friday. It seems that Muanlanga did not know that Vivian and Tina, who were standing in front of him at the moment, were actually the seeds of the war god he mentioned. Otherwise, his excitement index should be raised by several standards. So, I opened the kingdom of God to you, shared the angel pool with you at Ikaros, and was willing to comprehend the divine arts with you. You should understand why all this is happening, Muanlanga said. Are you afraid that I will cause trouble for your gods again? You can't cause trouble for anyone. At least it won't do you any good to cause trouble for me. Muanlanga's tone was somewhat bad. Okay, you're right, so we are family. Muhua spread his hands. Muanlanga was quite strong. Yes, we don't need to stare at each other with greedy eyes. If you still want to do that damn god-killing business, I can provide you with some information about the gods, who also run the courtyard, and we can even cooperate. Muanlanga nodded, and Muhua suddenly understood. No wonder Muanlanga has become easier to talk to in recent years. It seems that he is worried that Muhua will miss the body of his god again. Ha, Muanlanga, it seems that you don't trust the Empire and the Blood Clan, Muhua said with a smile. Compared to them, I am more willing to trust you. At least, I can still see the basis of greed in you. As for them, I believe that whether it is you or other human forces, one day, they will invite you to show me the razor. Muanlanga said seriously. Oh, I like your way of saying it. So you took the lead in getting me to join? In that case, why don't you include Ikaros and I in your Bible? Muhua responded. It is basically impossible for him to form a subordinate relationship with Muanlanga, but if he is included in the Bible of the Wukra Pantheon, he should be able to get a lot of faith without doing anything. No, this courtyard is not okay, I have lost too much. But we can rob the courtyards of other gods, and I am willing to share everything with you in those places. Muanlanga said. Is this what you mean by cooperation? Muhua rolled his eyes. He understood what Muanlanga meant. The premise of this guy's so-called help and cooperation does not include this courtyard. Yes, I have seen your sinful life. You will eventually kill the gods, and you will definitely not get what you want from me. One Langa said firmly. Sinful life probably means killing gods, and then using the corpses of gods as a medium to help their friends ignite the divine fire, right? And Wu Langa's words clearly meant that he would never let his friends appear in front of Mu Hua in their true form. Then will they work together to poke other gods' backs, provide money, troops, and material support? Something that can be understood with a little thought. Is there any need to talk about it in such a mysterious way? I wanted to tease Wu Langa a few times, but Mu Hua thought about it, and it seemed not bad. You are really good at judging people. Mu Hua complained in return. Chapter 694. Although the Empire has regained the management rights of the Wukuru Courtyard, Wenlanga is the local boss of the Wukuru Courtyard. The Wenlanga Pantheon has long laid the foundation of faith in the Wukuru Courtyard. The Blood Clan has indeed occupied the Wukuru Courtyard, but if they want to fully develop their doctrines here, there is basically no hope without dozens or hundreds of years, and this is still under the cooperation of Wenlanga. Mu Hua now has no spare energy to mess around in the Wukuru Courtyard. He can occupy the Undead Courtyard because it is easier there. He can just kill a lot of people and be done with it. To be honest, Wenlanga is afraid that Mu Hua will mess with him, but from Mu Hua's perspective, as long as Wenlanga doesn't make trouble with him and gives him some benefits, Mu Hua is willing to become his own person in a minute. If Mu Hua wants to use Wenlanga to take power in Wukulu Courtyard, well, don't count on it. Wenlanga will not help him. There is no benefit. It may even cause the Empire to rebound. It is better not to cause new disasters. And Mu Hua can't help Wenlanga to suppress the blood race here. The reason is the same as above. The benefits may not fall, and it is difficult to run away with a slut. A complex and weird relationship. Putting aside the various things in Wukulu Courtyard, Wenlanga and Mu Hua became their own people under the premise of non-aggression in Wukulu Courtyard. Mu Hua got a god-killing partner. Of course, when he wants to fight against the gods of other courtyards, Wenlanga will provide assistance to Mu Hua. If he occupies someone else's territory, Wenlanga will also take Mu Hua along when developing faith on their territory. And Unlanga has gained an ally in the Akura Courtyard. At the same time, he should take advantage of everything in this courtyard. In his words, if he needs to make concessions again and again in the Akura Courtyard, then there is no point in him staying here, and he should just pack up and go back to hell. So what about the Aqua sect? What about the God of Evolution? If you want to develop yourself, go ahead. The only help that Wenlanga can provide to Mu Hua is to publicize his horror and evil as much as possible, and most, when there is a need for a god to stand out and set off his evil, Ikaros can be given some roles. In short, the faith is mine, and the original sin is yours. Whether it is faith or original sin, that kind of energy with a clear direction is not limited by space. That is to say, even if Mu Hua leaves this courtyard, the original sin emotions caused by him will come to him on their own. In this regard, whether it is faith or original sin, Mu Hua is not picky now, especially if it comes to him on his own. Whatever is good, the more the better. The scorching sun dispels the darkness and eliminates the shadow brought by the demon god. Well, okay, let's speak human language. Mu Hua summoned Thursday to show off in the Ukulu Courtyard and took a video that was only played in the Ukulu Courtyard. After the cocktail party hosted by Webster ended, Mu Hua sent Thursday back to the Abyss Island. With Thursday's departure, several seraphim in the Ukulu Courtyard ended their vacation and continued to work as the sun that brings light to the world. Since the sun has come out, Mu Hua, the demon god, will act low-key. Webster was busy at the cocktail party. Nick didn't care much about his image. After finding a stable job under Mu Hua, he let himself go more and more. He was like a fish in water in such occasions. After Odysseus wandered around the guests, he stared at Mu Hua until the end of the cocktail party. As expected, cocktail parties still have to be done secretly, without girls, and the kind that can be made up. Otherwise, it's really boring. The cocktail party ended and left Webster's manor. People thought that the demon god who was influenced by Wenlanga was taking his friends to visit the angel pool in Wenlanga's kingdom of God. Well, accompanied by the creator Wenlanga. Located at the top of the 7th layer continent of the kingdom of God, the angel pool controlled by Wenlanga is like a small lake surrounded by clouds and mist. The rising mist on the lake's surface made Mu Hua subconsciously think of the abyss. He couldn't see clearly under the clouds and mist, but the environment here was quite similar to the abyss. In the center of the angel pool, there stood a statue. It was the conceptual image of the wrathful original sin in hell, a statue of a red dragon with 6 pairs of dragon wings. The image of a dragon, But those 6 pairs of dragon wings were definitely not what a dragon should have. Or in other words, the dragon was not so deformed, and a pair of dragon wings covering the sky was more in line with the aesthetics of the dragon clan. The demons couldn't tell what race he was. In hell, some demons said he was the Devil King, some said he was the Great Devil King, and some said he was the Master. There were many different opinions. The more commonly accepted opinion was that he represented the most primitive rage, and humans were used to calling him Samuel. I heard that the angel pool was created by him. Then he should be considered the ancestor of all angels, right? Looking at the strange dragon statue in the center of the angel pool, which was the core of the angel pool, Muhua asked Wuenlanga. Who knows? Wuenlanga replied, then looked around and confirmed that there were no other gods under his command except his guards, and Muhua's group of friends, who were discussing whether they could take a bath in the angel pool. His majestic expression was a little loose. Legend has it that every time an angel is created, that guy will extract a certain percentage of the power of faith from the consumption of creating the angel. Whether he is the ancestor of an angel or not, believe me, none of the gods who control the angel pool will like him. Wuenlanga said sarcastically. Wow, your roots are also angels, right? I thought that even if you don't believe in him, you would at least respect him. Muhua was surprised. Since I ascended the throne, I have been thinking about how to develop believers all day long. Do you think I can still believe in anything? As for respect, it may be more jealousy than respect. After all, the angel pool has a replaceable value, and he created this thing, which is simply a faith harvester that can be used once and for all. Wuenlanga said. Muhua was a little uncomfortable. Is this guy considered sober in the world? At this moment, Wuenlanga's performance in front of Muhua is completely different from the style when Muhua met him before. Normal, too normal, so normal that Muhua felt abnormal, not like a self-conceited charlatan at all. What? Weird. Haha, human, your simplicity really surprised me. There is no need to be polite in front of you. It's useless anyway. Wuenlanga sneered. TSK, okay, I take it as you're praising me. Muhua shook his head and tooted. Sure enough, the gods need idiots, but they themselves are not. The power of faith needed to create angels cannot be transferred, and I don't think you can create seraphim in the short term. Although you have ignited the divine fire, it is difficult for gods to develop their own faith in one go, and the process of accumulation is necessary. So, don't want everything you see. Being too ambitious will not help develop believers. Also, don't think about my seraphim. Wuenlanga mentioned that Muhua was thinking about the seraphim, and he didn't forget to warn him. Muhua was indeed jealous of the seraphim. This jealousy had little to do with combat power. It was mainly because the seraphim could pretend to be the sun in the courtyard. This embellishment could make humans feel more natural about the courtyard. The courtyard was a broken world. They all existed in a corner of a certain dimension. There was the universe and dimensional turbulence outside them. There might be the sun, the moon, and the stars, or there might not be. As the controller of the courtyard, if you could get a seraphim to rise and set in the courtyard, you wouldn't have to consider too much whether some creatures in the courtyard that had a more stringent demand for light could adapt to the courtyard environment, whether other means were needed to increase or decrease light, and so on. Don't worry, I tried it with the seraphim earlier. Using them as materials for making magical life, I could only create ordinary angels. Muhua shook his head, and Wuenlanga gnashed his teeth. Muhua also wanted to hang a sun on his own abyss island, and create 4 seasons of day and night. However, the consumption of using the angel pool to create seraphim was very exaggerated, so Muhua started to think about the magic life. But unfortunately, this style of angel is probably a patented product of the angel pool, and it is impossible to create a seraphim-style magic life. Muhua has no interest in harming the treasures of Wuenlanga. Is it okay to define this as a sacred insect? It's okay to use your name. Ignoring Ikaros, who was demonstrating the birth process of angels to Vivian and others, Muhua held a blue-blooded wasp on his fingers and asked Wuenlanga. Well, the blue-blooded wasp is not like the infinite tolerance of the power of faith of the divine fire. The original sin energy is squeezed into the magic sea together with the magic power, and its storage is a big problem. Now, the people in the Wikulu courtyard have provided Muhua with a lot of original sin energy. These original sin energies will dissipate if there is no place to put them. Based on the principle of shameful waste, Muhua simply held back the color domain protozoa. Blue-blooded wasps? Yes, but they are not allowed to enter my kingdom of God, and I want honey. Wuenlanga said. Speaking of which, Muhua originally wanted to discuss with Wuenlanga the issue of placing bees in the Wikulu courtyard. This courtyard has a large population base, so there will naturally be color domain energy. Blue-blooded wasps can reproduce normally here. If they are given a title like holy insects in the church and can be protected and loved by believers, it will be even better. You know, the ability of blue-blooded wasps to absorb physical strength is still quite valuable in combat, but Muhua cannot touch the color domain energy, so the proliferation of color domain protozoa is defective. If you want to use blue-blooded wasps as a means of attack, Muhua's cultivation of bee colonies is much more troublesome than the genuine color domain. Let your followers raise bees, and I give you 20% of the honey, Muhua said to Wuenlanga. Half, Wuenlanga said. 20%, if it doesn't work, I go and tell the Blood Clan. I'm not in the color domain, and raising bees is just better than nothing. Half? If you provide me with 1,000 seraphim weapons every year, I give you half. Muhua shook his head. 100 seraphim weapons. Wuenlanga frowned, and Muhua's eyes lit up. Every year? Every year. 500 seraphim weapons. I don't want the honey in this courtyard. Muhua made the decision. 100, I want half. Wuenlanga's eyes twitched. The honey of the blue-blooded wasp is a good thing for restoring physical strength, but the seraphim weapons are not cheap. Moreover, Wuenlanga was also cautious. If he took all the honey, what if Muhua didn't take care to release the blue-blooded wasps? 300, I guarantee that every human settlement with more than 10,000 people will have at least one beehive, and I will give you half of the honey. Obviously, Muhua also thought of Wuenlanga's concerns. 150. Wuenlanga hesitated. Wait, your seraphim armor is not the embodiment of the power of faith, right? Muhua seemed to think of something and asked. What else? Wuenlanga said, as a matter of course. 500, every year, I will give you half of the honey. Muhua changed his words. Well? Wuenlanga frowned. He felt that Muhua was teasing him. Muhua didn't say anything more and transformed into a big devil. Seeing Muhua's evil face, he held up a coconut made by transaction compensation, inserted a straw, and handed the coconut to Wuenlanga. Wuenlanga's face changed, and he even took a small step back, a few steps away from Muhua. Fuck. Well, the gods cursed. The fantasy of the gods will be denied by the devil. The power of faith is very magical, but in terms of real objects, it will be beaten by transaction compensation. Chapter 695. Creating undead is the realm of jealousy, creating living beings is the realm of laziness, and faith is the realm of arrogance. To be honest, Rage sounds rude, but he is really knowledgeable. After all, it is said that the angel race originated from him, and he also created the angel pool that breeds angels. Beside the angel pool, Muhua snapped his fingers and conjured up a set of tables and chairs. Although they were fantasy manifestations, these tables and chairs were manifested by transaction compensation. They have authenticity and permanence, and also have the function of making Wuenlanga's eyelids jump. The power of faith is famous for fantasy manifestation, but in this kind of physical manifestation, transaction compensation can negate the objects manifested by the power of faith, while the power of faith cannot eliminate the things manifested by transaction compensation. Generally speaking, transaction compensation interferes with reality more thoroughly than the power of faith. You are still a devil merchant. Affirmative words. But looking at Muhua, who has turned back into a decent person, Wuenlanga's tone is full of doubt. Hee, I'm still a newcomer. Please take care of me in the future. Muhua pointed to the solid wood chair and invited Wuenlanga to join. This ability to create something out of nothing is very interesting, and Muhua only created some ordinary wood and ordinary chairs, which do not consume much energy. After pretending a little in front of Wuenlanga, Muhua was mainly telling him that the value of the seraphim armed by the power of faith was greatly reduced in his eyes. Because the devil with transaction compensation can dissipate those powerful mechas into illusory bubbles at any time. Damn, foreign devil. How many incarnations do you have? Wuenlanga's face turned ugly. Gods hate demons. To a certain extent, divine arts can be said to be superior to magic. If used properly, gods can play elimination with all kinds of magic. Although the devil's trade compensation is far less efficient than the power of faith in energy application, the devil can play elimination with divine arts. So gods can play elimination with hostile creatures, but when they meet hostile demons, they still have to roll up their sleeves. If we have to divide the restraint relationship in general, gods restrain mages, mages restrain demons, and demons can restrain gods. In the mouths of gods, demons are often promoted as evil beings. There are not many incarnations. I haven't touched laziness yet. Mu Hua sat on the chair he made and said with a chuckle. Wu Enlanga's eyebrows jumped, and it was the same as saying nothing. What Wu Enlanga didn't know was that Mu Hua was not unable to touch laziness, but he didn't touch it. Mu Hua's original sin of laziness was stuck in the training of keratinized skin and shape-shifting, but he now had no shortage of 100 refining secret stones to improve the training of both. It was just because the keratinized skin was less effective, and he wanted to leave those opportunities for more valuable incarnations. Look, it's a good decision to put aside the past grudges with me, right? If you want to buy anything in the future, you can also find me. Mu Hua smiled again. The gods don't need demon merchants, and I never buy goods from Mephisto for the goods themselves. Wu Enlanga calmed down and shook his head. Although there was some suspicion of bragging, if you had to say it, Wu Enlanga's words were not wrong. After all, if there was enough power of faith, the gods could transform into anything except those related to the soul. Well, I can understand this. While nodding, Mu Hua threw a wisdom fruit to Wu Enlanga. There was a table and a chair. If he didn't have something to chew on, it seemed like something was missing. This wisdom fruit was not transformed by trading compensation. To transform such things, the energy consumed is no longer ordinary. And then, Mu Hua waved his hand very showily and conjured some wine and snacks on the table. They were also ordinary food, transformed by the power of faith. Although Wu Enlanga often did such things out of nothing, Mu Hua's showy operation still made Wu Enlanga's eyelids jump. Is it really okay to be so showy in his kingdom of God? Damn, original sin, faith, trading, magic, what kind of path are these damn humans in? Okay, even if you are a demon merchant, you can't have more than 150 seraphim armed, and you must ensure that there are enough blue-blooded wasps in the courtyard. Wu Enlanga caught the wisdom fruit thrown by Mu Hua and brought back the topic. The consumption of the embodiment of the seraphim armament is very large. If you want to use the devil's means to deny its existence, you will also have to consume considerable transaction compensation. Even if we fight against the devil, that kind of consumption is not a loss for us. The battle between gods is a battle of foundation consumption. Of course, maybe you can't understand it now. Wu Enlanga caught a wasp released by Mu Hua and tried to let the wasp sting him. He felt the physical strength absorbed by the wasp, frowned slightly, and said to Mu Hua, "So you are so careful with your calculations?" Mu Hua teased. "I don't mind you saying I'm stingy, but the devil is stingier than us. And you are a devil merchant. At present, this situation has become a necessary element of the transaction. Whether it is a loss or not, you can naturally feel it after completing the transaction." Wu Enlanga said indifferently. Okay, who made me penniless now? I also have courtyards that need to be conquered, and I am also accumulating war preparations. However, if there are 150 bees per year, I cannot guarantee that I will always release bees in this courtyard. Mu Hua gave in, but added conditions tentatively. The initiative is in your hands. You can call these color domain protozoa away at any time, and I can't do anything to you even if they are lost in battle. It's still like you said, every gathering place of 10,000 people must have at least one beehive, otherwise I will also reduce the number of seraphim armed forces. Wu Enlanga did not give in either. Do you want to sign a contract? No, I will never sign a contract with a devil, even if it is a foreign devil. You are really fussy. I can't help fussing with you devil merchants. I'm an amateur. Even amateur devil merchants won't do loss-making business to compensate for loss. Fussy? Ha, devils, don't say others are fussy. You talk, I talk, about beekeeping, honey, and exchanging for armor gradually seems to become a quarrel, and Wu Enlanga seems to have a deep grudge against the devil. Okay, let's settle it. But, Wu Enlanga, can you get the Barus demon who has mastered the power of destruction? Putting bees in the Wikulu courtyard was just a whim of Mu Hua. In comparison, he cares more about the power of destruction. Barus? Barus, who have the power of destruction, are very troublesome. Many powerful demons also like to recruit them. If it is not necessary, I will not take the initiative to provoke Barus. Wu Enlanga shook his head. How about the golden apple? If you can trick the Barus demon, who has the power of destruction, into this courtyard, I will use the golden apple to pay you compensation. Mu Hua said. With the growth of strength and the improvement of contact level, the demon gold coins gradually became a kind of energy in Mu Hua's eyes from currency. Now, most of the things that can attract his attention need to be exchanged with tokens of higher value. You want to become the Lord of Hell? You don't want to use the incarnation of Barus to master the power of destruction? Seeing that Mu Hua took out all the golden apples, Wu Enlanga speculated and questioned. The golden apple itself involves many deep-level concepts, and its effect also has an impact on the soul. Such things cannot be materialized by either the power of faith or the transaction compensation. The gods can materialize the golden apple tree. The golden apple tree they materialize can grow wisdom fruit, but it will never grow golden apples. And the materialized golden apple tree can also be regarded as a high imitation fake. Of course, what's the problem? It's just to obtain the power of destruction by plundering. This time it's Mu Hua's turn. Wu Enlanga was silent. The guy in front of him was no less evil than a pure-blooded demon. You don't need to spy on the Lord's rank so early, right? Wu Enlanga said hesitantly. Whether it is developing believers, tempting transactions, or strengthening one's own attributes, improving one's own conventional abilities, etc., these can enrich Mu Hua's foundation and enhance his combat power. Normally, these are the most suitable ways for Mu Hua to grow at this stage. What can I do? Who made the Lord of the Courtyard of Canaan's courtyard a Barus demon? I don't want to fight him to death, without being immune to his destructive power. Mu Hua spread his hands. The weak defeated the strong, and the suspenseful battle always made people excited, but in reality, those who did so were basically dried up early. Mu Hua doesn't like suspense. He likes to make himself so that the opponent can't smash or bite him, and then step on the enemy's face. The power of destruction is very troublesome, and I don't think I can trick a Barus demon into a situation where he can be slaughtered by others. After thinking for a moment, Wu Enlanga shook his head. He already understood that Mu Hua, this guy, wanted to get rid of the gods and demons, and then wanted to get rid of the demons and Barus. Mu Hua wanted to master the corpse of Barus, who had mastered the power of destruction. That kind of Barus demon was not a little sheep that could be slaughtered by others. It was difficult to coax them into the courtyard, let alone the real body. Then can you materialize something involving the power of destruction, such as the inheritance crystal? Mu Hua asked without giving up. You are still alive now, which has answered this question very well. Wu Enlanga glanced at Mu Hua. What about the wind of aging? Mu Hua asked again. Let's study the seal of the hunting tribe. Wu Enlanga sneered, and was a little reluctant to answer Mu Hua. Chapter 696. First, we need to use the power of faith to build a bridge so that we can feel the deep world. Come on, the power of faith consumed in this step alone is enough to perform thousands of resurrection spells. No, I can't explore the following steps without completing this step. This is not something I can afford. The war field is more practical. The spacious training ground, surrounded by dozens of faith crystals more than one person tall, brings a richer magical environment to the training ground than the Abyss Island. In the training ground, Mu Hua held a crystal ball surrounded by runes in his hand. After a long silence, he threw the crystal ball back to Wu Enlanga with a look of disgust. And that crystal ball is a copy of the demon hunting seal. This thing is not something Mu Hua can think about now, let alone learning and understanding. Even if he wants to complete the detailed simulation, it will consume a huge amount of faith power. However, the standardized divine arts are also connected by the magic array. Originally, Mu Hua just wanted to pretend to analyze it to fool Wu Enlanga. But when he really came into contact with this divine art manuscript, Mu Hua unexpectedly discovered that in the process of adapting and practicing various magics under the catalysis of various skill stones and Balian secret stones over the years, it seems that he really has a good analytical ability, and he really understands the demon hunting seal. Can you build a law bridge to the deep world? Wu Enlanga caught the crystal ball thrown by Mu Hua and threw another crystal ball to Mu Hua. But Mu Hua caught another divine art manuscript, and the power of faith formed silver threads containing countless information. The extremely fine silver threads entangled into lines, as if imprinting an inscription on the void. The magic array module, which is more three-dimensional than the magic array, expanded with Mu Hua as the center. Divine magic will produce some variables depending on the caster, a bit like inherent magic. There is no point in copying it. I don't think I need to say more about this, right? I haven't been a teacher for a long time. It's this thing, but I don't have so much faith to fill it. Here, you can refer to it. Mu Hua tossed the crystal ball in his hand, and said to Wu Enlanga without paying any more attention to the spell module that recorded the void. Wu Enlanga waved his arm, and sprinkled a piece of holy light to solidify the unstable spell module that Mu Hua unfolded, and then stretched out a finger, and carefully touched the silver thread pattern that constituted the magic circle. Without paying any more attention to Wu Enlanga, Mu Hua focused his attention on the copy of the war field in his hand. This thing is a weakened version of the kingdom of God. The effect is to create the summoning plane that the water goddess cast to cover reality. Its main function, in addition to the ability to imprison in a certain sense, is probably to allow combatants to toss around in it at will, and the forbidden spells will not affect the battle in the real world. As Mu Hua and Wu Enlanga focused their attention on the analysis of divine arts, the training ground fell into silence. Some 6-winged angels, wearing sacred armor, flew around the training ground with swords. Vivian and the other girls were curiously surrounding an angel that Ikaros had just fished out of the angel pool and asking questions. Nick, Alvis, and Charles seemed to be more interested in the faith crystals around the training ground. Alvis was obviously the oldest among the few people, but at this moment, Odysseus pulled the 3 of them, as if he was afraid that they would unload other people's faith crystals. TSK. A TSK of tongue interrupted the silence in the training ground, and Wu Enlanga glanced at Mu Hua. "Lend me this first, and I return it to you in a while." Mu Hua raised the crystal ball that recorded the war field and said to Wu Enlanga. Mu Hua could understand this divine art, but it was another divine art that he couldn't afford. In addition to requiring a transformed dimensional space, this was also a divine art that required a huge amount of faith power. Although the faith power could be invested step by step, the demand for faith power increased without limit according to the size of the dimensional space. To be honest, you should really concentrate on developing the way of God. Wu Enlanga also finished observing, and didn't pay much attention to the copy of the war field, but said to Mu Hua with a little emotion, "I don't like unstable power systems." Mu Hua shook his head. Rather than saying it was unstable, Mu Hua didn't like the source of faith power to be too dependent on others. That's why we have to focus on development. Sufficient accumulation will definitely bring a stable source of energy. Just like here, even if the Blood Clan occupies the courtyard, it should not have much impact on me for a long time. Wu Enlanga retorted. "Oh, in fact, I prefer to spend my energy on trading." Mu Hua chuckled and did not argue with Wu Enlanga about the issue of faith. The devil's ability is very special, but the difficulty and efficiency of obtaining trading compensation are far less than faith. Wu Enlanga shook his head. "So these are all auxiliary, magic and blood, they can give me a sense of security." Mu Hua raised his fist. Wu Enlanga's lips moved, and he seemed to mutter something. Judging from his expression, it should not be a good thing. After some contact, Mu Hua and Wu Enlanga got along well, and Vivian and the others were not too constrained in the kingdom of God. But it must be said that Wu Enlanga was a god worshipped by a large courtyard after all, and its standards were still very high. If we substitute some concepts from the previous life, Mu Hua was basically patting God on the shoulder and chatting with him, and a group of friends were also strolling and playing in places like heaven, and Olympus. It seems leisurely, but to be honest, Mu Hua really doesn't have so much time to study gods and demons for the time being. The undead courtyard brought him sufficient derivative resources. In order to cope with the occupation and defense of the vast area of the Kane's courtyard, Mu Hua spent almost all his time on the Abyss Island on the derivative of the undead. The derivative undead, engraving and strengthening, smelting monsters, training and forming elite battle groups and other matters, the time was full, and even the development of their legions on Monday was planned by them. After leaving the Abyss Island, Mu Hua had some free time to relax and have fun, but as the war rhythm in the Canaan's courtyard became more and more intense, Mu Hua's leisure time in the outside world was also drastically reduced. Now that he had established the business of releasing color domain protozoa in the Akura courtyard, he had to travel around the Akura courtyard. "Enlanga, does our cooperation include the Canaan's courtyard? Do you want to consider sending an angel army there?" Mu Hua asked Enlanga, holding the crystal ball and temporarily putting aside the study of divine arts. "You want me to preach in that courtyard?" Enlanga asked back. "How is it possible?" Mu Hua denied it. He was going to use that courtyard as the foundation of his own family, and he would definitely not let the Enlanga pantheon preach doctrine there. "Still," Wu Enlanga said disdainfully, "unless I can find the location of the courtyard descent array in hell, otherwise, the result of the angel army leaving the kingdom of God is the descent of the body. If you offer a suitable price, I can sell you some angels," Wu Enlanga said while thinking. "Sell? Including them?" Mu Hua pointed at a 6-winged angel patrolling nearby, which earned Wu Enlanga's eye roll. "Stop your temptation. Unless you are willing to share the courtyard with me, our cooperation is limited to Wikulu. Then help me prepare some resurrection amulets. I will send someone to discuss the price later." Putting away his teasing attitude, Mu Hua said seriously, "If it's a moderate amount, it's fine. We can't spend too much time on this kind of thing." Wu Enlanga said after a brief thought. "You squat in the maze area all day long, and you don't have anything to do," Mu Hua said disdainfully. "Alas, meditation, tempering, developing believers, studying divine arts, and learning magic, you are not the only ones who pursue growth. Wu Enlanga sighed. Although he knew that Mu Hua did it on purpose, he still explained it to prevent Mu Hua from treating them as long-term workers. Doesn't your doctrine prohibit learning magic? Mu Hua teased. The doctrine is used to restrain believers, and the gods are not stupid. Now that Wukulu has lifted the blockade, this doctrine should be revised. Wu Enlanga frowned. How to change it? I think the title of demon god should be quite suitable to appear here. Mu Hua smiled with narrowed eyes. Oh, demon god. Wu Enlanga's eyes flashed with a playful look. Mu Hua, I need to remind you that you have too much contact with the outside world, which will greatly reduce your mystery and greatly increase the difficulty of developing believers. Yes, I understand, so I didn't take Shinto as my development direction. Well, you should figure out the seal of the hunters first. I go outside, and maybe I can develop some trading customers here and trade with your clergy. Do you mind? Mu Hua asked his friends to retreat, and asked Wu Enlanga at the end. Wu Enlanga. Chapter 697. Although the transaction compensation can be accessed through the perfection of the devil transformation, Mu Hua, as a human, still cannot absorb the emotional energy other than the original sin emotion. The magic power and the original sin energy gather in the magic sea, and the power of faith is tempered in the divine fire. The transaction compensation has no specific form. It follows the owner like a pendant, but in essence, it is stored in a dimension space that is irrelevant to the owner. And ordinary emotional energy, they will nourish the magic core, just like to distinguish between humans and monsters. Even if the monster transformation is perfected, humans without magic cores still cannot touch it. Walking on the old streets of the city, when strolling, occasionally some wasps will fly away from Mu Hua, diluting his own sense of existence, and the pedestrians around him seem to not see him at all. The devil Mu Hua is quite famous in the Akura courtyard, and this kind of fame can affect people's emotions. However, most people in the courtyard could not recognize his appearance. His devilish appearance was more familiar to people. It was okay to look at him from a distance. If he appeared in front of people at close range, he would bring fear to them. The kind of emotion that could directly lead to confusion was meaningless to him. Strolling on the street, occasionally picking up some street snacks, it was a pity that the mainstream people here were still black people, and most of the young ladies on the street did not quite meet Mu Hua's aesthetics. Wu Enlanga's work efficiency was still very high. The church had already issued an oracle that the blue-blooded wasp was recognized as the darling of God. The ability of the blue-blooded wasp and its magical honey were also spread rapidly around the world through word of mouth among believers. Perhaps because he was worried that Mu Hua would use the blue-blooded wasp to do something weird in the future, Wu Enlanga still gave the blue-blooded wasp the name of Mu Hua. More or less, now Mu Hua can absorb some original sin energy and faith power from the outside world at all times. But it must be said that perhaps because he was a little bit too hard in the densely populated courtyard of Wukulu, in terms of original sin energy, the output of Wukulu courtyard even exceeded the total of other places for the time being. When the oracle of the blue-blooded wasp spread, greed, jealousy, and anger, these three original sin emotions against Mu Hua were the most common among the people of Wukulu, and it was hard to say what those people thought of because of the blue-blooded wasp. Mu Hua absorbed energy, created protozoa, and wandered around. This really couldn't be considered as strolling around. Apart from the effect of honey, the accumulation of bee colonies could barely be considered as accumulating a big move. Wandering aimlessly, if we must say it is a signpost, a soul with a strong desire guides Mu Hua's direction. Well, in human terms, Mu Hua will appear near those who can be sensed by the devil merchant. Release bees can be regarded as casual, but Mu Hua is quite attentive in figuring out the business of the devil merchant. Old streets, dilapidated communities, dirty alleys like slums, women's sobs and men's strange laughter. A woman is pressed to the ground by several young men, and at the same time, the woman's male companion is also detained beside her. It seems that this place should be a scene of rape next. Hee, it's a classic plot, but you don't look like a high-quality customer no matter how you look at it. Is it possible that the perception of foreign devils is defective? A sudden voice interrupted the interest of the young people. Dressed in a black hat, Mu Hua deliberately dressed up to look like a devilish businessman, but he didn't expect to encounter such an occasion. The damp and dirty ground, judging from the clothes, the evildoer was a young man, and the one who was violated seemed to be a young girl, and the girl's male companion didn't look like a rich man at all. The devil businessman can choose customers through the whispers in his ears. The devil can distinguish the position and potential of the customer through this whisper. The so-called potential here naturally refers to the benefits that can be obtained by trading with him. But looking at the classic scene in front of him, Mu Hua really suspected that there was something wrong with his previous perception. Hey, outsider, don't meddle in other people's business, get out. Two young men pressed down the struggling girl, and the other two young men stood up, scolding Mu Hua, while kicking the girl's male companion hard in the stomach, as if to demonstrate to Mu Hua. Heh, let me see, you guys continue. Mu Hua chuckled and walked towards the young man, who was lying on the ground, holding his stomach. The young man lost the ability to resist because of the pain, and the two people who were holding him let go of him and stood up. Swish. A young man unsheathed a switchblade in his hand. It seemed that these young people were also ruthless in the local area. They were not afraid of being discovered for doing evil, but were ready to attack Mu Hua as soon as they disagreed. Ding ding dang dang. The sound of gold coins falling to the ground. Several spirited guys surrounded Mu Hua, but Mu Hua threw a few devil gold coins on the ground. Hesitant, seeing the devil gold coins clearly, the eyes of several spirited guys suddenly brightened, but when they looked at Mu Hua again, their eyes were already filled with hesitation, suspicion, and a little greed suppressed by caution. At the signal of a leading young man, two spirited young men tried to pick up the demon gold coins from the ground, and Mu Hua walked past them, and stood in front of the fallen young man. Sir! The leading young man called Mu Hua tentatively after taking the demon gold coins from his companion. Sure enough, the temperament can't scare people. If you want to scare people, you still have to cooperate with some real gold and silver. Don't worry about me, you continue. Looking at the young man who curled up and struggled to get up, Mu Hua waved his hand and said, You. The fallen young man's neck was blue with veins, and he looked up in surprise. The hope in his eyes disappeared, and he looked up at Mu Hua with a look full of grief and anger. Hey, this is none of my business. What do you mean by glaring at me like this? Feeling the young man's resentment, Mu Hua pointed at the woman who was struggling and whimpering beside him, and her top had been torn, and said dissatisfiedly, Sir, did Pine offend you? Casey is his sister, and we haven't touched her yet. Do you want to try? The leading young man on the other side put away the switchblade in his hand, and asked Mu Hua with a strange smile. To be precise, I should be called by you, the devil merchant. Do you know what a devil merchant is? Or is there anything I can do to help you? Ignoring the mental guy who was making trouble, Mu Hua squatted down and said to him under the surprised gaze of the injured young man. To say that Mu Hua originally wanted to learn the tone of Becerro and Mephisto, but the young man in front of him didn't look like a high-quality customer at all, and Mu Hua was somewhat disgusted. But now, he is not familiar with the business of the devil merchant, and it is more like doing an experiment at this moment. He wants to understand why the whispers transmitted to him by this young man in his perception were judged as high-quality customers. Well? Joe Walker, let his sister go. Mu Hua's words surprised the injured young man, and the leading spirited young man frowned, looked at the demon gold coin in his hand, and said to the two companions who controlled the woman with fear, Kill them! Help me kill them! The voice of the spirited young man awakened the injured young man, and the released woman ran to the young man immediately. The young man protected the woman behind him, and shouted to Mu Hua with a ferocious face. Let's go! Among the spirited young men, some of them glared at Mu Hua, but the leading young man asked his companions to leave. Mu Hua glanced at the leading young man with a little surprise. He was in his early 20s, and didn't play very well, but his style was a bit like that of an old man. Mu Hua didn't make any moves, and the gangsters were about to flee, but they were horrified to find that their bodies were floating up uncontrollably. So, do you know what a demon merchant is? I'm a businessman, not a killer. If the price is right, you can buy anything you need from me. Mu Hua said to the frightened brother and sister in front of him. The black brother and sister looked a little unrecognizable to Mu Hua, and their temperament was not very elegant. Mu Hua treated the scratches and bruises on their bodies, and wondered about the value of the youth. Magic. Outsiders. You can't hurt us, our boss is a vampire. The gangster shouted behind him. Oh! There are still corpse ghosts in this courtyard? Mu Hua was surprised. The Blood Clan was in power in this courtyard. It was impossible for vampires to be the boss of these small gangsters. Secondary vampires should not even look at them. He looked back at the gangsters and shook his head and sneered. It was useless to ask him this question. They probably didn't know the difference between vampires, secondary vampires, and corpse ghosts. Woo woo. The thug who wanted to say something lost his ability to speak again. At this time, Mu Hua patted his trouser legs and stood up, looking at the brother and sister in front of him again. Devil merchant? The pain on his body disappeared, and the young man stood up with the girl. It should be a girl, right? A black girl. Mu Hua can only distinguish the age of black women by the age of 40. Yes, devil merchant, We will treat every customer sincerely and save this one as a gift for the first meeting. Looking at the black girl, Mu Hua's expression was a little strange. The girl has a good figure, and her appearance, how to say it, young skin, and a soft face shape, should be considered beautiful, right? But there is a tattoo on her chest, a lip ring on the corner of her mouth, and a little alcohol on her body. This is the style of a spirited girl. She should have played happily with all kinds of men in her daily life. Why was she bullied by some thugs and wanted to die? Maybe the harm of the word rape to women is more serious than the incident itself? Mu Hua is somewhat unable to understand this situation. Chapter 698. Pine and Casey, the impression they give on the outside is the same. The siblings spend their spare time hanging out on the streets. They are not forced by a bloody life. They come from ordinary families at the bottom of society, and do not want to live an ordinary life at the bottom. They have nothing to ask for, but they believe they can have everything. They are not too kind when they meet people who can be bullied. At most, they can be regarded as having some brotherly love, right? After a brief understanding of Pine's background, Mu Hua is not very interested in this guy's affairs. But in Pine's self-talk, Mu Hua also understands the general situation of the siblings. The root of the matter should still be the parents of the siblings. Their parents are devout church believers and dance happily in the advocacy group against the Blood Clan. The Blood Clan controls the city, and the gangs here seem to want to give their parents some warnings by teaching them a lesson. Everything is normal up to this point. The only thing that is not normal is that the gangster who manages this place may be a ghoul, and his punishment may be a bit harsh. It is estimated that the final result of Pine and Casey may be sliced and dipped in sauce, so the thugs who caught them just want to beat Casey a few times while she is still warm. It is a very bloody plot, so bloody that Mu Hua feels deeply powerless. I will help you realize any wish and provide you with everything you need, but you still need to solve your problem yourself. If you want to kill them... Alas, Mu Hua sighed. Wandering around the city and releasing bees, Mu Hua felt that there were potential customers nearby, so he stopped by to take a look. As a result, he saved the client, but now, a group of thugs are under his control. He can kill all these thugs with a fruit knife. How can he ask for a price? 100 credit points, thank you for your patronage? I saved you. Mu Hua muttered to himself after sighing. He didn't know what to say. He couldn't let the thugs go now, and let them continue to beat Pine and ride Casey, and then he would negotiate with Pine to save them, right? At least I am a person who can compete with your god of creation. How dare these bastards call him for such a trivial matter? Fulfill the wish? Can you help me get rid of the Lucius family? Pine didn't know what kind of existence the devil businessman was, but he saw that Mu Hua should be very powerful. So, I hate this kind of lack of common sense. I am a demon merchant, not a killer, not. Well? Lucius family? Mu Hua said impatiently, but suddenly found that this kid was raising the stakes. Demon merchants have specific rules for trading. Losing transactions will deduct their own energy. If they make too much money, they will be judged as swiping points, and their own energy will also be deducted. The relatively reasonable transaction price makes demon merchants have a good reputation in trading, but most demons actually don't like this kind of rationality, which may be the origin of the name trading compensation. It is a compensation reward for demons who trade fairly. It is precisely because of this that if it is a small matter, Mu Hua will not make much money from Pine, but Pine seems to want to take revenge on the gangsters in front of him, and Mu Hua is a little interested. The Lucas family, the kings who control the underground world of the city, will not let us go. My wish is that I will not be threatened by them again. I and my family will not be threatened by them again. Didn't you say you could help me realize my wish? Pine looked straight into Mu Hua's eyes, as if trying to figure out Mu Hua's thoughts. Oh, the gangs, right? Mu Hua nodded. The gangs were fine after all. It was considered to have increased the transaction amount. And the devil's transaction price will also be affected by the will of the transaction object. The more serious the impact of the transaction on the life of the transaction object, the stronger the transaction object's own needs. Maybe it's a small matter for the devil, but it can also demand more transaction compensation from the transaction object. They are not just gangs, the government, and even the church are in cahoots with them. If you want to help me, Pine continued, but was interrupted by Mu Hua. Wait, hey, what do you mean I want to help you? Mu Hua pouted. Let's first make it clear that you called the devil merchant, and I responded to your call. I can help you realize your wish, but the premise is that you need to pay for it. Help, merchant, okay? If it weren't for himself, Mu Hua would like this guy's shameless look. We are devil merchants, not superheroes. Pine was silent, his eyes wandering. Mu Hua repeatedly emphasized that he was a devil merchant, and although this courtyard was closed before, it also had the concept of devil. And the concept of devil here may be more evil than the outside world. After Mu Hua's explanation, Pine also had some understanding of the devil merchant. Since you can respond to my call, then I should have what you want here. What do you want? Pine asked tentatively. Heh, you're pretty quick-witted. Money, treasures, rare resources. If you have some weird stuff, I can help you look at it. When Mu Hua said this, the brother and sister looked thoughtful, then shook their heads awkwardly. If it doesn't work, your soul? Mu Hua frowned. It's obvious that this kid is penniless, and doesn't have a hobby of picking up trash. Since he has nothing, his value to the devil merchant should only be his soul. Mu Hua has never received a customer who sells his soul. While thinking, let's just try it, Mu Hua suggested. Soul? Ha! If you can help me get rid of the Lucas family, if you want a soul, you can take it. Selling the soul to the devil, cool. Pine said with a free and easy smile. Are you sure? I wanted to tell him that selling the soul is not that simple, but I thought about it and gave up. Mu Hua also wanted to see what it was like to trade souls with the devil. Sure. But the premise is that you can really help me. Pine, who had some street smarts, confirmed that he had what Mu Hua needed, and his attitude became tough. Of course, in exchange for your soul, I will help you solve the threat of the Lucas family to you, and your family. Mu Hua chuckled, and a strange mouth opened and the void appeared behind Mu Hua. Under the horrified gaze of the brother and sister, the group of thugs who were originally restrained were swallowed one by the strange mouth, and as the strange mouth dissipated, the group of thugs also completely disappeared from this world. Boom! A fireball shot out from Mu Hua's hand, and the rising fireball exploded with a strong energy wave in the sky. The brother and sister didn't know what Mu Hua was going to do, but they were surprised that Mu Hua raised his hand and released the flames that ignited the sky. The remaining flames in the sky had not yet dissipated, and figures were moving around in the dilapidated alleys. In the blink of an eye, dozens of figures appeared around Mu Hua. What? Your Majesty? Dozens of figures, wearing windbreakers, with rapiers on their waists, and red pupils, made themselves look like men in black. One of the figures was about to scold, but when he saw Mu Hua's face clearly, he was shocked on the spot. Greetings, Your Majesty. I don't know what Your Majesty is doing. Among the people who came, there were vampires and secondary vampires, all of whom were members of the Blood Clan. The leader took the lead, and the others stood aside cautiously, taking precautions. It seemed that the Blood Clan should have made a wide public announcement of Mu Hua's information within the clan. There are also corpse ghosts in this courtyard? Mu Hua frowned. Vampires only suck blood, and only corpse ghosts can eat human flesh. Your Majesty, there are indeed some ghouls that we haven't had time to clean up. A vampire with a higher status among the visitors spoke awkwardly. Relax, I'm not here to cause trouble. Is there a Lucas family here? Mu Hua waved his hand, and the other party's expression relaxed. Well, some trash who do dirty work, have they offended you? When the visitor said this, his eyes looked coldly at Pine and Casey. He is my client. If someone is looking for trouble with him, help deal with it, including his family. At least in the city, don't let anyone look for trouble with them in the future. Mu Hua said, and the coldness in the other party's eyes immediately dissipated. Yes, we will wipe them out right away. However, Your Majesty, this client? The leading vampire nodded, and several vampires withdrew, probably to deal with the Lucas family. At this moment, Pine's eyes were full of doubt. He knew the person who was communicating with Mu Hua. Pine had seen the chief of the police station being respectful to him in public. Pine didn't expect that such a big man would be so humble in front of Mu Hua. Well, client, I'm working part-time as a demon merchant recently. You can help me promote it when you go back. You can find me if you need it, Mu Hua said to the vampire. The vampires were stunned. Demon merchant? The leading vampire confirmed the doubt. Yes, demon merchant, don't worry, I'm a foreign demon, I'm not fooling people. Mu Hua recommended himself, and the vampires had strange expressions. After a short moment, a vampire who had left returned, and he was holding a head with a confused expression in his hand. Lucas? Mu Hua looked at Pine, but saw Pine nodded solemnly. Then our transaction is completed? Mu Hua confirmed with a chuckle. Well, I will follow you in the future. What do you need me to do? Pine glanced at the vampire standing respectfully on the side, and said to Mu Hua solemnly. Well? Who asked you to follow me? I want your soul. What's the use of you? Mu Hua frowned. Is this guy taking it for granted? Pine was stunned, and then fear appeared in his eyes. Mu Hua nodded. That's right. Otherwise, you have sold your soul, but you are still so calm. Wouldn't I be very embarrassed? Pine stared at Mu Hua's expression in horror. Seeing the evil smile on Mu Hua's face, from Pine's perspective, Pine's heart was chilled. But when he turned to see the vampires around him, Pine's eyes were erratic, and finally, he cast his eyes on Mu Hua again, and his evasive eyes gradually became solemn. Soul? Pine asked in a voice that was almost a mumble. Yes, soul, haha, believe me, it is very unwise to owe the devil merchant a debt. Mu Hua chuckled and shook his head. No matter how Pine lived in the future, he could take away his soul at any time. However, the devil merchant usually let those who sold their souls grow more. If such people do not develop well, they can be slaves of the devil merchant. If they develop well, they can also be regarded as a relatively stable and safe customer for the devil merchant. His future life will be closely connected with the devil merchant. Don't hurt my family. As for the soul, if you want it, I give it to you. Mu Hua was considering whether he could provide some convenience for Pine's life. Pine suddenly said some inexplicable words to Mu Hua in a tone that seemed to have made up his mind. Puff! Before Mu Hua asked, he saw Pine holding a piece of glass picked up from the ground and directly wiping his neck. Shit! Blood plasma spurted out. Mu Hua was stunned, and then he yelled, What the hell? What's wrong with this guy? Could it be that this guy misunderstood something? Shit! So uneducated, so scary. The vampires didn't understand the situation, but when they saw Pine fall to the ground with a nostalgia for life in his eyes, the vampires looked at Mu Hua with a strange look. It was like looking at an unscrupulous and black-hearted businessman with no professional ethics. Chapter 699. Pine had some strange misunderstandings about the way the devil merchant harvested souls. It was probably because he didn't have a good understanding of the word demon, and then he cut his own neck. If Mu Hua was by his side, it would be difficult for Pine to die as long as Mu Hua didn't want him to die, but Pine was still dead in the end. Because Mu Hua found his soul very interesting. There was nothing special about Pine's existence itself, but he sold his soul to the devil with a strong will to protect others. This will make his soul produce a wonderful chemical reaction in the transaction with the devil. The devil likes to lure others to sell their souls. Originally, Mu Hua also thought that those souls were a delicacy for the devil, or that those who sold their own souls were easier to control. When Pine committed suicide, his soul did not decay and die with the trauma of his body, but consciously found Mu Hua. When he found the specialness of Pine's soul, Mu Hua felt that this kind of soul might be what the devil merchant wanted most. How to say it? It is like a condensed universal energy, without complicated processes. Just crush this soul, it can burst out a harmless energy far beyond the energy level of the soul itself. This energy has no offensiveness, that is to say, it cannot be used as a means of attack, but this energy can be transformed into magic power, emotional energy, faith power and transaction compensation. Pine's soul is like a small high-explosive grenade, but it does not cause damage after the explosion, but spreads an energy that can be absorbed and transformed at will. In other words, it can also be regarded as an energy storage device filled with compressed energy. This is probably the soul that the demon merchants are obsessed with. Because they have never come into contact with this kind of soul, when Mu Hua tried to study it, Pine was naturally disappointed. The greedy soul of the Redeemer. This is a mass-produced token with a value higher than the Philosopher's Stone. Existences other than gods and ghosts may also convert it into the power of faith and original sin energy to activate some special magic props. But in most cases, it will still be converted into the Philosopher's Stone. Depending on the complexity of the soul, it can convert 5 to hundreds of units of Philosopher's Stone. The soul is not a ghost. Under natural circumstances, it will dissipate with the death of the body. Its so-called complexity can be generally defined as the original survival time of this soul, and the richness of life experience. This is also the fundamental reason why the demon merchants will not harvest the souls of customers too early. Mu Hua's identification skills have already reached the extreme. After carefully understanding the information obtained from the redeemed greedy soul, Mu Hua vaguely felt that the process of this thing converting energy was a bit like the Philosopher's Stone obtained by smelting corpses in the burning source furnace. But there was no clear basis, so after some exploration, he could only give up. Although the demon merchants would also use some souls as trading items, this kind of redeemer's greedy soul was more complex and more precious than ordinary souls. It seemed that the demon merchants also regarded it as an internal secret. This kind of soul would generally only circulate among those who had reached a certain level of power, or use it as a material to make high-quality equipment props. It can transform the Philosopher's Stone, the crystal of divine art, and even completely erase the fantasy nature of the devil's creation. Through Pine's soul, Mu Hua has learned about a high-quality currency that circulates among the higher-level beings in hell. But the price is that there seem to be some bad rumors about him among the vampires, such as black-hearted merchants and lack of professional ethics. After all, demon merchants generally don't let their customers die directly after completing the transaction. This guy is not a demon merchant at all. Even fraudsters who cheat people don't let people die so easily. Pine's matter can only be regarded as a small episode in Mu Hua's life. When releasing the color domain protozoa in Akuru, if Mu Hua senses that there are potential customers nearby, he will also provide door-to-door service. Unfortunately, all the vampires who see him basically treat him as a plague god like guarding against thieves, and those vampires with richer family wealth will bring up the name of Mephisto when talking about the problem of demon merchants. Regardless of whether it is true or not, their arguments are similar. There is no rush for transactions. There are some fixed customers developed by Mephisto in the clan, and we are also considered to be related customers. So, Your Majesty, why don't you go somewhere else first? The amount of transaction compensation obtained by demon merchants also has certain rules. The transaction compensation obtained by negotiating the transaction yourself will be more than that obtained by others. And the transaction object that allows the devil to hear the calling whisper can bring more transaction compensation than ordinary transaction objects. Of course, these have little to do with normal transaction profits and losses, but demon merchants, their focus of transactions is definitely not actual property, which also leads to Mu Hua also preferring to develop customers based on calling whispers. The offensive and defensive battles between humans and monsters in Kane's courtyard have become normalized. Several forces that have some connection with Mu Hua have asked whether they need to develop in-depth cooperation, but they have basically been rejected by Mu Hua. Mu Hua's intention to lead Kane's courtyard is obvious, but now he does have the qualifications. According to the news from the Adventurers Union, the Brigade Alliance has rejected the applications of several brigades to enter Kane's. However, they are worried that those brigades will conflict with Mu Hua's forces. In order to avoid unnecessary civil strife and losses on the human side, the Brigade Alliance has maintained a wait-and-see attitude towards Kane's courtyard before there is a major defeat in Kane's courtyard. Among the human adventure forces in Kane's courtyard, Mu Hua has absolute say, but at the same time, in order to deal with the offensive and defensive battles with monsters, and to cross the Death Canyon and march into the Bloody Hills in the future, Mu Hua also needs to accumulate and cultivate more combat power. The affairs of the Court of the Dead were handed over to Tibetha, while the Court of the Canes was in charge of Monday, Tuesday, and the dragon named Lancelot. Thursday? Thursday went to guard the Holy Garden of the Dragons, and now she is spending all her money to return home in glory. The biological resources in the Court of the Monsters can greatly enhance Mu Hua's power, but the prices there are too high, so you know. And Mu Hua's time in the Abyss Island has gradually increased. Now he has to spend money in moderation to avoid being drunk like Thursday. The development of the undead, with the attitude of extreme mass production, has become a boring but important part of Mu Hua's life in the Abyss. In terms of the cultivation and growth of individual combat power, Mu Hua has an advantage that cannot be matched by conventional methods. But for the battle for a courtyard, even if Mu Hua desperately spawned undead, it would still be difficult to balance quantity and quality for a long time. The problem of resource acquisition is also in front of us. The current actual situation is that Mu Hua's demand for the number of troops is higher than the quality, otherwise it will be difficult for him to ensure the stability and development of the occupied area in a large-scale war environment. The Abyss Island can provide more time for the undead under Mu Hua's command to grow, but in terms of cultivating resources, Mu Hua is not guarding a huge fortune, but making a gradual progress by spending as much as he earns. The Kane's courtyard needs a sufficient number of troops, but these troops cannot reach a sufficiently strong level in a short period of time. In order to avoid the sudden increase of troops here and the loss of war there, the magic armaments such as chariots, mechas, and airships that have certain life-saving capabilities and attack strength far exceeding conventional magic equipment have become another issue that Mu Hua's forces must focus on. It's not that magic weapons are definitely stronger than magic equipment, but even if you equip the skeleton warriors with magic weapons, they can't exert much of their combat power. The skeleton warriors deployed in the courtyard are basically divided into two groups, guarding between the Abyss Island and the Kane's courtyard. The longer they survive, the faster they evolve. The magic armament is to increase their chances of survival. Mu Hua is not going to develop his own army in the direction of magic, but as long as they can survive, They will eventually form a huge army composed of fierce individuals under Mu Hua's command. The magic armament can be regarded as a transitional link, but with the Brigade Alliance and those forces, who are also concerned about the Kane's courtyard watching, Mu Hua can't do nothing and wait for this link to pass smoothly. The battle with monsters must be fought. If you don't fight, someone will fight for you. It's fine if you have the ability to occupy the toilet, but if you occupy the toilet without doing anything, haha. Due to various factors, the weapons that were robbed from the arms graveyard in the early years are no longer enough to handle the task. Mu Hua's demon merchant has not yet made a name for himself, and the production and procurement of advanced weapons has become a necessary task for him to carry out. Chapter 700. Hee, Mr. Mu Hua, this is the first time I heard that the demon merchant took the initiative to come to the door not to sell goods, but to purchase from humans. In the bright and tidy office, a capable woman wearing a white coat over a professional suit looked at Mu Hua, who was sitting lazily on the sofa with a proud smile. It was still the Akura courtyard. If the Blood Clan dominated the military power of Akuru, then the Great Gobi Desert, originally controlled by the Naden Group, was included in the governance of the Daryl Group. Harrison. Mu Hua sighed. Lulu. The woman who was not sure whether she was a researcher or a manager corrected and interrupted. Hasn't anyone told you that it is very unwise to offend a ghost? Looking at the young, capable and beautiful woman in front of him, Mu Hua twitched his mouth. Although she looks young and beautiful, she is an old woman who has been Krypton youth potion like Caroline in the past, and her age is a mystery. Lulu. The woman with the surname Harrison corrected again. Okay, Lulu, we have to make it clear that you took the initiative to find me, and believe me, no demon merchant will include you in the category of customers. Mu Hua said helplessly. Harrison Lulu, Technical Director of Daryl Group in Akura Courtyard. The job title is also low-key, but the Great Gobi is an industrial zone. Now that the Daryl Group has taken over the former military-industrial enterprises of the Great Gobi, the woman in front of him can be regarded as the highest manager who controls the entire Great Gobi civilian and military affairs. Just as Mu Hua said, he did not feel Lulu's call. To put it bluntly, the young woman in front of him did not meet the demon merchant's criteria for high-quality customers. Unless they can obtain rare resources, the devil merchant selection and cultivation of customers are basically aimed at trading compensation, so they generally don't waste time on people who can't even whisper. Mu Hua has been having a hard time recently. Even wandering around the Akura courtyard and releasing bees can be considered a pastime. If he finds someone calling the devil in this courtyard, he will occasionally respond. Lulu took the initiative to send someone to find him. Mu Hua just wanted to see if he could buy some things he needed from Daryl, so he ran to the Great Gobi to meet her. Mr. Mu Hua, I am Daryl's highest person in charge of the Akura courtyard. I must also remind you that the position of technical director has a very high status in Daryl Group. Lulu said to the lazy Mu Hua. Then what? Mu Hua raised his neck, leaning back on the sofa. I have enough wealth and connections, and for a demon merchant who lacks accumulation, it seems unnecessary to focus on trading compensation. Lulu smiled. Demon merchants are not producers. Even if trading compensation can materialize anything that does not involve souls, if they trade with fantasy materialized things, no trading compensation will be generated. Therefore, demon merchants trade, because customer needs are diverse, and they also need to improve their purchase channels. And purchasing naturally costs money. What the woman in front of him wants to express is that no matter whether she meets the demon merchant's judgment criteria for customers, she should be valued by Mu Hua, a novice foreign devil who has no support from the Hell Chamber of Commerce. Oh, you should know that I can't possibly not have my own purchasing channels, right? Lulu was full of confidence, and Mu Hua replied with disdain. Of course, the materials needed for many of your alchemical products are difficult to find in the human world, and with your strength, it is not uncommon to be able to contact several demon merchants. But I also know that purchasing should be considered a part of the transactions of demon merchants, right? Purchasing from other demon merchants cannot be without a premium. Lulu said with a smile. Yes. Are you sure you are a technician? Mu Hua was weak. You look very tired, but with your age and background, it is understandable that you are attacking two courtyards at the same time, and you should not have the spare energy to operate some resource-based courtyards now. Mr. Mu Hua, you should see that my expertise is in the military industry, and I also have the authority to provide you with enough war weapons at a lower price. Lulu said seriously. Yes, I know, but you have to understand that what you want is the war potion. With the war potion, I can even hire ghosts and gods to work for me. Even if I take the war potion to Aurora, she should be able to provide me with cheap weapons, right? Mu Hua shook his head. Lulu's analysis of Mu Hua is not wrong. Mu Hua is indeed very concerned about the purchasing channels in the human world now, but the problem is that the things this woman wants to buy from him are special. Not to mention that his own group of friends are still crying for food. The warp potion is not a problem to sell. Mu Hua still feels that this woman's strength and identity are not compatible with the warp potion, or in other words, if the warp potion is the premise, Mu Hua looks down on this woman. No, you may be able to hire ghosts and gods, but that is only temporary power after all. This investment is not in your long-term interests, and you may even have to rely on favors. For someone of your level, favors are very expensive. Besides Aurora's words, okay, don't get me wrong, I don't mean to belittle you. I just want to say that Aurora should have a more suitable channel for getting goods than you. Lulu said carefully, but Mu Hua always felt that there was some playfulness in her caution. TSK Mephisto? Mu Hua raised his eyebrows. Aurora has a deep background and is the boss of Daryl. At her level, Mephisto probably wouldn't mind providing her with some convenience. As far as I know, the third one is just one of them. Lulu walked to sit opposite Mu Hua, raised her smooth legs. This woman was not wearing stockings, but a short skirt that covered her hips. On her feet, she was wearing a pair of big slippers that could be thrown off at any time. Okay, don't beat around the bush with me. Just pretend that I didn't mention Aurora, but as for the warp potion, I still have no problem finding high-quality customers with it. Mu Hua rolled his eyes at Lulu, his eyes full of contempt for her rhetoric. Lulu was stunned, then smiled bitterly, and shook her head. She really wanted to arouse Mu Hua's competitive spirit, but unfortunately she failed. Just like Mu Hua said, if you just talk about Aurora, or just compare Mu Hua with other demon merchants, Mu Hua really has no advantage. But the problem is that Mu Hua doesn't have to compare with them. Slowly manage your own customers, find some more vulnerable devil merchants to step on. Isn't it good? Why do you compare yourself with others? The so-called high expectations and low skills are common problems of novices in all walks of life. This problem does not only mean that they are neither high nor low, but also that they always use head as their goal to strive for. It sounds passionate, but it is actually quite stupid. Oh, you still want to give me a boost? Forget it. Mu Hua teased. Lulu's eyes twitched. Well, please forgive my offense, Your Majesty, I do need a warp potion, it's about my life. After a moment of silence, Lulu's tone was heavy. How old are you? Mu Hua frowned. 130 years old. Lulu said. Have you ever calculated your lifespan? Mu Hua also had a tendency to twitch his eyebrows. I have calculated it, and it's probably about 200 years. Lulu said honestly. That's about your life. Why are you in a hurry to buy a warp potion? Mu Hua was a little angry. I have money, it's no harm to prepare in advance. Lulu said, as a matter of course. Do you want to die? She looked like a heartless woman, but Mu Hua always felt that he was being fooled by this woman. No, I'm telling the truth. I don't practice, hunt demons, raise men, or raise children. I don't have much time, and I don't have much money. I think the warp potion is a very cost-effective thing. Lulu explained seriously. Do you know that the probability of warp success is related to personal attributes? Mu Hua couldn't help asking. I know. You know? You still mention cost-effectiveness when you know it. With your unreliable attributes, you still have the nerve to talk about cost-effectiveness? It's always good to try more. I have a lot of money, maybe I'd be lucky. Mu Hua was speechless for a moment. Based on this somewhat weird brain circuit, Mu Hua finally believed that this old leftover woman who pretended to be young was a technician.